The scorching sun blazed upon Yi Feng's face. He was oblivious to when he had fallen asleep. His shoulders and neck ached painfully. Then it felt as though someone was prodding his forehead with a sharp object. After the prickling sensation subsided, he endured the intense sunlight, opened his eyes, and rubbed his forehead as he sat up. In the distance, a white seagull flapped its wings and soared away. Was it merely an illusion? The seagull appeared to be carrying a messenger bag slung across its neck. As Yi Feng rubbed his eyes, the seagull had already flown far away. It was then that he noticed his surroundings. How did he end up sitting on the beach? The sand was scorching and sticky. A sense of bewilderment enveloped Yi Feng. He looked around. Before him lay an endless expanse of ocean. Beneath his feet was a small island whose edges were easily discernible. The island was adorned with rocks and vegetation. How had he been cast away to a deserted island? Yi Feng was a corporate worker. He remembered just now he had been working tirelessly like a beast of burden. He had just completed a spreadsheet when darkness enveloped him, and he found himself on this inexplicable, deserted island. Yi Feng tapped his head, attempting to awaken his senses. A parchment-like object slid off his shoulder. It was rough and yellowed, resembling a piece of parchment paper. Yi Feng picked it up, revealing a blank sheet of parchment. Suddenly, a few crooked lines of text emerged upon it. Welcome to the future water world. Please remember the following information. 1. That this is a survival world composed of oceans and countless islands. 2. That every individual age 15 to 63 globally has been transported here together. 3. That this is a gamified world where treasure chests are invaluable resources. 4. Followers are crucial aids. Utilizing them wisely can facilitate your survival journey. 5. That the threats you face come not only from the creatures of the ocean or the islands, but potentially from the 5 billion unfortunate souls who have traversed here with you. Newbie tip. In 3 days, the sea level will rise, submerging the island you are currently on. You must craft a vessel and set sail to find higher altitude islands. A collective transportation? Or is this merely a prank? Before he could fully comprehend, the parchment vanished into thin air. At that moment, Yi Feng's mind was forcibly inundated with information. It seemed to be instructions related to a game interface. Instinctively, Yi Feng followed the guidance in his mind and opened a translucent virtual screen. Upon seeing this virtual screen, Yi Feng was utterly convinced. This was no jest that no technology in the world could conjure such a virtual screen without any device. This virtual screen served as an operational panel for the gamified experience, visible only to the survivor themselves. The screen displayed several buttons: personal information, inventory, crafting, chat channel, trading hall. With a thought, Yi Feng opened the chat channel. Inside the chat channel, there were several options: world channel, regional channel, private chat. The world channel was inaccessible, likely due to certain restrictions. Reluctantly, he opened the regional channel, which prompted a message. Regional channel allows 10 free messages per day. After 10 messages, there would presumably be some form of charge. Despite this, the atmosphere was quite lively, with many individuals contributing to the conversation and the chat content continuously scrolling. Next to each message was a person's avatar and their name, with the avatars reflecting their true appearances, devoid of any enhancements. How did I suddenly end up on a deserted island? Is this some reality show by a TV station? I'm still just a fledgling, untouched by storms. I want to go home. Can someone help me? Do you know who I am? Hurry up and send me back, or you'll regret it. Survival world. The wilderness survival knowledge I've learned over the years is finally coming into play. I'm about to reach the pinnacle of my life. I don't believe in jumping into the sea right now to see if I can restart. Within the messages, some were seeking their families, and some had received responses. Suddenly, a line of large red text rolled across the screen for 3 seconds. Regional announcement. The first player to be eliminated in the future Water World game has been determined. Player Liu Yang has been the first to be eliminated. Attention. Those who are eliminated face true death. They will neither restart nor return to their original world. Survivors, cherish your lives. At this moment, there was a brief lull in the regional channel before a flurry of discussions erupted. Wow. That guy was the one who said he would jump into the sea, right? He can't be dead, can he? Thank goodness I didn't jump. I was considering testing if dying would send me home. Don't heed that announcement. I believe it's all a ruse. If you don't believe it, you can jump into the S, yet I am too scared to try. I'm increasingly terrified. Can someone come to my rescue? The atmosphere in the regional channel shifted from initial confusion to palpable tension and fear. Witnessing this, Yifeng no longer doubted the reality before him. If all of this pertained to his very life, he would have to give it his all. Surviving was more crucial than anything else. Yifeng recalled the parchment's warning that in 3 days, the sea level would rise and submerge the island. In these 3 days, he must craft a suitable vessel for setting sail. The first step was to understand this world, to learn everything about this survival realm. Yifeng immediately opened his personal information panel. Name, Yifeng level, 10.00 health points, 10 defense, 0 attack, 1 unarmed speed, 5 followers. 1 at that moment, many individuals in the regional channel were sharing their panel data. Health points 10, defense 0, attack 1, speed 5. What level is that? Wow! What a coincidence, I have the same. A multitude echoed this sentiment. I'm a boxing champion. How come my stats match yours exactly? Perhaps the strong are weakened upon arriving in this world, while the weak are enhanced. Indeed, before coming here, I was half paralyzed, and now I can walk. That IT brings tears to my eyes. At this point, Yifeng understood that regardless of who arrived in this world, their strength had been standardized. The only differences lay in one's intellect, character, thought processes, and specific skills. Yifeng continued to monitor the regional channel. My inventory contains a follower card. Is it used to summon assistance? Mine has 1-2, feeble ship doctor. Mine is a poor swimmer sailor. A multitude of individuals began sharing their follower cards from their inventory. Followers? Yifeng recalled that the parchment had mentioned that followers were vital aids. Hastily, Yifeng examined his inventory and found a card as well. It seemed every newcomer possessed a follower card. He retrieved the card and scrutinized it closely. It depicted a female sailor wearing a headscarf, with the words "Weak Female Navigator" inscribed in the upper left corner. From the earlier messages in the regional channel, it appeared that the specific nature of each player's starting follower was randomized. The follower card had both a front and a back. The back was densely filled with text. Upon closer inspection, it provided instructions on how to use the follower card. Essentially, one needed to remove the card from the inventory and think summon, and the follower would materialize. To recall the follower, one simply needed to gaze at the figure and think reclaim, causing the follower to vanish and revert to a card in hand. Following the instructions, Yifeng summoned the weak female navigator. As a cloud of white smoke dissipated, a woman appeared before Yifeng. This woman could be described in 2 words: emaciated. She wore a red headscarf and donned a gray-brown sailor's outfit. After being summoned, she greeted Yifeng. How to describe her? This woman was skeletal where she should not be, while her skin clung tightly where it should not. Her posture appeared slightly hunched. She resembled a character from a certain online game known as Female Forsaken. She looked frail and fragile. Yifeng shook his head in disbelief. What could such a follower accomplish? Moreover, with her scrawny frame, unless a man was exceedingly famished, he would hardly find her alluring. Could it truly be, as the announcement stated, that followers were invaluable aids? Ding! As Yifeng internally scoffed, a melodious voice resonated in his mind. Upon hearing this voice, Yifeng felt a surge of excitement. Could it be the system? Pirate survival system, binding successful, system functions. 1. For every level the host ascends, they can upgrade any follower to a random character from One Piece. The character star rating is determined by the system level. 2. For any action the host undertakes that yields experience, an additional reward system currency will be granted. The host can use system currency for purchases in the system mall. Unexpectedly, there were surprises in store. Such a momentous and fortuitous event has ultimately befallen me. Chapter 2. Nami of Alabasta. As Yifeng pondered the notion of transforming ordinary followers into pirate characters, he speculated that this must be the core function of the system. Did the term pirate characters refer to those from One Piece? His thoughts began to flourish. The distinctive feature of One Piece is the array of peculiar and extraordinary devil fruit users. Even those without such abilities possess many unique talents. If these individuals were to enter this survival world, it was not merely their strength that would be overwhelming. Their abilities would provide them with significant advantages. For other survivors, tasks that were exceedingly challenging would be rendered trivial by these characters. Moreover, the world of One Piece is home to formidable beings capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Just imagine having Whitebeard, Kaido, Kizaru, and Akiji under one's command. That would be invincible. After the initial thrill, Yifeng yearned to delve deeper into the workings of the system. As if anticipating his thoughts, the system's prompt sounded once more. As long as the host wishes to summon the system panel, it will appear in the form of a virtual screen. Following the system's guidance, Yifeng accessed the system panel. The main interface displayed 3 lines of text. System level, 1. Pirate character followers, none. System currency, 0. Below was the system shop, divided into several buttons. Items required for upgrade, survival world items, shop exclusive items, currency exchange. Yifeng explored each option, gaining further insight into the system's operations. Upgrade system to level 2. System currency, 10,000. Upgrade follower to 2 stars. System currency, 1,000. It appeared that many features within the system could be directly upgraded using system currency. Yifeng recalled that the system level determines the quality of pirate character followers. Upgrading the system level seems to be of utmost importance. Health Potion 1. System currency, 500, Defense Potion 1. System currency, 500. At this stage, his personal panel attributes were all in single digits, particularly with a defense value of merely 1 point. An increase of 1 would effectively double his defense in a survival world where all survivors possess identical attributes. This would provide a considerable advantage. Within the system shop, there was an item labeled Survival World Items. Yifeng surmised these were likely items that could potentially be discovered within the survival world. For instance, 500 milliliters drinking water, 1 system currency, black bread, 1 system currency, wood 3, 1 system currency. However, Yifeng did not place much value on these items. Judging by other system outputs, system currency appeared to be rather precious. Purchasing such survival supplies with it felt somewhat wasteful. Nonetheless, there was a benefit. In times of need during survival, he could swiftly replenish his supplies through the system. It could be said that he would have a clearer understanding of what to do in the future, aiming to become even stronger and more adept in this unfamiliar survival world. Yifeng remembered that the system had previously indicated that gaining experience in the survival world would yield rewards in system currency. Henceforth, he needed to explore this world as quickly as possible. He surveyed his surroundings. At this stage, exploring this world was tantamount to exploring this island. Very well, he must expedite the exploration of this island. After a cursory glance, he discovered many high-level items marked as unavailable for purchase, which likely required system upgrades to unlock. Yifeng, however, did not covet these high-level items. This was his system, and sooner or later, they would all belong to him. Please experience the system functions promptly reward, 5 system currency. A beginner's guide. This system was rather considerate. Just imagine receiving a powerful game cheat that not only equips you with immense strength, but also guides you on how to use it, even rewarding you afterward. This system guide was presumably intended to help him understand how to upgrade ordinary followers into pirate characters. At this moment, Yifeng felt a flicker of anticipation, wondering who his first summoned pirate character would be. He hoped it would be the Empress. A glint of mischief sparkled in his eyes. The system had mentioned that the specific character summoned was random, yet the strength of the character was influenced by the system level. System notification. Each follower possesses their own attributes, and the strength of a follower can be reflected in their information. Each follower has their own panel. Yifeng's gaze lingered on the frail navigator before him, and a virtual screen promptly appeared. Frail female navigator. Rank, 1 star. Level, 1, 0.00. Health, 8. Defense, 0. Attack, 0. Unarmed. Speed, 3. Upon viewing this panel, Yifeng's disdain for this forgotten female navigator deepened. Her panel data was pathetically weak. With a health value of only 8 and no attack power, her speed was also inferior to his OWN.AT. That moment, the system's prompt sounded again. The system has detected that the host possesses an ordinary follower. Would you like to upgrade to a pirate character? The pivotal moment had arrived. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. Yes, upgrade immediately. As he selected yes, Yifeng muttered, heavenly spirits and earthly spirits. Empress Robin and Shirahoshi. Although the specific outcome of the upgrade was said to be random, Yifeng felt there might be an underlying pattern. For instance, if the ordinary follower card depicted a female, then the upgraded pirate character would likely also be female. With this thought, he recalled the female characters from One Piece, at the very least. Most of them were well endowed in appearance. Yifeng felt slightly reassured. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations, the host. The frail female navigator has upgraded to Nami, Alabasta. Upon hearing the name Nami, Yi Feng began to grasp the pattern of the upgrades. The ordinary summoner was a navigator, and the upgraded pirate character also had to be a navigator. Nami was a character Yi Feng greatly admired. In the original work, she embodied both intelligence and allure, a diligent and confident genius navigator. In later arcs, she acquired Zeus and became immensely powerful, almost akin to a formidable lightning mage. However, what intrigued Yi Feng was that the system had clearly designated the upgrade as Nami, Alabasta. Initially perplexed, he soon realized that characters in One Piece evolve continuously, especially those among the main cast, who grow stronger as the story progresses. Thus, it was unsurprising that the system would define strength based on the timeline of One Piece. At this juncture, the system prompt sounded once more. The summoned pirate character can enhance their level cap by increasing their star rank, which will also alter their character stage. Nami, Alabasta, 1-star follower. Max level, 20. Note, the maximum level for a 1-star ordinary follower is also 20. With the system's explanation, Yi Feng began to understand more. The previously mentioned system level impacted the star rank of the summoned followers. Currently, Yi Feng could only summon a 1-star pirate character. He would gradually increase their star rank over time. After all, the system shop contained items that could directly elevate a follower's star rank. Those familiar with binding systems knew that new and novice characters could not possibly be overwhelmingly powerful right from the start. At that moment, the frail female navigator vanished. In his inventory, a card labeled Nami, Alabasta appeared. As he retrieved the card from the inventory, its appearance had transformed. The front of the card no longer displayed the frail female navigator. Instead, it now featured a young woman with orange hair, adorned in a dancer's dress. This young woman was none other than Nami. Chapter 3. Preliminary Plans. Electric fishing. The dancer's dress she wore was reminiscent of her attire from the Alabasta arc in One Piece. Yi Feng hurriedly summoned her. As a puff of white smoke dissipated, a graceful figure emerged before him, holding a slender blue staff. At this moment, Nami appeared somewhat youthful yet still exuded a striking presence. Her large, captivating eyes were utterly enchanting. Reflecting on the previous frail female pirate, Yi Feng immediately felt at ease. Nami curiously surveyed her surroundings. "Boss, is this the survival world?" she inquired. Seeing a character from One Piece standing before him left Yi Feng momentarily dazed. "Nami?" he uttered with a hint of incredulity. Nami approached and waved her hand in front of Yi Feng's eyes. He pushed her hand away, insisting, "I'm not blind." At that moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! System guidance completed. 5 system currency. This time, Yi Feng did not gain experience. This was likely a reward for completing the system guidance. He noticed the system currency section of his system panel changed to system currency 5. Every little bit counts, and seeing the system currency increase by 5 brought him joy. Beginner's guide completed. If you have any questions, you may directly inquire with the system in your mind. With the conclusion of this system prompt, it ceased to make further announcements. Yi Feng gazed at the corporeal Nami before him, pausing briefly as a virtual screen displayed Nami's panel. Nami, Alabasta, level 1, 0.00, health, 15, defense, 1, attack, 3, speed, 5, skills, navigation, weather forecasting, weather manipulation, equipment, basic weather stick. Statistically speaking, her health, defense, and attack surpass those of Yi Feng. It is quite normal for pirate characters to possess significantly higher health and defense than an average person. What surprised him, however, was that her attack power exceeded Yi Feng's by 2 points, equivalent to 3 times his own. Indeed, the system proves to be quite formidable. Moreover, Nami's true value lies not merely in her attack stats, but in her skills. All 3 skills are essential for survival at sea, whereas Yi Feng lacks any skills of his own. He felt quite satisfied with the random pirate character that the system had bestowed upon him. Not to mention, Nami is far more visually appealing than that female Forsaken pirate. Regional channel. This card can truly summon a person. How wonderful. It is certainly preferable to surviving alone. Subsequently, discussions regarding followers on the regional channel began to grow in number. My follower, purportedly a fighter, appears so frail. Mine is also a fighter. Just moments ago, a crab killed him, and once dead, he cannot be revived. Mine is a female follower. I had hoped to enjoy some perks, but seeing her in that state, I lost all desire. Mine is a sailor. I sent him to fish in the sea, and he returned panting. having caught nothing. The stats of these followers are truly dismal. Even lower than my OWN.is, this the so-called newbie benefit? It feels like a joke. I nudged him, and he fell over. Yet, Yifeng's follower is none other than Nami, who possesses 3 skills and superior physical attributes. The most crucial aspect is that she is a stunning beauty. At this moment, Yifeng was contemplating his next course of action. To avoid being submerged by the sea in 3 days. The core task during this period is to construct a seaworthy vessel. However, Yifeng currently possesses nothing. No food, no fresh water, no resources whatsoever. Yet now he has the system and Nami. Up until now, Yifeng had yet to truly explore this island. Naturally, he was also unaware of what activities might yield experience points. Nevertheless, based on his prior knowledge of survival games, activities such as logging and fishing should certainly grant experience. With Nami's assistance, these tasks should become significantly easier. First, he should find something to eat. It would be quite ironic to acquire a system only to starve. Action is required. While studying Nami's panel, Yifeng appeared to be in a trance to her. She approached with concern, asking, "Boss, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I'm examining the survival world interface," Yifeng replied. Nami nodded, seemingly understanding. Why Yifeng then suggested, "Let us take a look around." He took Nami's hand and began walking along the beach. Before long, he spotted something lying quietly in the sand. A stick-like object. "What is this?" Yifeng wondered as he approached. It turned out to be a rudimentary fishing rod. The handle was a broken branch, thin and twisted. The fishing line resembled ordinary twine, and the hook appeared to be crafted from a shell. Fishing. This must be the second novice item left for beginners in the survival world. Surviving on an island by fishing is quite a stereotypical notion, but it is easy to understand in similar survival games. One typically uses fishing rods or hooks. In essence, one must acquire various supplies from the SEA. Yifeng picked up the shabby fishing rod, his gaze lingering on it. Novice's rough fishing rod, star rating, 1, real time, 15 to 30 minutes, success rate, 30, even if failed, there is a chance to catch something. Description: retrieve any possible items or treasure chests from the sea. The level of the items is not affected by the rod's level. Even the lowest level fishing rod can catch high-level items, with varying probabilities. To retrieve any possible items or treasure chests from the sea? This implies that by simply fishing, one can obtain most items in the survival world. However, this is merely theoretical. The rod's success rate is only 30, and the reeling time is less than half an hour. This means that approximately every half hour, one may fish and has a significant chance of catching nothing. If one were to spend the entire day fishing, the yield would likely be quite limited. Of course, if there were 2 fishing rods and a follower fishing alongside, the haul could potentially be much improved. Yifeng opened the regional channel to see if anyone was discussing fishing. At this point, he had begun to use regional channel as a source of encyclopedic knowledge. The pitfalls others had encountered and the foolish mistakes they had made were shared here in the form of complaints. Even if there were no particularly helpful suggestions, avoiding the traps through the regional channel was still quite beneficial. Yifeng was eager to learn if the novice fishing rod performed as poorly in practice as imagined. Surely, the comments section would hold insights. "Everyone, my first cast was empty. I was an avid fisherman before my crossing, and I couldn't catch anything. Don't fish. Go chop wood instead. You need to fish to obtain materials to craft an axe before you can chop wood. If you can't catch anything while fishing, you can't chop wood either. This is truly a dire situation. Forget about chopping wood. The island only offers some broken branches and rotten leaves. I can't even find a piece of fruit. I'm too afraid to explore. I just saw a crab the size of a desk. It was terrifying." The comments were filled with lamentations, as hardly anyone was able to catch any fish. At this moment, Yifeng truly recognized the challenges posed by this survival world. If he couldn't catch anything useful within a day or two, there would be little hope for survival. With such a low success rate for fishing, he realized that relying solely on luck was too risky. It would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person without a stroke of luck. Of course, it was also possible that those who had succeeded did not wish to reveal their secrets. Yifeng then devised a plan. Since he possessed a system, he must approach things differently than ordinary individuals. Yes, the follower. While others' followers might be weak and frail, his was none other than Nami from the pirate world. Sending Nami to fish would be a waste of her talents. Nami, wielding the weather stick, is an elemental mage with the power to summon storms. At this moment, Yifeng's mind began to formulate an initial plan. He would utilize Nami's ability to summon lightning to electrify the fish. Chapter 4. Electric fishing. Of course, it should work. Yifeng was uncertain whether this gamified survival world would allow for electric fishing, but trying it out wouldn't cost much time. What if it worked? Even if electric fishing yielded no results, there were other alternatives. He had just learned from the regional channel that there should be some wild animals on the island, and with Nami by his side, hunting was entirely feasible. With Nami and the system at his disposal, Yifeng felt no apprehension about the future. Let us get started. This moment, Yifeng instinctively wanted to check the time, only to realize he had no mobile phone. When he crossed over, he was only wearing the clothes he had on. Nothing else had come with him. Although the survival world lacked a way to display the time, Yifeng's system panel did have a time display. This moment, it was 12:55 p.m. Yifeng deduced that there were approximately 6 or 7 hours until sunset. During this time, he needed to accomplish 2 tasks. First, he must search for food and water. Without sustenance, death would come swiftly. Second, he needed to find a place to shelter for the night. As for the system currency and shipbuilding matters, those could wait until after he secured food. Of course, if he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, that would be ideal. First, he needed to fill his stomach. The success of these 2 tasks depended on whether the electric fishing would be fruitful. If successful, there should be no issues with either task. If not, alternative plans would be necessary. While Yifeng was deep in thought, a sweet female voice suddenly inquired, "Boss, what should we do next?" This voice belonged to Nami. Yifeng preferred being addressed by his name rather than boss. "Just call me Yifeng," he replied. Nami beamed with childlike joy, responding with an enthusiastic, "Okay. What a delightful girl." Yifeng's gaze then fell upon the slender blue stick in Nami's hand. "Is that the weather stick?" he asked. Nami demonstrated it with a few gestures, confirming, "Yes, it's my new equipment." "Let me see." Yifeng extended his hand towards Nami. "Sure, but it costs 5 berry each time you want to look at it." "What's with this routine?" Yifeng thought, but quickly realized that Nami was indeed asking for berry. He gently patted her on the head. "Berry? You're my follower. You still want berry? Hand it over." With that, Yifeng seized the weather stick. Nami didn't appear angry, just slightly aggrieved, mumbling, "So stingy." As Yifeng examined the weather stick, a virtual screen appeared beside it. Basic weather stick, followers unique equipment, star rating, 2 attack, 2 defense. 1. Possesses the special ability to control localized weather, limited to Nami. Note: lightning will deal random damage of 1 to 12 points per second. It turned out to be a piece of equipment, and a 2-star one at that. Yifeng suddenly recalled Nami's data panel. Nami's offensive and defensive capabilities are indeed enhanced by the weather stick. Yifeng glanced at his personal panel and, unsurprisingly, saw his attack power rise to 3 and defense power to 1, while other attributes remained unchanged. However, wielding the weather stick as a mere club to strike enemies would be a gross misuse of its potential. What piqued Yifeng's curiosity was the inscription on the weather stick. Possesses the special ability to control local weather, limited to Nami. It appeared that this inscription could only be activated in Nami's hands, further showcasing her value. Yifeng promptly returned the weather stick to Nami. At that moment, when he checked his personal information, he saw his attack and defense power revert back to 1 and 0. "Nami, are you hungry? Let us go to the beach and catch some fish with electricity." Nami was indeed hungry, but upon hearing Yifeng mention electric fishing, she paused in confusion. "Electric fish? How does one do that? Where does the electricity come from?" "With your weather stick." Nami's expression was one of bewilderment. Observing her reaction, Yifeng was taken aback. Was it possible that Nami couldn't generate electricity? What a ridiculous notion. As he glanced at the dancer's dress adorning Nami, a realization struck him. Could it be that the Nami he summoned was one who had yet to wield the mastery of Miss Doublefinger? Yifeng tentatively inquired, "Sister, does the weather stick come with a manual?" Nami nodded in confusion and quickly retrieved the manual from her low neckline. With a look of astonishment directed at Yifeng, she remarked, "Yes, how did you know?" Yifeng responded with a mysterious smile, choosing not to answer. After scrutinizing the manual for a considerable time, Nami grew somewhat irritated. "You call this a weather stick? How does this relate to weather at all?" Yifeng was at a loss for words, recalling the comic he had read. The front of the manual depicted functions like confetti, fountains, and releasing doves, seemingly designed for festive atmospheres. Only on the back did it provide explanations about weather control. Yifeng quickly advised, You should look at the back of the manual. The front lists minor functions, while the back contains the usage instructions. Once again, Nami gazed at Yifeng with surprise. Curiously flipping the manual, her eyes lit up instantly. This is so fascinating. This weapon is perfect for me. I must try it out, Nami exclaimed, tightly gripping the weather stick in unbridled joy. Come on, let us head to the beach and give it a shot. Yifeng swiftly grasped Nami's hand as they hurried towards the shore. While fishing with electricity, one must not enter the water. Thus, Yifeng led Nami to a large rock by the sea. The rock was immense, extending from the shore into the deeper waters. The two climbed onto the rock, and Yifeng peered down at the water. Though the surface was somewhat wavy, he could still discern small fish swimming below. He wondered if electric fishing would yield resources as he envisioned, at the very least. Considering that lightning possessed offensive power, it should certainly be capable of dispatching fish. Spotting fish in the water filled Yifeng with excitement. Perhaps they would soon have a meal. Let us try it here, Nami suggested, understanding that today's humidity and wind were stable, accompanied by high pressure, indicating that the weather would be exceptionally cleared. As she manipulated the weather stick, she released a multitude of spherical hot air currents. Each rising slowly, however, she noted the need to be cautious about local conditions. Her expression was serious and confident. Next, she commanded the weather stick to unleash a torrent of cold air, which ascended slightly higher before gently descending. The warm and cold air met in a delicate space, forming corresponding clouds. We must be wary of thunderstorms, Nami declared, directing the weather stick to emit small bursts of static electricity. The static approached the clouds of hot and cold air, causing them to swell dramatically into dark storm clouds. The two clouds converged and unleashed a fierce display of lightning, vibrant blue arcs cascading directly down into the sea below. Although the overall scale of the lightning was roughly the size of a room, Yifeng, standing nearby, was profoundly awestruck. He had never witnessed lightning from such proximity. The blue luminescence cast their figures in a surreal white-blue hue. Moments later, the surface of the water rippled, and a misty vapor began to rise. My goodness, the power is quite impressive. Yifeng thought it was no wonder that Nami, as a partner of Mr. One from the Baroque works, could easily defeat Miss Doublefinger. After 2 to 3 seconds, the lightning ceased. When Yifeng looked down again, he noticed several items floating to the surface. It appeared that some fish had been electrocuted, along with other objects resembling timber and treasure chests. Chapter 5. So many fish at that moment. Information flooded Yifeng's mind. Electrocuted 1 mackerel, 1 experience. Electrocuted 1 mackerel, 1 experience. Electrocuted 3 pieces of timber, 1 experience. Electrocuted 1 wooden treasure chest, 5 experience. If one paid attention, these notifications were crystal clear. However, if distracted by other thoughts, they seemed somewhat nebulous. It became evident that this was the survival world's method of awarding experience. Yifeng was immensely pleased. It seemed that electric fishing could indeed yield experience points. With experience, he would also earn system coins. What a delightful prospect! If he could continue this electric fishing, accumulating experience and system coins, it would be utterly delightful. As the notifications concluded, another sound echoed in Yifeng's mind. Ding! System coins 289. Just as the system had promised, in the survival world, gaining experience also granted additional rewards in the form of system coins. Yifeng didn't calculate the specifics, but 289 system coins likely corresponded to the experience he had just earned. After the notification, he opened his personal information panel, eager to see how close he was to leveling up with this 200 or 300 points of experience. Level 1, 56.11. Having only fished once, he was already at 56. If he continued fishing on the same scale, he would only need to fish one more time to level up. Yifeng then looked at Nami's data panel, which similarly displayed Level 1, 56.11. This indicated that when together with a follower, their experience was synchronized, and the requirements for leveling up were identical. Yifeng then checked his system panel and confirmed that the number of system coins had indeed increased to system coins 294. Efforts always yield rewards. Yifeng perused the system store. With these 294 system coins, he could purchase items that could be discovered in the survival world. Among them were several useful items, such as crafting blueprints. However, Yifeng decided to refrain from spending for the time being. If he found himself in dire straits, he could always use system coins to make purchases. Nami, meanwhile, wrapped her arms around Yifeng's neck, joyfully bouncing as she pointed towards the sea below. "Look, Yifeng. We did it!" Yifeng gave Nami a thumbs up to commend her brilliance. He then took her hand, and they hurried down from the rock. Once on solid ground, they re-entered the water, heading towards the area where they had just fished. The surface was strewn with a plethora of items. In addition to the small fish measuring less than an inch and long planks of wood, there were also some other peculiar items. A stinky sock, a pair of tattered shoes, and a banana peel. Were these truly the spoils of the sea? Naturally, there were also several broken wooden chests floating about. Yifeng counted 3 in total. It appeared that electric fishing was indeed viable. Moreover, electric fishing was not merely about dispatching fish. It was akin to traditional fishing, capable of yielding resources and even treasure chests. Yifeng examined the floating items closely, noticing that each one bore a virtual panel. Stinky sock can still be used when dried, but beware of athlete's foot. An incidental catch while fishing, quite common. Tattered shoes can still be used after drying and mending, but beware of athlete's foot. An incidental catch while fishing, quite common. How easy it must be for sailors and others near the sea to contract athlete's foot. Banana peel, already somewhat rotten, not edible. An incidental catch while fishing, quite common. Mackerel fry, 20 centimeters long, little flesh, edible. Fishing product, common chance. Of course, there were numerous pieces of timber floating as well. Timber, one of the most crucial resources in the survival world. Product of logging or fishing, relatively high chance. Yifeng then examined the chest. Wooden treasure chest may contain any useful resources. It was not marked as a fishing product. Yifeng surmised that treasure chests could be obtained through means other than fishing, confirming once more that in this survival world, electric fishing and traditional fishing were fundamentally the same. He then gestured for Nami to gather all the dead fish floating about. The water here was roughly waist deep, and the surface was calm enough for them to stand securely while collecting resources. There were quite a number of fish, so Nami had to tie her skirt at both ends to form a makeshift bag. Placing the fish one by one inside, Yifeng, on the other hand, collected 3 to 5 fish before directly storing them in his inventory. The timber, being long and somewhat wide, was also conveniently stored in his inventory. After a considerable amount of time spent gathering, once Yifeng had stowed the wooden treasure chest and the last fish in his inventory, he signaled to Nami that it was time to head back to shore. 2 individuals swam ashore, with the damp Nami and her fluttering skirt appearing particularly striking under the brilliant sunlight. Subsequently, they began to tally their catch. Nami's skirt contained a total of 32 fish fry, while Yifeng's inventory held 41, making a grand total of 73 mackerel fry. Their sizes were quite comparable. "I want to eat grilled fish," Nami exclaimed with glee. However, as soon as she finished her cheer, a glint of greed flickered in her eyes as a thought struck her. Yifeng, we won't be able to consume all these fish. Let's sell the surplus for berries. Oh, the berries again. Yifeng playfully tapped her on the head. He stored all the fish in his inventory, then retrieved some wood along with 3 wooden treasure chests. After a brief count, he noted he had 603 pieces of wood and 3 wooden chests. He returned the wood to his storage, leaving only the chests outside. It was time for the exhilarating moment of opening the chests. The 3 wooden treasure chests were prominently displayed on the pale sands. He opened one of the chests, and 3 miniature images sprang forth. Yifeng recognized one as resembling a mackerel. The other 2 were shaped like a bag and a rolled-up item. Upon grasping them, the images immediately transformed into tangible items. "Congratulations, you have received mackerel fry 1. Congratulations, you have received a small pouch of fine salt. Congratulations, you have received a roll of coarse cloth." Yifeng held only the pouch of fine salt, while the others lay scattered on the ground before the chest. Gradually, the empty shells of the wooden chests began to vanish. Now, there was 1 more mackerel fry, bringing the total to 74, which was more than enough. "Fine salt? Is this a way of teasing me about the blandness of fish?" As for the coarse cloth, it likely shared the same material as the wood. Indeed, the bounty from electric fishing was quite substantial. If he had relied on traditional fishing methods, he would have only reeled in a single catch by now. With the success rate still uncertain, he proceeded to open the next chest. The second chest revealed, "Congratulations, you have received a 500 milliliters bottle of drinking water. Congratulations, You have received a 500 milliliters bottle of drinking water. Congratulations! You have received a 500 milliliters bottle of drinking water, 3 bottles of water. Astonishingly, while Yifeng currently lacked drinking water, he knew he could produce it with Nami's weather stick. Thus, the second chest was somewhat disappointing. He continued to the third chest. Congratulations, you have received a piece of iron sheet. Congratulations! You have received a piece of iron sheet. Congratulations, you have received blueprint for a small sailboat with wooden cabin. What? Chapter 6. Blueprint for a small sailboat with wooden cabin. Iron sheets and blueprints? Was this a boat blueprint? With only a single iron sheet, and would always appearing in batches of 3, it seemed this iron sheet was indeed a more precious commodity. Yifeng was even more intrigued by the blueprint. The announcement had mentioned that 3 days hence, the sea level would rise, submerging the islands. Why Yifeng urgently needed to craft a seaworthy vessel within that time frame. He quickly examined the blueprint, which was thick and reminiscent of a blueprint. Focusing on the document, the information was immediately revealed. Blueprint for a small sailboat with wooden cabin, item star rating. 1 star, seaworthy. Can withstand light waves, required materials. With 700, tar 2, iron sheet 2, coarse cloth 1. Wave conditions. No waves, light waves, small waves, moderate waves, large waves, giant waves, stormy waves, rough seas, tempestuous seas. Capable of withstanding light waves. This vessel was evidently not a rudimentary design. Given the circumstances of item acquisition in this world, it was remarkable to obtain a non-basic blueprint so soon after the survival world had commenced, especially one that Yifeng had most desired. Reflecting on this, Yifeng surmised that it was not merely his extraordinary luck at play, but also the inherent advantages of electric fishing. Traditional fishing required pulling in one line at a time, with each attempt taking between 15 minutes to half an hour. Electric fishing, however, lacked the concept of line retrieval. Yifeng believed that each electric shock could be equated to multiple attempts at fishing. After just a few seconds of electric fishing, he had likely achieved the equivalent of thousands of traditional pulls. Thus, if the success rate was comparable to that of a basic fishing rod, the sheer number of attempts could offset any deficiencies in probability. Surely, with thousands of attempts, at least one good item would emerge. Of course, these were merely Yifeng's conjectures and not guaranteed truths. With the blueprint now in hand, he could gather the necessary materials to proceed. While he pondered, Nami tugged at Yifeng's arm, eagerly insisting on grilling fish. Yifeng sighed. That moment, both he and Nami were thoroughly soaked. Nami's dancer's dress, made of sheer fabric, clung to her form, undoubtedly causing her discomfort. However, her graceful figure was undeniably accentuated, providing Yifeng with a visual feast. The downside was that the seawater's saltiness left them feeling sticky and uncomfortable. They decided to prioritize grilling fish, resolving their hunger while also drying off. This would allow them to take advantage of the time to sell the excess mackerel fry at the trading hall, to acquire some materials in return. Once the boat was crafted, they would no longer feel rushed in the coming days. With that, Yifeng led Nami, their feet sinking into the fine sand as they ventured slightly deeper into the island. There, sparse trees awaited them. Grilling fish required fire, and fire necessitated fuel. The beach offered nothing but an expanse of sand and a few shells. Only slightly inland, where trees grew, could they find something akin to dry twigs. Let's go grill the fish, Yifeng urged Nami. She smiled brightly. If only Sanji were here. As Yifeng pulled her towards the wooded area, he remarked, I'll bring you a Sanji someday. Yifeng, you can even bring me a person? Nami initially found it hard to believe, but quickly realized that she herself had been brought here by Yifeng. Yifeng had never contemplated the nature of the pirate characters he had summoned. At that moment, due to Nami's musings, a notification chimed in Yifeng's mind. Ding! Explanation of pirate characters. Taken aback, Yifeng realized the system had decided to enlighten him. Pirate characters derived from ordinary followers do not originate from the pirate world. Instead, they are time slices from specific moments of the pirate characters. The system has processed these time slices to align with the characteristics of the followers, eliminating their original objectives during the time slice. They now recognize the host as their sole master. In truth, Yifeng had never pondered this matter. Systems have their own methodologies. Followers were a unique concept in this world, devoid of loyalty as a concept. They were perfect servants. Thus, there was no need to dwell on this issue. However, after hearing the system's explanation, Yifeng gained a modicum of understanding. Followers could be regarded as no different from individual humans. They possessed their own thoughts, preferences, and emotions, merely stamped with a mental imprint, loyalty to their master. With this in mind, Yifeng felt more reassured about Nami accompanying him. At the very least, he would not have to worry about her suddenly wanting to return to the Going Merry. Before long, the pair arrived at the intersection of the beach and the small grove. Upon reaching the more sparsely wooded area, they began to gather twigs. Although the island boasted high temperatures, it was not a tropical paradise. At least, in Yifeng's line of sight, there were no distinct tropical features such as palm trees, coconut trees, or large-leaved ferns. Any trees would suffice. Soon enough, they reconvened, each bearing a collection of twigs and leaves. They piled the twigs together, attempting to form a small campfire. Now, a dilemma arose. Without a source of ignition, how could they light the fire? Nami patted her chest, exclaiming, "Watch this. If I can electrify fish, I can electrify wood too." Yifeng nodded, casting a look of approval towards her. No need for flattery. Just get the fire going for the berries. Even without berries, the fire must be lit. Yifeng extended his hand. Mimicking a playful gesture, Nami rolled her eyes. Much like her previous electric fishing maneuver, she utilized the weather stick to generate hot and cold air, creating static electricity, albeit on a much smaller scale than before. Concerned it might not ignite easily, Yifeng laid some dry leaves atop the pile of twigs, enhancing the chances of ignition. Shortly after, a small cloud formed above the twig heap. Nami called out, "Thunderbolt!" A bolt of lightning shot from the cloud, striking the twigs with such intensity that Yifeng could hardly discern their condition. Moments later, the cloud dissipated, revealing the heap of twigs reduced to charcoal. With flickering flames dancing amidst the ashes, it seemed a tad excessive, but fortunately, Yifeng had not used all the twigs. He hastily leaned the remaining twigs toward the flames, coaxing them to catch fire. A small campfire began to take shape. Yifeng and Nami settled beside it, both warming themselves by the fire. "If only we had some rum right now," Nami sighed, stretching her arms and yawning. Sitting by the fire, Yifeng opened his inventory and retrieved 2 fish. Using a broken shell, he sliced open the fish's belly to remove the innards. Without the innards, fish would be unpalatable if fish were scarce. The innards could suffice to fill one's belly. However, given Yifeng's recent catch of dozens of fish, he certainly had no shortage. Therefore, the innards were simply refused. After preparing the fish, he skewered them with straight twigs and handed them to Nami. "Here, you're in charge of grilling the fish." Having spoken, he retrieved the bag of fine salt from his inventory. Initially intending to hand it to Nami, he reconsidered and placed the salt upon a nearby stone instead. Should Nami misjudge the amount, resulting in an excessively salty dish, it would pose a problem. Once the fish was grilled to perfection, each could then add salt according to personal taste. Nami scrunched her nose and huffed. "I knew you wouldn't part with any belly. Never mind. What else could I expect from you? Yifeng?" Yifeng chose to ignore her, bringing up the trading hall from the survival panel. It was time to commence selling fish. Chapter 7. Acquiring shipbuilding materials. As he opened the trading hall, he reflected on the shipbuilding blueprint he had come across earlier. The blueprint required lumber 700, tar 2, iron sheets 2, and coarse cloth 1. Currently, Yifeng had lumber 603, iron sheets 2, and coarse cloth 1 in his inventory. What extraordinary luck! The items specified in the blueprint, the iron sheets and coarse cloth, were precisely sufficient. Now he needed only 97 more pieces of lumber and 2 units of tar. From the moment he received the system, Yifeng felt destined for greatness. Think that even while electrocuting fish, fortune smiled upon him, with most of the necessary materials for shipbuilding nearly at hand. Could it be that he possessed some hidden attribute beyond the system? Perhaps a miraculous luck attribute? Feeling rather pleased, Yifeng surveyed the trading hall to see what treasures others had managed to acquire thus far. Lumber 1. Seeking a bottle of drinking water, Yifeng shook his head. Whether from opening chests or fishing, others seemed to obtain 3 pieces of lumber at a time. Yet he wished to trade a single piece for a bottle of water? Did he take others for fools? Beginner's crude stone axe, seeking food or water. Shells 3, seeking food. Upon glancing through the listings, it was evident that many were trading materials for food or water. This was hardly surprising. Judging from his own experience electrocuting fish, the yield of food and water appeared quite low. Li Feng recalled that the drop rate for lumber was relatively high, while the drop rate for fish was merely average. Thus, even when people did catch fish, they were more likely to acquire materials. Certainly, the trading hall was filled not only with those who overvalued their items, but also with individuals attempting to swindle others. Beautiful ladies seeking food or water, without even a photo attached. What if it turned out to be a middle-aged man? While this was somewhat acceptable, as there was at least something to barter with, others were purely delusional. A pair of torn leather shoes, seeking food or water. The description continued. I spent a long time fishing to gather this pair, not afraid of athlete's foot in trade. Was this not the very product of fishing failure? Had the tribulations of the survival world driven everyone mad? Nevertheless, Li Feng found no evidence of moral coercion in either the regional channel or the trading hall. This indicated that the shock of the survival world was indeed profound, causing people to forget their moral compasses. Amidst the myriad of joking solicitations, there remained a few earnest requests for trade. For instance, Lumber 12, seeking a bottle of drinking water. Li Feng noted that the legitimate market rate for lumber seemed to be roughly 12 pieces in exchange for a single piece of food. This was a sign of those genuinely striving to catch food, aware of how difficult it could be. Finding this arrangement suitable, Li Feng traded 12 pieces of lumber for one piece of food. By simply placing a fish on the table, the transaction could be completed without further conversation. In total, Li Feng exchanged 9 fish for 108 pieces of lumber, bringing his total to 711 pieces, more than enough to craft a vessel. With the lumber adequately stocked, he decided to pause for now, intending to reassess when he had surplus fish. At this moment, while bartering items, lumber was not necessarily the cheapest option, considering its drop rate. Among the materials required for shipbuilding, only tar remained. Li Feng flipped through several pages but found no listings for tar in the trading hall. Just as he began to feel disheartened in his search, across the ocean, another survivor found himself equally at a loss. Yang Hongming, who had been a corporate worker prior to his traversal, was different from Li Feng. While Li Feng had been coerced into overtime by ruthless capitalists, Yang Hongming was a self-proclaimed overachiever. Upon entering the survival world, he quickly adapted to the role of a survivor, determined to continue his relentless pursuit. His first instinct was to notice the fishing rod beside him and make the correct decision to fish. However, to his dismay, despite his enthusiasm, the surrounding environment was not in his favor. The waters encircling his island were peculiar, with a dark, viscous substance floating upon the surface, reminiscent of an oil spill from a ferry. Accustomed to persevering in adversity, he paid no mind and continued fishing. He diligently cast his line, yet consistently failed to catch anything of value. After 6 attempts, he had only managed to reel in 2 catches. The first yielded tar 1, and the second, a wooden treasure chest, initially filled him with elation. However, his joy quickly dissipated when he opened the chest to find it contained tar 3. While he understood that tar was a material, he remained perplexed about its function in the survival world. Others might know its purpose, but he certainly did not. Resolutely, he listed his tar 4 in the trading hall. As time ticked away, no one showed interest, mirroring the results of those who sought food with their athletes' foot socks and shoes. After 2 hours in the survival world, he had nothing but tar to show for his efforts. With each passing moment, his thirst increased, leaving him unsure of how much longer he could endure without food or water. Meanwhile, on Li Feng's island, he continued to browse through the trading hall, but found no listings. The survival world had only recently opened, and slightly more advanced materials were indeed scarce. Li Feng felt fortunate that his electrocuted fish had yielded iron sheets. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. Suddenly, a tantalizing aroma wafted into Li Feng's nostrils. How delightful! It must be the fish grilling to perfection. Nami's culinary skills were commendable, as the fish glistened golden brown, sizzling with oil and beckoning with appetizing allure. With a boastful gesture, Nami pointed to the skewered fish in her hand. What do you think? Not bad, right? This fellow had such talent for grilling fish. One would think she was searching for Sanji. Yet Li Feng understood. Having lived alone for so long before encountering Luffy, Nami had undoubtedly acquired some essential life skills. He handed the bag of salt to Nami, saying, "Here, salt. Sprinkle it on whichever you choose." The two indulged in the fish, savoring each bite. Li Feng sprinkled salt on his fish, surprisingly discovering it to be extraordinarily delicious. Indeed, it was excellent quality, Even the simplest cooking sufficed. Before his traversal, Li Feng had not lived by the sea, and the fish he had consumed were always stale. The freshly electrocuted fish was undoubtedly far fresher than those languishing on ice in a supermarket, naturally making it far more delectable. Li Feng retrieved 2 more fish from his inventory and prepared them in the same manner. Skewering them and handing them to Nami as they enjoyed their fish, they continued to browse the trading hall. I refuse to believe that out of billions of people, no one has managed to acquire tar. Li Feng muttered to himself. Just as he concluded his thought and turned to the next page, he was greeted by a listing. Tar 4, seeking food or water 2, below. Another survivor's response dripped with sarcasm. What a ridiculous request. What kind of nonsense is this, hoping to trade for 2 portions of food or water? Upon reading this reply, Li Feng felt a surge of elation. The survival world had only been active for a little over 2 hours, and people were still oblivious to the value of these slightly more advanced materials. Li Feng recognized that at the very least, high-quality ships required tar. The fact that he had flipped through several pages without encountering such materials attested to their low drop rate. Scarcity made items valuable. They could not be compared to lumber. In Li Feng's eyes, this material was not only rare but also priced extraordinarily low. He felt pleased by this circumstance, as others remained unaware of its worth, allowing him to acquire it at such a bargain. Yet, one question lingered in Li Feng's mind. If no one else could procure it, how did this seller possess 4 units? Did he possess some unique trait? Li Feng promptly retrieved 2 fish and purchased the 4 units of tar. He then left a message for the seller, Yang Hongming, inquiring if he had more available at the same price. When encountering a bargain, one must certainly seize the opportunity. Chapter 8. Crafting a small sailboat with a wooden cabin. At that very moment, Yang Hongming was experiencing a stroke of luck. As he reeled in his line, his previous elation swiftly faded. Attached to the hook was a small jar. Indeed, it was tar 1. This marked his 8th cast, and once again, it was tar. With this addition, he had accumulated a total of 5 jars of tar. This material was neither edible nor wearable, and he found it impossible to sell. Was this fate's cruel joke? Yang Hongming felt aggrieved. He had put in so much effort. Just then, a notification appeared on his trading hall button. Your tar 4 has been sold. Earning you 2 mackerel fry. I can't believe it. It actually sold. He was so thrilled that he nearly jumped into the sea. After so long without any interest and enduring ridicule from others, he had lost hope. When he pulled up the line and saw yet another jar of tar, he had already resolved to lower its price. If all else fails, 5 units of tar can be exchanged for 2 items of food or water. If they still do not sell, then the price can be lowered further. Fortunately, the price had not yet been reduced, and the items were sold immediately. He opened his transaction record and was delighted to find 2 mackerel fry. Beside the transaction, he noticed a message from a buyer, Yi Feng. I bought the items. Are there any more? I will buy at the same price. Upon seeing this message, he was both astonished and elated. Bursting into cheers. Have I encountered a big shot? I knew that hard work wouldn't go unrewarded. He quickly replied, Hello, Yi Feng. I currently only have 1 unit of tar left, but I believe I can continue to produce more. Once I gather 4 units, I will contact you. After leaving the message, he eagerly took out the 2 mackerel fry he had just acquired. Although they were called fry, they were not small at all. For someone who had struggled to find food, seeing fish, a source of protein, was a tremendous joy. With a happy heart, he ran off to gather wood for a fire. Meanwhile, at Yi Feng's location, he was not surprised by the other party's reply. Let the other party take their time. He already had enough tar. Any future tar would be dealt with later. For Yi Feng, it was a matter of striking while the iron was hot. At that moment, the 2 fish that Nami was roasting for the 2nd time began to emit a delightful aroma. Thank you for your hard work, Nami. Let's eat, Yi Feng said. Although the fish were small, they were full of protein. After consuming 1 fish, Yi Feng felt about 70% full. Eating another would suffice. Once they finished the fish, Yi Feng handed Nami a bottle of water from his storage compartment. Here, rest for a bit. I'll play with something interesting. Nami graciously accepted, unscrewing the cap and drinking directly from the bottle. As Yi Feng had put a bit too much salt on the fish. He felt a little thirsty as well and took out another bottle of drinking water. With that, his drinking water supply dwindled to just 1 bottle. It didn't matter, as Nami could produce water. After quenching his thirst, Yi Feng took out the blueprint for a small sailing boat with a wooden cabin. Focusing on the blueprint, several lines of text appeared, explaining its details. After use, you will permanently learn how to craft this item, and the blueprint will disappear. Yifeng understood. This item was a one-time use, but once learned, it would be retained for life. As long as the necessary materials are available, it can be crafted directly, without any tools required. After reading this, Yifeng contemplated using the blueprint.it, then transformed into a stream of golden energy, merging into Yifeng. Upon opening the crafting panel, he discovered a new item available for crafting. Small sailing boat with a wooden cabin. Required materials: wood 700, tar 2, iron sheets 2, coarse cloth 1. Yifeng gathered the corresponding wood, tar, iron sheets, and coarse cloth based on the required materials. He spread everything out on the beach. The pile of wood was quite tall, taking up a significant amount of space. Nami, who was drinking water nearby, noticed the scattered materials and approached in wonder. Yifeng, what are you planning to do? Building a boat, Yifeng replied. Nami looked at the materials on the beach, frowning. We don't have a shipwright. Can we manage this on our own? I can help. But it will cost berries. Yifeng replied confidently. Just watch. The moment to witness a miracle had arrived. Crafting. Yifeng clicked the button on the crafting panel. In an instant, a cloud of white smoke enveloped all the materials on the beach, reminiscent of the white smoke that appeared when summoning Nami. The smoke billowed and morphed in shape, and then, as it dissipated, a small boat emerged on the beach. It was a wooden vessel with a curved bottom. Larger than an average car, approximately 6 or 7 meters long and more than 3 meters wide, but not quite 4. On the deck stood a small wooden cabin with a round window on its side. An L-shaped mast rose from the boat, piercing through the cabin. This was a simple single-masted sailing boat. With a system like this, survival in this world had only begun for 2 or 3 hours. While others still struggled for basic sustenance, Yifeng had already acquired such a seemingly substantial small sailing boat. As Nami witnessed the crafting process, she initially expressed astonishment. Then, realization dawned upon her. Perhaps it was a rule of this world that crafting boats did not require a shipwright. Subsequently, both Yifeng and Nami excitedly climbed aboard, familiarizing themselves with the operation of the triangular sail. Yifeng felt it should not be too difficult. He wished for a true sailor, recalling Jinbei. However, acquiring a follower of the warlord level right at the start would be quite a challenge. Not wanting to dwell on such thoughts, he was content with having a boat. The two entered the wooden cabin on the deck. The cabin was sunken, occupying part of the ship's space. Although the boat appeared small, the interior measured about 3 by 4 meters. Inside, there were several hammocks. Nami joyfully twirled around, clearly enamored with the space. Let's sleep here tonight, Yifeng agreed. It was certainly better than sleeping on the beach or in the woods. As for Nami, she could revert back into a card and be stored in the compartment. But seeing her so endearing, he decided to let her stay on the boat for the night. The two returned to the beach. Yifeng directed his gaze at the small boat, and a panel appeared before him. Small sailing boat with a wooden cabin. Star rating: 1 star. Can set sail. Maximum resistance to light wave conditions. Health: 100. Defense: 10. Attack: 0. Speed: 2. The boat even had health points and defense, as well as speed. This speed likely did not refer to a specific measurement, but rather a level-like attribute. Yifeng could not yet gauge the significance of these statistics. However, the fact that it could set sail was certainly advantageous. Yifeng knew that in this survival world, the sea level would rise after 3 days. Designed to eliminate participants, it was hard to predict how many would be eliminated, but there would surely be a cacophony of despair when that time came. Having a boat at least ensured that he would not be among them. After contemplating, Yifeng placed his hand on the hull, attempting to retract the boat into his storage compartment. Though larger, it was still an item and theoretically should be retrievable. As he thought this, the boat instantly vanished before him. Checking his storage compartment, there indeed was an icon for the boat. This made it exceedingly simple to transport the boat to the seaside. Afterward, Yifeng repeatedly tested the retrieval process, confirming that it worked flawlessly. No matter how large the boat, it could be summoned and dismissed with ease. Nami watched curiously as the little boat appeared and disappeared repeatedly, finding it rather amusing. After securing the boat, Yifeng noticed the empty water bottle at Nami's feet and recalled the issue of water. Now, they were left with just 1 bottle of drinking water. It was essential to be proactive. Yi Feng needed to ascertain Nami's ability to continuously produce water with her weather stick. All right, the magic show is over. Now it's your turn to demonstrate, Yi Feng said, approaching Nami and picking up the empty mineral water bottle. Chapter 9. Am I the only one from Earth? Yi Feng mused aloud. This remark caught Nami's attention, and feeling slightly insulted, she retorted, You don't believe me? Do you want it to rain? Or is a little water sufficient? Yi Feng only remembered that Nami had once produced something akin to a fountain in the manga. He hadn't anticipated she could even make it rain. Let us fill this empty bottle first. Nami merely broke the weather stick into 3 segments, extracting the middle piece. Then, through the interaction of hot and cold air combined with the moisture in the air, a stream of water gushed from a hole on the side of the weather stick, resembling a miniature fountain. Yi Feng quickly positioned the bottle beneath the flowing water, soon filling it to the brim. And the water continued to flow. He grabbed another empty bottle and filled it as well. Once Nami saw that there were no more empty bottles, she halted her operation. How is that? It's just like juggling, she said. Nami then explained the source of the water. It was actually the moisture present in the AI ard. As long as there was an ocean, there would always be moisture in the atmosphere. The humidity here was several magnitudes higher than that of Alabasta. Producing drinking water was as easy as play at. Yi Feng believed this water was akin to condensed water. He took a sip from one of the filled bottles, finding it refreshingly sweet and more delicious than the water from the boxes. Yi Feng was thoroughly satisfied. Let us sell some of this water for berries, Nami suggested. Yi Feng ignored her. His mind was still occupied with the fish remaining in his inventory. Now that food, water, a boat, and even a place to sleep for the night were resolved, it was time to trade the remaining fish for something else. He glanced at his inventory, noting that he still had over 50 mackerel fry. He would leave a few and sell all 50. It was time for a deeper exploration of the trading hall to acquire some other valuable items. Nami, feel free to explore, just don't wander too far, he instructed. Then, Yi Feng settled onto the warm sand, preparing to browse. He felt significantly more relaxed than when he had been searching for tar. Upon hearing that Yi Feng had granted her freedom, Nami was overjoyed. Great! I'm going for a swim, she cheered. With that, she began to undress right in front of Yi Feng. He stood frozen in place, surprised by the little girl's boldness. Before long, she had removed her Alabasta-style dancer's dress, revealing a stunning bikini underneath. Yi Feng recalled that Nami had always favored bikinis in the manga. Sure enough, she wore one. Nami tossed her long dress to Yi Feng and joyfully raced towards the beach. This was a survival world, yet it felt like a vacation. Yi Feng cradled the long dress, still imbued with Nami's warmth, his gaze lingering upon its fabric. To his surprise, a panel materialized before him. Nami's dance dress, rendered useless far from Alabasta. With a sigh of resignation, Yi Feng realized that holding on to a mere dress was rather absurd, promptly stowing it away in his storage compartment. Now, he could roam the trading hall with peace of mind. It had been less than an hour since his first visit to the trading hall, and the items on display showed no significant improvement. This time, he scrutinized each listing carefully, turning the pages slowly. There were indeed some treasures to be found. He collected every offer that required 12 pieces of wood in exchange for a single food item. Initially, it was manageable, but after securing 3 sets, he found himself at a loss for more. The prices for other items were somewhat inflated. Yi Feng flipped through 7 or 8 pages without encountering any noteworthy entries. Clearly, those who could exchange 12 pieces of wood for food within these 3 hours were not to be underestimated. They likely possessed logging equipment. Mere fishing would require considerable luck. At that moment, Yi Feng stumbled upon a function that allowed him to list his items for sale, awaiting bids. The concept of waiting for bids was straightforward. He simply needed to list the items and indicate in the purchase section that he was awaiting offers. The transaction would only proceed if he accepted the bidder's price. He appreciated this feature greatly. If he were to list a batch of mackerel fry at a rate of 12 pieces of wood, those with only stones or iron scraps would be unable to purchase them. However, using the waiting for bids function could potentially yield a variety of materials, including some he had never even heard of. Without hesitation, he set all 47 mackerel fry to await bids, leaving himself with just 9 to keep for personal consumption. Yi Feng discovered that food items in the storage compartment remained unchanged over time. An hour later, they were just as they had been when first placed inside. The storage compartment possessed a time-stopping feature. The survival world had its merits after all. Having completed all these tasks, Yifeng released a sigh of relief. He could let the items sit for a while and sift through them later. With nothing pressing to attend to, he wandered about the hall, feeling an unexpected lightness. Suddenly, something caught his eye. An item listing that piqued his curiosity. 1 berry, seeking food or water. 1 berry. What could that possibly mean? At that moment, Yifeng recalled a scene from when he first arrived in the survival world, when he was roused by something sharp poking him. Upon awakening, he had vaguely seen a seagull with a bag on its back. At the time, he thought his eyes were deceiving him. Now, he found himself in the trading hall, witnessing someone seeking food with berries. Thus, that seagull must have been a messenger. Berries, messenger, seagull. These were all elements from the One Piece universe. Was this truly the world of One Piece? Yet, everything about the game design seemed unlike One Piece. Was it merely a survival world infused with elements from One Piece? Yifeng's curiosity deepened as he decided to leave a message for the individual seeking food and water for 1 berry. What purpose does this serve? To his surprise, within mere seconds, the person responded, "It should be money. Quite rare. I wouldn't have posted if I hadn't been desperate for food." Yifeng continued to inquire. "Don't you find the name of this currency rather familiar?" "Familiar? No. It's the first time I've heard of it." Yifeng chose not to reply further. This individual likely had never watched One Piece. Thus, he opened the regional channel to observe the ongoing discussions. Since arriving in the survival world, Yifeng had yet to leave a message in the regional channel. He was quite the lurking observer. After browsing for a while, he found no one mentioning One Piece or berries. So, he decided to speak up himself. "Everyone, do you know what berries are?" To his delight, someone replied, "I caught one while fishing. It was labeled as the unique currency of this world. I've seen it too." It must be currency. Soon, others joined in the conversation, fervently discussing the uses of this unique currency. Yet, none mentioned One Piece. One Piece should be a fairly popular anime, yet not a single person brought it up. Yifeng was puzzled. He continued to examine the chat in the regional channel and uncovered a startling fact. When people spoke of wanting to go home, they referred to Blue Star. And Blue Star had no One Piece. Only Yifeng hailed from Earth. What? He was the only one who had crossed over from Earth, while the billions of others had transitioned from Blue Star? Now Yifeng finally understood why he was considered the chosen one. Because Blue Star lacked One Piece. Though this revelation was shocking, it hardly provided him with a significant advantage. After all, this world was not One Piece, but merely a survival world with elements from it. Many of the game mechanics likely diverged greatly from One Piece. Nevertheless, this information had another implication for Yifeng. He need not seek out familiar faces in this survival world. He did not know anyone from Blue Star. Now, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief as some mental burdens lifted. Closing the regional channel, he exhaled deeply. At that moment, Nami bounded over from the direction of the jungle. Her movements lively. "Nami, weren't you supposed to be swimming in the sea? Why did you come from that direction?" Yifeng inquired. "I suddenly craved some fruit, so I thought I would seek out a tree. To my surprise, I encountered a gigantic crab. It was quite formidable. I zapped it with lightning, and it didn't even perish." Yifeng understood that when she said she zapped it and it didn't die, it implied that she couldn't defeat it swiftly. Nami's decision to avoid a one-on-one confrontation was indeed wise. This must be the gigantic crab mentioned in the messages on the regional channel. Chapter 10. Level up to level 2. As someone who frequently browsed the regional channel, Yifeng was hardly surprised by the presence of giant crabs in the forest. Where there are monsters, there is experience to be gained. Where there are monsters, there are drops. Yifeng was willing to undertake any task that could grant him experience. After all, experience was linked to system coins, and system coins were tied to everything he desired. Gaining experience meant leveling up, and each level up would grant him a pirate follower. "Nami, didn't you say that after zapping that giant crab, it suffered considerable damage?" Yifeng sought to clarify the crab's durability. Nami replied, "That crab was incredibly resilient. I zapped it for about a second, and it lost more than half its health. It seems that in this world, enemies display health bars. Yifeng deduced that if the crab lost more than half its health after 1 second of being zapped, then 2 seconds would surely lead to its demise. However, 2 seconds felt like a long time, during which the giant crab would certainly close the distance to Nami, initiating close combat. At this stage, the crab indeed posed a challenge. As a ranged mage, Nami faced certain thresholds when dealing with close combat foes like crabs. Of course, with Yifeng's assistance, they might just manage. Yi Feng could distract the crab. Yet he was reluctant to put himself in harm's way. However, with the addition of another person, they would be in a much better position. Therefore, acquiring another pirate follower became a crucial objective at this stage. With two individuals available, they would have a much greater chance of buying time for Nami to take down the giant crab. Yi Feng possessed the system, so it was merely a matter of leveling up once to fulfill the requirement. Obtaining a second pirate character should be quite straightforward. Furthermore, upon leveling up, all his stats, including Nami's lightning attack power, would see a boost. For Yi Feng, reaching level 2 was an effortless task. He simply needed to zap another fish. Thus, the plan was to continue fishing. He comfortingly patted Nami on the head. "Do not worry, little one. As we grow stronger, the crab will pose no threat," he continued. "Soon we will be able to level up." Yi Feng glanced at the sun, which was beginning to shift westward. There was still time. They would certainly accomplish their goal before sunset. Hearing that they could become stronger motivated Nami, Yi Feng took her hand, leading her toward the large rock where they had previously fished. "Nami, aren't you going to wear your long dress?" Yi Feng asked. Nami shook her head, saying it would be troublesome since she would be going into the water again anyway. She could simply use the dress to scoop up the fish later. Before long, they stood atop the large rock once more. Observing the sea, Yi Feng noted that the surface remained tranquil. He could still see fish swimming beneath the water. The quantity of fish seemed unaffected by their previous fishing endeavor. They could give it another try here. It wouldn't take long. If the yield was poor, they could always change locations. Nami was not idle. She repeated the process of summoning lightning. Soon, dense bolts of electricity surged down toward the sea from the small cloud overhead. The scale of this operation was similar to the last. Nami was indeed reliable. This time, Yi Feng earned 345 experience and simultaneously acquired 345 system coins. His total system coins rose to 639. After this round of fishing, a notification appeared in Yi Feng's mind. "Attention, survivor has reached level 2. Attention, Yi Feng's follower has also reached level 2. They had leveled up. After finishing the fishing, Yi Feng did not rush to collect his rewards. Instead, he examined his personal information. Yi Feng promptly opened his personal information panel. Name, Yi Feng, level 2, 9.25, health, 15, defense, 0, attack, 2, unarmed, speed, 8, followers, 1 indeed. All attributes have seen a significant enhancement, with health soaring from the previous 10 points to an impressive 15. Attack power has increased by 1, and speed has risen by 3. Although defense remains unchanged, it is already quite formidable. The absence of additional free points has left Yi Feng with a slight disappointment. Nevertheless, it is clear that Yi Feng has experienced substantial growth. It is astonishing that merely leveling up once could yield such considerable enhancements. Alongside the alterations in data, Yi Feng perceives his body becoming lighter and more powerful. He hadn't anticipated the exhilarating sensation of leveling up in reality. Yi Feng's gaze then shifted to Nami, revealing her upgraded status panel. Nami, Alabasta, level 2, 9.25, health, 20, defense, 1, attack, 4, speed, 8, skills, navigation, weather forecasting, weather stick manipulation, equipment, basic weather stick. Nami's strength has also manifested in her health, attack power, and speed. Yi Feng's primary concern, the attack power of lightning, is not displayed on Nami's panel. He then focused on the weather stick in Nami's possession, which revealed its attributes. Basic weather stick, followers unique equipment, star rating 2, attack power 2, defense 1. Possesses special ability to manipulate local weather, limited to Nami. Note: lightning inflicts 1 to 25 damage per second, random. The properties of the weather stick remain unchanged, which is understandable as it is merely equipment. However, the lightning damage associated with Nami's abilities has escalated dramatically from a range of 1 to 12 to 1-25. This transformation is extraordinarily powerful, more than doubling the previous value. Given this, there is no need for additional assistance. Nami alone should be capable of dispatching the giant land crab with a single lightning strike. Overall, witnessing Nami's growth fills Yi Feng with immense satisfaction. "Well done, little girl. Keep up the good work," Yi Feng encouraged. Nami was left speechless. Now, Yi Feng felt completely confident in using the giant crab as a source of experience points. Subsequently, the two descended from the boulder and began gathering floating resources on the water surface. Yi Feng retrieved Nami's skirt from his inventory and handed it to her, allowing her to have a cloth pouch like before. After some busy moments, they arrived at the beach, soaking wet, and laid out their collected resources for assessment. With 630, wooden chest 4, mackerel fry 115. Upon completing the count, Yifeng was elated. Their haul surpassed the previous one. Initially, he thought that fishing in the same spot would lead to a significant decline in yield, but it appeared that such a mechanism did not exist. After collecting the wood and mackerel fry, they prepared to open the chests, which was Yifeng's favorite part. Although this time it was still wooden chests. They had one more than before. Yifeng opened the first wooden chest. Congratulations, you have obtained 500 milliliters bottle of drinking water. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 unripe apple. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 unripe apple. At this point, Yifeng was less than thrilled to receive drinking water. Nami's fountain skill had rendered drinking water's value quite low. Moving on to the next wooden chest, Yifeng continued to open it. Congratulations, you have obtained iron piece 1. Congratulations, you have obtained iron piece 1. Congratulations, you have obtained stone 3. All crafting materials. He pressed on in the third chest. There was nothing but 3 unripe apples. However, Yifeng still had an affinity for apples. Just moments ago, Nami had encountered the giant land crab while searching for fruit in the woods. It seemed that thoughts could indeed manifest into reality. At least with these few apples, he need not worry about vitamin deficiency leading to scurvy for the time being. Now, for the final chest. Congratulations, you have obtained stone 3. Congratulations, you have obtained stone 3. Congratulations, you have obtained devil fruit 1. More stones, how mundane. Wait a moment. The last item that emerged from the final chest was radiating a red glow. What? A devil fruit? Yifeng's mind momentarily froze. Chapter 11. This world actually has devil fruits. This world indeed possesses devil fruits. If such is the case, Yifeng must re-evaluate the disparity between himself and others. This devil fruit was not produced by his system, but rather fished out from the water. If one can catch it through fishing, then others can certainly reel it in as well. This survival competition is about to become far more intense. At this moment, a sense of urgency surged within Yifeng to strengthen himself. He placed the 6 stones into his inventory, leaving the devil fruit outside. Holding the devil fruit in his hand, it felt heavy and exuded an alluring charm. It was charm, not fragrance. An enticing allure that beckoned one to consume. Yifeng shook his head, attempting to rid himself of such temptation. The devil fruit was bicolored. Black on the bottom and white on the top, adorned with the distinctive patterns unique to devil fruits from One Piece. Its appearance resembled that of a large chestnut, roughly the size of an ordinary apple. Yifeng's gaze settled upon the devil fruit, revealing a description panel. Pin fruit. Unique flavor, edible, possesses special effects. Caution. Consuming it will incur the curse of the sea. This description was rather vague, offering little clarity. What does it mean to incur the curse of the sea? Is it merely a fear of seawater, forever preventing one from swimming? Aside from identifying it as the pin fruit, no further information was provided. However, upon reflection, if the devil fruit bore such an ambiguous description, it could serve as an advantage for Yifeng. Others, who have arrived from Blue Star, would be ignorant of the fruit's true nature. Any ordinary person encountering the phrase curse of the sea would likely hesitate to consume it. After all, in a world dominated by the ocean, who knows the dire consequences that could arise from such a curse? Only someone with a gambler's mindset would dare to take a bite. Yifeng, being from Earth, understood that the so-called curse merely implied a transformation into a landlubber. At this moment, Yifeng felt that his identity as an Earthling provided him with a significant informational advantage. Pin fruit, Yifeng muttered, pondering the fruit's name. Just then, a female voice questioned curiously, Yifeng, is that a devil fruit? This is my first time seeing a real one. Yifeng nodded. Nami, are you interested? Nami flashed a mischievous smile and replied, of course I'm interested. Any devil fruit can sell for several 100 million berries. Yifeng was speechless. It turned out that Nami's interest lay in the value of the devil fruit. Speaking of which, this pin fruit is quite an extraordinary one. In the original One Piece series, it belonged to Kinemon from Wano country, capable of bringing to life anything he painted. It is akin to a magical paintbrush fruit. The entities or objects he draws would possess their inherent abilities and functions. Even food drawn in this manner could be consumed. creatures or characters depicted would potentially possess their own consciousness. However, this fruit does have its flaws. The strength of the items conjured is not guaranteed. It depends on the realism of the illustration. The more lifelike the drawing, the closer it aligns with the original capabilities. And thus the stronger it becomes. If the drawing is not realistic, the produced items will be weaker and more susceptible to rain, leading to disintegration. Overall, this fruit is incredibly powerful. If drawn accurately, it could approach a conceptual level of capability. Therefore, the person who consumes this fruit matters immensely. If Usopp were to eat it, he might only utilize a fraction of its power. But if Kinemon were to consume it, he would be an unstoppable force. Of course, if Luffy were to eat it, the fruit would be rendered useless. At this juncture, Nami interrupted Yi Feng's train of thought. Why, Yi Feng? Give me that devil fruit. I have a use for it. Yi Feng understood her intentions and teased, not a chance. Are you planning to trade it for a big ship to seek Captain John's treasure? He quickly stored the devil fruit in his inventory. No way. Nami was momentarily bewildered by this statement. What? Captain John's treasure? As a reader of One Piece, Yi Feng was aware of the joke involving the characters Shanks and Buggy, but Nami, as a character in the story, was not privy to such references. Nevertheless, Nami was indeed quite interested in the treasure of Captain John. Where is that treasure? Once we have a ship, let's set sail to find it. Yi Feng chose to ignore her. With such a powerful devil fruit in hand, he was contemplating how to maximize its potential. Both Yi Feng and Nami were not devil fruit users, meaning theoretically, either could consume it. However, Yi Feng had never excelled in art class. His teacher once remarked that he had established a new genre known as absurd abstract. That was undoubtedly an insult. With Yi Feng's artistic skills, it would be a waste to consume this devil fruit. If he were to eat it and subsequently lose the ability to swim, it would only lead to self-inflicted misery. As for giving it to Nami, Yi Feng could not recall any instances in One Piece where Nami demonstrated artistic talent. He did remember that Usopp had some drawing skills. If the devil fruit were given to Nami, not only would its full potential likely go unrealized, but there was also a significant chance she would keep it hidden away. Yi Feng shook his head, deciding to set the devil fruit aside for the time being. He had contemplated whether to sell it, but quickly dismissed the notion. To sell it to anyone would be tantamount to creating a formidable enemy for himself. Moreover, the survival world had only been open for 4 to 5 hours, and no one could afford such an item. Nami gazed eagerly at Yi Feng as he stored the devil fruit away. Pouting, she asked, Yi Feng, shall we go for another round? Yi Feng glanced at the clock in the system. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. The sun was sinking low in the west, and the temperature had begun to drop. Each time they fished for electricity, they had to venture into the sea to gather the resources. Going back into the water now would make them susceptible to catching a cold. At this moment, Yi Feng was more curious about how powerful Nami had become after her upgrade. This would undoubtedly bolster their confidence when facing the giant land crabs. No, didn't you just level up? Let us give it a try. The two of them arrived at the spot where they had previously made a fire to cook fish. The fire pit they had used was now extinguished due to lack of maintenance. Nami's lightning ability had doubled in attack power. Testing it on a fire pit seemed like overkill. However, beside the extinguished fire pit stood a large tree, far too thick for a single person to wrap their arms around. Yi Feng decided to use this tree as the subject of their experiment. Nami, use your lightning to zap this tree and see what happens. Nami had little concept of her own upgraded abilities. Yet she was acutely aware of her previous strength. If it were at her prior level, her lightning could ignite most of the tree's branches, charring them thoroughly. After all, once electrocuted, the tree would likely be left with little chance of survival. If I zap it, this tree won't stand a chance, Nami remarked. Yi Feng, however, was unconcerned about the tree's fate. In the survival world, trees were merely a source of lumber. He gestured to Nami, encouraging her to proceed. Nami, no longer hesitating, took out her weather staff and began summoning lightning. Soon, dark clouds enveloped the treetops, towering higher than the tree itself. Yet, the clouds were larger and denser than before. Standing beside the tree, Yi Feng felt a flicker of fear, instinctively stepping back a few paces. As Nami unleashed her thunderous attack, she shouted out loud. Instantly, lightning erupted from beneath the clouds. Its brightness and density were significantly greater. With each bolt taking on a more robust form, Yi Feng was relieved that he had retreated. Had he been closer, even he, who had just leveled up twice, might not have survived. dying in a scientific experiment was not Yifeng's intention. In less than a second, the treetop and the entire trunk were enveloped by a blinding light. Nami had intended to maintain the lightning for a longer duration, but within 2 to 3 seconds, she could barely see the trunk anymore. Soon after, flames ignited above the clouds, causing the tree to topple over. Nami hastily retracted her attack. As the clouds dispersed, the lightning vanished instantly. When Yifeng looked at the tree again, aside from the fallen trunk, only a small charred stump remained. What immense power! Both Yifeng and Nami exclaimed in unison. Chapter 12. May I acquire your follower? Yifeng mused. With such power, annihilating the giant crabs should pose no challenge. Before entering the survival world, Yifeng had played several RPG games, where characters with electric abilities dealt damage in a range similar to Nami's, 1 to 25, a random number. If it landed on the minimum, the damage would be just 1. However, lightning had a unique characteristic. It could chain between targets. Thus, even the lowest damage could easily be compensated by higher numbers, as evidenced by the tree. The power was indeed formidable, and both Yifeng and Nami were thoroughly impressed. Nevertheless, Yifeng insisted on finding a second follower before confronting the crabs. He prioritized absolute safety, unwilling to risk injury to himself or Nami. Sustaining harm for a few experience points and system coins, especially in these early stages, would be a foolish trade. Off. As the day waned, Yifeng resolved to prepare a place for resting overnight. He led Nami to a beach he deemed relatively safe, positioned far from the thicket and the sea to mitigate potential nighttime dangers. The giant crabs in the woods and the rising tide were the most pressing threats in Yifeng's mind. Once the location was identified, Yifeng and Nami began digging in the sand. Since Yifeng's small, wooden-hulled sailboat had a curved bottom, it could not stand upright on land. They needed to dig a pit for it to rest stably. Lacking tools, Yifeng found 2 relatively sturdy pieces of wood from the thicket and utilized the flatter ends as makeshift shovels. The beach's sand was quite loose, allowing them to quickly excavate the pit they needed. Next, Yifeng retrieved the boat from his inventory, aligning it perfectly with the pit. Once the boat emerged, it settled snugly into the sand. All right, the house is built, Yifeng declared, brushing the sand off his hands. Initially, Nami grumbled about being assigned physical labor, but the prospect of sleeping inside the wooden house lifted her spirits. The two eagerly climbed aboard the vessel. Inside the boat's wooden cabin, Nami stretched languidly and climbed onto a hammock. I'm exhausted. I need to rest, she muttered to herself. Reflecting on it, Yifeng realized that he had indeed done nothing but direct Nami all afternoon. A follower could be recalled when not in use, transforming back into a card to be stored in the inventory. However, Yifeng had no intention of doing so. Having such a lovely companion to converse with at night was delightful. With a follower, the survival world no longer felt isolating. This thought led Yifeng to recall Nami's appearance before her upgrade. If she had still looked that way, solitude would have seemed preferable. A sudden glance at her at night might have been quite alarming. Ordinary followers, once their usefulness had been exhausted, would indeed revert to cards. At this moment, Nami had already fallen asleep in the hammock, despite it being only a little past 5 in the afternoon. Had she really gone to sleep without dinner? Yifeng could understand her exhaustion. With nothing to do, he opened the trading hall. Once more, his previous listing for bids had received some offers. After glancing through them, he found the prices rather unimpressive. Yifeng decided to wait a little longer and check again tomorrow. Time would help him find the best buyer. Not wanting to sift through each offer one by one, he resolved to postpone the matter until the next day, first opting to list the fish he had just caught. Now, Yifeng had over 120 mackerels. He decided to list a round number. Thus, he directly posted 100 mackerels for sale, all set to wait for bids. As for the other resources, he opted not to sell them, as they were few, and he would eventually find a use for them. Yifeng had become a specialized fish seller. After listing the mackerels, he aimlessly browsed through the trading hall, hoping to stumble upon something useful. Newbie rough stone axe, seeking food or water. Newbie rough stone axe blueprint. Seeking food or water. It seemed the most sought-after items were still food or water. Yifeng felt reassured that mackerels would certainly find a market. The stone axe was clearly intended for gathering wood. Yifeng thought that relying solely on fishing and scavenging from the trading hall, he would be well equipped for wood. Thus, the rough stone axe held no significance for him, if only he could find genuinely useful equipment. Yet, after flipping through several pages, he found no one selling swords. knives, hammers, bows, or arrows. There were no blueprints either. Continuing his search, he came across bundles of straw 3, seeking food or water. Straw was categorized as a material, but Yifeng felt the offered quantity was too meager. He pressed on. Complete shells 3, seeking food or water. Shells were also materials, yet they seemed even more basic than wood. Collecting shells required no special skills. And again, the quantity was inadequate. Yifeng continued down the list. A beautifully crafted landscape painting 1, seeking food or water. This entry was accompanied by a thumbnail of the landscape painting, followed by a slew of comments from various users. Selling paintings in the survival world? Have they lost their minds? What a waste of effort, just grab a lighter. Seriously, even on the brink of starvation, they pursue art. What a leisurely pursuit. Excuse me, where do you procure the paint and brushes? At this point, Yifeng felt compelled to join in the banter. While it was understandable to sell old, smelly socks or worn-out shoes, selling paintings was quite puzzling. Wait a minute, Yifeng thought, in the survival world. He had brought no personal belongings, only clothing. He hadn't even brought the mouse he had held onto before crossing over. So where did the seller acquire their brushes and paint? Yifeng could only surmise one explanation: the personal belongings of followers. As a follower, Nami could carry her weather staff, which meant ordinary followers might also have items in tow. Intrigued by this notion, Yifeng clicked on the thumbnail of the landscape painting. It depicted an island scene, with shimmering waves, warm sunlight, and golden beaches, absolutely beautiful. The brushwork was meticulous, and the image was lifelike. This was the work of a true artist. If this were a follower, its value would be immense, perfectly complementing the pin fruit. Yifeng had already reached level 2 and could now upgrade a second ordinary follower into a pirate character. Just as he had pondered while Nami zapped the tree, he no longer hesitated. Yifeng immediately contacted the seller. May I acquire your follower? I can offer a good price. Meanwhile, on the other side of the vast ocean, a solitary survivor grasped his fishing rod, his brow furrowed in despair. Beside him sat a plump follower, one hand resting on a canvas while the other clutched a brush, diligently capturing the scene of the survivor's futile fishing endeavor. Unfortunately, his luck was no better. After hours of fishing, he had managed to catch only 6 pieces of wood. According to market prices, those 6 pieces were insufficient to procure even a morsel of food. At that moment, parched and famished. He felt on the verge of collapse, uncertain how he would endure the night. Regrettably, his follower lacked the skill to fish, preoccupied solely with painting. He pressed his dry lips together, steeling his resolve as he tightened his grip on the fishing rod. Suddenly, a notification appeared in his trading hall. With a weary sigh, he opened the message. Yifeng. May I inquire if you are willing to transfer your follower to me? A good price awaits. He initially believed someone appreciated his artwork and sought to purchase it at a bargain. To his surprise, this individual named Yifeng was directly interested in buying his follower. The concept of binding followers did not exist. Loyalty resided with whoever held the card. Thus, followers could indeed be bought and sold. He had seen others offer followers for sale in the trading hall, typically those of lesser utility, most of which garnered no interest. He thought to himself that although his follower seemed useless now, perhaps she would prove valuable in the future, so he hesitated to exchange her for food or water. However, Yifeng's message sparked a change in his contemplation. Why hold on to this worthless follower? She served no purpose. Who could predict if she might be useful later? Even if she were, he might starve before then. With that thought, he decisively replied, she is available for transfer. On the island where Yifeng resided, he was taken aback by the rapid acceptance of the offer, indicating that the follower held little value for her current owner. Yifeng. Could you please provide the details of the follower? His concern prompted him to seek clarity regarding the type of follower being offered. The response came. Unwilling laborer painter, accompanied by an image of a chubby woman holding a brush. In this survival world, it was surprising to encounter someone of such stature. Yifeng examined the details. Unwilling laborer painter, rank 1 star, level 1, 0.00, health points 8, defense 0, attack 0, unarmed, speed 3. The data revealed no distinctions from other followers. The characteristics of ordinary followers were evident in their names. This was indeed the one. The previous painter had a new owner. Yifeng proposed. 1 mackerel fry. What do you think? The response was swift. Deal. A single mackerel fry exchanged for a follower underscored the follower's apparent lack of worth in the eyes of the seller. Chapter 13. Miss Golden Week. Mary and both parties utilized the trading function in private chat to finalize the exchange, eliminating the need to return to the trading hall. Each party placed their items in the trading box, and only upon mutual confirmation would the items be exchanged. After verifying the details, Yifeng promptly placed the mackerel fry into the box and confirmed the trade. Consequently, his inventory reflected a decrease of 1 mackerel fry and an addition of a follower card. Unwilling Laborer Painter. Yifeng withdrew the card, its front adorned with the image of the chubby woman holding the brush. Why were all followers of such peculiar appearance? Was it to prevent survivors from becoming overly enamored with their companions? Yifeng contemplated the summoning. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, revealing a stout woman clad in an oversized dress before him. She greeted him with a cheerful smile. How to describe her? Perhaps around 5 feet tall, weighing at least 180 pounds, her figure exuded an air of puffiness. She appeared as if inflated, in stark contrast to Yifeng's first ordinary follower, greasy and unappealing. He quickly glanced at the sleeping Nami, attempting to suppress his unease. Was this the woman he had exchanged a fish for? Yifeng frowned. If she were to level up, which pirate character would she become? Based on previous experiences, his navigator had evolved into Nami. Retaining her role, it was likely that her profession would remain unchanged. This prior experience motivated Yifeng's desire to acquire this follower. He sought a painter to complement his existing devil fruit ability, the Pin Fruit. With the assistance of the Pin Fruit, he could create artworks capable of ensnaring enemies, maximizing safety and minimizing harm. Yifeng ruminated on the characters in the manga One Piece. Who among them was a painter? His curiosity piqued as he pondered who the second pirate character would be. He could only think of 2. The owner of the Pin Fruit, Kanjuro, known for his exquisite ukiyo-e, and Miss Golden Week from the Baroque Works, adept in color manipulation. If this ordinary painter follower were to evolve into a pirate character, it would likely be one of them. Who could it be? If a female evolved into a female, it would undoubtedly be Miss Golden Week. Yet, the stout woman he summoned bore a striking resemblance to Kanjuro. What if the evolution was based on physical resemblance? Not that Kanjuro was undesirable. If it were him, Yifeng could save a devil fruit for someone else. However, he still yearned for an aesthetically pleasing companion. A petite figure like Miss Golden Week's would be far more appealing than Kanjuro's. At that moment, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. The system has detected that the host possesses an ordinary follower. Would you like to upgrade to a pirate character? Yifeng quickly selected YES. As the stout woman vanished, he began to chant, Miss Golden Week, Miss Golden Week. Soon, the system notification resonated once more. Ding, upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. Unwilling Laborer Painter has upgraded to Miss Golden Week. Yifeng clenched his fist in celebration. Aesthetics were paramount. He knew that reciting the incantation would yield results. However, he recalled that during his last character upgrade, he had chanted for Robin the Empress and Shirahoshi. Hastily, he checked his inventory. Indeed, there lay a follower card. The card was titled Miss Golden Week. He extracted the card and silently summoned her, as the white smoke dissipated. A petite girl appeared before him, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt adorned with a blue sky and white clouds pattern, along with a short sun hat. It was unmistakably Miss Golden Week in the One Piece manga. She was a member of Baroque Works, partnering with Mr. 3, delivering a heavy blow to the protagonists in Little Garden. Miss Golden Week was not a devil fruit user. She was merely a painter and a master of psychological suggestion. Through her vibrant colors, she could influence others' behavior, regardless of their strength. The more susceptible one was to psychological suggestion, the more profound the effect. She had once manipulated the formidable Yonko, Luffy, with ease in the world of One Piece. She was the only character to wield such a concept-level ability without the weaknesses of a devil fruit. Despite her petite frame, Miss Golden Week exhibited a keen fashion sense, appearing quite trendy. Her large travel bag appeared to carry an assortment of art supplies and picnic items, suggesting she came equipped with provisions. Miss Golden Week did not acknowledge Yifeng. Instead, she surveyed her surroundings, seemingly familiarizing herself with the environment, muttering, "How intriguing." Yifeng interjected, "Miss Golden Week, welcome to my team." Miss Golden Week offered him a frosty demeanor. "Boss, you're not part of Baroque Works, so don't call me by my code name. Use my real name." Real name? Yifeng felt bewildered. After years of watching One Piece, he had never known Miss Golden Week had a name. "Call me Marian," she stated. That name had a certain grandeur to it. Yifeng responded, "Very well, but don't call me boss. Just call me Yifeng." Their exchange stirred Nami from her slumber in the hammock. Groggy, she sat up, her legs draped over the edge. Rubbing her eyes, she asked, "Yifeng, who are you talking to?" As her words fell, she caught sight of Miss Golden Week standing before Yifeng. "Miss Golden Week?" Nami instantly perked up, leaping from the hammock, brandishing her Climattact in a defensive posture. Yifeng rushed to intervene. "Nami, she's one of us, one of us." After listening to Yifeng's explanation, Nami paused, realizing they would now be colleagues. She retracted her Climattact and extended her hand in greeting. Miss Golden Week remained silent, merely giving Nami a gentle handshake. The girl seemed reluctant to engage in conversation, perhaps preferring brevity. Subsequently, Miss Golden Week removed her large backpack, unfurling the blanket she had been carrying and spreading it on the floor before sitting down. Nami leaned closer to Yifeng, whispering, "Yifeng, this girl is quite impressive. With her assistance, fighting crabs will be a breeze." This was the affirmation Yifeng sought. Miss Golden Week's abilities would prove beneficial not only against humans but also against animals. Providing an easy means of hard control over their adversaries, Yifeng retrieved the devil fruit from his inventory, the Pin fruit. "Please bring out Miss Golden Week." It was originally intended to complement the Pin fruit. "Marianne, do you dare to consume a devil fruit?" Marianne, after all, was an agent of the Baroque works, and a senior one at that. She certainly knows what a devil fruit entails. She turned her gaze to the giant chestnut in Leaf's hand. "If I eat this, will I no longer have to deal with the water tasks?" Marianne inquired. Chapter 14. "Whatever you need, just draw it." Leaf was at a loss for words. "Is this an attempt to evade labor?" "Yes, if I consume a devil fruit, I will become a landlubber," Leaf replied. Marianne nodded, stood up, and took the devil fruit from Leaf's hand. "Well then, what is there to be afraid of?" Leaf explained. "This is the Pin fruit, which can manifest anything drawn into reality." Marianne's expression remained unchanged as she simply nodded. Leaf frowned. "This girl is truly dull, always wearing a blank expression. She is quite attractive, yet I find it hard to like her. The difficulty in liking her stems from various reasons, such as her childlike figure and the lack of curves." Leaf remarked, "I say, you are a young person too. You ought to have some vitality." Marianne responded, "You simply cannot see my vitality." Nami, hearing this, burst into laughter. Leaf moved closer to Nami, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "Our Nami is still the cutest." Nami pouted, "If you could give me some berries, I would be even cuter." Leaf was left speechless. Meanwhile, Marianne had already peeled the chestnut shell and taken a bite. "How does it taste?" Leaf asked. "Bitter, with a hint of azure flavor," Marianne replied, the devil fruit still in her mouth. "Azure should be a type of pigment," Leaf speculated. Soon enough, she astonishingly consumed the entire devil fruit. In truth, only a small bite is necessary for the devil fruit to take effect. "You found it unpalatable yet still ate it?" Leaf questioned. "I must complete the task you assigned," Marianne stated. Upon hearing this, Leaf felt considerably reassured. Despite Miss Golden Week's lack of warmth towards Leaf, she still seemed quite reliable. This moment, Leaf eagerly anticipated witnessing the imagined outcome. Miss Golden Week, combined with the Pin fruit, should yield remarkable results. The concept-level ability of color traps, coupled with the quasi-concept level devil fruit, could it not be deemed super-conceptual? Leaf envisioned scenarios of facing enemies in the future. Marianne would not only control the battlefield but also summon and provide support, truly immensely powerful. That moment, Marianne began rummaging through her backpack, retrieving brushes and a palette. She swiftly commenced painting on the floor. Before long, she had created an image of a bed. The picture suddenly detached from the floor, gradually taking on a three-dimensional form, ultimately transforming into a real bed. Then, Marianne painted a large quilt on the floor, which was also materialized. She spread her blanket over the bed and arranged the quilt for herself, completely absorbed in her task. Quite impressive, she first illustrated a sleeping area for herself. Nami, witnessing this, bounced over to Marianne, shaking her arm. "Could you draw me a bed too?" Marianne did not respond to her but directly began drawing again. Subsequently, she illustrated beds and quilts for both Leaf and Nami. Thus, they no longer had to sleep in hammocks, which could become tiresome after a while. "This little girl is rather endearing," Leaf suddenly remembered a concern. Initially, he had intended to search the trading hall for blueprints to craft beds and quilts gradually. Although it wasn't particularly difficult, it would require considerable effort. Unexpectedly, Marianne resolved the issue with just a few strokes. Leaf had previously contemplated utilizing the pin fruit solely for combat, envisioning drawing meat shields to distract enemies. He had not considered its application in survival. The pin fruit is indeed a survival tool. In the future, if he needed anything, he could simply draw it. The notion of crafting items seems utterly unnecessary. Moreover, if food were in short supply, it could also be drawn. It truly turned the idea of drawing food into a reality. With this thought, Leaf exclaimed joyfully, "Marianne, you are amazing." Marianne did not feel particularly remarkable. Possessing the abilities of a devil fruit naturally led her to think of using them when needed. After a brief pause, she reminded Leaf, "The things I draw are vulnerable to seawater. They cannot come into contact with large amounts of it, but a small quantity is fine." Leaf nodded, aware of the characteristics of devil fruits. As they spoke, time continued to pass. The sun began its gradual descent, and the light dimmed. The temperature in the room also dropped. Soon, it became increasingly cold in this survival world. The days were unbearably hot, yet the nights turned so frigid. Leaf arranged for Marianne to draw a stove. Marianne rolled her eyes but diligently began sketching the stove. Leaf retrieved 2 pieces of wood from his inventory, intending to use them as firewood before long. An exquisite firewood stove appeared in the center of the room, with a chimney extending through one of the round windows to the outside. Marianne then drew an iron axe to chop the firewood. "In fact, I could also draw firewood. It would simply disappear once burned," Marianne remarked. Leaf was chopping wood when it suddenly dawned on him. If items were to be crafted from materials, the things drawn by Marianne would likely be cursed by the sea and therefore would not work. However, consumables like firewood could be entirely utilized from what Marianne illustrated. As long as they ensured it did not touch seawater, there would be no issue. Truly impressive. Leaf marveled at that moment. He suddenly recalled that he had yet to examine Marianne's panel, focusing his attention on her. Her panel materialized. Miss Golden Week, star level 1, level 1, 0.00, health 13, defense 2, attack 1, speed 5, skills, drawing, color trap, devil fruit, pin fruit. Her panel displayed the devil fruit. It seems that character panels only show what you possess. If you lack something, it will not be mentioned. Moreover, the pirate character that had just leveled up was at level 1. Fine, in any case. I'll be taking Miss Golden Week along to hunt crabs. Leaf then retrieved 9 fish and 3 apples from his inventory. This would serve as dinner for the 3 of them. In truth, Leaf could easily store his followers in cards, thereby avoiding any consumption of food and ensuring they would not starve. However, looking at the 2 young girls before him, full of youthful vitality, sharing a meal with them felt like a delightful experience. With Nami around, they would never lack for food, thanks to her ability to electrocute fish. Marianne drew a lighter and started a fire. No longer would they need to rely on lightning to ignite it. That process was rather terrifying. Leaf used the small knife drawn by Marianne to prepare the fish, placing them on the stove to grill. The 3 of them enjoyed a warm and cozy first dinner in the survival world within the wooden cabin on the ship. As the last rays of sunlight vanished, the room was left illuminated only by the faint glow of the stove. Leaf strained to see the items in the dimly lit room. At this moment, the temperature seemed to have dropped even further. Even with the stove in the room, the sensation of cold felt akin to a deep autumn day. Fortunately, the quilt Marianne had drawn was sufficiently thick. Now, most of the other survivors likely had no place to sleep for the night. Imagining the discomfort of curling up and sleeping on the beach in such a cold environment was disheartening. Leaf believed that after one night, many would surely perish. "Marianne," Leaf addressed the spot where Golden Week's bed lay in the darkness. "Can you draw a thermometer?" At this moment, Marianne was already nestled in her blankets, her clothes neatly placed beside her. She seemed to live quite meticulously, even undressing before sleep. Leaf then glanced at Nami, who had entered the blankets wearing a dancer's outfit. Marianne, from under the covers, remarked, "What time is it? Aren't we supposed to sleep? I have already tucked myself in." This left Leaf momentarily stunned. This little girl, is she sent to organize the workplace? Don't keep staring at me. I need to get dressed. Marianne said, "I say, young lady, what is there to look at? There's nothing there. Yet you're so stingy." Nami has everything and is generous. Before long, Marianne had dressed and was crouched on the floor, drawing a thermometer. This little girl can still do what needs to be done. However, she consistently leaves one feeling unsettled. I feel an urge to turn you back into a card, Leaf complained. Marianne handed the thermometer to Leaf. If I turn into a card, all the items I've drawn will disappear. Leaf was speechless. This little girl has truly got the upper hand on me. Leaf examined the thermometer. The room temperature was 6 degrees. No wonder it felt so cold. This was still with the stove providing warmth. If they had to spend the night outdoors, Leaf could hardly imagine. This survival world is far harsher than Leaf had anticipated. Even with the system by his side, he could not afford to be careless. Leaf chose not to dwell on it further, wrapping himself in the quilt to rest. Tomorrow would bring new tasks. Morning arrived. Leaf had slept soundly. Sitting up, he discovered a kettle sitting atop the stove in the center of the room. Both Nami and Marianne were absent. Leaf stood, rubbed his eyes, and stepped outside. The two young girls were surprisingly doing morning exercises on the deck. The morning sunlight outlined their silhouettes, creating a poetic scene. Ladies, prepare yourselves. For breakfast, we shall feast on crabs. With such a team, the giant land crabs in the forest would surely become delicious crab meat buns. Chapter 15. Electrified crabs. Nami exclaimed, "This is fantastic. I've been eager to try this, Marianne. I am currently engaged in my morning exercises to Yifeng. Crab catching is also a form of morning workout." Marianne disregarded Yifeng's remark and retreated into the wooden cabin on the deck. Shortly thereafter, she emerged holding the kettle from the stove. She opened the backpack resting on the deck and retrieved a thermos. To Yifeng's astonishment, she was filling the thermos with hot water. Such confidence! Was she preparing for a hunt or merely a picnic? However, recalling her demeanor in the One Piece manga, Yifeng found some solace. Next, she extracted a paintbrush and a palette from her backpack. Kneeling on the ground, she painted a ladder, which then materialized into a tangible object. The petite figure raised the ladder high and leaned it against the ship's railing, allowing her to descend directly to the beach below. Before Marianne's arrival, Yifeng and Nami had to search for a sandy spot to climb aboard, inching their way up the vessel. This little girl had crafted a ladder for them. It was not something Yifeng had requested. She seemed to believe that a ladder was necessary for boarding. Yifeng intended to commend her, yet seeing her expression devoid of emotion, he refrained. The morning air had gradually warmed, though a slight chill lingered. The trio arrived at the intersection of the beach and the woods. The charred tree, struck by Nami's lightning, was still vivid in memory. Yifeng had not fully explored this small island, as he had only just arrived in this world yesterday. Facing considerable survival pressures, following the acquisition of the system, he had been preoccupied with experimenting and fishing with Nami, leaving little time for thorough exploration. Today, however, he felt it imperative to survey the entire island. As it was relatively small and could serve as a form of morning exercise, Yifeng instructed Nami and Marianne to follow him without venturing deep into the woods, instead exploring the outskirts. As they progressed, the scenery remained unchanged. One side exhibited the beach, while the other showcased dense woods. The further they ventured inward, the thicker the trees became. After nearly an hour of walking, they astonishingly returned to the charred tree. The island was indeed not vast. One could circle it in an hour. This indicated that the perimeter was entirely sandy, with trees and vegetation situated in the center. A glance into the distance revealed a very low rocky hill at the core of the island. The giant land crabs likely inhabited this small grove. "Let us venture into the woods and catch some crabs," declared Yifeng. Yesterday, while in his cocoon of blankets, he had contemplated today's actions. Firstly, they were unaware of the density of the crab's distribution, which was crucial to ascertain. He had also inquired with Nami, who had not paid attention to the crab's levels. Based on her descriptions from that day, it seemed their levels were not particularly high. A level 1 Nami could eliminate half of a crab's health in a single second with her lightning. This gave Yifeng confidence. Ideally, the crabs would be solitary, allowing him to guarantee a no-damage hunt. Upon observing the size of the island today, Yifeng's ambitions swelled. He aspired to exhaust all resources on the island over the remaining 2.5 days, including the beasts at the center. This was not an insurmountable task, provided Marianne could conjure a durable combat unit capable of withstanding the giant crab's pincers for several seconds. Everything would then become a mere game. "Let us delve deeper into the forest and take a closer look," urged Yifeng, pulling Nami along with him, while Marianne adjusted her sun hat and followed closely behind. The trees grew denser, blocking out much of the sunlight. Suddenly, Nami tugged at Yifeng's sleeve, following her gaze. He spotted a colossal crab burrowing into the earth. Just as described by the person in the area channel, its carapace was as large as a desk, and its 8 legs resembled giant spikes. Larger than a restaurant's round table for tinned, its massive pincers dwarfed even the largest chainsaw. As Yifeng watched, the crab emerged from the soil clutching a gigantic worm, larger than a python. Writhing desperately in its grasp, it became clear that these crabs fed on the insects within the woods, and those insects were indeed substantial. Yifeng mused that other survivors might think to catch some insects for sustenance. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, realizing that scouring for insects in the woods would merely be robbing the crabs of their food. It was no wonder that there were no insect meats available in the trading hall. Yifeng's focus returned to the giant land crab. A panel popped up. Giant land crab, level 3, type melee. Was that all? Health? Attack power? These details were obscured from view. If they were not meant to be seen, so be it. He had Marianne and Nami with him, which provided reassurance. At that moment, Yifeng felt somewhat fortunate. This creature was isolated. Let's proceed, he instructed. Marianne, find a way to entangle this creature, Yifeng directed. Nami, once Marianne has it distracted, deliver a thunderous blow. Nami nodded eagerly. Marianne, without uttering a word, retrieved her paintbrush and palette, mixing colors to create bullfighter's red. Utilizing her signature color trap, she painted a vivid red pattern on a nearby boulder. Yifeng had expected her to use her fruit powers to conjure a formidable combat unit. Nonetheless, a color trap like bullfighter's red could indeed serve its purpose. After all, wasn't the notorious Four Emperors Luffy once ensnared by such a tactic? At that moment, the crab continued to relish its meal of the gigantic worm. Hey, pincered beast, look over here. Marianne suddenly called out to the crab. Yifeng and Nami, aware of Marianne's methods, instinctively distanced themselves from the boulder. Nami took a couple of steps back, retrieving her weather stick, ready to unleash a lightning attack. The crab, captivated by Marianne's shouts, turned its microphone-shaped eye toward the boulder. Marianne stood boldly before it, while the crab, oblivious to her presence, fixated on the red paint on the stone, inexplicably filled with rage. The boulder seemed to represent a sworn enemy, inciting more fury than if it had stolen its mate. It dropped the half-eaten worm and charged, pincers raised. Seeing the situation unfold, Marianne sidestepped and quietly packed away her paintbrush and palette. Her task was complete. The crab's colossal pincers swung violently at the red trap on the boulder, sending shards of stone flying, yet the pincers remained unscathed. Yifeng marveled at the strength of those pincers. Who would dare confront such might? Fortuitously, he had sought Marianne's assistance for safety. Otherwise, he could have perished beneath those pincers. Of course, the fool in the area channel had sent fighters to challenge the crab, only to meet their demise. It was inevitable. The crab continued to thrash against the boulder, gradually chipping away at the red paint. Yet, it could not maintain the assault for long. At that moment, a heavy, electrically charged cloud rolled in above the crab. Thunderous strike, Nami shouted. The crab, indifferent to the shout or the encroaching cloud, remained fixated on the boulder and its red pattern. Suddenly, blue lightning enveloped the giant land crab, revealing a health bar above its head. The intensity of the lightning obscured the changes in the health bar from Yifeng's view. Soon, a burnt odor wafted through the air. Stop, Nami! Yifeng exclaimed. At that moment, Nami noticed the crab's condition and hastily ceased her attack. In Yifeng's mind, a notification appeared. Giant land crab slain, 35 experience points. Subsequently, the system's prompt echoed, ding, system currency 35. Just for a single giant crab, he garnered 35 experience points and 35 system currency. This was equivalent to someone successfully fishing 35 times. With a success rate of 30, even with extraordinary luck, one would need to spend 2 full days fishing to achieve this amount. This experience was insufficient to level up to level 2. This implied that individuals without any special means, merely struggling to survive through fishing, would likely remain at level 1 even if they managed to leave the island. However, Yifeng perceived that hunting crabs was not as efficient as electric fishing. Although the experience gained from each fish was low, the quantity caught in a single electric fishing session was substantial. yielding 1 to 200 experience points each time. Nami, being a ranged damage dealer, found electric fishing to be the most effective method of attack. As the lightning ceased and the clouds dispersed, a charred mass lay before the trio, flickering with embers and emitting wisps of smoke. Upon closer inspection, Yifeng recognized that it had once been a crab. Nami, retracting her weather stick, approached and reached out to touch the remains of the crab. "Don't touch that. It's hot," Yifeng shouted. "Ouch." Nami quickly withdrew her hand, feeling a bit embarrassed. The crab meat was likely beyond salvage. At that moment, a treasure chest sprang forth from the remnants of the crab's body. To Yifeng's surprise, it was an iron chest. Iron treasure chest. The chest may contain any useful resources. There were no further descriptions, yet its material indicated a higher level for this chest. Yifeng opened the box, only to be greeted by a notification. Opening iron treasure chest requires 5 berries. Berries? Must one pay to open a chest? Yifeng, feeling a sense of helplessness, had no choice but to store the entire box into his inventory. Chapter 16. The Swarm of Giant Land Crabs. Subsequently, Yifeng surmised that the carcass of the crab must have cooled down. He reached out to touch the body of the crab. "Congratulations, you have acquired charred crab meat 10. Congratulations, you have acquired charred crab shell 2 indeed." Touching the corpse of a creature yields items. Yifeng opened his inventory to inspect it. He found these 2 new items, totaling 12 in all. Each item bore a description: trash, utterly useless. Yifeng shook his head and casually discarded the 12 items from his inventory. They formed a large, dark heap on the ground. Nami frowned, realizing that she needed to exercise caution in her next move. The first kill in the survival world had thus been accomplished. Marianne was responsible for crowd control, Nami for damage output, while Yifeng merely spectated and looted the corpses. To be precise, Yifeng was in charge of leadership. If battles in the survival world were to follow this style, Yifeng would find it quite enjoyable. Regardless of the type of enemy encountered, Yifeng only needed to stand at the back and cheered. It must be said, Yifeng's system was indeed quite formidable. Had it relied solely on personal prowess, encountering a giant crab capable of smashing boulders into dust would have left Yifeng with only the option to flee, judging by the speed at which the crab had rushed toward them earlier. The running speed of such a giant land crab was remarkably close to the human limit. A level 1, unarmed human facing a level 3 giant crab with powerful pincers was undoubtedly destined to meet a grim fate. Yifeng glanced at the personal information of the 3, noting a slight increase in experience points, albeit not substantial. However, Yifeng's system currency had risen to 674. He intended to use this currency to upgrade Nami's star level first. Marianne, on the other hand, was not in urgent need of an upgrade. Her nearly conceptual abilities were still overwhelming at her current level. Yifeng was unaware of what effects Marianne's upgrade would bring until she reached level 2. He signaled to the 2 to continue advancing slowly through the forest. The 3 had no specific destination, merely searching for giant land crabs. After a short while, Yifeng spotted the shadows of crabs through the trees. Nami and Marianne noticed as well, pausing beside Yifeng. "Something feels off," Yifeng whispered. None of the 3 made any rash movements. Upon closer observation, they realized that there was not just one crab, but several. It was difficult to ascertain the exact number, but Yifeng estimated he could see about 5 or 6. If that were the case, Yifeng's earlier strategy might have vulnerabilities. For 3 individuals with low defenses, this posed a significant threat. At that moment, Yifeng felt a sense of relief. In the world of One Piece, there existed characters who, regardless of their strength, charged headfirst into danger, like Luffy. If Yifeng happened to have such a character beside him now, it would be quite disastrous. Yifeng led Nami and Marianne to slowly retreat to a more distant location. Once they felt sufficiently concealed, Yifeng said, "Ladies, the enemy numbers are too great. We must deliberate our course of action." The 3 complied with Yifeng's request, gradually exiting the forest. This was not what Yifeng had initially envisioned. It turned out that these crabs were social creatures. The one they encountered earlier must have been an unfortunate loner. Given their current configuration, battling a swarm of level 3 crabs would indeed be quite challenging. Nami's attacks relied on the weather stick to create clouds. Although the clouds could be maneuvered at her will, the speed of their movement could not compare to that of the crabs. At this moment, the greatest variable lay with Marianne. Yifeng believed that if they could effectively harness Marianne's abilities, a solution might present itself. he decided to consult Marianne first. "Do you have any ideas?" Yifeng inquired, glancing at Marianne. To his surprise, the young girl had laid out a picnic mat on the beach and was leisurely sipping tea, one hand extending a teacup to Nami. Only upon hearing Yifeng call her did she turn her gaze. "I can scout ahead first," Marianne replied. After speaking, she placed her teacup down and rummaged through her backpack for a paintbrush and palette. Soon, she began to paint on her picnic mat. Before long, a vividly lifelike parrot appeared on the canvas. The painting quickly detached from the mat, materializing into a real parrot that perched on Marianne's sun hat. Marianne gently removed the parrot from her head. "Go check on those crabs in the woods, observe closely, and report back to me," she instructed, releasing the parrot into the Yifeng sighed in relief. This girl, while not particularly eager to please authority, was proactive in getting things done. She approached every task with calm and composure, completing everything at her own pace. Such a unique girl was indeed a follower of his. If only she had a better physique, she would be even more perfect. Yifeng thought he might ask Nami about her diet. After quite some time, the parrot finally returned. However, the parrot's speech was rather limited. Only able to utter a few words like male, female, and grouped it flitted about, repeating these words while flapping its wings in circles. Yifeng found himself utterly perplexed by what the parrot was trying to convey. Marianne, upon hearing the parrot, waved her paintbrush, causing the parrot to vanish. "I can't quite make sense of what the parrot is saying either," Marianne admitted. Yifeng was at a loss for words, along with Nami. The three gathered on the beach for a small conference. Through a combination of guesses and deductions, they concluded that the group of crabs consisted mostly of males, with a few females situated at a distance. This likely indicated a unique social structure, or perhaps a case of gender imbalance among the crabs. Regardless of the cause, this represented a significant breakthrough. Yifeng pondered for a moment before saying to Marianne, "Paint a female crab. We'll take it with us and see the effect in a group where males outnumber females. The males would undoubtedly exhibit eagerness. Any ordinary female crab would be treated like a goddess or a fairy." Marianne nodded in agreement. Although she had never seen a female giant land crab, she had encountered other types of female crabs before. Anyone who had eaten crab would know that male crabs have pointed abdomens, while female crabs possess rounded ones. Given the substantial size of giant land crabs, Marianne's picnic mat was insufficient for the task. She ventured further, seeking a large rock to paint upon. Before long, Marianne returned to Yifeng and Nami, accompanied by a massive crab that bore an uncanny resemblance to a giant land crab. Upon closer examination, the abdomen indeed had a rounded shape. The sight startled Yifeng momentarily as it approached. He gave Marianne a thumbs up. Marianne's expression remained unfazed. The three, along with one crab, re-entered the forest, cautiously advancing along the previous path. Before long, they arrived at the spot where they had seen the crab swarm earlier. The giant land crabs were still present, some searching for food while others waved their pincers at one another. Due to their distance, Yifeng could not ascertain the number of crabs. However, this was inconsequential. If Yifeng's guess was correct, regardless of how many crabs there were, as long as they were male, they would surely be drawn to the female. Yifeng contemplated how to get the female crab to gather the males. At that point, Nami's clouds could quietly approach. It was akin to electrocuting fish, wasn't it? Before crossing over, he had played many online games where area damage classes would gather monsters before eliminating them. Yifeng briefly shared his thoughts with Nami, who understood him perfectly. Following Yifeng's directive, Marianne guided the female crab closer to the male crabs. Soon, the female crab approached the group of males. At that moment, a commotion erupted among the males, startled by the female crab's presence, causing her to instinctively retreat. Gradually, she found herself encircled by the eager males. The three, who had retreated to a safe distance, witnessed a breathtaking scene. Giant land crabs, as large as a round table, piled atop one another, obscuring the view of the female crab at the center. Yifeng could not count them, but it was evident that there were far more than the 5 or 6 he had seen previously, at least 30 or 40. Nami assessed the situation and believed her clouds would be able to cover them. She retrieved her weather stick, mumbling to herself, "Timing is crucial." Chapter 17. Level up to level 3. A dense, dark cloud had quietly drifted above the swarm of crabs. The giant land crabs were currently in a state of excitement, completely oblivious to the crackling lightning above them. Seeing that the moment had arrived, Nami shouted, "Thunderbolt!" Lightning crackled down in rapid succession, struck by the sudden bolts. The crabs felt pain and instinctively attempted to flee. However, their legs were entangled with those of their fellow crabs, making it exceedingly difficult to escape. Each crab possessed 8 legs, and given their layered arrangement, many were ensnared. Moreover, in their scramble for the female crab, their massive pincers had interlocked, pincers grasping pincers and legs entwined with legs, in short. Escape was impossible, and of course, had Nami's lightning damage been insufficient, the crabs would have had a few seconds to disentangle themselves and possibly achieve an escape. However, Nami had previously incapacitated a giant land crab in just 2 or 3 seconds, leaving it charred. The moment the lightning made contact with the crabs, their health bars became visible. This time, Nami fixed her gaze on the situation with great scrutiny. Though she could not discern the health bars clearly, she observed the physical reactions of the crabs. In just over a second, Nami noticed that the crabs ceased their struggles. She immediately halted her attack. The storm has ceased, and the dark clouds have receded. Observing the electric crabs from a distance, the 3 individuals exhaled in relief. This time, the timing was quite adept. Nami murmured to herself, "It's he." That moment, Yifeng's experience notifications popped up. Defeated giant land crab, 35 experience points. Defeated giant land crab, 35 experience points. Following this, the familiar sound of Yifeng's system notification chimed. Ding, system coins 1190. Yifeng anticipated that the experience points and system coins acquired this time would be substantial. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by the amount. As Mariana and Nami cheered, Yifeng opened his system panel. The panel displayed system coins, 1864. Yifeng was overjoyed. When he first defeated a giant land crab, he had lamented that hunting land crabs was less efficient than catching electric fish. It appeared, however, that the efficiency was indeed quite commendable. That moment, an upgrade notification materialized in Yifeng's mind. To his astonishment, he had ascended to level 3 so swiftly. He promptly accessed his personal information panel. Name, Yifeng, level 3, 24.45, health points, 20, defense, 0, attack, 3, unarmed, speed, 12, followers, 2. His health points had now reached 20. Compared to his level 1 self, his health had doubled. The change in attack power was minimal, yet it had increased by 1 point. Yifeng deduced that in this survival world, the primary source of attack power would likely stem from equipment. Currently, he possessed no equipment whatsoever. Lastly, his speed had risen to 1/2. Yifeng had felt the difference in speed during his last upgrade. Speed was manifested not only in attack velocity but also in movement speed. However, he had yet to test it thoroughly. This time, he was determined to give it a try. After assessing his surroundings and confirming there was no immediate danger, he sprinted towards the recently vacated crab heap. Nami and Mariana, initially alarmed, anxiously scanned the vicinity, only relaxing once they discerned no threats. What on earth is wrong with our leader? They could not decipher his actions and could only follow in Yifeng's wake. The distance from their previous position to the crab pile was approximately 100 meters, obstructed by numerous trees. Due to the uneven terrain, Yifeng could not run at full speed. Yet, he estimated he covered the distance in about 12 or 13 seconds. As a typical office worker, Yifeng rarely exercised. Prior to his traversal, he could only manage to run 100 meters in 13 or 14 seconds on a proper track. Running through the forest like this felt swifter than a rabbit. Yifeng noticed Mariana and Nami catching up, and he curiously examined the 2 girls' panels, focusing on Mariana. Her personal information appeared. Miss Golden Week, star level 1, level 2, 96.83, health points, 18, defense, 2 attack, 2 speed, 8, skills, painting, color suggestion, devil fruit, pin fruit. Indeed, Mariana had leveled up. However, why had her defense increased while his remained unchanged? 96.83. Yifeng suddenly noticed her experience points. He was unaware of the exact experience required to level up in this survival world, as the panel only displayed percentages. For Mariana's data, it seemed that the lower the level, the lesser the experience required. She was only a fraction away from leveling up. Mariana, Yifeng inquired, "You've leveled up? How does it feel?" Mariana furrowed her brow in contemplation, retrieving her paintbrush to mix colors. Bullfighting red. Instantly, red paint shot from her brush, landing perfectly on the ground 2 meters away. Yifeng observed the pristine bullfighting red symbol on the ground. Noting that the range for using color traps had indeed increased, Mariana then sketched a female crab on the ground. The depiction detached from the surface, materializing into reality. Yifeng perceived a distinct aura from this female crab. Sensing it was stronger than the previous one, has it become more powerful? Yifeng queried. Mariana responded, now, when I draw creatures or characters from my imagination, their strength surpasses what it used to be. Yifeng nodded, realizing that this was the effect of Mariana's upgrade. Suddenly, a question crossed Yifeng's mind. Mariana, have you ever encountered Crocodile? Mariana paused, then nodded in acknowledgement. Yifeng continued. He is, in fact, your former employer. For the first time, Mariana displayed a look of astonishment before exclaiming, what? The hero of Arabasta is Mr. Zero. Yifeng shook his head, clarifying, he is not a hero. He is merely your previous boss. The character of Miss Golden Week lacked a specific time description, leaving Yifeng uncertain of her exact era. However, judging by her response, it seemed to align with the time frame before Luffy had defeated Crocodile, likely akin to Nami's timeline. Have you witnessed his abilities? Yifeng inquired. Mariana tilted her head, responding, I have. He is a user of the Sansan fruit, a sandman of the Logia type. Yifeng elaborated, and Mariana nodded in understanding. Seeing her agreement, Yifeng continued. If I asked you to draw Crocodile, would you be able to? Yifeng was aware of the capabilities of the Pin fruit. In the manga, it allowed one to create lifelike representations of characters. However, their actual strength had not been demonstrated, leading him to believe there would be a significant disparity. For instance, if Kinemon drew Kaido, the strength would not be identical to the real Kaido. Hence, Yifeng classified the Pin fruit as a conceptual level fruit. The creations were not exact replicas but rather similar imitations. For example, one could imitate Kaido transforming into a dragon, but possessing Kaido's strength was impossible. The actual strength was contingent on the artist's skill. Mariana pondered before replying, I can draw Crocodile. However, she added, I will base my drawing on what I have seen and my imagination of the Sansan fruit's abilities. If I have seen enough, it will resemble him closely. If not, it won't eat it yet. The strength is unrelated to that. It correlates with my level. This aligned with Yifeng's suspicions. He refrained from asking Mariana if she could depict fire monsters, assuming that two would depend on her level. If Mariana were sufficiently leveled, she could indeed wield a single pin to alter the environment, create disasters, and generate formidable beings. At this moment, Yifeng felt increasingly confident in the potential of the Pin fruit and Mariana's development. He was fortunate he hadn't sold it. Chapter 18. The Harvest of the Electric Crabs. Yifeng then shifted his gaze to Nami, who also had a virtual screen appear. Nami, Arabasta, level 3, 24. 45, health points, 25, defense, 2 attack, 5, speed, 12, skills, navigation, weather forecasting, weather stick manipulation, equipment, basic weather stick, health points, defense, attack, and speed had all increased. This young girl consistently appeared stronger than Yifeng based on the data. However, what intrigued Yifeng the most was her lightning abilities. He then focused on Nami's weather stick. Basic weather stick, followers equipped item, unique, star level, 2, attack power 2, defense 1. Possesses the special ability to manipulate local weather, limited to Nami. Note: lightning will inflict 1 to 40 damage per second, random. The damage from lightning had escalated to a range of 1 to 40. Yifeng contemplated his own attack power that a solo survivor, if unarmed, would only achieve an attack power of 3 upon reaching level 3. Moreover, he estimated that most survivors would still be at level 1. The disparity was staggering. The only individuals that posed a significant threat to Yifeng were likely those who had begun with a devil fruit in this survival world. It was highly probable that fruit users would stand out. Yifeng's advantage lay in his followers. Each follower could contend with fruit users on equal footing, if not surpass them. Just then, Nami's sweet voice interrupted Yifeng's thoughts. The crabs have cooled down. They should be ready to eat now. Yifeng's gaze returned to the pile of prey, where the steam emanating from the crabs had gradually dissipated. This time, Nami had indeed mastered the cooking process remarkably well. All the crabs presented an appetizing shade of red, resembling a mountain of delectable seafood. Suddenly, several boxes sprang forth from the seafood heap, creating quite a spectacle as 7 boxes erupted simultaneously. It was the solitary giant land crab that had yielded the boxes. Yifeng had anticipated that level 3 monsters would invariably drop boxes, yet it appeared to be a matter of chance. Out of the approximately 30 giant land crabs, only 7 boxes had materialized. The drop rate was evidently not particularly high at Yifeng examined the boxes. 5 were wooden chests, while only 2 were iron chests. He decided to open the iron chests first. As expected, the 2 iron chests were identical to the previous one. Requiring 5 berries to unlock, Yifeng first stored both iron chests in his inventory before proceeding to open the wooden chests one by one. Congratulations, you have obtained Wood 3. Congratulations, you have obtained Iron Sheet 1. Congratulations. You have obtained Iron Sheet 1. The first 4 treasure chests contained various materials. Yifeng acquired a total of 12 units of wood, 9 stones, 2 iron sheets, 1 tar, and 2 hemp ropes. The hemp rope was a first for Yifeng. Currently, he was uncertain about the purpose of these materials for crafting. He truly wished to purchase some blueprints to gain a deeper understanding of their uses. The last wooden chest was intriguing, revealing something splendid. Congratulations, you have obtained Orange Sapling 1. Congratulations, you have obtained Orange 1. Congratulations, you have obtained Orange 1. From the image that popped out of the treasure chest, the orange sapling was unrecognizable. However, the orange was unmistakable. An orange? Nami murmured softly. Yes, an orange. Yifeng handed an orange to Nami. She took it, gazed at it in astonishment for a moment, and then burst into tears. Exhausted from crying, she nestled into Yifeng's embrace. Continuing to sob. Yifeng offered her constant comfort. Meanwhile, Marian looked on, utterly bewildered. After observing for a brief moment and not comprehending the scene, she laid out her picnic blanket on the ground. The crabs had been perfectly grilled this time. Breakfast was ready. This remark elicited a smile from Nami, who found it amusing that someone who was once her enemy could be so entertaining. You're quite interesting as well, Yifeng replied with a resigned tone. First checking for any crab meat. After touching it, a prompt appeared. Congratulations, you have obtained Cooked Crab Meat 6. When the crab meat was presented before Yifeng, he was astounded. Was one piece of crab meat truly this large? Estimating it, he figured that each piece weighed at least 20 pounds. That was already cooked, with moisture reduced. If it had been raw, it would easily weigh 30 pounds. Collectively, these 6 pieces of crab meat amounted to 120 pounds. How many fish would he need to catch to equal this 120 pounds of meat? Upon seeing the 120 pounds of meat before him, Yifeng instantly lost interest in fishing. Fishing was truly unexciting. He handed one piece of meat to Marian for her to share while he continued to examine the crab's carcass. Congratulations, you have obtained Cooked Crab Meat 6. Congratulations, you have obtained Crab Shell 2. Ultimately, Yifeng gathered a bountiful harvest of cooked crab meat 204 and crab shell 22. This was indeed a windfall. They would no longer have to worry about food. At this moment, Nami and Marian were already enjoying their meal. Yifeng glanced around. Just moments ago, both male and female crabs had been vying for mates amidst the commotion of thunder. If there were other threats, they would have arrived by now. Well, since everyone seemed to enjoy picnicking, they might as well proceed with it. Yifeng handed another orange to Marian. People at sea feared a deficiency of vitamin C. Yifeng, why not sell the remaining crab meat for berries? If Nami had suggested this before, Yifeng would have dismissed it with a scoff. However, this time was different. He genuinely believed berries were quite useful. Accessing all iron treasure chests required the expenditure of berries. Yifeng ignored Nami, sitting down directly, contemplating that once breakfast was over, he would head to the trading hall to see if there were any good goods available. As soon as he sat, Marian handed him several orange segments, half an orange. Marian kept only a small piece for herself. That little girl. Yifeng observed Marian. Her expression remained unfazed. After consuming half, she also offered warm water to both Yifeng and Nami. This water was heated using the weather stick this morning, Marian mentioned. The three enjoyed a delightful breakfast together. Yifeng glanced at the clock in the system. It was now exactly 9 a.m. Let us exit the woods. The three had been picnicking for some time. If land crabs had aimlessly wandered here, the timing was about right. Although Yifeng and his companions possessed the ability to eliminate land crabs en masse, all three were relatively fragile. Encountering a surprise attack could still pose a significant problem. From their observations over the past 2 days, it seemed that giant land crabs would not leave the woods. Yifeng preferred to focus on researching the trading hall. Exiting the woods was the prudent choice. Both agreed with Yifeng and followed him out of the forest. Upon reaching the beach, the sun had grown intensely bright, and the sand was hot beneath their feet. Yifeng sat down directly on the ground, preparing for work. "What shall we do?" Nami inquired. "Feel free to engage in activities of your choice." Yifeng replied, "Great. I'm going for a swim," Nami declared. Nami was a clever girl. This time, she would not venture into the woods alone. Marian chose a spot to draw a parrot. The parrot materialized, chirping a few times before taking flight. "Marian, what are you doing?" Yifeng asked, "letting it assist us in scouting." "Let us see if there are any crabs elsewhere," Marian replied. Yifeng nodded in agreement. Next, Marian spread the picnic blanket on the beach and brought out a teapot. This little girl truly enjoyed her leisure. Yifeng did not hesitate to join her on the picnic blanket once more. Marian handed Yifeng a cup of tea. As he accepted the cup, he simultaneously opened the trading hall. At that moment, Yifeng's previous listings in the trading hall had become overwhelmingly popular, with each mackerel fry attracting bids from at least 20 or 30 buyers. Some were even fiercely competing in their offers. This sudden influx made Yifeng feel somewhat overwhelmed by the workload. Chapter 19 Task Items. Yifeng, mackerel fry 1, a bid. Would 10 to bid. Would 12 a bid. Would 15 of course. I will choose the highest bid. Congratulations, you have obtained wood 15. There were also some bids that were quite diverse. Yifeng, mackerel fry 1 to bid. Wood 12 a bid. Stone 12 a bid. Beginner's rough stone axe 1 to bid. Stone barbecue grill blueprint 1. 4 such options. Yifeng was genuinely uncertain about what to choose. However, considering that Marian had already crafted a stove, a barbecue grill was not immediately necessary. Yifeng ultimately opted for wood 12. There were some blueprints he would consider selecting after careful deliberation, such as the stone ship cannon blueprint. Although Marian could likely draw it, this item was relatively important. Yifeng believed that genuine items were more reliable than mere fruit products. Additionally, the land-based stone house blueprint was another consideration. While it was not immediately necessary, with plans to set sail in 3 days to search for new islands, land-based facilities would inevitably become essential. Observing others' bids and then deciding whom to buy from was a gratifying experience as a consumer. Thus, despite the considerable workload, Yifeng remained thoroughly engaged. Time flew by as he meticulously selected each bid. After an entire afternoon and night of effort, many had discovered their own means of survival. Consequently, the availability of materials like stones and wood had significantly increased since Yifeng last browsed the trading hall. No bids had fallen below a 12:1 exchange rate, indicating that food was still in high demand. Then, Yifeng stumbled upon an intriguing item. Bid. Stone 12 a bid. Hemp rope 3 a bid. Non-swimming female crew member. Initially, Yifeng preferred the hemp rope since it was more scarce. He had contemplated choosing it at first. However, upon noticing the latter item, a card clearly labeled as a follower card, Yifeng realized it was a valuable opportunity. Now at level 3, he could summon another pirate follower. This follower card did not specify a profession. It merely stated the individual could not swim. A non-swimming ordinary follower, if upgraded to a pirate character, would undoubtedly possess fruit abilities. Yifeng decisively selected non-swimming female crew member. Fantastic, and it's a female. At this moment, Yifeng was eager to upgrade and discover which character from One Piece he would receive. After a dedicated hour and a half of work, Yifeng finalized all his selections. His rewards were abundant. Wood 1170, stone 525, iron sheet 36, hemp rope 45, and rough cloth 36. Besides these materials, Yifeng also acquired 2 crafting blueprints, stone ship cannon blueprint and land-based stone house blueprint. Of course, he obtained a follower card as well. Non-swimming female crew member. Yifeng stretched, feeling utterly fatigued. Nevertheless, he realized he had no choice. The survivalists were all so impoverished, he could only painstakingly barter fish. One by one. In the trading hall, scrolling purchase requests abounded. Each individual could post once daily. Yet, even so, the speed of the requests surpassed that of the regional channel. Most of the requests were directed towards Yifeng, pleading for him to release more fish. Yifeng, the esteemed seller. I have a steady supply of wood. Please contact me. Fish seller. I possess 2 beginner blueprints. Message me for fish. Despite the rapid scrolling, nearly 80 to 90 of the requests were related to Yifeng. Thus, he found himself dubbed the esteemed fish seller. seemingly quite renowned. The rapid pace of information caused Yifeng a headache. Originally, he had intended to sell the cooked crab meat he possessed. However, this entire endeavor had left him utterly exhausted. He decided to take a moment to rest before proceeding further. Yifeng closed the trading hall and immediately reclined on the picnic mat. "Would you like to have some rice crackers?" Marianne inquired. "Rice crackers?" Upon hearing Marianne's words, Yifeng suddenly perked up. He sat up to find Marianne extending her hand, holding out a piece of rice cracker. Yifeng smiled and accepted it, "I must say, Marianne, the contents of your travel bag surpass even those found in treasure chests." Marianne replied calmly, "There are only a few left. The supply is limited. If you wish to enjoy them again, you'll have to settle for the ones I draw. I don't eat painted food. No matter how realistic it looks, I won't touch it." Marianne was rendered speechless as Yifeng munched on the rice cracker. He opened the regional channel to observe the differences between today's and yesterday's posts from the survivors. As soon as he opened it, there was a pinned message in red text. It was a survival world announcement. Regional announcement. As of 8 a.m. today, approximately 35,000 individuals have perished in this area, out of an original population of 100,000. In just one afternoon and the following night, over a third of the population had succumbed. Yifeng could anticipate that some would not survive the previous night, but he never expected so many to die at once. The challenge of survival in this world lay in resource acquisition, which was indeed a slow process. Nonetheless, there were simpler aspects to this survival world. The island's monsters were concentrated solely within the forests. If one refrained from entering the woods, they would not face any attacks. However, after some contemplation, Yifeng understood that the majority of deaths were likely linked to the urgency of seeking resources in the woods. The forest held timber, stones, and even large insects for sustenance. In civilized society, people die for wealth. Here, they perish for food. Putting that thought aside, Yifeng continued to peruse the comments from fellow survivors in the regional channel. What he saw left him utterly astonished. The comments in the regional channel bore an uncanny resemblance to the purchasing requests in the trading hall. "Yifeng, esteemed one, if you see this, please respond. A plethora of resources await your selection. Yifeng, could you please list more fish? I'm on the brink of starvation. Yifeng, I possess a large quantity of stones. Those in need, please message me privately." Among the comments were further discussions. "Do you know how many fish he has caught?" "I've counted. No fewer than 100. I fished from noon until the stars were high, and I only caught 2 fish. The person above is quite the hustler. Weren't you exhausted? If it means I can eat fish, I wouldn't mind working myself to the bone. I fished until dark and caught nothing but wood. I'm pleading with you, esteemed ones, spare me some food. I only caught 11 pieces of wood yesterday. It's hardly enough to trade for fish. You could exchange wood for an axe and chop in the forest. It's far more efficient than fishing. The forest? Beware of giant crabs." Beyond the grumbling and tales of woe, there were also suspicions regarding Yifeng's authenticity. Is Yifeng using cheats? How could he have caught so many fish? Indeed, everyone refrained from purchasing his fish. If the survival world retracts them, it would be a grave loss. Retract? I'm eating one right now. How could they take it back? Among the comments, there were familiar faces to Yifeng. Brother Tar, Yang Hongming, was defending Yifeng. "I purchased Yifeng's fish yesterday. They've long since made their way to my stomach. If you don't believe it, that's your loss. I stand by my decision." Yifeng chuckled wryly. This fellow was quite sincere. If everyone doubted him and refrained from buying, the price of fish would inevitably drop. This individual was worth befriending. He would have to look out for him later. However, amidst the myriad comments, Yifeng also discovered some useful messages. Task items, exchange for food, powerful individuals, please message Yifeng privately. Task items? Yifeng's eyes lit up at once. This world actually had tasks, regardless of what they were. Yifeng was determined not to miss out. He felt confident now. If someone wanted to exchange food, he had plenty to spare. Without hesitation, he contacted the individual and messaged them privately. "What is the task item? Please share the details." Meanwhile, on an island somewhere in the ocean, a man wielding an axe was meticulously chopping wood alongside his followers. He was exceedingly cautious. He had encountered giant land crabs before and found them terrifying. Had it not been for his proximity to the beach, he would have become a meal for the crabs. Due to his cautiousness, his rate of wood chopping was not particularly high. However, he was determined to survive. Within 3 days, he needed to gather enough timber to construct a raft. Of course, in his quest for wood, he had refrained from eating. He was reluctant to exchange timber for fish, fearing he would not be able to build the raft within 3 days. However, whether fortunate or unfortunate, something fell while he was chopping trees. It was a task item. Yet, this task was one he could never hope to complete. The task was, eliminate the female giant land crab leader. The required level for the task was 5. Not to mention a level 5 creature, he would flee at the sight of even a level 3 giant land crab. To him, this task item was utterly worthless. After a few more chops at the tree, he could no longer bear it. If he continued like this, he would starve to death. He needed food. That moment, he received a message in his private chat. Upon opening it, he found it was a message from the fish merchant, Yifeng. His eyes lit up, and he quickly clicked to read Yifeng. What is the task item? Please share the details. What information did this esteemed one wish to know? If he revealed that the task involved defeating a level 5 monster, Yifeng would surely not purchase his task item. The survival world had only been opened since yesterday noon. In such a short time, it was impossible for anyone to reach level 5. He had been fishing and chopping trees without pause, and even his followers had pushed themselves to their limits. To date, he had not even managed to reach level 2. How could anyone possibly attain level 5? A challenge beyond one's means? Don't be ridiculous. Who would dare challenge a level 3 giant land crab? Even if it were level 4, would he be brave enough? With that thought in mind, he resolved not to let Yifeng know the task's content. Thus, he replied to Yifeng, "It's a very simple task. I'll sell it for just 3 fish. A direct trade will suffice." On the island where Yifeng resided, he saw the other party's response. The price of 3 fish was still acceptable in all this time. He had only encountered one person selling a task item. It must be a rare occurrence. However, why was this fellow not providing any images? What could that possibly mean? He felt perplexed. Could it be some sort of trick? Was it fake? Normally, during a trade, one could verify the authenticity through the trading interface. Yifeng couldn't figure it out, but he had no intention of being deceived. Without further ado, he ignored the message and closed the private chat. Heading off to share tea with Marianne. Chapter 20. Nico Robin. Somewhere on an island in the ocean, the individual selling the task item was now exceedingly anxious. This moment, he had lost all desire to chop wood. He instructed his followers to wield 2 axes while he stationed himself on the beach, keeping a vigilant eye on the private chat window. 1 minute, past. 15 minutes elapsed. It had been 15 minutes. Initially, he thought Yifeng was simply busy with something, unable to respond. But after 15 minutes, was he still occupied? 5 more minutes went by. Suddenly, his private chat buzzed with activity. The other party messaged, "I'll trade you 3 pieces of wood. Do you accept?" He furrowed his brow and scrutinized the message, only to realize it was not from Yifeng, but someone else. "Get lost. 3 pieces of wood won't even buy me food." He promptly closed the private chat. He continued to wait, but no response came. It seemed he had truly angered Yifeng. At that moment, he was filled with regret. He had not intended to provoke Yifeng. He merely feared that if Yifeng perceived the task's difficulty to be too high, he might abandon the trade. In the private chat, while one could see the items involved in the trade, the specific descriptions remained hidden. He had aimed to exploit that information gap to persuade Yifeng to purchase the task item. Gritting his teeth, he opened the private chat again, selecting Yifeng. Yifeng, esteemed one, are you still there? If the price is too high, I can lower it. You can take 2 fish. At this point, he still hesitated to disclose the nature of the task. He foolishly believed Yifeng would find 2 fish to be insignificant and, recognizing the value, would purchase them outright. Knowing the task's details would render it as worthless as scrap, Yifeng replied, "The price is acceptable. First, please provide a detailed description of the item." Well, let them look. If Yifeng didn't buy it, he could always try to trick someone else into purchasing it. He then sent the task item's information to Yifeng. Task: the unfinished giant land crab. Description: the number of female crabs on the island is very limited. Yet they managed to maintain their population for one reason alone. There is a leader-level female crab at the center of the island, known for its strong reproductive capabilities. Task objective: eliminate the female giant land crab leader. Recommended level: 5. Task reward: 2-star construction blueprint, random, while sipping tea. Yifeng examined the task description. Wasn't this novice island supposed to be submerged in 3 days? How could there possibly be a level 5 task? Yifeng was puzzled. Was this task specifically designed for those who exploited cheats? Even those who obtained a devil fruit at the start would struggle to defeat a level 5 creature. Looking at the task reward, Yifeng found it quite appealing if asked what he currently needed. It would be various construction blueprints. This reward of a 2-star construction blueprint was precisely the type he favored. Moreover, with less than 2 days remaining until the Novice Island was submerged, Yifeng aimed to extract every resource from this little island. By that time, he would likely still seek to confront this level 5 monster. Yifeng contemplated his combat capabilities, at present. All his offensive power relied on Nami, whose lightning damage ranged from 1 to 40. The colossal level 3 terrestrial crab can be dispatched in the blink of an eye during a lightning storm or within a mere second when its health is between 1 and 25. However, Yifeng remains uncertain about the health points of the level 5 crab. Nonetheless, he believes that as long as he can maintain a hard control over it for a little longer, there should be no issues. After some contemplation, Yifeng concludes that this task is indeed feasible. He promptly replies, "No problem, 2 mackerel fry, it's a deal." The other party is taken aback, unable to comprehend that Yifeng is not pitying him but merely engaging in a transaction. After all, why did the esteemed figure demand an item screenshot earlier if he had no intention of dealing otherwise? A shocking realization dawns upon him. Could it be that Yifeng truly believes he can tackle this level 5 giant crab? The screenshot makes it abundantly clear, at that moment, he does not consider Yifeng to be acting irrationally. Such an individual, capable of selling over 100 fish in the trading hall, cannot afford to be frivolous in this survival world. The only explanation is that this esteemed figure possesses the capability to complete the task. He glances at the stone axe in his hand, and then at the frail follower by his side. It becomes evident that in the realm of survival, there exists such a stark disparity between individuals. What is most striking is that this gap has been established in just a matter of hours. Meanwhile, within his trading interface, the esteemed figure has already placed 2 mackerel fry and confirmed the transaction. Regardless, with food in hand, he sees a glimmer of hope for survival. The transaction is completed successfully. Yifeng's inventory now contains a task item and is devoid of the 2 mackerel fry. This task item resembles a stone-carved crab claw. He decides to hold off on accepting the task for now and stows the item back in his inventory. At present, Yifeng is far more intrigued by his new member, the follower acquired with the mackerel fry. Setting down his teacup, he rises from the picnic blanket and gazes toward the seaside. A girl clad in a bikini is frolicking and swimming there, having carelessly tossed her dancer's dress onto the beach. "Nami, come here for a moment. Let us meet the new member." Upon hearing Yifeng's call, Nami, undeterred by modesty, turns and runs towards him. She pauses to grab her dancer's dress and continues her dash. Joyful, vibrant, and dazzling, she soon arrives breathless before Yifeng. At that moment, Marian is also tidying up her picnic blanket. The two may be surprised, or perhaps even startled, why Yifeng summons the non-swimming female crew member. A wisp of white smoke dissipates, revealing a woman before Yifeng. She greets him with a nod. This woman appears significantly more normal than the previously forgotten, overweight individual. She possesses a slightly plump physique, reminiscent of a woman in her 60s or 70s, with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles. Upon seeing this follower, Yifeng's heart sinks momentarily. Could she be Admiral Crane? However, after careful consideration, Yifeng reassures himself that Admiral Crane could be quite beneficial. Her abilities are notably formidable, capable of transforming enemies into drying clothes. Hard control combined with debuffing is certainly advantageous. Regardless of her identity, it is evident that she is a devil fruit user. At that moment, a system prompt sounds. The system has detected that the host possesses a common follower. Would you like to upgrade to a pirate character? Yifeng quickly selects yes. Regardless of who it is, he is eager to find out. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. Non-swimming female crew member has been upgraded to Nico Robin. Alabasta. Yifeng momentarily questions whether he misheard. Could it truly be Robin, the one he has long been murmuring about? He never expected to actually receive Nico Robin. Yifeng cannot fathom the connection between the elderly crew member and Nico Robin. Nico Robin. She is the child of the devil, an archaeologist, and the most cunning member of the main character group, Do Yifeng. She embodies the essence of a mature woman. Who does not admire a mature woman? Her Hana Nomi allows her to sprout her hands, feet, ears, and eyes in any location within her line of sight. As her fruit abilities develop and intensify, she can ultimately produce hundreds of limbs, forming colossal trees, wings, and even demonic doppelgangers. Though her fruit's capabilities may appear ordinary, her skill in utilizing her abilities and her imagination are exceptionally strong. Moreover, her name is associated with Alabasta, suggesting that the pinnacle of a one-star pirate character is indeed Nico Robin. At this moment, the elderly woman before Yifeng begins to fade away. His inventory now includes a card labeled Nico Robin, Alabasta. Eagerly, Yifeng retrieves the card and silently invokes her summoning. As the white smoke dissipates, a tall woman materializes before him. Previously, Yifeng had only seen Robin in anime. This is his first encounter with her in person. His immediate impression is that she exudes a powerful aura, stemming from her refined demeanor and stunning beauty, as well as her impressive height. She is genuinely tall and, even in high heels, towers over Yifeng significantly. One can only imagine a perfect figure. Magnified proportionally, stunningly beautiful, she dons a white denim hat, a white open coat, and white knee-high boots, beneath which she wears a tight leather skirt. Nobility and sensuality harmoniously blend together. Nico Robin offers Yifeng a captivating smile. He nods in return and states, "Welcome to my team." At this moment, Marion and Nami simultaneously exclaim, "Miss All Sunday." Robin turns to them and replies, "Just call me Robin. I no longer work for the boss." Marion hesitantly nods in agreement. Nami, initially wary, soon relaxes upon recalling that Marion was once an adversary as well. "All right, from now on, we are family," Yifeng declares. Since arriving in this world just over 10 hours ago, he has already gathered 3 beautiful women, 1 neighborly girl, 1 little lowly, and 1 mature woman. This is not a result of Yifeng's design, as these characters were all randomly generated by the system. Yifeng's gaze settles on Nico Robin, and a panel appears before him. Nico Robin, star level 1, level 1, 0.00, health points 15, defense 1, attack 10, speed 10, skill. Reading ancient texts, devil fruit, Hana no Mi. Yifeng stares in disbelief at the statistics. Even at level 1, her attack and speed are both at 10. Moreover, Robin is currently unarmed. Yifeng cannot fathom the consequences should this woman be an enemy. He would stand no chance of retaliation. Fortunately, she is now on his side. "Well then, now that we have everyone, let us prepare to complete a task," Yifeng states. Chapter 21. Nami's Judicial Island. The 3 women gaze at Yifeng, awaiting his further instructions. Presently, Yifeng possesses over 1,800 system coins. Previously, he had contemplated that upon acquiring 1,000 system coins, he would first upgrade a follower. His primary focus has been on upgrading Nami. Although he has just obtained Robin, Yifeng perceives Robin as more of a support character. While Robin's statistics surpass those of the others, she still pales in comparison to Nami's lightning attack power. Upgrading Nami first would undoubtedly yield greater benefits. Now, in order to confront level 5 monsters, an increase in Nami's attack power would provide him with much-needed confidence. At this moment, Yifeng is pondering the next follower. Ideally, he would prefer one who can act as a tank. As for Marion and Robin, he plans to take his time with their upgrades. Yifeng intends to accumulate 10,000 system coins to elevate his level to 2 before considering upgrading Marion and Robin. He opens his system shop and selects Upgrade Follower to 2 stars. System coins, 1,000. Subsequently, he obtains a radiant green gem. Focusing on the gem, he reads, Star Upgrade Gem. Can upgrade 1 follower to 2 stars. Please select a target for use. Aside from these 3 lines, there is no additional information. Yifeng's gaze hovers over the line. Please select a target for use. Several options swiftly appear. Nami, Miss Golden Week, Nico Robin. He selects Nami. Instantly, the bikini-clad Nami is enveloped in a whirl of white smoke. The smoke completely obscures her figure. As it gradually dissipates, Nami reappears in Yifeng's sight. Externally, there appears to be no change, save for the addition of a new outfit over her bikini. A denim jacket paired with a sky blue pleated skirt. Yifeng struggles to recall which era this outfit belongs to in the manga. Nami is known for her love of fashion, frequently changing her attire. Yifeng only remembers that her outfits are often revealing. But the specifics elude him. Nami gazes at the dissipating white smoke with a hint of confusion. I have a new outfit. How delightful. It's my favorite style, she exclaims joyfully, admiring her new attire. Marion looks on with curiosity. How interesting, Robin smiles as she observes Nami's new clothing. It's quite beautiful. These women seem preoccupied solely with the aesthetics of their garments. Nami, do you feel any changes? Yifeng inquires. Nami stretches her arms and legs. Sensing a newfound lightness, Yifeng's attention is focused on Nami as he brings up her status panel. Nami, Judicial Island, Star Level, 2, Level, 3, 24.45, Health Points, 30, Defense, 4 Attack, 5 Speed, 15 Skills, Navigation, Weather Forecasting, Weather Stick Manipulation, Equipment. Complete Weather Stick. Her health points, defense, and speed have all increased. Notably, her health has astonishingly reached 30, making Nami the member with the highest health among them. Other attributes of Nami have remained unchanged, but the most striking difference is undoubtedly her star level, corresponding to Judicial Island. The weather stick has also transformed into the version from the Judicial Island period. This weather stick seems to have been improved by the Sky Island's clams, boasting significantly greater power than before. Leaf watched Nami's thigh, where the weather stick was secured with a strap. Mistaking Leaf's gaze for admiration of her physique, Nami proudly lifted her chin. Nami, take a look at your equipment, Leaf remarked. Only then did Nami realize and hastily withdrew 3 segments of the weather stick from her thigh. The most apparent difference in the current weather stick is that each joint features a spherical structure. Designed to hold the Sky Island clams, Nami appeared exceedingly delighted. Leaf, you've helped me acquire new equipment. I'm overjoyed, Leaf corrected her, saying it's not new equipment, but a stronger Nami. Nami demonstrated the new weather stick a couple of times, eager to test it, and moved away from the crowd. Before the upgrade, the lightning appeared terrifying, let alone now. Being away from the crowd felt safer. Observing this, Leaf also stepped back with Marianne and Robin. Thundercloud Nami, she shouted. Instantly, one side of the weather stick erupted with billowing black clouds, soaring into the sky. These clouds were not only larger than before but also thicker and denser, exuding an extraordinary presence. Upon sensing the change in the thunderclouds, Nami felt she had grasped the shift in intensity and decided it was unnecessary to unleash lightning. Subsequently, Nami retracted the thundercloud she had just summoned. Once the thundercloud was fully withdrawn, Nami joyfully leaped high into the air, rushing to Leaf's side, exclaiming excitedly, "The speed at which the thundercloud appears is much faster than before. I no longer need to use the hot and cold air balloons step by step. The cold and hot air mix instantly, accompanied by static electricity. There are almost no steps involved. I can directly form thunderclouds in the sky." Leaf thought solely about the increased attack power, not anticipating the additional benefit of faster casting speed. This must be attributed to the storage capability of the Sky Island clams. This time, Leaf did not want Nami to search for trees for testing. Setting the forest ablaze with a single strike was not Leaf's intention. He still wanted the timber from the woods. Leaf focused on the weather stick in Nami's hand, which displayed its panel. Complete weather stick. Followers unique equipment. Star level, 3. Attack 2. Defense 1. Possesses a special ability to control localized weather, limited to Nami. Note: lightning inflicts damage of 10 to 60 points per second, random. The weather stick was 1 star higher than Nami. Leaf could never comprehend this. He resolved to acquire a Usopp in the future, as he might uncover the secret behind it. Now, the lightning damage from the weather stick had surged to between 10 and 60. This figure was simply unimaginable during the novice phase. With such damage, challenging that task should be quite manageable. All right, we are now prepared. The 3 women nodded in unison. Marianne, I recall you summoned a parrot earlier. Leaf stated. Marianne nodded. Its task has been completed. I have recalled IT discovered a much larger crab, which must be our target. This young girl was indeed efficient. I already know its location. It is to the east. Marianne pointed towards the eastern woods. Leaf motioned for Marianne to lead the way. The 4 of them moved towards the woods. As they walked, Leaf pondered. Up until now, he had not faced any level 5 monsters. The previous giant land crab was only level 3. Leaf needed to consider carefully. He couldn't just charge in recklessly. At this moment, Nami's attack power had increased, and with Nico Robin added, the reliability of their crowd control improved. He decided that Marianne should set the trap first. As long as Nami was given an opportunity, she could strike swiftly. With Robin present, they could ensure everything went smoothly during the monster control. After entering the woods and heading east for a while, they discovered a clearing. The enormous creature lay in the clearing, its massive claws tucked against its chest as if resting. Behind it, there appeared to be a treasure chest. The monster guarding the chest was likely the final boss of this island, Leif mused. Chapter 22. The green of friendship. This crab was more than twice the size of an ordinary crab, resembling the size of a small car. Leif took a deep breath. It did not look easy to deal with. He focused his gaze on it, checking its panel. Female giant land crab leader, level 5, type melee. The name was accurate. That was indeed the target. He confirmed the objective and discreetly took out the crab claw-shaped item for the quest. Focusing on it, a dialog box popped up. Do you accept the quest? Leif clicked yes. No time limit quest, extermination of the giant land crab, accepted. Hearing that it was an unlimited time quest, Leif felt relieved. Such a challenging task with a time limit would have been excessive. Leif exchanged glances with Marianne, signaling to commence their actions. Marianne methodically opened her backpack, retrieving a paintbrush and palette. She then searched for a large rock nearby. Mixing colors, she created the bullfight red, and a splash of red paint flew towards the rock, directly painting the bullfight red trap upon it. Same old routine. However, this time, Marianne instructed Leif and the others to keep their distance, indicating her awareness of the monster's danger. Leif, of course, complied and led Nami and Robin to a safer distance. Once they were hidden well, Marianne began to shout, "Claw sister, come take a look at this." The female crab immediately turned upon hearing the sound, its massive claws swinging wildly. Seeing the red pattern on the stone, it charged over frantically. Its speed was far superior to that of ordinary level 3 crabs. Marianne sensed the imminent danger and quickly dodged. The moment its giant claw made contact with the boulder, Marianne realized something was amiss. The boulder shattered under the impact, causing the bullfight red color trap to lose its effect almost instantly. This was just the initial contact. She hadn't anticipated the creature's ferocity. Immediately, the giant crab's gaze locked onto Marianne, who stood closest to it in a panic. Marianne attempted to maneuver her paintbrush to create another color trap. However, both Marianne and Leif, who was watching from a distance, understood that time was insufficient. The enormous creature was less than 10 meters away from Marianne, placing her in grave danger. Robin, crossing her arms, activated her ability, 16 Flower Bloom. In an instant, Robin's arms sprouted from all 8 of the crab's legs. With 2 of her arms on each leg, the arms interlocked, effectively immobilizing the joints of the crab's 8 legs. The massive crab lost its support and collapsed to the ground. Fantastic! Leif knew Robin would prove invaluable. The crab possessed immense strength, and as soon as Robin locked its 8 legs, a pained expression appeared on her face, clearly straining her. That moment, Marianne's color trap activated again. Mixing colors, she created friendship green, and a stream of green paint soared toward the crab's shell. A vibrant green pattern emerged on its back. That instant, the crab ceased its struggles, and Robin's expression visibly relaxed. Marianne signaled that Robin could release her hold. Having never witnessed Marianne's ability before, Robin only released her grip upon receiving the signal. Once freed, the crab hesitated momentarily before scuttling over to Marianne, kneeling as if to express a friendly demeanor. Leif, having not watched One Piece in a while, nearly forgot that Marianne possessed such a skill. Friendship Green had not appeared in the main series but was part of a cover story. This technique could directly turn enemies into friends. However, the drawback was that if the paint encountered water, it would wash away, turning friends back into foes. Leif pointed at the enormous crab and asked, "Is this all right?" Marianne shot him a glare. "You don't trust me?" I do. But what did you mean bicolor tattoo earlier?" Marianne replied. "That's the ability of my pin fruit. Anything I draw can materialize. I manifested the color trap as a tattoo, so I don't have to worry about it being washed away by rain." Leif had not expected this technique. A tattoo that materialized from a color trap was indeed clever. Now, they had successfully subdued the female giant land crab leader. However, at this moment, Yifeng had yet to receive the notification that the task had been completed. The objective of this mission was to eliminate the female giant land crab leader. Yifeng assessed the current situation and realized that he had not slain it at this juncture. He could allow Nami to unleash lightning and strike it down directly. That should be quite effortless. Currently, under the influence of the friendship of Green, she could electrocute it for as long as she wished. Even if it had an extensive health pool, say 120 hit points, a mere 2 seconds of electric shock would suffice. Yet, at this moment, Yifeng entertained different thoughts. Was this creature not a formidable force? To dispose of such strength with a single electric strike would indeed be a waste. Marianne, how long can this friendship of green endure? Yifeng inquired. Marianne was busy tidying her paintbrushes and palette, viewing the battle as already concluded. Initially concerned about being washed away, it had now become a permanent tattoo. This effectively meant they had acquired a high-power companion. Very well, I shall unleash my imagination. Marianne, let it pave the way for us while we accumulate experience. Marianne nodded, comprehending Yifeng's intent. With this creature, there was no need for Yifeng and the others to intervene. It could effortlessly clear the male crabs from the forest, akin to child's play. Just moments ago, its forceful strike against the boulder had demonstrated its might. With a single claw, it could easily dispatch those level 3 male crabs. At this moment Nami, holding the new weather rod, appeared somewhat displeased. I haven't even made a move, and it's all over. Yifeng tousled Nami's orange hair. It's not over. As long as this fellow remains alive. I cannot complete my mission. Ultimately, we will rely on you to deliver the finishing blow. Nami nodded in understanding. I was genuinely worried that Marianne might be torn to shreds. Robin, can't you say something nice? The 4 of them, accompanied by the enormous crab, arrived at a small clearing in the woods. In the center of the clearing lay a conspicuous treasure chest. Was this item so glaringly obvious merely to tempt onlookers? Had it not been for the numerous skilled individuals under Yifeng's command, it would have been merely a sight to behold, yet beyond reach. The chest was yellow and appeared to be made of brass. A high-quality find indeed. Yifeng felt a surge of excitement as he focused on the chest. Brass treasure chest. The chest may contain any useful resources. Indeed, it was brass. Yifeng attempted to open the chest, only to receive a prompt. Opening the brass treasure chest requires a payment of 15 berries. To his surprise, it demanded 15 berries, quite the steep price. Henceforth, accumulating berries would evidently be of utmost importance. Yifeng stored the brass treasure chest in his inventory. Marianne, let us proceed to clear the woods. Marianne gestured towards the female giant land crab. It seemed to comprehend, brandishing its claws and charging forward. Ladies, let us follow, Yifeng declared. Chapter 23. The female crab takes center stage. What followed was rather simple. Marianne drew a parrot to scout ahead. Upon the parrot's return, it communicated directly with the female crab. The nature of their communication remained a mystery to Yifeng, yet it appeared their exchange was remarkably efficient. After conversing with the parrot, the female crab joyfully raised its 2 large claws and marched forward with enthusiasm. Yifeng and the others closely followed in its wake. Following the parrot's intel, the female crab swiftly located a gathering of male crabs. Upon spotting the opposite sex, the male crabs were instantly captivated, desperately attempting to approach the female crab. The female crab, however, showed no mercy, swiftly dispatching 2 of them with a decisive snap of its claws. The male crabs were left bewildered, standing frozen in place. Unsure of how to react, a couple of them were already contemplating retreat. Yifeng had anticipated a collective assault from the male crabs, but to his astonishment, they were all rather cowardly. He exchanged glances with Marianne, who promptly understood. She sketched several leisurely greens on the ground, ensnaring all the male crabs within. They began to dance foolishly. This scene reminded Yifeng of Luffy's leisurely green technique, causing him to envision Marianne sipping tea on a picnic blanket. Marianne, in the world of One Piece, had a bounty of 29 million berries, surpassing that of Arlong from the East Blue, who commanded a bounty of 20 million. Just 16 years old, such a high bounty must have stemmed from her extraordinary abilities. At this moment, the female crab, witnessing the male crabs dancing foolishly, unleashed its claws with ferocious intent. Its attack power was astonishing. In the event of a critical hit, it could obliterate a male crab with a single strike. Even without a critical hit, one claw could incapacitate, while the other would swiftly tear it apart. Nami initially intended to unleash a lightning strike during this chaos, but alas, the female crab was amidst the throng of crabs. One bolt of lightning would annihilate them all. Yifeng had hoped the female crab would attack the next wave of male crabs, so Nami refrained from intervening. Robin, meanwhile, sat on a rock, merrily reading a book. Once Marianne completed her leisurely green drawing and recognized that the situation was well in hand, she stowed away her paintbrush and palette. Remarkably, she laid out a picnic blanket nearby, poured hot water from a thermos, and began brewing tea. This Marianne seemed perpetually inclined toward relaxation. Seeing the picnic blanket, Nami approached her for a cup of tea. I say, "Can we take this monster slaying a bit more seriously?" Yifeng remarked. The speed at which the female crab dispatched the male crabs paled in comparison to Nami's lightning. Though its attack power was formidable, it was ultimately a single-target strike. Feeling bored, Yifeng opened the regional channel to pass the time. Currently, the regional channel served not only as a source of information for Yifeng, but also as a means of entertainment. With no phones or computers available on the deserted island, browsing the local network was a small comfort. The regional channel continued to brim with discussions about Yifeng. "Great Yifeng, I caught your fish. When will you restock? I have plenty of wood." Upon seeing yet another mention of wood, Yifeng frowned. He had amassed quite a bit of wood himself. Although he was aware that wood would be needed later on, his mindset had shifted. He glanced at the heart of the Novice Island's forest, realizing that all that would belong to him. Thus, Yifeng preferred to trade meat for materials and resources beyond wood. The regional channel was filled with lamentations about the difficulties of survival. "Why is it so hard to chop a tree? Those giant land crabs keep appearing. Keep your distance from them. Every claw brings an entourage. Don't ask me how I know. Misery loves company. I even proactively challenged one. And thankfully, the entourage had my back. This survival world is too difficult. Just trying to fill my stomach is a challenge, let alone gathering enough materials to build a raft. I have surplus wood. I'll trade it for food or water." In private messages, Ino1 responded to him, highlighting how scarce food and water remained. Why Yifeng pondered how, had he not possessed this system and relied solely on his abilities, he might now be struggling to fish or chop wood. Fishing depended on luck, while chopping would require favorable conditions from those selling food. Currently, Yifeng could drink water thanks to Nami's weather rod, which produced distilled water instantly. The water was hot, even tea, which Marianne particularly enjoyed. When it came to food, there was an abundance of crab meat, all cooked directly by Nami's lightning. However, speaking of food, Yifeng realized he was lacking in vegetables or fruits. As for fruits, he could only obtain them through treasure chests, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Vegetables were even more elusive, never having been seen, and neither were they available in the trading hall. This was quite understandable. In times of food scarcity, vitamin-rich vegetables and fruits were even rarer than the fish Yifeng sold. Those fortunate enough to procure such food surely kept it for their own consumption. Unwilling to trade it away at that moment, Yifeng was struck by a thought about the orange tree seedling he had previously acquired. This could potentially be cultivated, alleviating any concerns about eating oranges in the future. Yifeng's mind was filled with visions of the orange tree aboard the Going Merry. How splendid it would be if he could replicate that. While contemplating, he noticed a message that caught his attention. Rare blueprint, basic wooden guarding box, available for trade with food. Just as one desires a pillow upon feeling sleepy, Yifeng quickly clicked on the individual to initiate a private chat. "I am Yifeng." He confidently stated his name. After observing throughout the morning, Yifeng understood that his name had become synonymous with reliability. Sure enough, upon recognizing Yifeng, the seller hurriedly replied, "Ah, it's the great Yifeng." The seller of the blueprint was named Su Peng. In this world, one must not only rely on personal perseverance, but also on luck. Unfortunately, he had always been rather unfortunate. When playing cards or mahjong, he never drew good hands. Arriving in this world, his fishing success rate was significantly lower than others. He could barely catch a fish, let alone a pair of worn-out shoes. Yet, after accumulating so much bad luck, fortune had finally smiled upon him. He managed to reel in a treasure chest. Inside the chest, not only was there a novice stone axe, but also the blueprint for the basic wooden gardening box. From that point onward, he began a life of lumberjacking. Within the trading hall, wood was abundant, yet acquiring food in exchange was exceedingly challenging, with many sellers demanding exorbitant prices. Finding a seller willing to trade 12 pieces of wood for a single piece of food required remarkable speed. His hand speed was slow, rendering him unable to seize any opportunities. In a state of desperation, he was on the brink of despair. Yet, Yifeng appeared as if he were a savior, directly offering over 100 young mackerels for sale. This marked the first instance in the survival world where he procured food. The fish, rich in moisture, provided a meager means of sustenance despite the lack of water. Others accused Yifeng of cheating or using hacks. But he held a different perspective. He perceived Yifeng as a benefactor in the gaming realm, bestowing good fortune upon players with lesser luck. Witnessing Yifeng's benevolence, he felt a surge of excitement. This time, his blueprints should fetch a handsome price. Why, Yifeng, esteemed one, this item is exceedingly rare, and I seek a considerable price. He would not lower his psychological valuation simply because Yifeng was the buyer. At that moment, Yifeng noticed the response from the other party. He understood the sentiment behind it. After finally acquiring something valuable, one would not wish to sell it for a pittance. However, Yifeng was not inclined to entertain exorbitant demands and queried, "Do you truly consider young mackerels to be rare? For an ordinary person, food could indeed be deemed a rare commodity." Why, Yifeng continued, "Do you think young mackerels hold any rarity for me?" Su Peng initially contemplated asserting that young mackerels were certainly less rare than his blueprints, which was indeed a fact. However, the recent availability of over 100 young mackerels indicated that Yifeng possessed capabilities beyond those of ordinary individuals. Yes, what he deemed rare might be quite commonplace for Yifeng. Su Peng had a psychological price for his blueprints set at 5 young mackerels. This was a price only Yifeng could afford. Nevertheless, he still wished to negotiate for a higher price, intending to ask for 8. If Yifeng did not counteroffer, he would consider it a profit. Unexpectedly, Yifeng refrained from naming a price and instead educated him, leaving Su Peng at a loss for words. Realizing he had silenced the other party, Yifeng said, "I have rare food as well, cooked crab meat. I can offer 1 pound. What say you?" Yifeng did not allow the other party to propose a price, but instead made his own offer. In terms of weight, 5 young mackerels exceeded 1 pound of crab meat. However, there was a caveat. The young mackerels still had heads, bones, and entrails, whereas the 1 pound of crab meat was pure flesh, cooked and ready to eat. Saving time on grilling fish and allowing for more time to chop wood at that moment, Su Peng had completely forgotten his initial intention of asking for 8 young mackerels. His thoughts were now focused on his psychological valuation. This exemplified the advantage of making the first offer. Why, Yifeng added, "If you are unwilling, then so be it." Su Peng understood that if he did not sell this item to Yifeng, no one else could possibly offer 1 pound of meat. Agreed. It's a deal. Why, Yifeng smiled slightly. By controlling the source, he had seized the power to dictate the price. This was not merely a matter of haggling. It was a reflection of the dynamics between a seller's market and a buyer's market. The two engaged in a direct one-on-one transaction. Su Peng received 1 pound of cooked crab meat, which, if rationed carefully, could sustain him until the small island was submerged. Before that happened, he could focus on the construction of a vessel. In a sense, Yifeng had saved his life once more. Yifeng acquired the blueprint for a basic wooden gardening box, envisioning a home for his orange saplings. After the transaction concluded, a voice from Marian echoed, "The male crabs have been dealt with. You may collect your rewards now." Chapter 24, Yang Hongming and Tar. At this juncture, Yifeng also received an experience prompt. Kill giant land crab, 35 experience points. Subsequently, a notification for system currency appeared. Ding! System currency 770. Yifeng's system currency total rose to system currency 1634. The amount had surpassed 1,000 once more. Theoretically, he could upgrade to a new follower. However, Yifeng had already devised a plan to save up to 10,000 for a system upgrade. Marianne and Robin could wait for another opportunity. The spoils from this venture were less than those from the previous encounter with Nami's electric crab, as this colony of crabs was smaller in number. Amidst the gruesome remains of the crabs, 5 treasure chests suddenly emerged. There was 1 iron chest and 4 wooden chests. This time, Yifeng opted not to attempt opening the iron chest, likely requiring 5 berries to unlock. And he currently had none. No matter. He would first store it in his inventory. Now, he proceeded to open the remaining 4 wooden chests. Congratulations, you have obtained iron plate 1. Congratulations, you have obtained a small bag of fine salt. Congratulations. You have obtained orange 1. Excellent. Another piece of fruit. Next, Yifeng opened the remaining 3 chests, yielding various materials, including food. Iron plate 2, stone 6, hemp rope 1, coarse cloth 2, tar 1, and 3 more oranges, providing some vitamins for lunch. Among these wooden chests, there was also a blueprint. Basic workbench blueprint. Yifeng, curious, focused on the blueprint panel. Basic workbench blueprint. Crafting item star level, 1 star. Crafting a workbench, essential for creating weapons and armor. Required materials, wood 40, stone 3, iron plate 1. So it was for crafting equipment. Yifeng indeed needed gear. Although he had reached level 3, his attack and defense were still woefully inadequate. With equipment and armor, he would gain some confidence. However, Yifeng's current dilemma was that he lacked any blueprints for weapons or armor. The system shop offered some blueprints, but all related to weaponry required Yifeng to be level 20 or above. Where could he find lower-level blueprints? As the fishmonger, Yifeng considered the best approach to trade fish and crab meat for blueprints. He collected everything from the chests into his inventory, then proceeded to examine the crab carcasses. Congratulations, you have obtained fresh crab meat 6. The fresh crab meat indeed appeared to be more abundant than the cooked variety. Yifeng hefted it, estimating it to be around 30 Jan. Quite heavy. It seemed to contain more moisture than the fully cooked crab meat. This was advantageous. The cooked crab meat eliminated the processing difficulty, while the fresh crab meat offered even more moisture. Yifeng meticulously scavenged through the carcasses of the crabs. The male crabs, having fallen victim to the female crabs, met a gruesome fate. Severed claws, broken legs, shells punctured, and some even torn in half. After inspecting the remains, Yifeng garnered a significant amount of crab meat and some crab shells. Crab meat 132, crab shell 18. Although this haul was less than the one from Nami's electric crab, it was still quite satisfactory. The key point was that this time, everyone had enjoyed tea and leisurely strolled through shops while hunting crabs. Quite pleasant indeed. This moment, Yifeng also noted that both Marianne and Robin had leveled up. Marianne reached level 3. Yifeng checked her personal information. Miss Golden Week, star level 1, level 3, 37.5, health 24, defense 3, attack 3, speed 12, skill, drawing, color signaling, devil fruit, pin fruit. Marianne's attributes had all increased, bringing her speed to 12, matching Yifeng's OWN. Yifeng truly needed Marianne to be quicker. Her movement speed and attack speed determined the survival of the entire team. Marianne, has your skill changed in any way? Marianne took a moment to assess. Now, when using Color Trap, she could reach further distances. The characters or animals she depicted were also significantly stronger. It seemed Marianne was indeed developing in these two directions. Just imagine her crossing the ship, utilizing Color Trap to conjure a companion rivaling the strength of a pirate. Yifeng remained optimistic about her growth. Meanwhile, Marianne had already retrieved her paintbrush and palette from her backpack. She promptly illustrated a female crab on the ground. The female crab materialized before Yifeng. This female crab was considerably smaller than the previous crab leader, but larger than the usual male crabs. The characters and animals she created did not possess levels, yet Yifeng could sense from the female crab's aura that it was already stronger than a level 3 male crab. Yifeng was quite pleased. Next, he turned to examine Robin's personal information. Nico Robin, star level 1, level 2, 46.25, health 20, defense 2, attack 15, speed 15. Robin's stats differed from those of Marianne and Nami. Her attack and speed appeared to have increased at a faster rate than the other two. With only a level 2, Robin's attack had already reached 1/5. Yifeng even speculated that Robin might be able to single-handedly take on a level 3 giant land crab. Based on the growth of her attributes, Yifeng deduced that Robin likely belonged to a combat-oriented class. However, her defense grew at a similar rate to the other two girls, indicating she was not a tank-type character. Yifeng was thoroughly satisfied. While enjoying hot pot and singing, he gathered resources and leveled up. Yifeng now had the leisure to consider taking Nami for a swim by the sea. Just then, Marianne's little scout, the parrot, returned. After a brief exchange with the female crab, it indicated its understanding. However, she conversed with Marianne for a while. Marianne attentively listened to the parrot's incessant chatter, scratching her head and pondering. The parrot's general implication was that in the next location, there were only 5 female crabs. It turned out that, aside from the female giant land crab leader, there were indeed other female crabs on this island. Yifeng inquired about the level, but Marianne was unable to clarify. I suggested, my dear, could you perhaps draw a talking scout next time? Marianne shot Yifeng an exasperated glance. The reason I chose the parrot was simply that it was the only flying creature I could depict that also spoke. Very well, Yifeng conceded, albeit speechless. Nonetheless, it is indeed true that to manifest an image into reality relies heavily on the artist's comprehension of the character, object, or animal in question. Marianne possessed a deeper understanding of the parrot and was certainly more inclined to paint it. Yifeng, along with 3 companions and 2 female crabs, one large and one small, set off towards the next destination. Given that these were female crabs, it was unlikely they would attract any male crabs. Before reaching the location, Yifeng instructed everyone to hold back, allowing the larger and smaller crabs to lure the enemies first. Having played online games, Yifeng knew that having the tank draw the aggro was a fundamental strategy. Among Yifeng, Nami, Marian, and Robin, none were tank-type characters. Only the 2 female crabs fit that role. It was only natural for them to engage the enemies. Soon enough, both crabs had provoked several female crabs, 3 for the larger one and 2 for the smaller. From a distance, Yifeng observed that these female crabs appeared to be level 3, likely comparable in strength to the males. He directed Robin to immobilize all 8 legs of the enemy female crabs. Allowing his own crabs to unleash their attacks without restraint in no time at all, they dispatched all 5 crabs. This encounter was exceedingly simple, devoid of any challenge. Subsequently, Yifeng received a notification regarding the experience points gained. Defeated female giant land crab, 35 experience points. Indeed, the experience points awarded were identical to those from the level 3 male crabs. Following that, a system currency prompt appeared. Ding, system currency 175. A decent sum? No doubt. Yifeng's system currency now stood at system currency 1809. He then approached the corpses of several female crabs and was greeted by the sight of 3 wooden treasure chests materializing. The drop rate of wooden treasure chests from female crabs was surprisingly high. Upon opening them, Yifeng was taken aback to discover that all 3 chests contained iron sheets. He acquired iron sheets 9. Was there any inherent connection between the female crabs and the iron sheets, or was it merely a stroke of luck? He then rummaged through the remains of the female crabs and retrieved crab meat and shells. Fresh crab meat 30. Crab shells 2. This time, there were no unexpected findings. Shortly thereafter, Marian's parrot flitted over, chattering about the remaining crabs. It seemed there was just one final wave of crabs left. This time, Marian understood the parrot's words. Is this all that this island has to offer? Yifeng remarked with a hint of disappointment. If this sentiment were to reach the ears of other survivors struggling to meet their basic needs, it would surely infuriate them. For them, encountering a single giant land crab would warrant a hasty retreat. Lagging behind could lead to sacrificing a follower, and those who had already sacrificed followers would face the grim prospect of sacrificing themselves. They would cautiously chop wood at the edge of the forest. Then let us clear this small island of its inhabitants, Yifeng declared. Just as he finished speaking, a private message from a friend caught his attention. It was from Tar brother Yang Hongming. After trading Tar with Yifeng previously, they had added each other as friends. Yifeng seldom encountered Yang Hongming in the trading hall, or while hunting and fishing, making the latter's unique output quite appealing, especially when Yifeng learned that tar was necessary for crafting ships. Brother Yifeng, I still have some tar on hand, Yifeng replied. How much do you have? I'll take it all. Moments later, 12 units of tar appeared in the trading interface. This fellow was quite industrious. How had he amassed so much tar in such a short time? Yifeng remarked. I have some other meat available. For your 12 units of tar, I can offer you 2 pounds. How does that sound, 2 pounds? Yang Hongming was touched by Yifeng's generosity. According to their previous arrangement, exchanging for fish would only yield 6 fish, which could not possibly amount to 2 pounds of meat. He quickly responded, Thank you, brother Yifeng. Yifeng replied. I saw you speaking well of me in the public chat. Yang Hongming expressed his gratitude, saying, I never expected to encounter such a person like you in this harsh survival world. After saying this, he suddenly felt a pang of guilt and added, Brother Yifeng, this morning I caught a fish and obtained a stone axe. I plan to use the remaining time to gather wood. He hesitated. As if he had more to say, Yifeng responded, I suppose that means your tar yield will decrease, right? No worries. I hope you survive. Crafting a ship is a priority. This statement left Yang Hongming deeply appreciative. Yifeng then asked Marian for a small knife and cut 2 pounds of well-cooked crab meat for Tar brother, placing it in the trade window and confirming the transaction. Brother Yifeng, this is fantastic. It's cooked, and I tried it. It's delicious. After a short while, Yang Hongming added, Brother Yifeng, I have another item, and I'm not sure if it can be exchanged for food. Yifeng inquired. What is it? Yang Hongming replied, It's 5 berry. Chapter 25, Berry Exchange Function just so happens that it is 5 berry. Opening an iron treasure chest also costs 5 berried. Yi Feng currently had 4 iron treasure chests waiting to be opened. The act of opening chests is always the most enticing aspect of any game. Yi Feng had been troubled by his inability to open those chests. He had originally planned to clear the crabs and then head to the trading hall to acquire some berry. Since Yang Hongming wished to exchange berry for food, he was more than welcome. Without hesitation, Yi Feng made an offer. "I'll trade you 1 pound of well-cooked crab meat for those 5 berry. What do you say?" Yang Hongming had already tasted the crab meat and found it delicious, pure meat cooked to perfection. This pound of crab meat was far more valuable than 5 or 6 small fish. Yang Hongming had initially thought that he would be fortunate to exchange for 3 or 4 small fish. He never expected Yi Feng to be so generous. He considered that with this pound of crab meat, he could truly focus on building a raft for the remainder of his time. Both parties were satisfied with the trade, and it was successfully completed. Yi Feng's inventory now reflected an increase of 5 berry and a decrease of 1 pound of well-cooked crab meat. Yang Hongming cherished the crab meat, repeatedly thanking Yi Feng for his generosity. The crab meat from this transaction would be crucial for survival during the upcoming beginner phase. As for Yi Feng, he was merely curious about what treasures the iron treasure chests might hold. With the acquisition of these 5 berry, he could finally satiate a modicum of his curiosity. At that moment, a system notification suddenly echoed in Yi Feng's mind. Puzzled, he wondered what the system could be alerting him to at this juncture. Ding. Detected that the host has acquired currency in the survival world. The system has unlocked a new feature. The berry exchange, berry and system currency can be exchanged with each other. The host can exchange any materials obtained in the survival world for berry within the system. Another unexpected surprise? The system had introduced a new function. Yi Feng hastily accessed the system's main interface. The 3 lines of text on the main system panel remained unchanged. System level: 1. Pirate character followers. 3. System currency. 1809. Below these 3 lines were the original 4 buttons. Items required for level up. Items from the survival world, exclusive items from the store, currency exchange. At this moment, the currency exchange button was flashing. Yi Feng had previously learned that this currency exchange function was used to convert high-level items into system currency, such as blueprints. However, the return on such exchanges was exceedingly low. Yi Feng had researched that a standard 1-star blueprint could only be exchanged for 1 system currency. Yi Feng could easily earn 1 system currency by catching a single fish. Trading blueprints felt like a rip-off. Now, the currency exchange button was glowing, indicating the new functionality mentioned by the system. Yi Feng promptly clicked to explore. 2 new options had appeared. Exchange for system currency. Exchange for berry, system currency and berry can be exchanged with each other. The exchange for system currency option was the one Yi Feng had previously learned about. He had no desire to use it unless absolutely necessary, as it seemed somewhat inappropriate. The latter 2 options were the newly introduced features. Upon clicking Exchange for berry, a new interface emerged. At the top of the interface, a line of small text read, "Place the item you wish to exchange, and its price will be displayed. Let us give it ATRY." Yi Feng retrieved a piece of well-cooked crab meat from his inventory. Prior to the update, this ordinary material could not be exchanged in the exchange for system currency function. However, this time, Yi Feng placed the well-cooked crab meat in the exchange box. Below the exchange box, the price for the well-cooked crab meat was displayed. Well-cooked crab meat exchange, 20 berry. After a brief calculation, Yi Feng realized that just earlier, he had sold 1 pound of crab meat to Tar brother Yang Hongming for 5 berry. Based on this price, a whole block of crab meat weighing 20 pounds should be worth around 100 berries. However, the system's exchange for berries only allows for a conversion to a mere 20 berries, revealing a staggering 5-fold price disparity. This seems rather unfair. If other survivors possess berries, it would be more prudent to acquire them from their hands. Curiosity piqued, Yi Feng next examined the 3rd feature, System Coins and Berries Exchange. Upon opening it, he encountered 2 options: system coins to berries and berries to system coins. Below, a line of small text provided the exchange rates. System coins to berries, 100 system coins for 1 berry, and berries to system coins, 1,000 berries for 1 system coin. Upon seeing this, Yi Feng was utterly bewildered. The exchange was not based on a fixed rate. Converting either way resulted in a significant loss, and a considerable one at that. It seemed that this function was only intended for emergencies. Regularly using this feature would gradually deplete one's currency due to the system's absorption. Consequently, among the three features of currency exchange, only the second, berries to system coins, appear to be somewhat viable. If other survivors had an abundance of berries, the situation would still seem quite disadvantageous. Over the past few days, Yifeng had been perusing the items listed in the trading hall. During this time, he had only seen berries once. Currently, the output of berries was relatively low, though it was possible that this would change in the future. Yifeng remained optimistic, recognizing that having this feature was better than having none at all. He would exchange wherever it was suitable. For the moment, he had no choice. After all, he was eager to open some boxes. Without further hesitation, Yifeng produced 2 pieces of fully cooked crab meat, exchanging them for 40 berries. Now that he had berries, it was time to open the boxes. This moment, several girls nearby noticed him standing still in a daze. Puzzled by his demeanor, "Why, Yifeng?" Nami gently tapped his shoulder. It was then that Yifeng realized he had neglected the girls for quite some time. "I just acquired some berries and was about to open some boxes," he replied. Upon hearing the word berries, Nami's eyes transformed into symbols of currency. "Why, Yifeng? Hold on to them for me. I can turn money into more money," Nami exclaimed excitedly. This girl was perpetually fixated on berries. If he relinquished his money to Nami, it would be difficult to retrieve it later. Wai Yifeng shook his head and retrieved 1 berry from his inventory. A single coin materialized in his hand. To his surprise, the berries in this world had a physical form. The coin was a rich bronze hue, exuding a sense of antiquity. The front bore a large numeral 1, while the reverse displayed a berry icon. Yifeng handed the coin to Nami, saying, "Here, take it for fun." Upon seeing the single berry, Nami didn't appear pleased and shot Yifeng a disapproving glance. "So stingy," she remarked, yet inwardly she felt a kinship with him, realizing they were kindred spirits. Although she verbally chastised him for being frugal, she carefully tucked the berry coin into her bodice. "All right, let us open the boxes," Yifeng declared, retrieving the 5 boxes from his inventory, 4 iron chests and 1 brass chest. Chapter 26, Medium-Sized Sailboat Blueprint. He approached the first iron chest. To open the iron chest, a payment of 5 berries is required. "Would you like to proceed?" Yifeng confirmed. The iron chest creaked open. "Congratulations, you have obtained Iron Block 1. Congratulations, you have obtained Iron Block 1. Congratulations, you have obtained Coarse Iron Dagger 1. Indeed, the iron chest was distinctly different. The first iron chest yielded items that had never been found in the wooden chests. The iron within the wooden chests had merely been sheets, whereas what he had just acquired were solid blocks. It was evident that iron blocks were a superior material. Wai Yifeng was particularly intrigued by the coarse iron dagger. Could this be a piece of equipment? He quickly grasped the dagger. The dagger measured approximately 25 centimeters in length and came with a wooden sheath, which appeared haphazardly crafted, tied with string. Drawing the blade revealed it to be iron, somewhat rough, with a faint metallic sheen. The handle was also wooden, constructed with equal carelessness as the sheath. Focusing on the dagger, its details materialized before him. Coarse iron dagger, star level 1, attack power 6, crafted item. World drop. It was indeed a piece of equipment. With an attack power of 6, this was trivial compared to Nami's damage range of 10-60. However, for Yifeng, whose attack power was a mere 3, this represented a 2-fold increase. He did not hesitate to fasten the dagger to his waist. Having it was certainly better than not. Thus, Yifeng's attack power rose to 9, should he encounter a low-level monster without any followers nearby. This small weapon might just save his life. Excellent. The iron chest clearly produced superior quality items compared to the wooden ones. On to the next. Wai Yifeng approached the second iron chest and spent 5 berries to open it. Acquiring coarse rope 3. For the third iron chest, he received coarse rope 2 and corn seeds 10. The corn seeds were unexpected. Wai Yifeng had only considered the potential for vitamin deficiency during his sea voyages. Yet his food reserves were devoid of grains. He had never opened a treasure chest containing items like black bread. The corn seeds sparked a greater interest in crop cultivation. Having just obtained a planting box blueprint, he could attempt to plant the corn seeds alongside orange saplings. Only 1 iron chest remained. He opened it. Congratulations, you have obtained Quality Wood 1. Congratulations, you have obtained Quality Wood 1. Congratulations, you have obtained Beginner Crab Shell Chest Armor Blueprint 1. Chest Armor Blueprint. Upon seeing the Beginner Crab Shell Chest Armor Blueprint, Yifeng's eyes lit up. He had just acquired a weapon, and now he was on the verge of obtaining armor. This chest armor, known as crab shell armor, presumably required crab shells as material. After searching for crab shells for so long, he could finally put them to good use. They had not been collected in vain. The 4 iron chests had yielded Yifeng immense satisfaction. The materials were predominantly of high quality, alongside seeds, weapons, and crafting blueprints. It was as if everything he wished for had materialized. Spending berries certainly made a difference. Yifeng stored the recently acquired goods in his inventory, and amid his elation, his gaze shifted to the more advanced brass chest. This item was likely unique to the Novice Island, and the loot it contained should not be trivial at that moment. Yifeng felt a twinge of nervousness. With a racing heart and trembling hands, he hoped for something worthwhile: equipment, blueprints, or perhaps a devil fruit. He recited all the desirable items he could think of before spending 15 berries to open it. Congratulations, you have obtained unopened rum 1. Congratulations, you have obtained coarse iron hammer 1. Congratulations, you have obtained upgrade to medium-sized sailboat blueprint 1. Upon seeing the contents of the chest, Yifeng exclaimed in surprise. The 3 girls, having only glimpsed the item icons, were curious and pulled at Yifeng, demanding to know what he had received. Yifeng was momentarily at a loss for words, presenting the items one by one. When Nami beheld the entire bottle of rum, she too cheered, clutching it tightly against her chest. I've been wishing for rum these past few days. I can't believe my wish has come true. Next, Yifeng showed them the coarse iron hammer. This item was crudely made, even more so than the coarse iron dagger at his waist. The hammerhead appeared poorly forged, and the long wooden handle was anything but straight, rough and unrefined. As Yifeng focused on the coarse iron hammer, its details popped up. Coarse iron hammer, star level 1, attack power 5, crafted item, world drop. Despite its substantial size, its attack power was a point lower than that of the dagger. Yifeng felt a bit disheartened. The coarse iron dagger had been obtained from an iron chest, and he suspected that this hammer might also be found in similar chests. It was entirely normal for high-level chests to yield low-level items. Yifeng raised the hammer and inquired among the 3 girls if anyone wanted it. Nami shook her head vigorously, clutching the rum. I have the weather stick. I have no need for this useless thing. Marianne remarked, my hands are meant for painting. Everyone turned to Nico Robin. Robin replied, this hammer is quite cute. May I place it on my bedside? Yifeng frowned. When Robin used her abilities, she required a cross-handed grip. Holding a hammer would be counterproductive. With no other choice, Yifeng stored the hammer in his inventory for the time being. Robin appeared somewhat disappointed as she watched him do so. What a beautiful hammer. She murmured that Yifeng had watched One Piece but had not paid attention to Robin's unique sense of aesthetics. Thankfully, her fashion sense was impeccable. Otherwise, Yifeng would have found himself in a quandary. Finally, Yifeng held the blueprint in his hand. If we gather sufficient materials, we can craft a larger vessel, he announced. Oh yay! Nami cheered. Marianne remained expressionless, while Robin smiled warmly at Yifeng. These 3 girls truly had their own distinct characteristics. Despite Robin being significantly older than Yifeng, her appearance still resembled that of a young girl, definitely falling into the category of the most refined and alluring older sisters, in terms of age. She is an elder sister, while in appearance, she resembles a younger sister. Yifeng focused his attention on the blueprints, examining the intricate details. Upgrade to medium wooden house sailboat blueprint. Crafting item star rating, 1 star. Upgrade small wooden house sailboat to medium wooden house sailboat, capable of sailing. Can withstand light wave conditions. The hull is more stable and faster. Required materials: wood 2100, hemp rope 60, iron sheets 60, coarse cloth 40, tar 15. Requires small wooden house sailboat. This daunting array of materials caused Yifeng to draw in a sharp breath. He had assumed that upgrading a sailboat with the materials at his disposal would be a simple endeavor. To his surprise, he found that, with the exception of the tar, he was lacking in every other material. While wood was relatively easy to procure in the trading hall, finding hemp rope, iron sheets, and coarse cloth proved to be quite a challenge. At that moment, Yifeng recalled that there should still be a group of giant land crabs on this island that had yet to be cleared. They would surely drop some wooden and iron treasure chests. Perhaps he could gather the necessary materials. The thought of the island being submerged only heightened Yifeng's insatiable demands for a seaworthy vessel. Let us go, Marianne. We need to eliminate the remaining crabs. Marianne replied. Yifeng, we haven't had lunch yet. We can eat after we finish the task, Yifeng stated. With a sigh of resignation, Marianne led the way, accompanied by two female crabs, one large and one small. Chapter 27. Beginner Observation Hockey. This particular group of male crabs was located on the opposite side of the island, relatively far away. Initially, when Yifeng had circled the island with Nami and the others, it had taken them over an hour. Although traversing through the forest was slower, the distance was much shorter, in just 30 to 40 minutes. They arrived at a swarm of male crabs. This should be the last wave of male crabs on the island. Once this wave was defeated, Yifeng would become the de facto ruler of this island, albeit for only a couple of days. This time, the two female crabs were already adept at their task. They skillfully divided the male crabs into two groups by employing their natural allure. The male crabs, having been solitary for too long, were indiscriminate in their choices. The larger ones gravitated towards the larger crabs, while the smaller ones sought out the smaller ones. The larger group of male crabs was under Marianne's control through her color traps, while the smaller group fell under Robin's fruit abilities. The two female crabs made short work of the males, dispatching them with ease, one claw each, at most 2 or 3 strikes per crab. The scene was utterly brutal, while Yifeng merely observed. Initially, Nami had taken out her weather stick, contemplating using it to deliver an electric shock should any crabs escape. However, as the battle commenced, as the massacre began, she abandoned that notion and settled beside Yifeng to watch. Nami divided her weather stick into 3 segments and tucked them away in her thigh pouch, pulling out a lucky coin to play with. Yifeng, in 2 days, the sea will submerge our little island. Where will we go then? Nami inquired. Yifeng had pondered this question as well, but the world of survival was still foreign to him. Once at sea, he had no idea where to go. The announcement suggested seeking islands at higher altitudes, but who knew where they might be? Nami, the vast ocean. How difficult is it to find a higher altitude island? Nami replied, if I'm with you, it should be manageable. But what if you weren't? Yifeng was curious. If he were merely an ordinary survivor, would he have any chance of survival even if he left the island before it was submerged? Nami shook her head, stating, relying purely on luck would mean a slim chance of survival. Yifeng understood. Just then, Marianne completed her tasks, having packed away her paintbrush and palette. She approached Yifeng and Nami, preparing to lay out a picnic. Yifeng intended to eliminate the giant female land crab leader to complete his mission. He wondered what impact it might have on Marianne, so he decided to ask her. Marianne, in a moment, I plan to take down that giant crab. Marianne, while adding tea leaves to the teapot, remarked, then I'll need to remove its friendship aura first. Otherwise, I'll miss it. Once the tea leaves were set, she picked up a thermos to pour hot water into the teapot. Without removing its friendship aura, that feeling would linger. Yifeng nodded. Marianne was quite sentimental soon. The 2 female crabs accomplished their task, and all the male crabs present met their demise beneath their pincers. The 4 of them merely conversed, gaining experience effortlessly. Yifeng received a notification indicating he had earned 1295 experience points. Consequently, all 4 of them leveled up. Yifeng, Nami, and Miss Golden Week all reached level 4, while Robin advanced to level 3, just shy of Ford. Notably, Nami's weather stick now inflicted lightning damage ranging from 10 to 70. Additionally, Yifeng's system currency had surpassed 3,000, bringing him closer to his goal of 10,000. He could now upgrade another pirate character. Unfortunately, he lacked suitable ordinary followers at that moment. After the demise of the giant land crabs, they dropped treasure chests, 6 in total, emerging from the carcasses of the male crabs, 4 wooden chests and 2 iron chests. The quantity was fairly standard, aligning with Yifeng's expectations. Since the iron chests required currency to open, he opted to start with the wooden ones. He opened them to find underripe apples 1, currency 2, coarse cloth 3, iron sheets 2, hemp rope 2, stone 6, and a coarse cloth wrist guard 1. Yifeng collected all the materials, food, and the 2 currency units into his inventory, leaving the wrist guard outside. The haul was satisfactory, with most of the materials he needed acquired. Although the quantities were modest, it was far more gratifying than scouring the trading hall. Yifeng had little faith in those who relied on selling materials for survival. Aside from wood and stone, the drops were scarce. He then picked up the wrist guard to inspect it. It was black, made of coarse cloth, and appeared quite new. One side bore a crookedly drawn skull design. Coarse cloth wrist guard, star rating 1. Defense 2. Crafted item, World Drop. Yifeng was pleasantly surprised upon viewing the wrist guard's attributes. This seemingly trivial item was, in fact, a piece of equipment. He donned it on both wrists, placing the skull-marked one on his left wrist. After checking his personal information, he noted that his defense had increased by 2 points, making him feel sturdier. This perception was not merely psychological. He genuinely felt more robust. Although the defense boost was only 2 points, it marked a transition from 0 to something tangible. Moreover, the wrist guard was quite aesthetically pleasing, with the skull design imparting a certain charm. Was this a reminder that embracing the pirate life was the sole path forward? Next, he turned his attention to the 2 iron chests. Thankfully, the wooden chests yielded 2 currency units. Otherwise, he would need to seek a system exchange. He spent 5 currency units to open the first iron chest, which contained King S Continent Cigarettes 1, Quality Wood 1, and Coarse Cloth Coat Crafting Blueprint 1. Each opening of an iron chest brought delightful surprises. This time, he had even obtained cigarettes. Although Yifeng was not a smoker, acquiring an entire pack of cigarettes in a survival world was no small feat. And he stowed them away. As for the Coarse Cloth Coat Crafting Blueprint, it warranted a thorough examination. He focused on the blueprint, revealing its details. Coarse Cloth Coat Crafting Blueprint, Crafting Item Star Rating, 1 star, Basic Cold Resistance. Defense 3, Required Materials, Coarse Cloth 2, Hemp Rope 2. It could enhance defense, indicating that this was not an ordinary clothing blueprint, but one for crafting equipment. With just 2 coarse cloth and 2 hemp ropes, he could create an item that provided 3 defense. The cost-effectiveness of this blueprint was quite high, and Yifeng felt it was reasonable for such an item to emerge from an iron chest. Alright, on to the last iron chest. He consumed 5 currency units to unlock it. Congratulations, you have obtained. Upgrade to Coarse Iron Ship Cannon Blueprint. Congratulations, you have obtained. Canola Seeds 10. Congratulations, you have obtained. Beginner Observation Hockey Skill Book. Earlier that morning, Yifeng had opened several chests, including multiple iron ones. He considered this latest iron chest to be the best he had opened that day. Each of the 3 items brought him joy, especially the skill book. This was the first time Yifeng had encountered a skill book, and it was for hockey. In the world of One Piece, hockey was as crucial as the powers bestowed by devil fruits. Teacher Cairo had once stated that hockey was the ultimate power that transcended all. When Yifeng discovered devil fruits in the survival world, he had anticipated the existence of hockey within this realm. To his astonishment, it manifested in the form of a skill book. Even more incredible was that this was only the 2nd day since he arrived in this world. The value of observation hockey in the survival world was beyond measure. Merely being able to foresee danger could save lives. Moreover, observation hockey could predict the future and scout the environment. For Yifeng, it was akin to having divine assistance. Chapter 28. First kill of the boss world. Upgrade to Coarse Iron Ship Cannon Blueprint. This was an upgrade blueprint. Yifeng placed it into his inventory, knowing that in the future, his ship would undoubtedly require cannons, and he would research it later. Rapeseed is indeed a remarkable thing. Previously, Yifeng had acquired corn seeds. Now, with vegetables, fruits, and grains at his disposal, albeit only one type of each, it is certainly preferable to having none at all. As long as he possesses the ability to cultivate crops, it is far superior to relying solely on opening crates for vegetables and fruits. The randomness of opening crates is rather unreliable. Upon returning, he must craft the basic wooden gardening box and thoroughly study it. Yifeng stored both items in his inventory, leaving the Basic Observation Hockey Skill Book outside. Basic Observation Hockey Skill Book, Star Level 1. Teaches you how to utilize basic observation hockey. Learn. Its panel contained only 4 sentences. Yifeng focused his gaze on the words, learn. Instantly, a dialog box appeared. Do you wish to use the Basic Observation Hockey Skill Book? Yifeng selected yes. Immediately, he felt a darkness enveloping him, as if the entire world were spinning, rendering everything invisible. Gradually, his vision returned to normal. At that moment, Yifeng sensed the changes within him. He closed his eyes once more and astonishingly felt the positions of several young ladies around him. He could also distinctly sense the locations of 2 giant crabs, one large and one small. Even a giant worm, several dozen meters underground, was within his awareness, along with an understanding of its general strength. Whenever he wished, the information in his mind would multiply, and he could freely control the influx of details. If he did not desire to learn more, the information would actively shield itself, causing no disturbances. This sensation was akin to possessing a radar that he could manipulate at will. Yefeng was elated. He had finally acquired a personal ability. The young ladies could see that Yefeng was learning a skill, yet they remained oblivious to its nature, each appearing quite bewildered. After a few steps, Yefeng pointed to a specific spot and said, "There lies a 2-meter-long giant worm." The young ladies were perplexed, unsure of what Yefeng was babbling about. Marian, being action-oriented, retrieved her brush and palette from her backpack and approached the spot Yefeng indicated. She crouched down and directly painted a pool on the ground. Thanks to the ability of the pin fruit, the painted pool transformed into a real one. The curious young ladies gathered around the pool, where they witnessed a massive worm thrashing about in the water, struggling due to its immersion. "There really is a giant worm," Nami exclaimed. "Marian, you didn't paint that, did you?" Robin inquired. Marian shot Robin a glare, replying, "I would never engage in such a mundane task." Robin, grinning, offered an apologetic smile. The young ladies then turned their attention back to Yefeng. Their leader stated that there was a worm beneath them, and indeed, there was one. "What sort of ability is this?" At that moment, Nami, Marian, and Robin, having never experienced observation Haki, were understandably perplexed. Yefeng explained, "It is observation Haki." Robin seemed to have heard of it and nodded in partial understanding, while Nami and Marian remained utterly confused. "You will all eventually learn this ability. Haki is immensely beneficial to everyone," Yefeng assured them. After mastering Haki, Yefeng proceeded to collect crab meat and shells, ultimately acquiring fresh crab meat 222, crab shell 16, in his current state. Attempting to starve Yefeng would prove exceedingly difficult if he were to convert all the young ladies into cards. This crab meat could sustain him for years. Yefeng utilized observation Haki to scan his surroundings. Within a range of over 50 meters, he detected no enemies. At that moment, Marian's parrot, which she had sent out earlier, returned. According to the parrot's intel, the entire island was devoid of any creatures that could be deemed monsters, though some large insects remained. Yefeng had previously slain a few of these large insects while traversing the woods, but they offered no experience points. Thus, it was clear that Yefeng had truly become the sovereign of this island. Other survivors, upon encountering a level 3 giant land crab, would react as though faced with a plague. Yet, Yefeng could not find one even if he wished to now. Yefeng gestured to Marian. The crucial moment had arrived. It was time to complete the task of defeating the female giant land crab leader. "Nami, Robin, focus. We are about to release this formidable creature," Yefeng reminded them, pointing at the large female crab. Nami retrieved the weather stick from her thigh, while Robin prepared for battle. The next step rested with Marian. Yefeng intended for Marian to lay down a color trap on the ground to ensnare the giant land crab, ensuring a safer approach, as this creature could be considered the final boss of this novice island. After communicating with Marian, she indicated her understanding of what to do. Thereupon, Marian painted a leisurely green on the ground, inviting the boss to step into the colorful trap. Upon entering, the female crab drew its massive pincers to its chest and lay down on the ground. At that moment, Nami summoned the storm clouds, directing them above the giant female crab. Everything was set. Yefeng nodded at Marian, who retracted the color trap tattoo. The green icon on the crab boss's shell vanished. Remarkably, it remained motionless, resting in place, indicating that leisurely green had taken effect. If the enemy could be lured into the trap first, the effect of leisurely green was evidently optimal. Other traps were prone to being compromised by unforeseen circumstances, such as the previous bullfight red. The advantage of leisurely green was that monsters typically remained quiet, thus reducing the likelihood of mishaps. Recognizing that Marian's ability had been nullified, Nami understood the moment had arrived. "Thunderbolt!" Nami shouted, as lightning cascaded from the roiling storm clouds in an instant. The crab boss was enveloped in a tempest of electricity, its health bar materializing before them. Yefeng faintly perceived the numbers. The crab boss began with a full health bar of 90 points, and Nami's lightning inflicted damage ranging from 10 to 70. The moment the crab boss made contact with the lightning, it writhed in agony, but was still constrained by the leisurely green trap. Enduring the pain while remaining in a meditative state, it was only when Nami's lightning shattered the ground-level color trap that the crab boss attempted to flee. However, it was too late. Its health bar had nearly depleted. Although it moved swiftly, it had not fully escaped before its health bar hit zero, collapsing beside the leisurely green trap. Yefeng received notifications of experience gained and system currency. Defeated female giant land crab leader. 341 experience points. Ding. System currency 341. Shortly thereafter, he received a notification confirming the completion of the task. Defeated female giant land crab leader. The giant land crab that cannot be erased has been completed. Task reward. Basic land defense tower blueprint has been issued. Subsequently, a bronze treasure chest sprang forth from the boss crab's carcass. The satisfaction was overwhelming. Not only had he completed the task, but he had also procured a bronze treasure chest. Just as Yefeng reveled in his joy, an unexpected, regional channel notification abruptly appeared before him, leaving him flustered. This was the first instance of such a chat channel forcibly emerging, leaving Yefeng momentarily disoriented. That moment, the regional channel was inundated with a single message. The bold red text repeatedly flooding the screen. Survival world announcement. Survivor Yefeng has completed the boss first kill. The first kill reward has been issued. Survival world announcement. Survivor Yefeng has completed the boss first kill. The first kill reward has been issued. This announcement persisted for 15 seconds before concluding. What? He had achieved the first kill of the boss. Chapter 29. Fujitora's Lucky Die. The large red text continued to flood the regional channel for a full 15 seconds. This was far more impactful than the previous announcement of over 100 sardine fry being stocked at once. Yefeng's name would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on all survivors. He had not anticipated that there would be an announcement for the world first kill. The previous announcement mentioned that the first kill reward had been issued. What could that reward be? Yefeng hurriedly opened his inventory to check. He found 2 additional items. Aside from the task reward of the basic land defense tower blueprint, there was another item. A die? This must be the reward for the boss first kill. Fujitora's Lucky Die. Yefeng quickly took it out. It appeared to be an ordinary white die, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. However, the item's name piqued his interest. This was a cherished item of Admiral Fujitora from One Piece. Fujitora enjoyed using dice to make decisions before taking action. Yet, it was well known that Admiral Fujitora was a user of the gravity fruit. Capable of manipulating gravity, he could easily influence the dice's outcome with his ability. However, in the realm of One Piece, this die is merely an ordinary item. Devoid of Fujitora, it possesses no exceptional qualities. Yifeng is quite intrigued by the reward for the world's first kill and wonders what remarkable treasure it might be. He directs his gaze towards the die. Fujitora's Lucky Die, unique, star rating, 5 description, constantly influenced by Fujitora. It has acquired special abilities, can determine the probability of an event according to one's will. The multiplier is dictated by the rolled number. Usage. Before using, concentrate on the probability you wish to influence. Then roll the die. Special origin item. Upon seeing the panel of this item, Yifeng is utterly astonished. A 5-star item that can dictate the probabilities of events is undeniably akin to a golden finger. Not to mention, with this in hand, opening treasure chests in the future would surely be more exhilarating. The number rolled on the die would amplify the thrill. Yifeng carefully places it into his inventory. He also has a brass treasure chest in his inventory. He contemplates testing the effects of this die on the brass chest, while Yifeng revels in the joy of his reward. The entire regional channel erupts in excitement. What? A boss first kill? Who is Yifeng? You don't know who Yifeng is. How have you survived this long without visiting the trading hall? IVE always said, the fish seller is no ordinary person. Initially, the main topic in the channel revolves around the identity of Yifeng. Though the name Yifeng is rather common, people understand that this refers to the renowned fish seller. The ability to list over 100 fish at once speaks volumes of his prowess. The announcement does not clarify what kind of boss it is. Do bosses truly exist on the Novice Island? Haven't you seen the giant land crab? That creature isn't considered a boss? Don't underestimate it. With one claw, it can uproot a tree. It's practically the strength of an excavator. I've observed that the giant land crab is level 3, and I haven't even reached level 2 yet. You above, you're not even worthy of comparing yourself to the giant land crab. Even if you reach level 3, do you dare challenge it? At this moment, the discourse surrounding the giant land crab becomes exceedingly fervent. How did the great Yifeng manage to defeat the giant land crab? Surely, he must have cheated. Cheating? If it were cheating, divine intervention would assist him. Perhaps Yifeng is a relative of the divine. The comments are spiraling into uncontrollable territory. Yifeng, witnessing these messages, is left utterly speechless. Hasn't he merely slain a monster? The difficulty of that monster was hardly formidable. It was a matter of seconds, killing a creature, and yet it's tied to divine matters? Those in the regional channel have no idea that Yifeng is currently scoffing at the notion of a boss, deeming it trivial, having dispatched it in merely a second. Everyone is speculating about Yifeng's true nature. Just then, an incongruous comment shifts the direction of the discussion. You actually believe that level 3 crab is a boss? What else? Can you defeat it? If you can manage to whittle down even a tenth of its health, I shall bow to you. It's not that I can defeat it. It's just that there are more than one level 3 crabs. Have you ever seen a boss that isn't singular? It's not entirely their fault that these survivors lack experience. Most of them dare not venture deep into the woods. Those who procure stone axes within a day or two are merely chopping wood on the outskirts. Thus, they only encounter solitary giant land crabs that come to harass them. Seeing that this creature is level 3 and so massive, capable of cleaving a tree in two with a single claw, who would dare to examine it closely? Its imposing presence is enough to convince them it must be a boss in their imagination. This novice island harbors a single boss, the level 3 giant land crab. They believe this level 3 crab patrols the woods, which is why sometimes it can be seen, prompting people to flee, while at other times it is unseen, indicating it has roamed elsewhere. However, among billions of survivors, not all are struggling for mere sustenance. Those who can instantly gather dozens of logs certainly possess the capability to delve deeper into the woods, like the individual who just commented. Have you ever ventured into the woods? If you had, you wouldn't make such foolish statements. The giant land crab is found in swarms, abundant in number. This statement nearly shatters the worldview of many who only roam the fringes of the woods or fish. What? There are such terrifying creatures in the woods in droves. One follower of a certain individual, attempting to provide cover, was torn in half by a giant land crab and consumed alive. He has directly experienced that terror, an indelible memory. To think that venturing deeper into the woods could lead to encounters with swarms of such monsters. I can no longer approach the woods. Gradually, people begin to realize a grave issue. If the giant land crab is a boss, then what exactly did Yifeng slay in his so-called boss first kill? For a moment, no one can provide an answer. Is it conceivable that the so-called boss is significantly weaker than the giant land crab? This statement invites ridicule from many. You must not have entered the woods, have you? Have you encountered anything significantly weaker than a crab? Even a single one? I once saw a beetle the size of a basin. It took me ages with a stone axe to defeat it. You above, if you've never seen the world, refrain from commenting. Why Yifeng, observing the comments, finds the situation increasingly amusing. That moment, he hears Marian's voice. Yifeng, aren't you hungry? It's time for lunch. Following this, Marian takes Yifeng's hand and pulls him over to the picnic blanket. The dimensions of Marian's picnic blanket can barely accommodate 4 individuals at once. Occupying the space are Marian and Nami, along with Yifeng, making it rather cramped. Robin sits on a small wooden stool beside the blanket, presumably a creation of Marian's fruit abilities. Luncheon. Marian extends her hand towards Yifeng, requesting food. While glancing at the comments in the regional channel, Yifeng retrieves a piece of fully cooked crab meat. This crab meat is not a complete 20-pound portion, as it has been reduced by several pounds due to trades with others. Marian produces a small knife to slice the crab meat and distribute it. There remains 10 pounds of crab meat, which she returns to Yifeng. Fruits. Once more, Marian reaches out to Yifeng. He produces 4 fruits, 2 oranges and 2 underripe apples. As the elder sister, Robin voluntarily takes one of the underripe apples. This apple is, in fact, a lower-tier food compared to the oranges. The oranges are fully ripe. Yifeng also chooses an apple. Subsequently, Marian hands each person a cup of hot water. If I hadn't arranged this, would you have even commenced your meal? Marian quips. Why Yifeng pays no mind. Enjoying his crab meat while perusing the regional channel. At this moment, the comment section has plunged into an atmosphere of collective astonishment. If the level 3 giant land crab isn't a boss, how formidable must the actual boss be? I can scarcely believe it. You don't trust the announcement? Then jump into the sea. You might return to Blue Star. Is it possible that all level 3 giant land crabs count as bosses? I wonder if anyone in the entire region has defeated a level 3 giant land crab. Indeed, if someone has slain one, let them show their prowess to us. Of course, that is impossible. Ordinary individuals, Lacking a system or special abilities simply cannot achieve that. The person who initially sold Yifeng the quest item is also monitoring the regional channel. Yifeng's boss first kill leaves him the most astounded. For he is well aware that this is the fish seller, Yifeng. He knows precisely what creature Yifeng has slain. When Yifeng purchased the quest item from him, he had a vague inkling that Yifeng might possess the capacity to complete the task. At that time, he was profoundly shocked by his own speculation. Little did he expect that his initial conjecture would materialize into reality, and as a boss first kill, no less. Everyone, I can affirm that the creature Yifeng defeated was not that ordinary level 3 monster. He disregarded his limit of 10 speaking opportunities per day, repeating this statement thrice. People took note of his barrage of messages, and soon inquiries arose. You above, how can you prove that? Have you ventured deep into the woods and encountered higher-level monsters? I have not, but I possess other evidence. Chapter 30. Regional Collective Reward. What evidence? Let us see it. The individual who sold the quest items does not wish to squander his speaking opportunities any further and directly retrieves the image of the quest item he had previously shown Yifeng. He posts this image in the regional channel. Quest. The relentless giant land crab. Description. The female crabs on the island are scarce, yet they consistently maintain their population for one sole reason. There exists a leader-level female crab at the island's center, with exceptional reproductive capabilities. Quest objective. Slay the female giant land crab leader. Recommended level 5. Quest reward 2-star construction blueprint random. Since this is an image, it only utilized one of his messages. He refrains from further explanations to others, believe it or not. Regardless, I have now firmly acknowledged Yifeng as a formidable figure. Upon the release of this image, everyone was left utterly astonished. The entire regional channel erupted into chaos. With comments surging at an astonishing pace, is there really a mission? A female giant land crab boss. What? Level 5. This novice island astonishingly harbors a level 5 monster. This is simply unbelievable. I just want to ask, is the assignment of a level 5 monster to this island intended to diminish the number of survivors? I feel like we must tread cautiously. It seems I was right in my apprehensions. People possess vivid imaginations. Although most have never encountered a level 5 monster, many have seen a level 3 giant crab, and a small portion have even felt their overwhelming presence. The aura of a level 5 crab would undoubtedly be even more formidable. The sense of oppression is utterly unimaginable. The name Yifeng has once again indelibly etched itself into the minds of the people. What, I wonder, is the reward for the first kill bestowed upon Yifeng? Someone curiously inquired. Why Yifeng was attentively observing the regional channel, yet he had no intention of revealing his capabilities. Such an extraordinary item as the first kill reward would never be disclosed by him. Everyone, cease your chatter, disperse. With abilities like Yifeng's, there will undoubtedly be more first kill events in the future. At that point, it will be no surprise. Gradually, the fervor of the discussion began to wane. Just as people were about to close the regional channel and continue their arduous struggle for survival, a new announcement appeared in the channel. Survival World Announcement. Calculation complete. It has been confirmed that Yifeng is not only the regional first kill but also the world first kill. Rewards for Yifeng's region, Area 26666, are now being distributed. This announcement flooded the screen for a full 15 seconds. The bold red letters caught everyone's attention. After the flurry of messages subsided, the minds of those in the regional channel seemed to freeze. The channel appeared to be at a standstill, with the comment section remaining blank for several seconds. What does it mean to distribute rewards for Yifeng's region? To those above, do not inquire further. Quickly check your own inventory. Many, unaware of the situation, hurried to inspect their own items. I found 5 ripe apples added to my inventory. So did I. Following that, an avalanche of comments regarding the 5 apples ensued. It turns out the rewards were distributed to everyone in my area. This is incredibly generous. Prior to this incident, I had not even noticed that my area is designated as 26666. Apples are delicious. A few more would be splendid. Yifeng had also been monitoring the comments section. He too noticed the reward distribution. Indeed, 5 ripe apples had been added to his inventory as well. I had not anticipated such bountiful rewards for the boss's first kill. Fruits are currently in short supply. This is delightful. That moment, the predominant content in the regional channel transformed into expressions of reverence and gratitude towards Yifeng. Why Yifeng? It is you who saved my life. I am profoundly grateful, Great One. I deeply regret my earlier skepticism towards you. Please do not hold it against me. To those above, Yifeng had originally not borne any grudge, but your comment may now linger in his mind. This is my first time tasting food. Sabsob.y Yifeng. Do you accept disciples? Yifeng, I am a cute girl. I wish to know how to be adorable. Please message me privately. Following that, a multitude of requests for private conversations with Yifeng flooded in. At this point, Yifeng's private messages were also inundated with notifications. The burdens of fame were now fully comprehensible to him. Yifeng blocked the private messages and resumed his attention on the regional channel. In truth, his reputation brought substantial advantages. For instance, with the abundance of crab meat in his possession, he needed to part with some. A good reputation would greatly assist in this endeavor. As he savored the crab meat, Yifeng mused to himself. It seems the time has come. He then directly posted a message in the regional channel. Yifeng, I have a considerable amount of crab meat available. Those interested may find me at the trading hall. I will list it shortly. Yifeng, please note, I am accepting materials other than wood and stone, as well as blueprints, food, fruits, and rare items. There was no need for Yifeng to flood the chat. The mere mention of his name was sufficient to draw the gaze of the crowd. The one who helped everyone obtain the first kill rewards, Yifeng, made his presence known in the regional channel. Great One, I bow in reverence. Great One, I have materials. I will head to the trading hall to await your listing. Crab meat, surely this is the bounty from the giant land crab that the Great One has slain. In the eyes of the giant land crab, I was mere food. In Yifeng's eyes, the giant land crab was also food. To those above, if you possess goods, you may exchange with the Great One and savor the taste of a carnivore. At this moment, a name familiar to Yifeng appeared in the channel. Yang Hongming, known as Tar Brother. Everyone, I have sampled the crab meat traded with Yifeng. It is delicious. Yang Hongming was effectively advertising for Yifeng. His comment left others utterly speechless. Someone has actually tasted the crab meat. Is this Yang Hongming a companion of the Great One? At this juncture, another name familiar to Yifeng appeared in the channel. Soup Hong. I can attest that the crab meat is quite delightful. Could you describe the flavor? Soup Hong. Have you eaten seafood on Blue Star? It has the taste of sea crabs. Simply exquisite. Eagerly await the listing of the Great One's crab meat. In these past few days, I have only consumed a single grasshopper, and the grasshoppers in this survival world are far less palatable than those on Blue Star. To those above, were you able to catch the grasshopper? Did you venture deep into the woods? Not at all. It was merely a gigantic grasshopper that lost its way and wandered outside the woods, which I then captured. Yifeng, please list it. I can hardly contain my saliva. Why the rush? If you make the Great One unhappy, no one will get to eat. Seeing the opportune moment, Yifeng opened the trading hall. He retrieved 5 pieces of ripe crab meat from the system's storage. Borrowing a small knife from Marion, he began to meticulously cut the crab meat. That moment, several young ladies had finished their meals and were sipping tea. Yifeng, are you not full? Robin inquired. Yifeng did not turn around, replying, I am full. I intend to sell this crab meat. The pieces are too large. Just as he spoke, Yifeng suddenly realized a pertinent issue. Robin, what shall we have her do? This repetitive labor is precisely when Robin's abilities come into play. Wouldn't it be more efficient to have her use her fruit abilities to cut the crab meat? Marion, do you still have that small knife? Yifeng asked. Marion took a sip of her tea and replied, No, I am drawing right now. How many do you need? Yifeng. Initially, 5. Marion stood up, took out her brush and palette, and began her work. In no time, 5 small knives were completed. Yifeng picked up the newly materialized knives from the picnic mat and handed them all to Robin. Robin, please cut this crab meat into approximately 1-pound pieces. Upon hearing Yifeng's instruction, Robin smiled and utilized her abilities, receiving the 5 small knives. With 5 pairs of hands, each pair's right hand sequentially took the small knives from Yifeng. Her hands all emerged from the picnic mat. Robin's hands were delicate and fair, quite beautiful. This crab meat weighs around 20 pounds. Please divide it into 20 small pieces. This way, Yifeng would obtain 20 pieces of crab meat, each weighing 1 pound. And there's also the fresh crab meat. Yifeng retrieved 5 pieces of fresh crab meat from his inventory. The fresh crab meat, being moist, weighs approximately 30 pounds each. Yifeng, undeterred, decided to cut them into 1-pound pieces as well. Robin, cut this into 1-pound pieces too. The larger ones can yield 30 pieces. Robin nodded at Yifeng, indicating her understanding. While Robin was engaged in this task, Her main body was flipping through a book. Her fruit abilities are indeed quite useful. With Robin's help, the drooling survivors would not have to wait too long. Chapter 31. The giant crab laborer. As Robin divided the crab meat, Yifeng hurried to collect the brass treasure chest dropped by the boss. Thankfully, the loot in this world does not vanish over time. Otherwise, this high-level chest would have been wasted. Yifeng intended to open the chest but, lacking the necessary berry, had to forego that plan. He decided to first store the brass treasure chest in his inventory. After securing the brass treasure chest, Yifeng also examined the corpse of the crab boss. This behemoth, not only high in level but also massive in size, yielded 20 pieces of crab meat and 5 crab shells. This was indeed an unexpected windfall. Once Yifeng completed these tasks, Robin had also finished her work. The powers of the flower fruit were remarkably efficient. 50 pounds of crab meat had been swiftly divided. With 20 pounds of ripe crab meat and 30 pounds of fresh crab meat, Yifeng opened the trading hall, preparing to list 1 pound of crab meat for bidding. He intended to list 50 individual pieces for bidding. The first 1 pound crab meat was just listed when someone already placed a bid on it. Moreover, it was directly a bundle of hemp rope 1/5. Yifeng felt a surge of joy. Just as his elation began to settle, another bid unexpectedly followed, with a request for hemp rope 20. This exemplifies the advantage of waiting for bids. The true worth of such items is not dictated by the seller, but rather by the market. Yifeng was uncertain if food remained as scarce as it had been on the first day. He also pondered the perceived value of the crab meat he was selling in the eyes of others. By waiting for bids to surface in the market, the actual worth of these items became crystal clear. It appeared that food was still in high demand. The operation of listing food in the trading hall was solely Yifeng's responsibility. Thus, this minor task kept him occupied for a considerable time. When Yifeng finally listed the last piece of crab meat in the trading hall, nearly all the crab meat had attracted bids, and the offered prices were quite substantial. Yifeng contemplated waiting a bit longer before collecting, allowing for more competitive bidding, which could only be beneficial. Moreover, gathering the rewards required a significant amount of time. At that moment, Yifeng had yet to finish his lunch, with a myriad of tasks still at hand. Closing the trading hall, Yifeng requested a cup of hot water for Marianne and continued to finish his meal. Nami and Marianne sat quietly, observing Yifeng as he ate, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. After the meal, Marianne neatly packed away the picnic mat, teapot, and teacups. Yifeng then began to contemplate his next course of action. Currently, there were no monsters left on the entire island to hunt. However, there were still avenues to gain experience and treasure chests. That meant returning to his old profession of electric fishing. Yet, Yifeng was quite reluctant to engage in electric fishing. Each time he did, it required climbing up and down, followed by retrieving materials from the sea, which was far more laborious compared to his previous endeavors of electric crab fishing. Beyond acquiring experience and system coins, Yifeng aimed to exhaust all the resources on this island before it was submerged by seawater, including the small grove and the stones. He glanced around, realizing this was a monumental task. Quite challenging. Previously, Yifeng had acquired some blueprints. Once the crab meat sold in the trading hall, he would delve into studying these blueprints. Some were for upgrades, others for crafting. When the time came to sell the crab meat, wouldn't the materials required for these blueprints be a piece of cake? Additionally, he was eager to use the dice from the Vine Tiger to open the brass chests dropped by the boss and experience that as well. However, that too would have to wait until the crab meat was sold, at which point he could select a few bids that included berries. Yifeng contemplated his current tasks, but ultimately resolved to first investigate the matter of logging. Previously, he had exchanged food for wood with others or acquired wood through electric fishing. Now, to utilize the timber from this small grove, he would need to engage in proper logging. The first individuals that came to his mind were Marianne and Robin. Marianne possessed the ability of the pin fruit, which might allow her to draw some helpers. Robin's flower fruit could also serve as a form of assistance. Nami, however, seemed less suitable for the task. Asking her to use lightning to fell trees would likely yield charcoal instead of timber. It was best to consult these two young women. At that moment, several women were gathered, chatting happily about something. As Yifeng approached, they instantly fell silent. "What were you talking about?" Yifeng inquired. Nami replied, "Fashion and style." "You men wouldn't understand." Yifeng was left speechless, though he could understand. The three women before him, despite their varying heights and ages, were all quite fashionable. Nami was sultry and bold. Marianne was avant-garde and individualistic, while Robin exuded elegance and grace. Each possessed their own unique characteristics. Ladies, we are now commencing our plan to scour the island. Please, lend me your ears for my proposal, Yifeng announced. The three women nodded in agreement. In truth, Yifeng primarily sought to communicate with Marianne. Nami and Robin were merely there to offer suggestions. Marianne, I need you to utilize your pin fruit abilities to draw some helpers. Without assistance, we cannot possibly complete such a vast undertaking. Marianne pondered for a moment before pointing at a wandering female crab nearby. This creature should be quite capable of logging. She then called it over. Qian Qian, come here. Qian Qian? She even named it. Subsequently, Marianne gestured toward a large tree beside them, instructing, sever it from the roots and remove the small branches. Qian Qian understood immediately, cheerfully scampering over. First, it observed the tree. Then one of its large pincers clamped onto the root, while the other pincer grasped a slightly elevated section. The lower pincer secured the tree, while the upper pincer tightened its grip. With a twist and a turn, the tree was effortlessly severed from its base. The efficiency was akin to that of a logging machine seen on television. Even Marianne, who typically maintained a stoic demeanor, displayed a look of astonishment. Yet it didn't end there. It swiftly snapped off the surrounding branches, transforming the tree into a complete log. Yifeng approached, reaching out to touch the log, intending to add it to his inventory. Acquired with 3, quality wood 1. The log then vanished before Yifeng's eyes. He then retrieved the wood he had just collected, which neatly transformed into materials. 3 pieces of ordinary wood and 1 piece of quality wood lay before him. Having never engaged in logging before, Yifeng was taken aback by the process. Furthermore, the logs extracted by the crab yielded quality wood. Just imagine the number of trees in the central grove of this island, and the potential wood that could be harvested. Witnessing the efficiency of the crab at tree felling ignited a spark of ambition within Yifeng. Marianne, how many of such crabs can you draw at once? Yifeng inquired. For creatures with combat abilities like this, I can summon a maximum of 2 at the same time, Marianne replied, adding, I believe it may be related to my level. Yifeng nodded. Even if it were only 1, it would still suffice to complete the logging before the island was submerged. Without waiting for Yifeng's command, Marianne began sketching another crab on the ground. The second female crab's image peeled away from the earth, gradually materializing into reality. The first crab, Qian Qian, was yellowish-brown, while this newly drawn second crab was a bluish-gray. Marianne smiled as she patted the bluish-gray pincers of the new arrival. This was the first time Yifeng had seen Marianne smile. Her smile was charming, exuding an adorable, youthful aura. I'll call you Hui Hui, Marianne said to the new crab. Hui Hui, in turn, set off to assist with the logging task. In no time, Qian Qian had already felled 7 or 8 trees. The efficiency was evident. This level of productivity could easily accomplish the logging task independently. Yifeng contemplated assigning the second crab, Hui Hui, to gather stones instead. That would be even better. He then beckoned Marianne to instruct Hui Hui to collect stones. Previously, Yifeng had discovered that small stones, as long as they were movable, could be directly added to his inventory. Depending on the size of the stone, they would be categorized as stone several. Other survivors, without tools, likely gathered stones in a similar manner. This giant crab should be more than capable of handling that task. Upon understanding Marianne's instructions, Hui Hui immediately dashed about, gathering stones and dropping them at Yifeng's feet. Yifeng touched the stones to collect them into his inventory. Acquired stone 20. Observing Hui Hui's frantic activity, Yifeng felt a twinge of sympathy. While collecting stones was undoubtedly easier than logging, Hui Hui only had 2 pincers, meaning it could only carry 2 stones at a time. Watching it run back and forth, Yifeng felt more exhausted than the crab. If only the crabs had a backpack, they wouldn't need to run back and forth. Yifeng shared his thoughts with Marianne. Without delay, she began sketching again on the ground. Soon, a large bamboo basket appeared before everyone. The basket had 8 loops and a strap at the bottom to secure it to Hui Hui's back. When Hui Hui returned to drop off the stones, Yifeng and Robin assisted in fastening the basket onto its back. Hui Hui's appearance reminded Yifeng of a little girl gathering mushrooms. Watching the 2 giant crabs busily at work brought a sense of tranquility to Yifeng. Given the scale of this small island and the efficiency of these 2 creatures, it seemed they would complete the task ahead of schedule. That moment, Yifeng once again felt that his decision to forego accepting wood and stones from the trading hall was indeed the right choice. Just then, the regional channel forcefully popped up once more. What was going on? Was this not over yet? Sure enough, several lines of large red text began to flood the regional channel. Survival World Announcement. After statistics, Yifeng's defeat of the boss is the only instance in the history of the survival world. Rewards are now being distributed to all survivors. 42nd session of survivors. Why were they still celebrating the rewards? This big red announcement spammed the screen for 15 seconds. Was it really necessary to celebrate the defeat of just one boss repeatedly? However, this announcement highlighted a significant piece of information. One that, if not for Yifeng, people might never know in their lifetimes. The 42nd session of survivors. Before Yifeng had a chance to ponder this, another wave of announcements flooded the regional channel. The above content will be announced in other regions. This wave of announcements lasted for 3 seconds. Following this, the regional channel buzzed with excitement once more. Wow, there's a reward. The implication was that rewards would be distributed worldwide. I, Yifeng, have brought great honor to the 26,666 district. Yifeng, my esteemed master, please accept my humble admiration. As for those above, do not kneel just yet. First, behold the rewards that warrant such reverence. Given that this is a global bounty, Yifeng himself is certainly eligible to partake. He hurriedly examined his inventory, discovering an additional item. Ordinary fishing rod. Upon retrieving the rod, he was astonished to find it featured a metallic rod handle and an integrated reel. Its craftsmanship reminiscent of modern industrial manufacturing. Focusing on the fishing rod, he scrutinized its specifications. Ordinary fishing rod, star level, 2, real time. 10 to 20 minutes, success rate, 70, even in failure. There remains a possibility of catching something. Description. Capable of retrieving any conceivable resources or treasure chests from the sea, the level of the caught items is unaffected by the rod's level. Even the most rudimentary fishing rod can yield high-level items, with varying probabilities. This fishing rod far surpassed the previous, rudimentary beginner's rod. Not only had the real time significantly decreased, but the success rate had also escalated from 30 to an impressive 70. With such an item, the difficulty of survival would undoubtedly diminish. Nevertheless, Yifeng remained indifferent to this development. Even with a 2-star fishing rod in his possession, it held little utility for him. At present, he pondered whether the laborious endeavor of electrofishing was worthwhile. Fishing hardly captured Yifeng's interest. As other survivors discovered the addition of a 2-star item in their inventories, the atmosphere in the regional channel transformed from lively chatter to exuberant expressions of relief. I thought my demise was imminent. With this fishing rod, hope for survival has rekindled. Why, Yifeng, you are now my deity. From this moment forth, I shall offer my daily tributes. The time required for using this fishing rod has been significantly reduced. A maximum of 20 minutes means I can cast my line numerous times each day. Are you only focused on the time? Consider the success rate. Previously, I crafted an exquisite beginner's rod using blueprints. Let me share it with you all. Exquisite beginner's rod, star level, 1, real time, 15 to 25 minutes, success rate, 35, even in failure. There remains a possibility of catching something. Description. Capable of retrieving any conceivable resources or treasure chests from the sea, the level of the caught items is unaffected by the rod's level. Even the most rudimentary fishing rod can yield high-level items, with varying probabilities. Survivors, do you see? The rods in your possession are of several higher tiers. A success rate of 70 is exhilarating. Nearly every cast can yield something. This is no mere fishing rod. It is a lifeline. With less than 2 days remaining until the island's inundation, let us hasten to fish, indeed, for an ordinary survivor. This fishing rod was akin to a life-saving grace. The messages in the regional channel regarding the fishing rod proliferated, creating an atmosphere of pure elation. With this fishing rod, survival is truly attainable. Brother Jiao, Yang Hongming. In truth, it is Yifeng who has salvaged our lives. This statement prompted a collective reflection on Yifeng. Initially, before the rewards had been revealed, people merely regarded Yifeng as formidable. However, now they realized that through his actions, he had safeguarded nearly the entire world. 1 kill, 1 fishing rod, and the lives of billions were at stake. Master, your grace shall not be forgotten. By the way. Does anyone comprehend what is meant by the only kill mentioned in the announcement? Is it not apparent? This boss had never been slain before. It is quite normal. This boss is the guardian of the beginner island. Without Yifeng, people would have remained oblivious to its existence, let alone its formidable strength. During the 3-day novice period, who could have possibly defeated it? You may grow powerful in the future, but the island will no longer exist. Thus, it is indeed a singular kill that's so difficult to understand. Thank you for the thorough explanation, but our concern lies with whether anyone arrived in the survival world before us. Indeed, had you not mentioned it, I would have overlooked it. It states we are the 42nd cohort. This implies that we, among billions globally, are merely the 42nd group of survivors to arrive here. What became of the previous survivors? This inquiry sent shivers down the spine of all present. Did they perish? Surely, only in death could subsequent survivors arrive here. This question weighed heavily on Yifeng's mind as well. However, he believed that dwelling too much on such matters was counterproductive. Focusing on the present and striving for self-improvement was essential to face the more arduous challenges ahead. Previously, Yifeng had felt secure with such an extraordinary system at his disposal. Yet, if the concerns expressed in the regional channel held any truth, if the powerful individuals among the first 41 cohorts of survivors had all perished, what terrors awaited in the trials to come? The Novice Island was already plagued by level 3 monsters that were formidable foes for any survivor. The probability of catching anything with the Novice fishing rod was exceedingly low. If the subsequent trials proved even more challenging than the Novice Island, then not even Yifeng, with his system, could afford to be careless. At this moment, various speculations flooded the regional channel. Are we destined to be mere experimental subjects doomed to perish? Stop frightening yourselves. Let us focus on surviving first. I shall not converse further. I am off to fish. With such an exceptional fishing rod, I must take full advantage of it. The fishing rod ignited a new fervor within Yifeng. Regardless of the uncertainties, he resolved to act. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This so-called 42nd cohort of survivors comprised individuals from all of Blue Star. Would Earthlings become part of the next batch? There remain matters and people on Earth that he held dear. Contemplating this, Yifeng began to feel anxious. Now in possession of a system and abilities far beyond the ordinary, should he merely be content with surviving in this world? As the sole Earthling in the survival realm, he must fulfill his role to the best of his ability. Chapter 33. The good fortune of the dice at this juncture. The forest they inhabited had been significantly denuded by Qian. Sunlight poured through the canopy, and the heat of the day was palpable. Yifeng glanced at the 2 industrious female crabs, and realizing that waiting idly was of little purpose, he decided to engage in electrofishing. On such a sweltering day, playing in the water seemed quite enjoyable. Yifeng had previously concluded that electrofishing was the only activity on this novice island that could yield rewards, though he had always found it somewhat cumbersome. Was life not about overcoming such inconveniences? Come, ladies, let us go electrofishing. Absolutely. Nami cheered exuberantly, her boundless energy evident. Robin also appeared quite pleased, while Marianne maintained her usual composure. Yifeng led the 3 women to the rocky outcrop where he and Nami had previously fished. Once again, Nami began to shed her clothing in front of everyone, handing each piece to Yifeng. She was aware of his ability to store garments. Since Nami had upgraded her star level, she had changed her attire, yet she still cherished the dancer's dress from before and had requested Yifeng to keep it safe for her. Fortunately, Yifeng possessed an inventory provided by the survival world. Otherwise, it would have been quite peculiar to carry a girl's dress around. Yifeng collected the garments Nami handed him. Nami's denim jacket, Nami's sky blue pleated skirt. All of Nami's clothing bore the word short. Finally, there were Nami's black sandals. The previous pair of orange sandals was also in Yifeng's possession. Nami was now left clad only in a navy blue bikini. Yifeng contemplated how Robin would look in a bikini. But Robin merely stood there, smiling at Nami, likely refraining from swimming due to her fruit powers. Shortly thereafter, Nami began her performance. Soon, a multitude of resources began to surface in the water beneath the rocks, primarily wood, fish, and wooden treasure chests. Marianne, witnessing the floating resources along with some tattered shoes, exclaimed, "How fascinating!" Initially indifferent, she now seemed to be the most intrigued. However, Yifeng found it peculiar that this time there were no notifications regarding experience gained or system coins acquired. He deduced that once survivors and followers reached a certain level, these low-level activities ceased to yield experience. Previously, when Qin Qian had been chopping wood without gaining experience, Yifeng had assumed that woodcutting simply did not confer experience. Now it appeared that this was not the case. It was likely that their levels were too high for such basic endeavors, which left Yifeng feeling somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, observing the pile of wood beneath the rocks slightly alleviated his mood. Better to have something than nothing at all. After all, this was a survival situation. It could not be approached with the leisure of a vacation. Yifeng and Nami then descended the rocks to collect the resources. Marian and Robin followed closely behind Yifeng and Nami, observing their bustling activity. At this moment, Yifeng found himself reflecting on Marian's earlier question before she consumed the devil fruit. If I eat this, will I no longer have to engage in activities that require going into the water? Prior to eating the devil fruit, Yifeng could command her like a sailor. Now, she was merely an artist. This time, they amassed a total of 143 mackerel fry, 813 units of wood, and 4 wooden treasure chests. Opening the chests, Yifeng recalled that since acquiring Fujitora's lucky dice, he had yet to put it to use. Now, he decided to give it a try. He took out the seemingly inconspicuous dice and silently wished for an increase in the likelihood of high-quality items from the treasure chests. He was eager to witness the capabilities of this 5-star piece of equipment, the highest level of gear he had obtained since arriving in this survival world. Yifeng cast the dice, which landed directly on the beach without rolling due to the nature of the sand. Revealing a number, for quite satisfactory. At that moment, a phrase echoed in his mind. 4 points, good luck, but do not become complacent. This remarkable item even had an accompanying voice when in use, a testament to its high quality. According to the description of the dice, a roll of 4 meant that the chances of receiving items had quadrupled from the original probability. However, an unknown variable remained, as one could never ascertain the initial drop rate of a wooden chest. Thus, its quadrupled rate was also a vague concept, merely indicating a substantial improvement over the original. The first treasure chest yielded, "Congratulations, you have obtained 1 adult mackerel. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 quality wood. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 iron block." Such items typically emerge from an iron chest, did they not? Fujitora's dice certainly did not disappoint Yifeng. If this trend continued, anything beyond mere materials would be an even greater boon. Next came the second chest, and this time, the dice rolled a 3.3 points. Maintaining this standard guarantees a profit, he mused, the words reminiscent of Fujitora's gambling demeanor. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 flint kit. Congratulations, you have obtained 1,000 milliliters of drinking water. Congratulations, you have obtained 1,000 milliliters of drinking water. It appeared that this wooden chest also yielded superior items compared to the average wooden treasure chest. However, Yifeng found that he had little need for the contents. 1,000 milliliters of drinking water was a quantity he had never encountered before. Without Nami, this water could indeed be a valuable resource. If consumed sparingly, it could last an individual for 2 days. Nevertheless, drinking water was the least of Yifeng's concerns, as he had never worried about it before. Perhaps the water bottle itself held some utility. As for the flint kit, he already possessed a lighter painted by Marian, rendering it rather useless. Although the items obtained were comparable to those from an iron chest, Yifeng's sentiments were less than favorable. Moving on, Yifeng continued to roll the dice and open the chests. The next roll resulted in a 5. Great fortune awaits. Tonight, I shall treat, he declared, affirming Fujitora's tone. The outcomes were 2 coarse hemp ropes, 1 iron block, and 10 pea seeds. This time, he had acquired seeds for beans. This treasure chest was undoubtedly superior to the previous one, however. Yifeng felt that the specific outcomes mattered less than the chest's inherent drop rates. In any case, it was certainly an improvement over the original wooden chests. Finally, there remained one last wooden chest. He wondered if it might yield something even more remarkable. The dice rolled a 5 once again. Another stroke of luck. Tonight, I shall treat. With high hopes, he opened the chest. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 iron block. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 iron block. Congratulations, you have obtained Beginner Observation Hockey Skill Book. A skill book, this was indeed a prized find. To uncover hockey within a treasure chest was no easy feat, however. This skill book was identical to the one he had previously found in an iron chest. Both were for the beginner level of observation hockey. Yifeng had already mastered it. He glanced at the 3 young women beside him. Having them learn it would be beneficial, and in truth, any skill book of this nature would be more advantageous in their hands than in his. Yet, as they were his followers, Yi Feng was the leader. He assessed his recent acquisitions and placed everything into his inventory, leaving only the beginner observation Haki skill book out for consideration on whom to bestow it. Chapter 34. Nami's beginner observation Haki electrifying fish was indeed tiring, yet the haul was substantial. Holding the beginner observation Haki skill book, Yi Feng looked at the three charming young women. Charm seemed irrelevant. He needed to determine who would benefit most. As for Robin, she possessed a certain level of reconnaissance ability due to her Hana no Mi powers, which allowed her to extend her eyes and ears over considerable distances. Gaining observation Haki would undoubtedly enhance her capabilities. Nami, on the other hand, resembled a fragile mage. Her offensive prowess was formidable, but casting required time. With observation Haki, she could evade danger or gain the upper hand. Marian, characterized by her control abilities, wielded color traps that were not even fruit-based powers. She was indeed a formidable controller. Yi Feng could scarcely imagine how inconvenient things would be without Marian. Should she acquire observation Haki, her control would become even more proactive, granting her the advantage. The decision was indeed challenging. After much contemplation, Yi Feng ultimately decided to give the beginner observation Haki skill book to Nami, while the other two would enhance their strengths with the skill. Nami would be compensated for her weaknesses. Yi Feng opted for the more cautious approach, favoring the resolution of shortcomings. This choice was not born from favoritism toward Nami, as all three women were dear to him. He handed the skill book to Nami, saying, "You should learn this. It will be immensely beneficial to you." Upon seeing the skill book, Nami recalled Yi Feng's demonstration in the forest and happily accepted it. Promptly commencing her studies, she closed her eyes, pressed her hands to her forehead, and appeared to be in some discomfort. Soon, however, she returned to her usual state. "This is incredible. I feel my understanding of the sea deepening." The sea? Yi Feng had also learned beginner observation Haki, yet he possessed no concept of the sea. Seemed that Haki was indeed connected to individual characteristics. Nami's sensitivity to the ocean and its climate enhanced her capabilities in that regard. This unexpected outcome delighted Yi Feng. He shifted his gaze to Nami, examining her status panel. Nami, Judicial Island, Star Rating, 2, Level 4, 11.88, Health, 36, Defense, 5, Attack, 6, Speed, 20, Skills, Navigational Skills, Weather Forecasting, Climate Rod Manipulation, Haki, Beginner Observation Haki, Equipment, Complete Climate Rod. Nami was now the only 2-star follower, having also acquired the ability of observation Haki. Yi Feng glanced at Robin and Marian. They seemed rather indifferent. He then checked the time. It was just past 3 p.m., and the temperature remained quite high. "Now, let's continue with the electrifying fish," he said. Nami nodded and eagerly led Yi Feng towards the reefs. Marian, still intrigued, wished to witness the spectacle of lightning striking the ocean once more. Robin, however, opted out. She requested a lounge chair and a sunshade for Marian, intending to relax on the sun-drenched beach with a book. Marian, ever obliging, found a spot and conjured a lounge chair and sunshade for Robin, who smiled her gratitude and settled down in her white coat to read quietly. Meanwhile, Marian placed her travel backpack beside Robin and joined Yi Feng to electrify fish. At that moment, Yi Feng suddenly pondered whether merely using Fujitora's lucky dice to open chests might be an underutilization of its potential. Fishing itself involved probabilities. Therefore, electrifying fish should also entail a degree of chance. This lucky dice could undoubtedly alter the odds of catching fish. Before Nami employed her technique, Yi Feng rolled the dice. It landed on a 2. "That's rather low," he grumbled, dissatisfied, and rolled again. This time, it came up as a 4. The voice of the dice chimed in once more, indicating decent fortune, although only the first roll counted. Yi Feng was surprised by the strictness of the item. Well, a roll of 2 is better than none. He recalled the numerical advantage of electrifying fish and deemed the 2 acceptable. "Nami, give it your all," he urged. Yet, while electrifying fish, he heard the voice of the dice again. It merely enhanced the chances equivalent to one fishing attempt. This item was not only rigorous but also devoid of exploitable loopholes. How unfortunate. Nevertheless, this time, the catch exceeded the previous haul. 155 mackerel fry, 840 units of wood, and 5 wooden treasure chests. Seemed the number of chests was indeed promising. Yifeng proceeded to open 5 wooden treasure chests with Fujitora's dice. Although there was only one instance of rolling a 5, with the remaining 4 rolls yielding lower numbers, the sensation of opening 5 wooden treasure chests felt akin to unearthing 5 iron chests. The materials procured included iron blocks 2, coarse hemp rope 3, and coarse cloth 4. In terms of food, there was 1 unopened bottle of rum and a large loaf of black bread. Among the blueprints, he acquired blueprint for an exquisite ship's stove 1 and blueprint for basic iron ship's shells 1. Yifeng's favorite rewards were, after all, related to skills, 1 basic health scroll and 1 basic defense scroll. As for the materials and food, he need not elaborate, as the bounty was exceptionally generous. Once again, 2 blueprints emerged, particularly the shell blueprint. Yifeng already possessed 2 ship cannon blueprints in his inventory and had previously pondered where to procure the shells. With the arrival of the shell blueprint, the functionality was finally complete. Meanwhile, he was quite intrigued by the 2 scrolls. He stored all the other items in his inventory and began to study the 2 scrolls. Basic Health Scroll, upon use, permanently increases health by 1 point. Basic Defense Scroll, upon use, permanently increases defense by 1 point. A direct increase of 1 point, and it was permanent, without hesitation or further contemplation. Yifeng used both scrolls for himself. His personal information panel transformed accordingly. Name, Yifeng, level 4, 11.88, health 26, defense 3, attack 10, coarse iron dagger 6, speed 16, followers 3, hockey, basic observation hockey. Though both health and defense had only increased by 1 point each, Yifeng felt a newfound strength and sturdiness within him. After gathering all his fishing spoils, twilight began to descend on this novice island. The mornings were cool, the afternoons sweltering, yet the temperature would noticeably drop as evening approached, becoming rather chilly at night. Despite the calm seas, for the starving survivors, conditions remained harsh. Even though it was barely past 4 o'clock, the temperature had already become unsuitable for further fishing. Yifeng resolved not to fish any longer that day and decided to check the prices for the crab meat he had listed in the trading hall. Chapter 35. Bonfire Party. Upon opening the trading hall, Yifeng was greeted by a plethora of lengthy bids. Ever since the survivors had arrived in this perilous world, they had scarcely known the satisfaction of a full meal. Yifeng pondered why the drop rate for food was significantly lower than that of other resources. Was the survival world crafted to ensure that no one could ever be satiated? Hunger could drive individuals to commit unspeakable acts. The mackerel fry Yifeng had caught the previous night had allowed many to experience their first taste of sustenance, enabling those unfortunate souls who had struggled to find food to survive. This, in essence, had prevented numerous tragedies. However, after nearly a full day's passage, while the survivor stock of various materials had increased, they still found themselves starving. Those capable of securing the necessary materials to craft a raft could easily barter their surplus for food. Yet, those without such means were desperate to avoid starvation before the island succumbed to the encroaching sea. Ensuring their own survival was paramount. Moreover, they had newfound hope. Having slain the boss of the novice island, Yifeng had granted everyone access to more powerful fishing rods, bolstering their confidence in survival. Thus, whether they had previously been capable or not, they would all strive to exchange their utmost for meat from Yifeng. Yifeng glanced at the prices, which were not exorbitantly high. It seemed that the survival world maintained a balance between materials and food. He examined the bids, most of which consisted of iron sheets, hemp ropes, and coarse cloth, items Yifeng still required. Although he possessed a fair quantity of materials, he recognized that these foundational resources would often prove essential, especially when he journeyed to higher altitudes where such materials would be necessary for constructing edifices. Among the bids were some blueprints: blueprint for a simple raft, blueprint for an exquisite stone axe, and blueprint for an exquisite stone pickaxe. Yifeng found these blueprints rather superfluous, as their level was too low for his current needs. He aimed to acquire blueprints for iron tools, and he could understand why others might trade items they had no use for. However, he was baffled that someone would offer a blueprint for an exquisite novice fishing rod in exchange for crab meat. This seemed absurd. Who in the world still needed such a blueprint? With ordinary rods now ubiquitous, the blueprint for an exquisite novice fishing rod had become obsolete, essentially worthless, as no one would purchase it. Naturally, there were others offering intriguing items, such as blueprint for a basic wooden fence, blueprint for a basic grill, and even some fine salt. Additionally, there were several items Yifeng deemed highly valuable, such as berries and planting soil. Faced with such a vast array of items, Yifeng felt overwhelmed by the undertaking. He promptly instructed a few young women to prepare dinner. "Ladies, we shall have a barbecue tonight. Please gather some firewood and meet me on the beach shortly." Upon hearing Yifeng's command, the three young women dispersed to fulfill their tasks. Although they each had distinct personalities, some rather eccentric, they invariably complied with Yifeng's requests. This was the essence of being a follower. Despite their individual emotions and preferences, they exhibited absolute obedience to Yifeng. After taking a few steps, Yifeng reclined on the lounge chair where Robin had previously sat, comfortably settling in as he continued to manage the trading hall. Soon, the young women returned, each laden with a substantial amount of firewood. Robin, in particular, not only bore a hefty bundle, but also trailed behind a long line of arms carrying successive loads of firewood. The wood she brought was sizable, almost reaching dimensions suitable for lumber, many pieces measuring about a meter in length and the thickness of her arm. Witnessing this scene left Yifeng somewhat speechless. Robin's haul alone was sufficient to create a massive bonfire. Had he known, he would have sent Robin alone, allowing Nami and Marianne to rest, as they were quite fatigued after a long day. At this moment, Yifeng remained preoccupied with the trading hall, only halfway through his tasks. "Ladies, feel free to engage in your own activities." As soon as Yifeng's words left his lips, they began to arrange the considerable amount of firewood Robin had brought. "You need not rush, simply enjoy your freedom," Yifeng reassured them. Nami, gleefully clutching the largest piece of firewood, exclaimed, "Yifeng, let us have a bonfire party tonight." Seeing the joy radiating from the girls, Yifeng acquiesced and resumed his own tasks. Nearly half an hour later, as twilight deepened, the three young women ignited the bonfire. The warm glow illuminated the beach, casting a gentle light upon their faces and upon Yifeng's lounge chair. At this point, Yifeng had successfully processed all the bids, with profits accounted for. He had amassed iron sheets 354, hemp rope 249, coarse cloth 224. Additionally, he selected the blueprint for a basic grill, finding the other blueprints temporarily unnecessary. He could always revisit their utility later. Moreover, he acquired what he deemed most advantageous: planting soil 60 and berries 115. Yifeng was astonished that the few pieces of crab meat had yielded materials surpassing the bounty gained from countless treasure chests opened over time. Though this exchange had merely involved trading items, it proved quite exhausting. Observing the bonfire's warm light outlining the silhouettes of the young women, Yifeng felt a significant alleviation of his fatigue. The bonfire was rather large. If used for grilling, the mackerel fry and crab meat would likely scorch. Yifeng promptly learned the blueprint for a basic grill. Blueprint for a basic grill. Item crafting star level. 1 star to grill food. Firewood or lumber is required. Required materials: iron sheets 2, stone block 6. The materials needed were minimal, so he decided to craft one immediately. Yifeng retrieved the necessary quantities of iron sheets and stone blocks from his inventory. As he operated within the crafting section, a stone-based iron grill emerged before him. "Robin, please take charge of the grilling," Yifeng instructed. With a smile, Robin replied, "Of course, Yifeng." Her voice was melodious, embodying the most enchanting qualities of a mature woman. Yifeng then produced several mackerel fries, a piece of fresh crab meat, 2 apples, and some salt, handing them over to Robin. He also produced an unopened bottle of rum, recalling that seafarers in the age of sail found it challenging to store clean water aboard ships. Many long-stored water supplies would cause stomach ailments, leading them to carry rum, rich in alcohol and sugar, as a substitute for a portion of their water needs. Thus, one would observe the crew, perpetually reeking of alcohol. Among the 4 individuals present, with the exception of Yifeng, all were characters from One Piece, each possessing a history of seafaring. Consequently, they had long acclimatized to the taste of rum, with Nami particularly relishing it. Robin, utilizing her flower fruit abilities, expertly sliced fresh crab meat while simultaneously handling the entrails of mackerel, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Yifeng could only glimpse a multitude of graceful hands busily working near the grill, while Robin engaged in jovial conversation with Nami and Marianne by the bonfire. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of barbecued delicacies wafted through the air. The freshly grilled crab meat, prepared by their own hands, somehow smelled more delectable than Nami's boiled crab. Everyone caught the scent of the delicious feast and hurried over, Eager to partake, it would be delightful if there were music, Nami exclaimed. This little girl certainly knew how to enjoy life. With no means to procure music for them, Yifeng opened a bottle of rum and handed it to Nami. She seized it, tilting the bottle to her lips, exclaiming, "Ah, this flavor is quite potent." Nami reveled in it, while Marianne produced her paintbrush and palette, immediately sketching a few cups. Yifeng began distributing the cups, with Nami pouring a drink for everyone. "Cheers!" they exclaimed, raising their glasses high and swiftly downing their drinks. Nami, in high spirits, continued to fill everyone's cups, seemingly intent on ensuring they were all intoxicated. Seizing the opportunity, Robin approached Yifeng and enveloped him in a tight embrace, her strength rendering him momentarily breathless. "If only this could last forever," she murmured. Soon after, Marianne initiated a rendition of Bink Sake. The melody was one Yifeng knew all too well, yet he was unable to sing along. The three girls sang heartily, and it seemed that all who had braved the ocean were familiar with this song. It was a sailor's solace, a testament to humanity's openness in the face of nature's grandeur. As night deepened, the temperature dropped, and Yifeng could see his breath misting in the firelight. "It's so cold," he muttered to himself. Nami and Marianne, positioned close to the bonfire, continued to sing and dance joyously. Robin, however, removed her white coat and draped it over Yifeng's shoulders. Proving to be quite the caretaker, Yifeng recalled the design for a certain coat. Opening his inventory, he rummaged through and discovered it. Coarse cloth coat crafting blueprint, item star rating. 1 star, basic warmth. Defense 3. Required materials, coarse cloth 2, hemp rope 2. A coat that not only enhanced defense but also provided warmth was indeed a valuable asset. Had he known it would be this cold, he would have crafted it sooner. The materials required were quite minimal. Craft, Yifeng proceeded, only to be met with a prompt. Crafting equipment requires a workbench. Chapter 36. Changes on the island. A workbench? The term sounded familiar. Surely, there must be a similar blueprint. He hurriedly searched his storage and, indeed, found one that day. Yifeng had acquired numerous blueprints, and upon initially receiving them, he felt exhilarated at the prospect of new endeavors. However, when not needed, they slipped from his mind. Basic workbench blueprint, item star rating, 1 star. Crafting a workbench, a necessary item for creating weapons and armor. Required materials, wood 40, stone 3, iron sheet 1. This required a fair amount of materials. Yet for Yifeng, it was hardly a challenge. He retrieved the necessary materials from his inventory. Crafting ensued. Soon, the materials vanished, transforming into a workbench approximately the size of 2 desks. The workbench was equipped with various tools. And though it appeared cluttered, everything was neatly organized. Yifeng then placed the corresponding materials onto the workbench as per the coarse cloth coat crafting blueprint. This time, he engaged in the craft function, which required selecting the size of the garment. After inquiring about Robin's measurements, he decided to create a trial piece. As he crafted, a progress bar appeared, indicating the time consumed. It was essential to have someone on watch while crafting items. Yifeng instructed Robin to use her fruit abilities to conjure a pair of hands for assistance. It proved effective. In the midst of labor, Robin's significance became evident. This stunning archaeologist, well-versed in ancient languages, was now toiling away for Yifeng. Crafting a coat took 30 seconds. Before long, a coat emerged on the workbench. It was a white, mid-length coat adorned with gray decorative stripes, resembling a modern cotton jacket. Yifeng picked it up. Its weight was akin to that of an ordinary cotton jacket. He slipped his hand inside to gauge its warmth and found it quite cozy. He draped the coat over Robin's shoulders, who smiled in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Yifeng." She then donned the coat herself. Yifeng glanced at Robin's personal panel and noted that her defense had indeed increased by 3. Is it warm? Yifeng inquired. "Thank you, it's very warm," Robin replied. While Robin was delightful in every regard, her politeness could be somewhat excessive. Yifeng then rushed to ask for Nami and Marianne's sizes. Marianne, puzzled, remarked, "A girl's size is a secret." Yifeng retorted, "What is there to keep secret? You have nothing to hide." Creating a coat took merely 30 seconds. Soon, Yifeng crafted the remaining 3 coats, ensuring each of the 4 had one. "How warm!" Nami exclaimed as Yifeng prepared to wear his new coat. He realized he still wore Robin's outer garment. He reluctantly returned it to her before donning his freshly crafted coat. The temperature continued to drop, and the group had thoroughly enjoyed themselves, imbibing enough to feel tipsy. Marianne, seemingly intoxicated, grasped Yifeng's hand, chatting incessantly. You know, Yifeng, you're far more troublesome than my previous boss. However, given your good looks, I'll let it slide. Your former boss even had you confronting the four emperors, while I have merely tasked you with creating some art. Aren't you content? The four emperors? Who are they? Yifeng couldn't explain the situation regarding Luffy becoming a four emperor in 2 years. And he had no desire to elucidate matters to someone under the influence. At that moment, he noticed something dark flying from the distant horizon. Gradually, it entered the illumination of the bonfire. It was a seagull. And around its neck hung a messenger bag, its beak clasping what appeared to be a scroll. As the seagull approached, Yifeng realized it was quite large. Had it not been for its distinctive flight pattern, one might easily mistake it for an eagle. The bird slowed as it neared Yifeng and his companions, preparing to land. Instinctively, Yifeng stepped back from the bizarre creature, while the 3 girls appeared unperturbed. The large bird flapped its wings and landed directly atop Marianne's sun hat. Marianne glanced upwards but did not dare raise her head, fearing she might startle the bird. It was then that Yifeng recognized it. Wasn't this the messenger seagull from One Piece? They were the subordinates of the media mogul Morgans, possessing the privilege to enter any region. Clearly, the survival world Yifeng inhabited was not the same as the world of One Piece. And these messenger seagulls were not necessarily Morgan's minions. Yifeng recalled that upon his arrival at this small island, it was a messenger seagull that delivered the first announcement. He stepped forward, and the seagull squawked, causing the scroll it held to tumble to the ground. Yifeng quickly seized the parchment. Upon witnessing Yifeng retrieve the item, the seagull flapped its wings and took off from Marianne's head, soaring higher and higher. Another scroll. Yifeng felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Upon opening it, he found it blank at first, but soon, several lines of text began to materialize, just as it had when he first arrived. Survivor, congratulations. You have survived in this world for 32 hours. There are 40 hours remaining until the island is submerged. In the coming days, the Novice Island will undergo some changes. From this moment forth, every 10 hours, the temperature will drop by 5 degrees, and daytime temperatures will no longer rise. Current temperature, 5. A piece of information for all survivors. In 40 hours, sea conditions will be rated small waves. Sea conditions are classified as calm, slight waves, small waves, light waves, moderate waves, heavy waves, enormous waves, turbulent waves, and raging waves. Ordinary rafts will not withstand these conditions. Good luck to all. After absorbing the contents of the scroll, it slowly ascended into the sky, spontaneously igniting into ashes. Within the message were 2 critical pieces of information. First, the temperature would decrease, and daytime temperatures would not rise. Second, the sea conditions upon setting sail would involve small waves, which ordinary rafts could not endure. The second point was of little concern to Yifeng. His primary worry lay with the first, the implications of the dropping temperature, currently at 5 in 10 hours, around 4 a.m. The temperature would plummet to 0 another 10 hours later. By 2 p.m. the following day, it would reach -5. The 4 of them had just crafted coarse cloth coats, which should suffice for warmth until the next afternoon. However, over time, these coats would become increasingly inadequate. Yifeng had indeed acquired a blueprint for a ship's heater. If everyone could huddle on the ship, perhaps they would manage. At this moment, Yifeng could only hope that, after 40 hours, the temperature would rise before they set sail. At this moment, the regional channel has erupted once more. The message left by the messenger seagull does not bode well. The comments from the people are steeped in a pervasive sense of pessimism. You have all seen the letters delivered by the seagull, haven't you? Are they genuine or fabricated? Did you not notice the seagull upon your arrival? The very first letter was brought by that seagull. The chill is intensifying. I arrived clad in summer attire. Who isn't in summer garb? I too am dressed for summer. It seems we all hail from the northern hemisphere, thus donning summer clothes. I am particularly sensitive to the cold. Who could send me a piece of clothing? If someone has clothing, they would wear it themselves. Last night, I nearly froze to death, but thankfully, the temperature rose this morning. Alas, it appears that the morning temperature has not warmed up at this point. I might as well plunge into the sea. I feel as though we are merely here to endure torment, destined to perish sooner or later. Do you only perceive the frigid weather? The subsequent warning indicates that there will be waves when setting out to sea, and an ordinary wooden raft could be capsized. It's all over now. The faint glimmer of hope has vanished. I have exhausted all my efforts to procure a wooden raft blueprint. While fishing, I managed to reel in a sheltered raft blueprint, which states that this raft can withstand small waves. I just searched the trading hall, but no one is selling this blueprint. Those upstairs are all fighting for survival. Who would part with such a blueprint? It seems that the only way to acquire blueprints is through fishing. Let us rely on luck, fellow companions. Indeed, I possess a standard fishing rod, and as long as I fish with all my might, I still have a chance of catching something. At this juncture, people began to realize that the only salvation lies in the fishing rod rewarded for slaying the boss by Yifeng. Currently, that fishing rod serves as a lifeline, yet the situation has grown even more precarious. After reading the letter from the messenger seagull, Yifeng and his companions found little inclination to continue their revelry. With the temperature dropping, it was no longer suitable to persist. Yifeng suggested that everyone return to the ship. Everyone was exhausted from the day's endeavors, especially the three young ladies, who had been tirelessly occupied. Regardless of how low the temperature dropped, they needed to rest. We must not wear them out. Yifeng stored the ordinary barbecue grill and workbench he had just crafted into his inventory. They paid no heed to the campfire, allowing it to burn through the wood at its own pace until it extinguished itself. A few individuals made their way to the spot where Yifeng had anchored the ship. The materials required for upgrading the vessel were now complete, allowing for immediate enhancement. Chapter 37. Level 7 Quest Item. Yifeng produced the blueprint for upgrading to a medium-sized cabin sailboat. Previously, he had tirelessly hunted crabs to gather materials for this blueprint. Yifeng opened the blueprint and learned it without hesitation. Subsequently, he accessed the crafting panel for the blueprint. Crafting item star level 1 star. Upgrade small cabin sailboat to medium-sized cabin sailboat. Can set sail. Withstand light wave conditions. The hull is more stable and faster. Required materials. Wood 2100, hemp rope 60, iron sheets 60, coarse cloth 40, tar 15. Requires small cabin sailboat. Upon first seeing the upgrade requirements, Yifeng was taken aback. He had believed his materials to be ample, only to discover they were insufficient. However, circumstances had changed. The materials in Yifeng's possession now far exceeded the requirements. Even the most scarce tar amounted to 16, just enough. Without hesitation, Yifeng proceeded with the upgrade. Soon, they witnessed the small boat gradually enveloped in white smoke, obscuring its outline until it was no longer visible. As the white smoke dissipated, a brand new small boat appeared before them. This vessel was evidently larger than its predecessor, roughly the size of a medium truck. Yifeng estimated its length to be around 12 to 13 meters. Its height had also increased significantly. Stepping on board from a higher sandbank was now impossible. Although the boat remained a simple single-mast schooner, it exuded the aura of a proper vessel. Gazing at the ship, Yifeng felt a newfound reliability in it. He focused his attention on the ship's panel, revealing its specifications. Medium-sized cabin sailboat, ship star level 1 star, can set sail, withstand light wave conditions. Hull is more stable and faster. Health 200, defense 20, attack 0, speed 4. All attributes had doubled. Nami, observing from the side, erupted in cheers. It was significantly larger than before. Truly remarkable. She wasted no time in attempting to climb aboard, only to find the height of the ship prohibitive. Marianne retrieved her drawing tools and began sketching a new ladder. The previous ladder was too small, and now that it hung above the ship, it was quite a challenge to use it. It would be more prudent to draw a new ladder altogether. 3 individuals followed Yifeng aboard. This ship maintained the same overall structure as its predecessor, featuring a sunken deck cabin in the center. However, the space within the cabin was considerably more spacious, measuring around 7 to 8 meters long and 5 to 6 meters wide. Moreover, a toilet nestled in one corner of the cabin suggested it was designed for use only at sea, directly discharging into the ocean. Behind the cabin, there was a steering wheel, and above it, a periscope. Remarkably, the ship's steering wheel was located indoors. The beds that Marianne had previously drawn remained in the room, alongside a table and several stools. Against the wall, there were 3 bunk beds, accommodating a total of 6 sleeping spaces. With only 4 individuals including Yifeng, there was more than enough room. Marianne noticed the bunk beds against the wall and felt her drawn beds were somewhat obstructive. So she waved her brush counterclockwise, causing the previous beds to vanish. The stove that Marianne had drawn still occupied the center of the room. However, the position of the chimney had changed, rendering it unusable. Marianne contemplated drawing a new stove that would complement this room. Yifeng gestured to her, implying he possessed a stove blueprint that should be suitable for this cabin. He then retrieved a blueprint from his inventory. Exquisite ship stove blueprint, crafting item star level, 1 star, heating, boiling water, cooking, suitable for medium-sized vessels. Required materials, iron sheets 20, stones 20. It was also a relatively low-demand item. Yifeng had become quite affluent in base materials and was no longer stingy. He signaled to Marianne to cancel her previous stove design. Once the space was cleared, Yifeng initiated the crafting process. Before long, a stove emerged before them. This stove was slightly larger than the one Marianne had drawn. With a chimney extending through one wall of the cabin. It appeared to be a better match than Marianne's previous design. I want to sleep on the upper bunk, Nami declared. Soon, the group had allocated their sleeping arrangements. Nami, already clutching her blanket, climbed onto the upper bunk. On such a cold day, it was the perfect time for a nap. Nami, still somewhat tipsy, found sleep particularly inviting at this moment. Before long, she drifted off. Marianne nestled into the upper bunk of the adjacent bed. Yifeng and Robin settled into the lower bunks beneath Nami and Marianne. Although Marianne was the least tolerant of alcohol, she seemed the most lively. Insisting on engaging Robin in conversation, Yifeng sat on a stool beside the table, pondering the matter of opening the brass treasure chest. Now that he possessed some berries, what was the point of keeping that brass chest? He first adjusted the small oil lamp on the table, illuminating the room a bit more. Then, he placed the brass chest on the floor beside him. The crucial item, the luck die of Tinjiao, needed to be in place before opening the chest. He hoped to increase his chances of obtaining good items, as he murmured while tossing the dice. The die rolled twice on the table before settling steadily. A 6? This was Yifeng's first time rolling a 6, and he hoped for good fortune. With a 6, I feel like I am the god of gambling. The die emitted an exuberant sound, as if proclaiming its supremacy over heaven and earth. It was time to open the chest. Yifeng directly consumed 15 berries. As the chest opened, he beheld 3 previously unseen items. Congratulations, you have obtained. Quest item, message in a bottle. Congratulations, you have obtained. 1 follower card. Congratulations. You have obtained. Intermediate armament hockey skill book. Congratulations, you have obtained. Beginner observation hockey skill book. Yifeng had previously opened a brass treasure chest, the one guarded by the mother crab boss, which yielded only 3 items. This suggests that in this world, regardless of how advanced a treasure chest may be, it can only yield 3 items. The distinction lies in the quality of the items obtained. However, this time, he had managed to acquire 4 items, a clear indication of the effects of Tinjiao's luck. Yifeng speculated that rolling a 6 likely increased the chance of obtaining 4 items. Looking at the 4 items obtained this time, none were mundane. At the very least, no ordinary materials or food had appeared. It is worth noting that even a brass treasure chest would yield standard materials and food. The first item left Yifeng perplexed. It was, astonishingly, a quest item. Yifeng scrutinized the message with great care. Task, drift bottle, description. Inside the drift bottle, there lies a letter and a permanent compass. The letter is scrawled with a few words. I am a princess, come save me. Don't believe it. Task objective. Discover the source of the drift bottle and resolve the associated issues. Recommended level, 7. Task reward, Island Star Stone, upgrade to 2 stars. The description of this task was shrouded in ambiguity, particularly the phrase don't believe it, which sounded like a trap. Nevertheless, Yifeng grasped 2 key points. First, this task was classified as level 7, indicating a high level of difficulty. Second, the reward for this task was an Island Star Stone, which likely pertained to the survivor's occupation of islands. The allure of this task's reward was immense. Although Yifeng was currently unaware of the advantages a 2-star island held over a 1-star island, he understood that survivors would eventually need to claim islands for themselves. The star rating of an island undoubtedly determined its quality. Higher-tier islands would provide significant advantages to survivors. Additionally, the task included a permanent compass, an essential item for determining the location of islands along the Grand Line in the world of One Piece. Without a permanent compass, one could not ascertain their course. This implied that the location indicated by the permanent compass must be an island. Previously, Yifeng had discussed with Nami the possibility of locating an island. Now, he could seize the opportunity presented by this task to directly venture to the island. To his surprise, the first item he encountered was quite remarkable. There were 3 more significant items to follow. Chapter 38. Tony Chopper. Yifeng retrieved the second item from the brass treasure chest. A follower card labeled the Broken-Horned Old Deer. It was astonishing to find an animal among the followers. However, this was a deer, and upon this realization, a smile graced Yifeng's lips. In the world of One Piece, the only deer that could be considered a character was Chopper. Thus, this broken-horned old deer would inevitably evolve into Chopper once it became a pirate character. Yifeng was currently at level 4, yet he only had 3 followers. He could easily upgrade a regular follower into a pirate character. As usual, Yifeng summoned the broken-horned old deer to assess its form. As the white smoke dissipated, a deer appeared before him. At that moment, Robin was still awake and, upon seeing the deer, was initially startled, but quickly regained her composure. She smiled and softly remarked, "Yifeng, have you found a new follower?" Yifeng nodded and turned his gaze back to the old deer. The deer looked up at Yifeng with longing eyes, its frame quite emaciated. One of its antlers was broken at the base, while the other was large yet marred by cracks and damage. Its fur was long, which reminded Yifeng of the phrase "a horse grows thin while its fur grows long." It seemed to stand unsteadily, its legs appearing somewhat awkward. The deer was not particularly large, and in the confines of the small room, its single antler did not even graze the bunk bed. Curious about its attributes, Yifeng focused his attention on the deer. Immediately, its panel was displayed. Broken-horned old deer, rank 1 star, level 1, 0.00, health 8, defense 0, attack 0, speed 3. Aside from its name, the other statistics were no different from those of ordinary followers. It appeared that all 1-star followers shared such characteristics. Yifeng attempted to communicate with it, and it seemed to vaguely understand human speech. However, it certainly could not speak. In essence, this follower resembled an ordinary, frail old deer, bearing no distinction. Was the purpose of such a follower in the survival world merely to serve as a potential food source? Yifeng was uncertain whether the entities summoned from the cards could even be consumed. Ding! At that moment, the system notification chimed. The system has detected that the host possesses an ordinary follower. Would you like to upgrade it to a pirate character? Finally, it had arrived. My little dear Chopper. There was no need for speculation. It was undoubtedly Chopper. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. The broken-horned old deer has been upgraded to Tony Chopper, Alabasta. Tony Chopper. The deer who consumed the human fruit. Theoretically should be in his human form. In One Piece, he is the beloved pet of the Straw Hat Crew, the character most easily molded by others. He possesses exceptional medical skills. Based on Yifeng's impressions from One Piece, while his medical skills may not be the highest in the series, he certainly ranks among the top tier. With him around, there would be no need to worry about injuries or illnesses. Although Chopper is the ship's doctor, he is also a critical combat asset. Characters in the main crew cannot afford to be devoid of combat capability. From his initial 7 transformations to his monster form on Enies Lobby, and ultimately to the monstrous enhancements he could control, in a sense, he embodies a formidable blend of offense and defense. Especially with the monstrous enhancement, as long as he does not confront a super strong opponent, he generally dominates. He is currently the best close combat force under Yifeng's command. Moreover, having a doctor is certainly preferable to not having one, particularly one as powerful as Chopper. The addition of Alabasta to his name indicates that at this time, Chopper has yet to experience monstrous enhancement. However, that is of little concern. When the moment arises, he can simply be instructed to refrain from using it. As a follower of Yifeng, he would undoubtedly comply. At that moment, the old deer before Yifeng slowly vanished, and a card bearing Chopper's likeness appeared in his inventory. Yifeng hurriedly retrieved Chopper's card from the inventory. The front of the card depicted Chopper eating cotton candy. Wasn't that the image from his bounty poster? Yifeng furrowed his brow. In this survival world, where could he possibly procure cotton candy? Subsequently, Yifeng summoned Chopper using the card. As the white smoke cleared, a small figure appeared on the floor. He was undeniably adorable, clad in an Alabasta-style sun-protective robe. As a reindeer. Chopper should theoretically have a higher tolerance for cold than humans. Given the current temperature, Chopper, who hails from a frigid region, should be perfectly fine. Nevertheless, Yifeng still wished to procure a coat for him to foster a sense of team unity. "Welcome, Chopper, to my team." Chopper opened his arms, requesting a hug. This little fellow, despite having reached a considerable age in human terms, still sought to just this how reindeer behave. Yifeng, somewhat helpless, lifted him into his arms. However, holding him felt quite pleasant. He was soft and warm. Chopper was light, weighing no more than 50 pounds, and Yifeng felt as though he were cradling a plush Tio. No wonder the members of the Fox Pirates were so eager to recruit him as their first Straw Hat crew member. As a reindeer, his facial features did appear somewhat different from that of a typical deer, likely due to his human-animal hybrid form, giving him a resemblance to a wide-eyed kitten. His blue nose was a distinctive feature, yet it appeared quite harmonious overall. Yifeng set Chopper down on the floor. Chopper curiously surveyed his surroundings. "Is at night?" he inquired. Yifeng nodded. "If you're tired, you can go to sleep." He gestured towards the remaining bunk beds. Chopper nodded, although he showed no intention of climbing into bed. Robin approached and remarked, "How adorable." At that moment, Chopper noticed Robin and promptly scurried away, hiding behind the bunk bed. However, he hid incorrectly, with his head concealed while his body remained exposed. As a character from the Alabasta arc, Chopper was unaware that Robin had not yet joined the crew and, being inherently timid around strangers, instinctively retreated from her. This behavior amused Yifeng greatly. "Chopper, this is Robin. She is our partner." Only then did Chopper cautiously peek his head out. Upon seeing Chopper, Robin beamed with delight. It was the first time Yifeng had witnessed such a joyful smile from her. At this moment, Mary and Inami had already fallen asleep. Tomorrow, they could welcome the new member. Out of curiosity, Yifeng examined Chopper's data panel. Tony Chopper, Alabasta, level 1, 0.00, health 15, defense 10, attack 5, speed 5, skills, master level medicine 7, transformations, equipment, medical backpack, devil fruit, human fruit. Chopper's statistics were notably higher than those of Nami and Marianne. He had a higher defense and slightly elevated attack power. Could it be that fruit users inherently possess superior stats, or was it merely a matter of differing initial attributes among characters? Yifeng found himself unable to discern the answer and had no desire to delve deeper into the matter. Regardless, after leveling up, the differences in these statistics would likely become less pronounced. Now, on to the next item, the Hockey Skill Book. Chapter 39. Intermediate Armament Hockey. Yifeng retrieved the Intermediate Armament Hockey Skill Book from his inventory. To his astonishment, it was classified as a mid-level skill, specifically Armament Hockey. Armament Hockey is one of the most critical combat abilities in the world of One Piece, especially after entering the New World. Its significance in battle surpasses even that of Devil Fruits in the New World. One would feel embarrassed to greet others if they lacked mastery of Armament Hockey. Since acquiring this system, Yifeng had reached level 4. However, it seems that I still lack the courage to confront a level 3 giant land crab in a one-on-one battle. Throughout the ordeal, I relied heavily on these few pirate characters. After all, these young women are remarkably strong. If I were to acquire the Armament Hockey, I should be able to handle the most fundamental battles. Furthermore, this Armament Hockey is classified as intermediate. Among the items obtained this time, the one that would assist Yifeng the most is undoubtedly the Intermediate Armament Hockey Skill Book. Presently, I am uncertain whether learning this requires prior mastery of the basic Armament Hockey. Yifeng decided to stop pondering whether he could learn it directly. He would simply try it out. Subsequently, he began to study the skill book. A sudden wave of soreness and fatigue enveloped him. As though his muscles were aching and his bones were on the verge of disintegration, he felt utterly drained. Yet, within moments, this sensation dissipated, replaced by a sense of ease and exhilaration. He now felt invigorated with strength. "Let's give it a try." Yifeng concentrated, channeling energy into his right arm, and clenched his fist with vigor. At that moment, his fist gleamed with a black metallic luster. He was eager to test just how powerful this energy-infused black fist truly was. However, considering that he was on his own ship, it would not be appropriate to conduct such an experiment. After all, it was a new vessel. Moreover, with Nami and Marianne asleep, making too much noise would certainly disturb the two lovely ladies, which would be quite inconsiderate. He resolved to find another opportunity. Curious about any changes in his various stats, Yi Feng opened his personal information panel. Name: Yi Feng, level 4, 11.88, health 31, defense 11, attack 15, rough iron dagger 6, speed 16, followers 4, hockey, basic observation hockey, intermediate armament hockey. From this, it appeared that his health, defense, and attack had all increased by 5 points. This was not particularly impressive. Yi Feng initially felt a twinge of disappointment, but soon came to understand. Hockey requires active engagement. Be it observation, armament, or conqueror's hockey, it is all the same. If a person possessing armament hockey were perpetually in that state, they would essentially appear as a black sphere at all times. Having learned armament hockey, he would seek an opportunity to test it later. He decided to address the final item. The last item was somewhat ordinary, the basic observation hockey skill book. Thus far, this was the third such skill book. The first was learned by Yi Feng himself, and the second was given to Nami. Since Robin was awake now, he would bestow this third basic observation hockey skill book upon her. Yi Feng retrieved the skill book from his inventory and handed it to Robin. This is for you. As I mentioned before, I intend for everyone to gradually master this skill. Robin nodded, accepted the skill book, and began her studies immediately. She frowned and closed her eyes, enduring a brief moment of discomfort before quickly recovering. Soon after, a smile graced her lips. Thank you, Yi Feng. Yi Feng had grown accustomed to her politeness. At this point, it was already quite late. Yi Feng gathered some materials from his inventory. Rough cloth 2 and hemp rope 2. First, he would craft a rough cloth coat for Chopper. He piled these items onto the workbench and inquired about Chopper's size. Chopper was uncertain, recalling that the previous pair of pants had been made by Dr. Hirulek, and he had no idea about the measurements. The long robe he currently wore, styled after Alabasta, was far too large for him. Mentioning Dr. Hirulek caused Chopper to momentarily pause, a tear escaping from the corner of his eye. Yi Feng, feeling helpless, resorted to measuring by hand. After gauging the approximate size, he approached the workbench and began crafting. Before long, a charmingly small rough cloth coat was completed. Yi Feng found it puzzling that he and Robin had used the same amount of materials for their larger garments, while Chopper's smaller coat also required the same quantity. Just as Yi Feng was about to hand Chopper his coat, he noticed that Robin and Chopper were already engrossed in play, with Robin using her fruit abilities to push Chopper on a swing. Robin, usually composed and gentle, was quite adept at entertaining the little reindeer. This scene reminded Yi Feng of the Straw Hat Pirates. Suddenly, it struck him that he was nearing the assembly of half the Straw Hat crew. Yi Feng handed the rough cloth coat to Chopper. Put this on. It will keep you warmer. Although Chopper, being a reindeer, was not particularly sensitive to cold, he was nonetheless delighted to wear something warmer. Chopper eagerly accepted the coat and quickly donned it. This fits perfectly. Hee, it's much warmer now. Chopper beamed with joy. I still haven't acquired the blueprint for a quilt. The current quilts we have are drawn by Marianne. Let's have her assist you with that tomorrow, Yi Feng remarked. Chopper found it odd that the quilt was drawn, instinctively glancing at the others. Isn't this a perfectly normal quilt? At that moment, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, Nami. Nami! Chopper exclaimed. Yi Feng quickly raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Nami is asleep. You can chat with her tomorrow, he whispered. Chopper obediently nodded. It was indeed late, and Yi Feng urged Chopper and Robin to retire for the night. He lay down in bed, ready to sleep. Rather than shedding the coat, he opted to cover himself with a quilt atop it, enhancing his warmth. Tomorrow would bring more tasks to tackle. By4a. The temperature was set to drop another 5 degrees. Though it seemed like a mere 5 degrees, the difference felt substantial. After dawn, the temperature would not rise again. Yi Feng had no intention of fishing with electricity the following day. The cold made it impractical to retrieve any spoils. If Yi Feng were an ordinary survivor without a properly crafted vessel, he would have jumped at the chance to fish with electricity. However, he was indifferent to the prospect and saw no reason to risk frostbite for it. Although there was now a doctor on board, one could not be careless. Tomorrow's primary task would involve helping Qian and Hui gather wood and stone for the inventory. Once that was accomplished, he could remain aboard the ship, sheltered from the cold. Yi Feng pondered. He soon drifted off to sleep. Thank you. A woman's voice softly murmured. It was Robin's voice. Yi Feng understood what Robin was grateful for. This Robin was not the same as the one from the Straw Hat crew. but rather the Robin from Baroque Works. Yifeng had effectively provided her with a warm and inviting team. One far more pleasant than the atmosphere of Baroque Works. Accompanying Yifeng was certainly a better experience for her than following Crocodile. The night swiftly passed. Nami was the first to rise, vigorously shaking Yifeng awake. Yifeng, today is undoubtedly colder. Yifeng groggily sat up, glancing at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock, and it was indeed time to rise. Yifeng, let's go electric fishing? Nami suggested. Not in this cold. How would we retrieve anything we catch? At that moment, Marianne, who was tending to the stove to heat water, chimed in. I can draw you a fishing net. We can use it to haul in supplies. Yifeng initially did not grasp the implication, but soon the problem dawned on him. Marianne, can your fishing net even be submerged? It was then that Marianne realized the oversight. Yifeng felt a surge of amusement. This was the first time he had seen Marianne make such a silly mistake, and it was rather entertaining. Chapter 40. The need for a fishing net. Marianne had inadvertently reminded Yifeng. Just because the temperature had dropped below zero did not mean he would abandon electric fishing. That would be rather embarrassing. If you won't let me fish, then I shall fish. He decided to first check the trading hall to see if there were any items resembling a fishing net. In the trading hall, a throng of individuals clamored for food. Please, Yifeng, I seek crab meat. I will offer 20 iron pieces. Yifeng, please list crab meat. I missed out on it yesterday. If crab meat is unavailable, I'd settle for mackerel fry. There were numerous complaints following. The quantities were too scant, making it impossible to secure any. Many expressed that Yifeng's single pound of crab meat was far too substantial. It was snatched up by other prominent figures before they even had a chance. Others lamented that they could not afford 20 materials to purchase crab meat and could only rely on fishing with standard rods, leaving them feeling insecure. Unlike the previous day, when there had been a plethora of purchase requests, today's requests were markedly fewer. This was linked to the fact that everyone had acquired higher quality fishing rods. The atmosphere of desperation that had characterized the previous day's requests was replaced by a sense of pleading from the lower tier. Throughout his life, Yifeng had never felt so significant. Many lives depended on him. Nevertheless, he had no intention of altering his strategy. Yifeng still wished to list 1 pound of crab meat, primarily because smaller portions would complicate distribution. Moreover, everyone had benefited from Yifeng's generosity. Obtaining fishing rods with a 70 catch probability. For those with exceptionally poor luck, no one could assist them. First, he would check for any fishing net blueprints or similar items. Yifeng scrolled through the listings slowly. After flipping through several pages without success, he began to feel fatigued from the effort. Just as he was about to give up, a listing caught his attention. 1 pair of fishnet stockings, seeking food or water. What on earth are fishnet stockings? Yifeng was fortunate to have glanced once more. Otherwise, he might have fallen for that trick. Reluctantly, he continued scrolling, determined not to give up. After flipping through a dozen pages, he finally discovered a fishing net. Beginner's Rough Fishing Net. Yifeng promptly opened the information about it. Beginner's Rough Fishing Net. Rating: 1 star. 1. Used for retrieving items from the sea surface. 2. Used for fishing. Success rate for sea retrieval: 90. Success rate for fishing: 10. Even in failure, there is still a possibility of catching something. Description: capable of capturing any potential resources or treasure chests from the sea. The quality of resources obtained is not affected by the net's level. This item, when utilized for fishing, has a rather low success rate. However, it performs adequately for retrieval, boasting a 90 success rate. If placed in a world where resources are drawn from the sea surface, it would undoubtedly be deemed a miraculous tool. Observing the requirements of others, it only necessitates the exchange of 1 food or 1 water. This implies that resources of the caliber of mackerel fry can be purchased back. Without hesitation, Yifeng decided to make the purchase. Even if it proves ineffective, it merely results in the waste of a single mackerel fry. It is inconsequential. Thus, Yifeng promptly acquired the Beginner's Rough Fishing Net. Upon retrieving it, he examined the item. Indeed, it appeared quite crude, resembling something fashioned from hemp rope. The rope was not particularly well twisted, with numerous frayed edges and burrs. The mesh holes were also quite large. However, Yifeng speculated that it should pose no issue for capturing mackerel fry in the sea. At this moment, Marian noticed the fishing net in Yifeng's hands. This shabby thing can retrieve resources? Yifeng replied. If it cannot retrieve resources, can you draw something that can? Marian was left speechless. If this item were indeed functional, there would be work to be done today. Meanwhile, Chopper remained blissfully asleep. For Yifeng, time was no longer as precious. Let the little fellow rest. He must be exhausted from the journey in Alabasta. He decided to check the regional channel to see what others were discussing, treating it as a morning news briefing, expecting to uncover some intriguing happenings. Upon opening the regional channel, a pinned message caught his EYE.AS with yesterday. It was a message in red. Regional announcement. As of 8 a.m. today, approximately 51,000 people have died in this region, down from an initial population of 100,000. As expected, it was a death toll report. Yifeng recalled that yesterday's announcement reported a death toll of 35,000. Today, with 51,000 reported dead, this indicated that 16,000 had perished since yesterday. The mortality rate had decreased by more than half. Yifeng surmised that this must be due to the effectiveness of the ordinary fishing rod. Nevertheless, a daily death toll exceeding 10,000 remained a profoundly alarming figure. Today, the number of participants in the regional channel had dwindled significantly. With the advent of the ordinary fishing rod, a flicker of hope rekindled within the survivors. All engrossed in fishing. Since acquiring the fishing rod yesterday, I have been incessantly fishing, yielding substantial rewards. Are you fishing at night too? I tell you, it no longer matters whether it is day or night. The temperature does not alternate based on the time anymore. This revelation enlightened many. How had I not considered that regardless of day or night, the temperature would continually decline, with the only distinction being the intensity of light? Others are fishing while the temperature is still somewhat elevated, which is perfectly reasonable. I too intend to fish throughout the night, aiming to construct my tinted raft before dawn. However, for Yifeng, this was of little concern. He had already donned a coarse coat. The frigid temperatures of several degrees below zero posed no significant threat to him. During sleep, he could still find refuge in the wooden cabin of the boat. Moreover, the cabin was equipped with a stove, maintaining an indoor temperature of around 5 to 6 degrees. Coupled with the quilt that Marian had drawn, he would generally remain warm. In contrast, Yifeng's activities necessitated better illumination. Whether gathering timber, stones, or fishing with electricity, all depended on light. Without visibility, one could not proceed. Thus, Yifeng resolved to adhere to a schedule of working from dawn. Besides the discussions about fishing during the day or at night, several messages requested Yifeng to provide meals. They pleaded for Yifeng to offer crab meat. Yifeng shook his head, deciding to release some crab meat. After all, there was an abundance of it that could not be consumed. Even with the numerous individuals under Yifeng's command, over 10,000 pounds of crab meat would take an eternity to deplete. Considering the capabilities of other survivors, it was prudent to exchange some for other resources. Why not? Yifeng retrieved 2 pieces of fresh crab meat from his inventory. Each piece weighed 30 pounds, making it convenient for distribution, all being 30 pounds each. This way, other survivors could conserve some drinking water. He handed the crab meat to Robin, instructing her to cut it into 1-pound portions. Shortly, Yifeng would place them on the market. Witnessing Yifeng's generosity, they were compelled to respond to his every request. Then, Yifeng took another piece of crab meat, asking Marian to prepare breakfast. While awaiting breakfast, Robin had already cut the crab meat. Seizing the moment, Yifeng began placing the pieces on the market. While in the midst of this, a thought struck him. Wasn't Marian able to draw food? The food she drew was indeed consumable. This epiphany made Yifeng feel like a genius. Marian, could you assist me by drawing some black bread? Marian looked at Yifeng in confusion. Didn't you say you wouldn't eat the food I draw? It's not for eating, but for placing in the trading hall, Yifeng replied. Chapter 41. Rocks are also materials. Marian suddenly understood. Realizing this, she quickly retrieved her brush and palette, beginning to paint on the floor. Soon, she presented the tangible black bread to Yifeng. Here, Yifeng accepted the bread. Exchanging drawn items for resources was quite beneficial. Yifeng paused his task of placing crab meat on the market, choosing to first place this black bread. Notice, the trading hall does not accept items not from the survival world. Upon seeing this prompt, Yifeng instantly lost interest. This survival world was exceedingly rigid. Having finally discovered a potential path to prosperity, it was dismissed. Yifeng handed the piece of black bread back to Marian. Consider it breakfast. The others, yet to eat, displayed expressions of disdain, even Marian included. The issue was not whether the item was palatable, but rather the knowledge that it was merely pigment transformed, which was psychologically unacceptable. With no other choice, Marian let the black bread vanish. After placing everything on the market, Yifeng roused Chopper. "Chopper, rise and shine. We're having crab today." Chopper, previously groggy, perked up instantly at the mention of seafood. "Where's the crab?" Yifeng pointed to Marian, who was busily distributing crab meat to everyone. "Fantastic." Chopper excitedly approached and queued in front of Marian. Marian remarked, "We eat crab every day. We're going to turn into crabs ourselves." Yifeng reassured him, "Just one more day, and we'll set sail to other islands for fresh food." At this moment, Chopper and Nami simultaneously noticed each other. They exclaimed in delight, running together, hand in hand, joyfully bouncing around, while Yifeng and the others watched them with smiles. The two then held hands, reminiscing and thoroughly enjoying themselves. Marian continued methodically pouring boiling water into a teapot to brew tea. She was adamant about having her tea. "Marian, why do you love tea so much?" Yifeng inquired. Marian looked somewhat perplexed. "Isn't it common knowledge, Yifeng, have you noticed? Nami loves alcohol more, while Robin and I prefer tea." Yifeng awaited Marian's explanation. "Pirates enjoy alcohol, various organizations favor tea, and the Navy prefers coffee. This is common knowledge." This may be a setting from the manga One Piece, which Yifeng had read without ever paying attention to. After everyone finished breakfast, Yifeng began assigning tasks to Yifeng's primary concerns lay with two matters. First, the trees and stones on the island. Second, continuing the electric fishing. Yifeng assigned Marian and Robin to handle the issues related to the island's trees and stones. The reason was simple. The two large crabs were drawn by Marian. Thus, she should find it easier to manage them. Robin's fruit abilities would facilitate transportation, making her well suited for the task. Yifeng patted Robin on the shoulder. "Today, you'll be responsible for transporting materials." Robin smiled brightly, readily accepting. Yifeng sensed that her smile seemed to carry an extra sweetness. Spending a long time in a criminal organization can render one indifferent and ruthless. However, Robin was a good girl. Having left the criminal organization to join Yifeng, she would gradually become more endearing. Marian was no exception. Both young women had become increasingly charming. Next, Yifeng arranged for Nami, himself, and Chopper to go electric fishing together. Nami would be the primary force for electric fishing, so there were no concerns there. Yifeng himself needed to collect the spoils from the electric fishing using his inventory. As for Chopper, Yifeng hoped he could gain some experience from the activity. Yifeng believed that with only level 1, Chopper should be able to earn experience while electric fishing. Once the assignments were made, everyone set off in their respective directions. Nami and Chopper directly headed to the usual rocky area for electric fishing, while Robin and Marian proceeded towards the central forest of the island. Yifeng handed the shabby fishing net to Nami, instructing her and Chopper to proceed first, while he would check on the two crabs. After all, Nami was already adept at electric fishing. Soon, Yifeng followed Marian and Robin to the location where they had begun chopping trees yesterday. At that moment, the two crabs were actually hard at work. Judging by their progress, they must have started early in the morning. These two fellows were truly remarkable. Even without supervision, they could manage their tasks independently. The lumber had been stacked into a mountain, and the area was increasingly barren. Their efficiency was astonishing. Stones were also piled high nearby. However, he had yet to catch sight of the gray figure responsible for collecting stones. Where had that fellow wandered off to? Yifeng waited in place for approximately a quarter of an hour before finally catching sight of Hui Hui, who returned with a basket on its back. It shifted its form and promptly discarded a stone beside the pile of rocks. This basket is even full, Yifeng pondered with confusion. Marian, too, found it peculiar and approached Hui Hui to communicate. After a while, Marian managed to piece together the situation through a combination of deduction and inquiry. The stones on the ground had nearly all been collected, and what Hui Hui had just deposited was the final batch. It was on the verge of unemployment. Yifeng felt a twinge of melancholy, yet there was nothing to be done. Once something was lost, it was lost. Let Hui Hui take a break, he suggested. Just as he finished speaking, a thought struck him. He glanced at the mountains and rocks in the center of the island. Those are stones too. Can they not be collected? Yifeng recalled that someone had previously sold stone picks in the trading hall, along with blueprints for them. What is a stone pick used for? It must be for collecting stones, he reasoned. If a stone pick is required for gathering stones, then it certainly cannot refer to the stones scattered on the ground. Yifeng surveyed the area and spotted a massive boulder nearby. He remembered how that boss crab had struck the stones. Marian, have Hui Hui try striking this large rock, Yifeng proposed. Marian understood his intent and communicated with Hui Hui once more. Hui Hui quickly grasped the objective and dashed towards the rock, beginning to strike it vigorously. After all, Hui Hui was not that boss crab. Although it was somewhat larger and stronger than an ordinary level 3 giant land crab, its damage to the boulder was not particularly significant. It took a full 3 minutes of relentless striking before it managed to chip off a stone from the large boulder. Yifeng walked over and promptly placed the stone into his inventory. Indeed, it displayed as stone 1 upon entering the inventory. It seemed that stones obtained from the large boulder were also materials. Yifeng felt as if he had discovered a new world. Elated by the revelation, if he were to build his own island in the future, these stones would be indispensable materials. Since he intended to exhaust all the resources of this island, those large boulders must be taken as well. However, there was still a problem. With Hui Hui's current ability requiring 2 to 3 minutes to chip away a small piece, the efficiency was rather lacking. The novice island would be submerged in just over 20 hours. There was simply no time to gather all the stones before the island was engulfed. Stone pick, Yifeng thought, eager to obtain one from the trading hall. If the crab had tools, the situation would undoubtedly be different. Technology is the primary productive force. Just as he was about to access the trading hall, Yifeng suddenly recalled having a hammer. He quickly rummaged through his inventory. Before long, he retrieved a hammer labeled coarse iron hammer. This is it. Being made of iron, its efficiency must far surpass that of those rudimentary stone tools. Coarse iron hammer, star rating 1, attack power 5, crafted item. World drop. This item boasted 5 points of attack power, yet Yifeng believed that striking rocks probably had little to do with attack power. Thus, he handed the coarse iron hammer to Hui Hui. Take this and exert your strength to the fullest. Whether it would work or not could only be determined by trying. Chapter 42. Beginning to reclaim all resources from the novice island upon receiving the iron hammer. Hui Hui appeared exceedingly pleased, raising its claws and waving them about. It felt mighty, a warrior invincible in battle. After a few playful gestures, it eagerly rushed to the massive rock it had just struck. It knew precisely what to do. Facing the boulder, it lifted the hammer high. With a swift descent, stones fell away, clean and efficient. Then came the second and third strikes. This crab truly possessed remarkable stamina. Within just over a minute, the boulder was reduced to numerous stones. Yes, this was the efficiency that should be expected. Those ordinary followers could only chip away 1 stone at a time with their flimsy stone picks. Everything depended on their physical strength, rendering them less capable than even ordinary humans. The disparity compared to the crabs depicted by Marian was indeed stark. Simultaneously, they had to worry about their stone picks shattering under the strain of striking. Yifeng gazed into the distance at the large mountain rock, estimating that within a few hours, this small mountain could be entirely transformed into stones. The 2 crabs seemed to be working without issue. Yifeng now headed towards the fishing area, as Nami was counting on the harvest from his inventory. After briefly informing Marian and Robin, Yifeng departed the forest, making his way to the rocky shore where the fish were being electrified. Although the weather was cold, it had yet to reach the point of freezing the sea surface. Nami and Chopper were standing atop the rocks. From a distance, Yifeng could see the blue-white flashes of lightning. It was astonishing that it could be so blinding from afar. Yifeng did not ascend the rocks but remained at the seaside below. Soon, Nami finished electrifying the fish, and various materials floated on the surface of the water. She eagerly picked up the fishing net, ready to descend and gather her catch. Yifeng thought it unnecessary for Nami to run up and down repeatedly. It would be more efficient for him to collect the catch while she waited above. Nami, just wait there. Once I've gathered everything from the net, I'll call you, and you can continue electrifying the fish. Nami signaled an okay gesture in response. Then, she tossed the fishing net from the rocks into the water. Chopper, have you gained any experience? Yifeng inquired as he picked up the fishing net, also concerned about Chopper's progress. Within this team, Chopper's level was simply too low. He needed a basic level to be able to participate in battles comfortably in the future. Even as a pure healer, he couldn't afford to be too fragile. Chopper replied, I've gained experience. It's fantastic. This news pleased Yifeng, as electrifying fish proved quite useful. Chopper, you've been close to Nami, right? Just be careful not to get zapped by her lightning. Chopper wished to signal an okay gesture, but being a hoofed creature, he couldn't manage it. He could only display a victory sign instead. Resigned, he replied, "Okay, I understand." With both of them organized, Yifeng began casting the net. This task was indeed quite challenging. One cast could hardly retrieve everything at once. It could only bring back a portion. This was not due to a low success rate. If that were the case, 2 casts would suffice. Rather, it was because the net itself was relatively heavy and somewhat coarse. Moreover, being an ordinary inland dweller, Yifeng had never been a fisherman and had little skill in casting nets. It was already impressive to bring back even a few items in one go. Currently, no one else in the team possessed that ability. So it was best to proceed bit by bit. Yifeng cast the net 5 times before successfully retrieving the fish, wood, and wooden treasure chests that Nami had electrified. However, there was a downside to this method of fishing. Foul-smelling socks, rotten shoes, banana peels, and other debris were also caught in the net. Who on earth discarded these? They showed no regard for the marine environment. Once everything was gathered, Yifeng painstakingly sorted through the useful items for his inventory. This time, he didn't bother counting. Regardless of the quantity, he collected everything. It was better to tally it up later after today's fishing was complete. Once Yifeng had organized everything, he called out to Nami. "Nami, I'm done here. Let us have another round." Nami shouted back, "Okay." Then, Yifeng witnessed another magnificent display of dark clouds pouring forth with lightning. Time passed minute by minute. Throughout the morning, Yifeng continued electrifying fish alongside Nami. Nami's speed in electrifying was impressive, while Yifeng's pace was much slower, both in gathering and in collecting. By midday, the 3 of them had only managed to complete 3 rounds. And they hadn't kept track of the total haul. They planned to continue electrifying fish in the afternoon and tally everything up later in the evening. "Let us go, Nami. We should find Marion and the others for lunch. After we eat, we can return to work." Then, Yifeng heard Nami and Chopper cheering. At noon, they feasted on grilled fish, primarily because Marion had grown weary of crab. Robin and Nami, however, were still content as they ate. Yifeng noticed that the forest had become quite barren. Apart from several small hills of wood and stones, nothing else was visible. Insects and such had also been nearly eradicated by Qianqian and Hui Hui. The 2 large crabs. These 2 crabs were truly commendable, working diligently without consuming Yifeng's provisions. When hungry, they foraged for food themselves, making them exemplary workers. At this moment, Yifeng could neither see Hui Hui nor Qianqian. Marion remarked that they had ventured further afield to gather resources. Yifeng glanced at the towering rocks above, occasionally spotting Hui Hui's figure swinging the hammer. Those 2 were remarkably swift. Suddenly, Yifeng thought that given their size, they should have no trouble standing on the deck when at sea. Though they were drawn by Marion, their utility made it essential to bring them aboard the ship. At that moment, Yifeng pondered whether the creatures depicted by Marion could also be stored in his inventory. "Marion, can you draw a reconnaissance parrot now? I'd like to see if it can be stored in my inventory." Before long, Marion had sketched a reconnaissance parrot, which circled around her twice, awaiting her command. Yifeng instructed it to perch on his hand. Once the parrot landed, he attempted to store it in his inventory, but the effort failed. It seemed that living creatures drawn by Marion could not be stored in his inventory. However, Yifeng had previously tried to place items drawn by Marion into his inventory, which had worked perfectly. This indicated that while Marion's creations could not be stored, it was solely the living beings that were exempt from inclusion. Upon completing the experiment, Marion reclaimed the parrot. Li Feng, accompanied by Chopper and Nami, departed from the area. Determined not to squander the afternoon, they continued their endeavor of electrofishing. Throughout the entire afternoon, Li Feng grappled with the frayed fishing net. At some point, he sensed a chill in the air. However, he remained active, perspiration still glistening on his skin. After nearly an entire day of effort, his efficiency showed little improvement. From noon until after 5 in the afternoon, he managed to collect fish electrofished by Nami only 4 times. Meanwhile, Chopper had leveled up to level 3, but after reaching this level, he could no longer gain experience from the electrofished fish. Li Feng glanced at Chopper's personal panel. Tony Chopper Alabasta, level 3, 0.00, health 25, defense 23, rough coat 3, attack 15, speed 15, skills, master level medicine, 6 forms of transformation, equipment, medical backpack, devil fruit, human fruit, This data appeared significantly more favorable than Chopper's level 1 statistics. With a defense of 23 and an attack of 15, he was well equipped to handle ordinary combat situations. Coupled with Chopper's 6 forms of transformation, confronting a level 3 giant land crab would pose no challenge at all. When Li Feng inquired about how Chopper felt, Chopper was unable to articulate it clearly, merely stating, "I feel stronger." "Oh yeah? You little rascal. Even if you praise me, I shan't be pleased." Yet, Li Feng found a sense of joy in hearing Chopper's words. At this point, fatigue had begun to set in. Typically, Li Feng would be the one exerting himself on the young ladies. But today, the tables had turned, and he found himself quite exhausted. It was time to call it a day. They were not lacking in resources. Now that Li Feng possessed a vessel for sailing, he was focused on accumulating supplies for future island conquests. There was no need for excessive exertion. After all, one's health is paramount. He summoned Nami and Chopper to seek out Marian and the others. Thus concluded the day's mundane and tedious routine. Upon reaching Marian and the others, they still did not see Qianqian and Huahua, only finding Marian and Robin leisurely seated on a picnic mat. One was sipping tea, while the other rested and read a book. The tea drinker resembled a child, while the book reader exuded an air of intellectual beauty. Upon learning that the 2 crabs were still laboring at a considerable distance, Li Feng decided to leave them be, knowing they would rest on their own come nightfall. Thus, the day's monotonous and dreary existence came to an end. Li Feng was taken aback by the sheer volume of timber and stones scattered about. If it had once been but a couple of small hills, it now resembled a range of towering mountains. He resolved to stack it here for the time being. Unlike fish, timber and stone do not spoil. They could be left here until everything was sorted out. "Let us call it a day," Li Feng declared. Although Marian and Robin had already been relaxing for some time, the group began their journey back. They would tally the day's electrofishing haul once aboard the ship. Chapter 43. 41 wooden treasure chests. Upon returning to the ship, Li Feng retrieved crab meat and apples to give to Marian for dinner. While he began counting the fish caught through electrofishing, the total yield was mackerel fry 2252, timber 28,001 pieces. At this moment, Li Feng suspected he had miscalculated. How could there possibly be over 20,000 pieces of timber? After recalculating, he confirmed the figure. It was evident that the supply of timber was beyond what he could possibly utilize. The timber he had harvested from the island's trees had yet to be accounted for. Including that would yield astronomical numbers. Having resources in hand was indeed a delightful experience. Meanwhile, the majority of survivors at sea were still fretting over whether they could gather 200 or 300 pieces of timber. They would rather forego sleep, continuing to fish through the night, just to accumulate enough timber. The quantity of timber represented their lifeline. For Li Feng, however, the numbers had become mere digits. Of course, he was still unaware of how much timber would be required for island construction. Yet he was confident that it would not prove overly challenging. The last remnants of tension within Li Feng gradually dissipated. Tomorrow, there would be no need to push so hard during electrofishing. Moreover, according to the announcement, the island would be submerged by rising sea levels by 10 in the morning. He could not afford to push the limits of time too far. Next, Li Feng began tallying the treasure chests he had acquired. A total of 41 wooden treasure chests had been secured. Now, the luck dice from Fudong would surely come in handy. This marked Li Feng's first experience opening such a multitude of wooden treasure chests. Thankfully, opening wooden treasure chests did not require any berries. Otherwise, it would have been quite the financial burden. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to eat while opening the chests. Thus, Li Feng took out each chest one by one, determining the luck multiplier with Fudong's luck dice beforehand. This turned out to be quite the endeavor. He munched on his meal while opening chests. As he finished his meal, he was still engaged in the task. Marian was enjoying tea with Nami, while Robin was reading with Chopper. Yet Li Feng continued to open chests. Strangely, he felt that the surprises had diminished. Perhaps the treasures he had previously encountered had been too remarkable, rendering the contents of these chests rather mundane in comparison. Ultimately, Li Feng obtained quality timber 14, thick coarse cloth 9, iron ingots 8, hard stone 13, hemp rope 5, coarse hemp rope 8, tar 3, apple sapling 2, pear sapling 1, corn seeds 50, rapeseed seeds 60, pea seeds 40, tomato seeds 90, plant cultivation soil 7, large black bread 15, adult mackerel 9, unopened rum 1, Medium Seawater Desalination Device Blueprint 1, Medium Barbecue Grill Blueprint 1, a Refined Iron Dagger 1. Usopp's Short-Handled Slingshot 1. Although all were from wooden treasure chests, the items obtained were typically found only in iron treasure chests. Such was the benefit of Fudong's luck dice. Moreover, this time, Li Feng had even received materials he had never encountered before, such as thick coarse cloth and hard stone, which were evidently superior to coarse cloth and regular stone. Additionally, there were more planting-related items, including apple and pear saplings, as well as tomato seeds. As for the blueprints, while they were indeed more advanced, Li Feng did not feel a pressing need for them. However, there were two weapons among the haul. The refined iron dagger should be superior to the dagger Li Feng was currently wielding, thus granting him a boost in attack power. He examined the refined iron dagger. This dagger appeared significantly more exquisite than his previous one. The sheath was crafted from fine leather, and the strap was made of the same material. As Li Feng drew the dagger from its sheath, he noticed that the blade shone with a luster akin to modern, industrially produced daggers. The metallic texture was even more pronounced. He inspected the edge, finding it exceedingly sharp, likely sharper than his previous dagger. The handle remained wooden, but had been finely crafted. Li Feng glanced at the dagger's panel. Refined iron dagger, star level 1, attack 11, crafted item. World drop. This was a significant improvement over his previous rough iron dagger. Li Feng quickly unsheathed his old dagger and equipped the new one. Every bit of additional attack power counted, especially since this represented an increase of 5 points. With the new dagger, Li Feng's attack power rose to 20. He felt empowered. With his intermediate armament haki and the refined iron dagger in hand, he was confident in his ability to tackle monsters with ease. Though the equipment was not overwhelmingly impressive, Li Feng still felt a surge of happiness. Now, the remaining item of utmost interest to Li Feng was Usopp's short-handled slingshot, unique. What could this possibly be? Filled with curiosity, Li Feng took out the slingshot to inspect it. This slingshot bore little difference from those commonly seen. The wooden Y-shaped frame was painted green, and the handle was wrapped in white cloth for comfort. It featured ordinary rubber bands and a standard pouch. To anyone unfamiliar with One Piece, it would likely appear as an ordinary object. Yet, to Li Feng, it felt remarkably familiar. This slingshot was identical to the one used by Usopp in the early episodes of the animated series. He focused his gaze on the slingshot and examined its panel. Usopp's short-handled slingshot, unique, star level 3, attack 15, aiming assistance. Aids the user in aiming, accuracy. 70-100, ammunition adaptation. Any type of object, as long as it fits the size, can be used as ammunition without altering attack power. Different ammunition provides various additional effects. Li Feng had not anticipated that such a seemingly ordinary weapon would be a 3-star item. Its attack power was not particularly high, but it boasted two distinct attributes. The first attribute was of utmost importance to Li Feng. It provided aiming assistance with a remarkable accuracy rate, nearly guaranteeing a hit. This was understandable. In One Piece, Usopp was renowned for his exceptional accuracy. Given that Li Feng had never wielded a slingshot before, this aiming assistance could elevate him to a moderate level of ranged combat capability. High-star items truly possessed remarkable qualities. Having opened all the chests, Li Feng felt thoroughly exhausted. He had initially planned to collect the 60 portions of crab meat from the merchant in the morning, but now he felt rather lazy. One's energy was indeed limited. The previous day, Li Feng had merely directed one beauty to perform a task and then another, and now he found himself drained. Today, Yi Feng spent the entire day casting his net, and although he made no tangible progress, he exerted considerable physical effort. In the evening, he tirelessly opened boxes. Yi Feng decided to call it a day and defer matters until tomorrow. He stifled a yawn, twisted his neck a few times, and stretched his weary back to limber up. That moment, he suddenly felt as if an additional pair of hands had materialized on his back. The sensation was peculiar, akin to carrying a burden on 2 points. Subsequently, these hands began to knead his shoulders. At this juncture, Yi Feng caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. It was the scent of robin. He had detected this aroma during their drinking session the previous day. It was unexpected to find that these hands, born of the fruit's ability, also bore robin's essence. Yi Feng had often fantasized about such a scenario while watching One Piece. He turned to glance at Robin, nodding in gratitude, to which she responded with a warm smile. The shoulder massage was indeed quite pleasurable, and her grip was surprisingly strong. Marianne remarked. Yifeng, you should take a break as well. This young girl not only thought of her own rest but also showed concern for others. Chapter 44. Blueprint for the Basic Island Defense System. This time, Yifeng was the first to lie down and succumb to slumber. The others, wary of disturbing his rest, extinguished the oil lamp and climbed into bed. The temperature today was colder than yesterday, prompting everyone to follow Yifeng's lead, donning coats and wrapping themselves in quilts for warmth. Tomorrow would mark the last few hours. He hoped everything would proceed smoothly. The following day, Yifeng was the earliest to awaken. He glanced at the time on the system panel. It was still not yet 7 a.m. Before his traversal, he used to rise at this hour while toiling away. However, back then, he would sleep late and wake early. In this survival world, at least his sleep schedule was more assured. The three beauties still lay quietly asleep. Chopper had kicked off his quilt. Yifeng smiled and shook his head, gently covering him up. In this system, every level allows the upgrade of a pirate character. Based on Yifeng's previous experiences, the drop rate for follower cards was not particularly high, yet acquiring one card at each level was not an insurmountable task. Should Yifeng ascend to dozens of levels, he would undoubtedly have numerous followers by his side. At that point, he would need to contemplate who to convert into cards for his inventory. However, after spending these 2 days together, Yifeng had developed a certain fondness for the 4 individuals who lay sleeping. He felt reluctant to transform them into cards, even as more pirate characters came into play. Yifeng opened the door to the wooden cabin and stepped onto the deck. A gust of cold wind hit him, almost causing him to retreat. The temperature must have dropped further during the night. He retrieved the thermometer that Marianne had drawn. The outdoor temperature was approximately -10°C. The cotton clothing he wore was barely sufficient to fend off the chill. However, in a few hours, the Novice Island would be submerged. All survivors would face entirely new challenges, and no one knew whether the temperature would continue to plummet. Now, while they were still asleep, he decided to visit the trading hall to check on his goods. He wondered how the 60 portions of crab meat had fared. First, Yifeng opened the regional channel. The morning news was essential to view. As a survivor, one could not simply bury their head in work, but must also stay informed about current events. He was curious about the latest death toll report. Upon opening the regional channel, a barrage of red letters promptly appeared. Regional announcement. As of this morning at 7 a.m., approximately 63,000 individuals have perished in this region, which originally had a population of 100,000. Yifeng recalled that yesterday morning, the death toll had been reported at 51,000. This indicated that 12,000 people had died in just one day. The death toll seemed lower than the previous day. It appeared that the past 2.5 days had allowed people to gradually adapt to this survival world. Though it was now 7 a.m., the regional channel was abuzz with activity. Stillhaven T acquired the blueprint for a raft with a shelter. If anyone has it, I'll trade wood for it. Surprisingly, someone responded, I have an extra. Flat price, 300 wood. What? So expensive? Can you reduce it? Then go find someone else to at that moment. No one criticized the seller for being greedy, as such blueprints were incredibly valuable in this context. Many were aware that acquiring such blueprints was nearly impossible at this stage, which is why they sought to purchase ready-made rafts with shelters directly. Yet, nobody responded. It seemed that resources remained quite limited among the populace. So far, no one had the capability to trade boats for other supplies. The number of inquiries for food had also diminished. The common fishing rods had allowed most people to at least catch mackerel fry, ensuring they wouldn't starve or thirst to death. After observing for a while, Yifeng found it dull. He sensed that the desires of these survivors mirrored his own when he first arrived in the survival world. They had fallen significantly behind Yifeng's version. Never mind, I'll get back to work. Yifeng opened the trading hall. All 60 portions of crab meat he had previously listed had received bids. However, the offers consisted solely of various low-grade materials: iron sheets, hemp ropes, and coarse cloth. There were almost no blueprints this time. Previously, he had received some low-level blueprints, but this time they were absent. After the last bidding, the bidders had realized that Yifeng had no use for such items. Of course, there were still some berry and planting soil. Although Yifeng had been lamenting the absence of valuable items, he suddenly noticed a message in the trading hall that mentioned him. Yifeng, big shot, interested in the Basic Island Defense System blueprint? Message me. Basic Island Defense System blueprint? What is that? Yifeng was indeed intrigued and quickly clicked on the person's name to initiate a private chat. The other party said, Big shot Yifeng, This blueprint will cost you 20 gene of fresh crab meat. This individual was rather forthright in their pricing point. 20 gene of fresh crab meat was hardly a substantial amount. Yifeng did not find the price exorbitant. However, just because he could afford it did not mean he would accept such a high asking price. Yifeng replied, "Please send me a picture of the blueprint so I can assess its usefulness." The other party sent over the image of the blueprint's contents. Basic Island Defense System Blueprint. Item Star Rating 1. Can construct a basic physical defense around the island. It includes stone walls around the island, wooden spikes on the walls, and a wooden warning tower in the center of the island. Materials required: wood 20,000, quality wood 12, stone 20,000, iron sheets 150, tar 20. Upon seeing this blueprint, Yifeng was utterly dumbfounded. This meager item was merely a one-star blueprint. Moreover, according to the description, the so-called island defense system consisted only of walls and a warning tower. The term basic stood out glaringly. Yifeng could only imagine a stone base topped with sharpened wooden stakes, a rather primitive construct. The materials required, particularly the wood and stone, were simply outrageous. Additionally, needing 20 units of tar was absurd. He wondered how long it would take to gather that much, and no wonder it sounded so grandiose. Yet the seller was eager to part with it. However, after careful consideration, Yifeng realized that while these materials seemed astronomical at present, it did not imply they would remain unobtainable in the future. This item was currently of no use to him, but it would be relevant once he found a higher altitude island. After weighing his options, Yifeng ultimately decided to purchase it. It was merely crab meat, and if he deemed it necessary later, he wouldn't want to miss out. Still, he felt that the item was not worth 20 gene of crab meat. He needed to negotiate a lower price. "I have crab meat, but I want to be taken for a fool." Yifeng, have you even looked at this blueprint? The other party was puzzled by Yifeng's query. "I have. What of it?" Yifeng, if you've seen it, how can you still demand such a high price? Yifeng paused to await a response, but the other party seemed momentarily at a loss for words. Yifeng continued, "Take a look at how much would you have. Do you think you could gather the required amount in a month?" Yifeng was not exaggerating. Even with an additional month, the other party would struggle to accumulate half of the required materials. The seller finally spoke. "This is for the defense of the entire island. It's only natural that it requires a lot of materials." Yifeng disregarded the comment and pressed on. "Do you think I have 20,000 pieces of wood and 20,000 stones?" Yifeng indeed possessed 20,000 pieces of wood, but not 20,000 stones. Nevertheless, he would acquire them soon enough. Being honest during negotiations could lead to a disadvantage. Yifeng continued, "Moreover, what you're building is a basic structure. Didn't you see the word basic?" Without giving the other party a chance to think, he proposed a price. "I'll give you 10 gene of crab meat. If that doesn't work, then it's done." With that, Yifeng closed the private chat, allowing the seller some time to ponder. He had found that this approach often yielded favorable results. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, the other party finally replied, "Is Yifeng still around?" Yifeng remained silent. Yifeng, "I accept your offer." The corners of Yifeng's mouth subtly curled upwards, as if to say, wasn't this merely a matter of time? Everything was already under control. Although this item appeared somewhat rare in the hands of the other party, it would be nothing more than a completely useless trinket. If he refused to sell it to Yifeng, it was unlikely anyone else would offer a higher price. Yifeng's earlier remarks had directly reminded him of this. Should he choose not to sell to Yifeng, no one else would have any use for such a redundant item. Thus, Yifeng procured the blueprint for a basic island defense system for the price of 10 gene of crab meat. No problem, with materials at hand, one can afford to be indulgent. Upon acquiring this blueprint, his 4 followers emerged from the wooden cabin on the deck. Yifeng declared, "With less than 3 hours left until our departure, we still have unfinished tasks. Let us all get energized." Chapter 45. Squeeze it all out before setting off. The group enjoyed breakfast. This morning's fare included not only grilled fish but also black bread. Having produced a considerable amount of black bread yesterday, they decided to change things up a bit. After finishing breakfast, Yifeng organized everyone to undertake the same tasks as yesterday. Marianne and Robin were assigned to assist the 2 crabs in clearing away timber and stones. Meanwhile, Yifeng took Chopper and Nami to electrify fish. Chopper could no longer gain experience from electrifying fish, but Yifeng intended for him to cast the net in his stead. Yesterday, Yifeng had been solely responsible for both casting the net and collecting supplies. Now that Chopper could no longer gain experience, it was best for him to accompany Yifeng on the beach while he handled the collection. Everyone remained busy. Speaking of idleness, Yifeng recalled how leisurely Marianne and Robin had appeared yesterday. These two young women, relying on their unique skills, were able to take breaks, which was rather enviable. With tasks assigned, everyone dispersed to their respective duties. At the reef where Nami frequently electrified fish, she wore a puzzled expression. After a recent burst of lightning, nothing had surfaced, not even a smelly sock or a tattered shoe. Had the survival world discovered her exploitation of loopholes? If so, the administrators of this survival world were rather slow to react. Yifeng glanced at his inventory. It remained unchanged, suggesting this was not the cause. He hurried to the reef to inquire about the situation. Nami explained that she had followed her usual method for electrifying fish. Yet nothing had appeared. Nami pondered. Am I not adopting the correct posture? Should I try a different stance? Yifeng was at a loss for words. Nami, let's try again. I will observe closely to discern what is amiss. Subsequently, Nami activated the weather rod, summoning dark clouds. Following the lightning strike, the only thing that emerged from the sea was water vapor, the aftermath of the electric assault. Nothing else appeared. At this moment, Yifeng heard a voice in his mind akin to an experience acquisition notification. Resources in the waters near the island have been exhausted. Exhausted resources? This concept existed. Was it a consequence of repeatedly electrifying fish in the same location? Contemplating this possibility, Yifeng led Nami and Chopper to a different spot. The trio quickly discovered another reef. Smaller than the previous one, yet perfectly suitable for electrifying fish. Nami eagerly ascended to test it. The result was the same. The notification echoed, stating resources had been exhausted. Unfazed, Yifeng continued to lead Nami and the others to alternate locations. After trying 2 more spots, the same notification confirmed resource depletion. At this point, Yifeng was convinced it was neither the location nor the posture at fault. Regardless of the location, repeated electrifying fish would eventually deplete the entire coastal resources of the island. Originally, the total resources along the coast were undoubtedly ample, especially for a novice island. Unfortunately, Yifeng's methods were excessively ruthless, yielding an outrageously high efficiency, which led to the resource exhaustion. This notification of resource depletion made Yifeng realize that this world was not an ordinary one. It was likely constructed by some form of power. If such a power existed, there must be ways to combat it. A flicker of ambition ignited within Yifeng. Perhaps one day, he could truly attempt to defy this world. Currently, the situation was that electrifying fish had become entirely futile. Yifeng glanced at the time. The 3 of them had spent nearly an hour running about. With the remaining time, they would gather all the timber and stones on the island and then depart contentedly. Subsequently, Yifeng and the others arrived at the area where Marianne and Robin were working. Upon arrival, Yifeng found Marianne sipping tea, but Robin and the 2 crabs were nowhere in sight. Marianne informed him that Robin was leading the crabs and transporting supplies towards them. At this moment, all the timber and stones had been collected. They were merely waiting for the items to be consolidated here to complete their work. Yifeng was elated. He set off to gather the goods from the mounds formed by timber and stones. As long as the items were piled together, Yifeng could collect them all at once into his inventory. Thus, his workload was not particularly heavy. Most of the time was spent traversing the different mounds. Soon, the last batch of timber and stones was delivered. The baskets on the backs of the 2 crabs were brimming. Surprisingly, the majority of materials had been transported by Robin using her hands and feet. This girl, unexpectedly diligent in her work, evoked a twinge of sympathy in Yifeng as he recalled the hardships she had endured throughout her life. It seemed she had found a team she resonated with, pouring all her passion into it. At that moment, upon seeing Yifeng, Robin greeted him with a sweet smile. The remaining task was to transfer these last materials into the inventory. Once Robin had returned all the timber and stones, Yifeng swiftly gathered them all into his inventory. A cursory glance at the newly added materials in his inventory revealed that the island yielded approximately timber 221, 451, quality timber 6, 239. The island also produced approximately stones 154, 886, hard stones 104. Previously, when Yifeng had electrified fish and obtained over 20,000 timber, he had thought it an astronomical figure. Now, it appeared he had stripped the island bare. Discovering such a vast quantity of timber, over 220,000, the stone count exceeded 150,000. Yi Feng's ambitious goal had been achieved, to exhaust all resources on this island before the sea submerged it. Now, he had successfully depleted everything. The timber and stones of the island, even the coastal resources surrounding it, had been entirely drained, leaving not a single drop behind. Yi Feng relished in this feeling of leaving nothing wasted. Waste was a disgrace. Yi Feng surveyed the current state of the island, now barren and devoid of life. No trees, no mountains. The absence of trees meant that the large insects which had thrived in the woods were also left without refuge. All succumbed to the two crabs. The landscape appeared desolate, as if it had suffered a catastrophic disaster. He himself was that disaster. Yi Feng now recognized the importance of environmental protection and afforestation. If he were to return to Earth, he would never destroy a single flower or plant again. At this moment, less than an hour remained until the rising waters would engulf the island. Yi Feng had not realized how swiftly time had passed. He had hardly completed any work. He called to everyone. "All right, let us return to the ship and prepare to leave the island." At this time, Yi Feng's followers, Nami, Marianne, Robin, and Chopper, were all brimming with excitement. In unison, they exclaimed, "Off to sea." Nami even leaped with joy. Yi Feng, being from the inland, had never set sail before. As a reader of One Piece, he often pondered, what was it about going to sea that captivated the characters so? What allure lay within the vast ocean? Suddenly, a notification appeared before Yi Feng. Regional channel. The regional channel displayed a prominent red message flashing repeatedly. "Attention all survivors. There are 50 minutes remaining until the sea completely submerges the island. All survivors are advised to prepare to depart the island." The impending submersion of the island? If Yi Feng heard correctly, this statement bore a hidden implication. The sea level had already begun to rise. Why was this survival world defying expectations? Yi Feng urged the group to quicken their pace. Chapter 46. Profiting from calamity. At this moment, the regional channel erupted with a cacophony of lamentations. Wasn't he had said that the sea level would rise 3 days later, submerging the island? Why had it come early? Presumably, the implication was that 3 days from now, the sea level would rise sufficiently to engulf the island. No need to nitpick. It was merely about 50 minutes away. Yet, I still needed 5 more pieces of wood to craft a thatched raft. What to do? I require even more. At this juncture, someone began advertising on the regional channel. 1 timber for 500 milliliters of purified water. 2, private messages only. Even more outrageous, 1 timber for black bread. 5, private messages only. The price of timber continued to soar. The escalating prices must be attributed to some underlying reason. At this juncture, regardless of the exorbitance, if there are buyers, the prices will inevitably continue to rise. Wood? Yi Feng scoffed disdainfully. Who doesn't possess wood? It is time to take action and regulate the prices. Naturally, Yi Feng intends to profit from the disaster, yet he aims to do so at his own pace. The time until the sea inundates the island is not far off. Yi Feng does not wish to expend excessive energy on this matter. A slight reduction in price and a swift transaction will suffice. Hence, Yi Feng proceeded to list the wood in the trading hall. 3 units of wood in exchange for either 3 iron plates, 3 loaves of black bread, 3 fruits, 3 ropes, 3 salt, 1 rum, 2 tars, 1 cigarette, or 5 berries. Yi Feng fixed his desired items to the aforementioned resources, with the prices also firmly established. Those possessing these goods could simply bid without Yi Feng needing to search for suitable prices. After all, it would be too late if a deal was not struck and one were to perish in the flood. The greatest advantage of this approach is the conservation of Yi Feng's time and energy. He need not haggle over prices. Upon receipt, he could take everything at once. Is the price unfavorable? These items have already surged 3 or 4 times in value compared to before. Yi Feng merely refrained from inflating prices as aggressively as those unscrupulous merchants. Their price hikes come at the cost of time and effort. Yi Feng's pricing guarantees immediate transactions, free from worry. Moreover, wood is merely a number to Yi Feng. Subsequently, Yi Feng swiftly listed 1,000 sets of wood, totaling 3,000 pieces. Such a quantity was unmanageable otherwise. At this moment, Yi Feng and his companions arrived at the location where they had previously launched their boat. Fortunately, it had yet to be submerged. Although the beach had considerably shrunk, Yi Feng first stored the boat in his inventory and then, accompanied by his 4 followers and 2 crabs, approached the shoreline. This area, once a dry beach, now bore the gentle caress of waves. Here, Yifeng positioned the boat where the water lapped at the shore, its curved hull sinking into the sand, which had been loosened by the SEIT, stood quite steadily. Yifeng instructed Robin to adjust the ladder that Marian had previously drawn, bringing it closer to them. Together, Yifeng and Nami waded through the water to ascend the ladder. The remaining trio, Marian and her companions, were fruit users who preferred not to wade through the water. In truth, the shallow water posed no threat to their abilities. Wading over and climbing the ladder was no challenge for them. However, fruit users generally detest such sensations, leading to their hesitation to enter the water. Robin devised a solution. Utilizing her Hana no Mi powers, she grew her hands on both Yifeng's and Chopper's arms, connecting them. Subsequently, she used this hand-holding method to pull Chopper into Yifeng's embrace. This method proved quite effective. Next was Marian. Being petite, Robin easily brought her into Yifeng's arms as well. Marian, slightly embarrassed, quickly grasped the ladder and began to climb. Finally, it was Robin's turn. Although she was slender, her height made it a bit more challenging. Not only did she need to connect to Yifeng's arm, but also to the ladder he was grasping. Ultimately, she succeeded and found herself in Yifeng's embrace. She smiled at him before climbing up. Robin's coarse coat concealed her tight leather skirt, which Yifeng could clearly see as he looked up. With everyone aboard, they awaited the rising tide. Gradually, the sea became less tranquil. The water stirred up sand, relentlessly crashing against the beach. The waves now reached half a person's height, visibly diminishing the beach's expanse. The entire trend was unmistakable, the current rate, within the next 30 to 40 minutes. The sea would completely engulf the small island. Meanwhile, those on board, including Nami, were exceedingly excited. Marian, Robin, and Chopper, all fruit users, exhibited no fear of the ocean, but rather shared Nami's enthusiasm. Wasn't the sea supposed to be cursed? Why were they unafraid? Suddenly, it felt as though the temperature was gradually rising. Initially, Yifeng did not sense much, but as time passed, he began to feel a slight warmth. Nami removed her coarse coat, letting it flutter in the wind. "Nami, put your coat back on, or you'll catch a cold," Yifeng called out. Unfortunately, the wind drowned out his voice, and Nami did not hear him. Yifeng sighed and glanced at Chopper beside him. With this fellow around, he figured it was best to let her be. "Why is our boat still unmoving?" Chopper inquired. "Once the water rises a bit more, we'll be able to float on the surface." Nami exclaimed excitedly, "I want to chart a complete map of this world." Upon hearing this, Yifeng momentarily paused. In that instant, he even forgot Nami's status as a follower. Meanwhile, the regional channel buzzed with excitement. "I snagged some wood listed by the esteemed Yifeng. I'm overjoyed." "What? Yifeng has wood up for trade in the trading hall?" At this moment, many people still preferred to seek out those hawking wood in the regional channel. They believed that unscrupulous merchants would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to inflate prices during the next few minutes. In the trading hall, either fixed prices were set, or bids were awaited, neither of which suited the current situation. Thus, many chose not to check the trading hall at all, instead opting to purchase wood from the unscrupulous merchants. "Oh wow, it's true. I also managed to buy wood from the esteemed Yifeng. Look at Yifeng. He is essentially trading one piece of wood for one resource." This news ignited yet another wave of excitement in the regional channel. At this point, the prices of wood from unscrupulous merchants had risen to the point of demanding 6 or 7 portions of food or water. Many who could not gather enough could not afford such prices, with numerous individuals already preparing to bid farewell to their lives. Thus, they awaited the agonizing death that would come in a matter of minutes. "What? This price? I need to hurry. I've been saved twice by the esteemed Yifeng in just a couple of days." The sentiment in the regional channel suddenly shifted. From a cacophony of lamentation, it transformed into expressions of gratitude and relief toward Yifeng. Once again, he had saved lives. The unscrupulous merchants also took note of this development. Initially, they believed Yifeng would list just a couple of hundred pieces of wood. They thought that those unable to gather wood would still be left empty-handed, ultimately resorting to purchasing from them. However, as time progressed, the regional channel was flooded with messages of thanks for Yifeng. They became restless, wondering what was happening. "Can we still purchase?" They hurriedly opened the trading hall to investigate. To their astonishment, several pages were filled with Yifeng's listed wood. Flipping through the pages, they were unable to keep count. Just how much wood had Yifeng listed? Not only was the quantity substantial, But he had also set fixed prices roughly at a 1 exchange rate. This was several times lower than their own prices. Consequently, their opportunity to profiteer from the disaster was abruptly severed. Isn't Yifeng undermining the market? One disgruntled merchant exclaimed. In truth, these prices had already increased several times compared to earlier in the day. The same adage holds true. Only those with resources possess the power to dictate prices. Yifeng, with his abundant resources, was less concerned with individual prices than with ensuring a hassle-free experience. The unscrupulous merchants had long forgotten that the ordinary fishing rods they relied on for survival were acquired thanks to Yifeng. However, the desperate survivors on the ground were reaping the benefits of Yifeng's generosity. Though they were paying several times higher than usual, they remained immensely grateful to Yifeng. The esteemed Yifeng has saved my life countless times. I shall never forget it. Who knows which divine being sent Yifeng? If I knew, I would offer my devotion to that deity. Isn't it enough to simply worship Yifeng? At this moment, Yifeng, awaiting the tide to rise, was unaware that he had become an object of reverence. One can only imagine Yifeng's portrait gracing an altar, surrounded by fruits and flowers, with an incense burner placed in the center. Rather ominous sight. Indeed, at this moment, Yifeng did not look at the regional channel, which had clearly divided into two factions with entirely different attitudes toward him. Yifeng remained oblivious to this as he contemplated the subsequent events. Once the sea lifted his boat, where would they go? There was still a task to land on an island. Yifeng rummaged through his inventory for the task item. Task: Drift Bottle. This was it. Yifeng retrieved the task item, a wide-mouthed bottle sealed tightly with a large wooden cork. Despite the glass being marred by grime, he could still discern two objects inside. One appeared to be a piece of paper, while the other resembled a bracelet with a spherical compass-like dial. This item was identical to the permanent pointer in one piece. Yifeng uncorked the drift bottle and first extracted the letter within. The fated person who discovers this drift bottle. I am a princess from a prosperous nation, captured by a band of pirates and brought to an island. Inside the bottle is a permanent pointer leading to this island. I hope you can find a way to rescue me. I will bestow half the treasures of my kingdom upon the fated person. I am a princess. Come save me quickly. This letter contained only these words. After reading it, a task prompt appeared. Task: Message in a bottle. Description: Inside the bottle, there is a letter and a permanent compass. The letter is scrawled with the words, I am a princess. Come save me. Don't believe it. Task objective: Discover the source of the message in the bottle and resolve the associated issues. Recommended level: 7. Task reward: Island Stardust. Upgrade to 2 stars. Finally, a dialog box appeared. Will you accept the task? The task description did not mention any penalties for failure. Such a task is worth accepting, especially since the reward is quite enticing. Yifeng chose yes. You have accepted the task. Message in a bottle. This task has no time limit. Next. Yifeng took out another item from the bottle, the permanent compass. He handed the compass to Nami, who was enjoying the breeze. Nami, what do you think about heading this way? Nami's orange hair danced in the wind as she happily accepted the permanent compass. All right, let's go there. This girl is rather reckless. Nami, as a navigator, don't lead us astray, Yifeng cautioned. Nami patted her chest confidently, saying, You must trust me, I am the best navigator. Aren't you afraid this island might be dangerous? Yifeng pointed at the permanent compass in Nami's hand. Adventure is the purpose of setting sail. This little girl must have caught something from Luffy. Chapter 47. Countdown to death. At that moment, Yifeng noticed 2 crabs scuttling towards them on the beach. They were the creations of Marianne, Qianqian, and Huahui. These 2 characters really required no concern, as they had followed along on their own. The dry part of the beach was only about 7 or 8 meters away from Yifeng's ship, but there was seawater in between. These 2 were drawn by Marianne's fruit ability, and theoretically, they should be afraid of seawater, of course. Yifeng wanted them on the ship. They possessed combat power close to level 4 monsters. In terms of one-on-one capability, they surpassed Yifeng by a considerable margin. Yifeng turned to Marianne and asked, Can they cross the seawater? In reality, beings with fruit abilities, or those related to them, are not entirely incapable of touching seawater. A small amount of seawater poses no problem. Otherwise, fruit users would find it difficult to navigate the sea. Marianne approached the ship's edge to assess the water's depth. That moment, the water was about waist deep where the ship was located. After observing, Marianne felt it was manageable. I think they can make it. They are crabs, and their legs are long and slender. This was indeed how Yifeng had initially succeeded in electrifying a group of crabs, relying on their legs entangling each other. This species of land crab does have relatively long legs. Yifeng shouted to the two crabs on the beach, "Long-legged ladies, I have faith in you. Just wade through the water." The crabs, although unable to comprehend Yifeng's words, understood the encouraging tone. With determination, they stretched their legs to raise their bodies, sidestepping through the water. Upon reaching the ship, they were assisted aboard easily by Robin's fruit ability. The two crabs were indeed larger than ordinary level 3 giant land crabs, taking up a significant portion of the deck. However, there was still enough space for people to move about. Now, they just needed to wait for the sea level to rise further. Not long after, Yifeng felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Could it be that the seawater had already lifted the ship? Yifeng hurried to the ship's railing, leaning over to look down. Indeed, the seawater had risen significantly, and the ship was beginning to sway gently on the surface. "All right, it's time to set sail," Yifeng called back to Nami.At that moment. Nami was on the other side of the ship, also leaning over the railing to look down. She then gave Yifeng an okay gesture. "Set the sails," Nami exclaimed. "We're ready to sail." Robin used her fruit ability to untie the ropes binding the triangular sail, which immediately billowed in the sea breeze. Then, Robin quickly grasped the ropes. Yifeng had previously learned about operating the triangular sail, but with Robin on board, why should he do it himself? With her countless arms, Robin was now the sailor on his ship. Nami ran to the bow, closed her eyes, and felt the ocean breeze. Sea condition level, gentle waves. The temperature was gradually rising. Wind force, 3-4, light rain.It was perfect for setting sail. At that moment, the sun was still shining brightly, and there was no rain. How could there possibly be light rain? Wasn't Nami a genius navigator? Could she not even discern the basic weather? Just as Yifeng was about to inquire about the weather, a droplet of water landed on his nose. Soon, more droplets fell, and his hair began to dampen. Indeed, it was raining. Yifeng looked at Nami again and nodded approvingly. She was very serious at the moment, reminding him of his own gaming experiences before he traversed into this world. Nami then turned to the cabin on the deck and shouted, "Marianne, hard to port?" "We resetting off." Upon hearing Nami's call, Marianne quickly turned the steering wheel to the left. It was Yifeng's arrangement to have Marianne at the helm. He was reluctant to see her idle. With such a capable employee, the more personality she had, the more tasks he needed to assign to her for her development. At this point, the water level was sufficient to support the ship's turn. The vessel, propelled by the wind, began to move gently to the left. However, what happened next was completely unexpected for Yifeng. As the ship drifted further from the island, it suddenly came to a halt. What was going on? Yifeng was puzzled and looked up at the triangular sail, which was still filled with wind. After much contemplation, he realized he had not dropped anchor. How could it have stopped? He glanced at Nami, who stood at the bow with a bewildered expression. Just then, a regional channel popped up before him. The regional channel displayed 2 lines of large red text, repeatedly refreshing the screen. 15 minutes until the island is completely submerged. All ships are prohibited from setting sail until the island is submerged. This announcement remained on the screen for a full 10 seconds. Yifeng looked at it, feeling somewhat speechless. This was likely set up to prevent premature departures, as the survival world probably desired a fair competitive environment. Well, he didn't mind waiting those 15 minutes. Now that he possessed the permanent compass, he already had a definite goal. As for the other survivors, even if they set sail, they would only drift aimlessly in the vast ocean. It was no matter. They would wait for 15 minutes. Yifeng explained the need to wait 15 minutes to his 4 companions. The group remained excited, all standing in the pouring rain, waiting. At that moment, the regional channel continued to flash in bold red letters. 10 minutes until the island is submerged. 9 minutes until the island is submerged. In between the flashes of red text, many survivors were still speaking up. "I finally gathered enough wood. Thank you, Yifeng, for saving my life once again. Thank you for your generosity, Yifeng. May those unscrupulous merchants perish. I'm ready to set sail into the open sea. I'm looking forward to it. Praying to the heavens, hoping to survive." "Hey, you up there, sitting on a raft, what are you expecting? There might be more dangers waiting for us out there. Indeed, if the newbie island is already this challenging, who knows what lies ahead?" People had not been excited for long before they began contemplating the dangers of the ocean. After all, the current sea was already quite turbulent, although it was still gentle waves. Those wooden rafts were already being tossed about by the swells, however. The announcement had stated light waves, which were a level higher than gentle waves and presumably more perilous. At that point, standing on a canopy raft would require more practice to maintain balance. Of course, among the messages, there were those who were the most unfortunate. Farewell, compatriots of Blue Star. I will be submerged with the island. If the water rises any higher, I will be forced into the forest. What should I do? I choose to jump into the sea. Until we meet again in the next life. After 3 days of torment in the survival world, when faced with death, people were surprisingly calm. They had likely reflected on their mortality repeatedly during those days. In the absence of hope, they could only choose to depart with dignity. 1 minute until the island is submerged. 30 seconds until the island is submerged. The red text flashed more urgently, marking the countdown to their demise and the countdown to new dangers. At this moment, the will-like messages on the regional channel had ceased. They must have encountered misfortune. 5 seconds until the island is submerged. 1 second until the island is submerged. At this moment, the seawater had completely engulfed the newbie island. All ships may set sail. Congratulations, survivors, for staying alive. After that, the large red text stopped flashing. Chapter 48. A brand new beginning. So, is this the entry into a new phase? Wow, I really survived. Thank you once again, Yifeng. Didn't they say it would be light waves? Why is it different from what I imagined about the small waves? I mean, isn't it supposed to be that the canopy raft can withstand small waves? I feel like the boat could capsize at any moment. At this point, the sea conditions have escalated from the previous gentle ripples to small waves. Gentle ripples consist of minor undulations, causing the raft to sway gently. Small waves, on the other hand, are considerably larger, leading to a more pronounced rocking of the raft. Many individuals aboard the canopy raft find it difficult to maintain their balance. I was just knocked into the sea by a wave. But fortunately, I can swim and manage to climb back onto the raft. I wonder if those who ventured out to sea on ordinary rafts are still alive. Naturally, no one responded to him. Surely, there will be individuals who choose to take the risk, setting out to sea on ordinary rafts without the necessary preparation of a canopy raft. However, one must not forget that this is a gaming world. And the distinction between ordinary rafts and canopy rafts is not merely the presence of a sunshade. They possess a difference in levels. One can only withstand gentle ripples, while the other can endure small waves. Therefore, theoretically, all those who have embarked on the sea with ordinary rafts should have perished in the depths of the ocean by now. Of course, the discussions in the comments about the potential for capsizing are beyond Yifeng's comprehension. Yifeng, on the other hand, is aboard a legitimate medium-sized single-masted triangular sailboat. Not only can it withstand higher levels of light waves, but it is also remarkably stable. Even Yifeng, who is slightly prone to seasickness, feels almost imperceptibly comfortable on this vessel. At this moment, the regional channel is flooded with new crimson text. Regional announcement. As of now, approximately 74,000 individuals have perished in this area, down from an original population of 100,000. This means that in the 26666 region, which originally had 100,000 people, only 26,000 remain. Only 26,000 have successfully set sail. The elimination rate is alarmingly high. It seems that even at the last moment, many have failed to craft canopy rafts. They must now be eternally trapped within this underwater island. This is merely the beginning. Having just departed from the novice village, I wonder how much more difficult the next phase will be. I cannot help but ponder how many will survive in the next phase. At this moment, the restrictions of the island have been lifted. It is time to venture into the vast ocean. Nami, with her drenched orange-red hair, excitedly declared, "Now we can set sail, Robin. Raise the triangular sail, and let's proceed at full speed." Following Nami's command, Robin utilized her fruit abilities to manipulate the triangular sail. The sailboat gradually began to move, its speed steadily increasing. Soon, it departed from the original island's location. "We have finally set sail," cheered Yifeng's followers in unison. Even Marianne, usually expressionless, displayed a glimmer of anticipation on her face. Not long into their voyage, the 5 individuals aboard the ship spotted a seagull soaring towards them from afar. Wiping the rainwater from his forehead, Yifeng noticed the messenger bag slung around its neck, an old acquaintance. The messenger seagull.it seems that the survival world has something new in stored. I wonder what it is this time. The seagull, unperturbed by the wind and rain, circled around Yifeng's sail for a moment before directly approaching him. This time, Yifeng harbored no suspicion towards the creature. After all, the messenger seagull was sent by the survival world. If they wished him harm, there were far more effective methods than dispatching a mere postal bird. The large bird landed on Yifeng's shoulder. Turning to face it, he saw it holding a scroll of parchment in its beak. Also gazing back at him, Yifeng opened his palm. It placed the scroll into his hand. Upon seeing that Yifeng had received the item, it flapped its wings and took flight, soaring into the distance. In the future, if there were to be a character capable of flight among the pirates, I would surely follow this creature to discover its origins. At this moment, Nami and the others also took notice of the scroll that Yifeng had just acquired. They gathered around, eager to see what it contained. In front of everyone, Yifeng unfurled the parchment. To all survivors, if you are reading this letter, it signifies that you are still alive. Congratulations. Please remember the following points if you wish to continue living. 1. All survivors will share a vast ocean. The individuals in your area will be in closer proximity. 2. Each survivor can claim one island. 3. Each island will periodically produce resources to aid your survival. 4. You may upgrade your island. Further details are for you to explore. 5. The total number of islands in your area, 1,000. 6. Survivors may form teams to collectively occupy an island. Be a gentle reminder. In 5 days, if you are still at sea, you will face conditions of raging waves. Can your ship protect you? After reading all the content, the parchment, much like the previous instance, began to float into the air before spontaneously igniting into ashes. Indeed, departing from the novice island was merely the beginning. The survival world will not spare anyone. The next phase, on the surface, appears to be about seeking islands. However, in reality, it is a competition among survivors. According to this announcement, the number of islands is far insufficient for each survivor to have one. Survivors will undoubtedly engage in a fierce struggle over the islands. Although survivors can form teams, the number of islands is less than 1/10 of the total number of survivors. Moreover, sharing an island will inevitably lead to disputes over resource allocation, likely involving conflicts of interest among team members. It is impossible to avoid the competition. While theoretically, survivors could still fish in the ocean to obtain treasure chests for sustenance without an island, in 5 days, they will face conditions of raging waves. Yifeng's ship can only withstand light waves. Even someone as formidable as Yifeng, with a vessel several levels above, cannot endure such severe conditions. Thus, for the other survivors, the chances of survival are even more bleak. Without competing for an island, certain death is inevitable. This letter serves as an uncertain countdown to death for all survivors, as well as a countdown to the opportunity to claim an island. In 5 days, those who stand on the island's ground will be the ones to survive. Nami, Robin, Marianne, and Chopper have all seen the contents of the announcement. They are acutely aware of the urgency of the situation. Yifeng, what should we do? What should we do? Chopper repeatedly shook Yifeng's arm. Yifeng felt a sense of confidence within. He possessed a permanent pointer that directly indicated an island. Others would be aimlessly sailing without any direction, relying solely on luck to encounter an island. Moreover, Yifeng was aboard a proper sailing vessel, capable of much higher speeds than the wooden rafts of others. At this moment, Yifeng's greatest concern was the distance to the island. If, at full speed, and with favorable winds, he still could not reach the island indicated by the permanent pointer, it would spell disaster. Yifeng turned to Nami and asked, "Can you determine how far that island is from us using the permanent pointer?" Nami pondered for a moment before replying, "If it's a very distant island, it won't show any indication. However, if the island is quite close, there will be a response on the permanent pointer." She then extended her slender arm for Yifeng to see. Her delicate skin glowing, she pointed to the permanent pointer on her wrist. "Look, if the response from the permanent pointer is very rapid, then the island is not far away." Nami shook her arm. And indeed, the permanent pointer responded swiftly, even giving a tense sensation. Nami continued, "I feel that, at our current speed and with the wind direction, we could reach our destination in 2 or 3 days." Yifeng trusted Nami. In the vast ocean, if one could not trust anyone else, they must trust Nami, as she is the most authoritative. If that is the case, Yifeng felt even more assured. However, Before reaching the destination, it was necessary to elevate everyone's levels. After all, the task level is set at level 7. Chapter 49. What is the Grand Fleet? I wonder what kind of monsters exist in this ocean that could help Yi Feng and his companions gain experience. Yi Feng rushed to the bow and stood beside Nami, gazing into the distance. With experience, they could level up. After leveling up, they would earn system coins. Yi Feng currently had 3,445 system coins. At this moment. His goal was to accumulate 10,000 system coins to upgrade the system to level 2. It would indeed take some time to gather them. Regional channel. What? If we can't find an island in 5 days, we die. So, no matter what, we are doomed. May I ask where the islands are, esteemed seniors? Did you not read the announcement? We have 26,000 people competing for 1,000 islands. If the esteemed seniors knew where the islands were, would they tell you? I might as well jump into the sea right now. The rules of this second phase are evidently far more brutal than those of the first. If the first phase was a solo competition, then the second phase is an elimination round. The weaker individuals, even if they find an island first, might still be overtaken by stronger competitors. The announcement also mentioned forming teams, right? We could hitch a ride on the coattails of the strong. To the one above, think carefully. Clinging to the strong means becoming their servant. Among them, one individual saw through the situation clearly, awakening many others. After the first phase, considerable disparities have developed among people, making equal teams impossible. Indeed, for the survivors left impoverished after the first phase, the choices are stark. Either embrace death or submit in servitude. These two paths are the only options available. Following this, a message sparked a heated discussion among the participants. How does one form a team? Is it merely through verbal agreements? I would rather be cast into the depths of the sea. The notion of claiming to have formed a team, only to have others stab you in the back, is unbearable. You fools, within your interface lies the option for Great Fleet. At this moment, Yi Feng was also idly perusing the messages in the regional channel. Upon encountering this information, curiosity piqued, he promptly opened the survival interface. The buttons on the survival panel transformed to display personal information, inventory, crafting, chat channel, trading hall, and Great Fleet. Yi Feng selected Great Fleet, revealing a message stating that members of the Great Fleet cannot inflict harm upon one another. There were two options: join Great Fleet and establish Great Fleet. Subsequently, Yi Feng clicked on Establish Great Fleet, only to be met with a prompt. You do not possess the captain's insignia. You cannot establish a great fleet. Yi Feng understood its implications. Establishing a great fleet requires certain qualifications, presumably necessitating the acquisition of a specific item known as the captain's insignia. The source of this item remained a mystery. Devoid of any hints, Yi Feng felt no distress over this. He had no intention of forming a team. He himself was a formidable entity, entirely self-sufficient. Nonetheless, understanding the Great Fleet was essential. Gaining insights into this unfamiliar world would always prove beneficial. He then attempted to select Join Great Fleet. As before, a prompt appeared. No Great Fleet available to join in the area. Naturally, this was followed by a search bar. Given the warning that no Great Fleet was accessible, any search would yield no results. After considering these two buttons, Yi Feng deduced the fundamental rules. It appeared that anyone possessing the so-called captain's insignia could establish a Great Fleet. Those without the insignia could respond to such an individual and join their team. This setup resembled the guilds or factions found in many games. The bearer of the captain's insignia would undoubtedly hold the title of captain, enjoying numerous privileges such as setting ranks within the team, distributing resources, and the authority to invite or expel members. Every individual harbors personal desires. The one who establishes a great fleet would certainly not create a team based on egalitarian principles. A hierarchy within the team is an inevitable trend. Although these were merely Yi Feng's conjectures, they likely held substantial truth. In the regional channel, it became evident that there indeed was a leader within the team. How mundane. What difference does it make? If one cannot locate or defend an island, would they not join another's team? Fear of death. I believe one should cultivate relationships with the powerful to secure a favorable position within a team. Incorrect. I think one should enhance their strength to attain a good standing within the team. Once people comprehended the team dynamic, their apprehensions about the future diminished. If they truly could not find an island, they would join a team, starting from the bottom if necessary. In the civilized world, they had become accustomed to being oppressed by capital and power. Arriving in the survival world, they exhibited remarkable endurance regarding oppression. These individuals were not fearful of the dangers lurking in the sea. Instead, they began contemplating how to serve others, as if they had not been subjugated enough. Yifeng, wielding the system, had no intention of forming a great fleet or joining another's team. His objective was to understand the rules. He closed the regional channel and turned to Nami, inquiring, "Can you use your navigation skills to locate monsters in the sea?" Nami shook her head, indicating it was impossible. At that moment, the rain intensified. Although it's still classified as light rain, it had grown significantly heavier than before. At this point, many survivors were likely searching for containers to collect rainwater, as, apart from Yifeng, no one had an infinite supply of fresh water. Meanwhile, everyone aboard Yifeng's ship remained on the deck, including the two fruit-powered crabs, who were also enduring the rain. The nature of the pin fruit's ability meant that if the drawings were not lifelike, they would easily be washed away by the rain. If they were rendered with exquisite detail, however, they would withstand the downpour. "Everyone, let us take shelter in the wooden cabin. We don't want to catch a chill," he called out, and no sooner had he spoken than Marianne approached him, requesting a piece of coarse cloth. Yifeng, puzzled but compliant, retrieved a piece from his inventory and handed it to her. Robin and Chopper, initially intending to enter the cabin, were drawn to Marianne's actions. She spread the coarse cloth across the deck, taking out her drawing tools to begin her artwork. The rain did not hinder her creativity, and soon her piece was complete. This marked the first time Marianne painted merely for the sake of painting, without employing any color traps or her fruit abilities. She lifted the cloth to showcase her work to Yifeng. It featured a skull design on a black background. This was a pirate flag. Just as Yifeng was about to question Marianne's choice of subject, she wandered over to the mast. Robin, noticing Marianne's actions, chuckled and rushed to assist her. The two girls collaborated to hang the pirate flag on the mast. Robin pulled the rope, gradually raising the flag, which danced defiantly in the wind and rain. At that moment, Yifeng found himself reminiscing about the time in Drum Kingdom when Luffy stood atop the castle, holding the cherry blossom skull flag aloft. Yifeng was acutely aware that this was a survival world. Yet, as he stood on the deck gazing at the pirate flag, tears unexpectedly welled in his eyes. At this moment, whether it was Nami, Marianne, Robin, or Chopper, they all rendered a salute to the black flag. Chopper sobbed uncontrollably, his body trembling. This was a ritual unique to the sea. Before long, the black flag reached the pinnacle of the mast. In that instant, Yifeng realized a profound truth. Survivors are both pitiable and conquerors. Pirates symbolize the sense of belonging for survivors. Yifeng patted Marianne's shoulder, exclaiming, "You've done wonderfully." Nami rushed over, lifting Marianne high into the air, declaring, "Our pirate crew should have a name." Upon hearing the suggestion of a name, Yifeng frowned, promptly dismissing Nami's idea. At that moment, a small wooden raft emerged at the horizon, drifting steadily towards Yifeng's vessel. Chapter 50. Can you electrify fish at sea? It was a thatched wooden raft, upon which there were two individuals. One appeared quite robust, while the other was exceedingly frail. The raft bobbed rhythmically with the waves, and both men struggled to maintain their balance, gripping the structure's canopy. Humans encountered. This marked the second phase of the survival game. 3 days had elapsed since their arrival in the survival world, and this was Yifeng's first encounter with another survivor, as well as his first sighting of a person from Blue Star. Due to the distance, Yifeng could not discern their features clearly, but he could surmise that the sturdier figure was the survivor, while the frail one was likely a follower. At that moment, a sense of tension gripped Yifeng. In this survival world devoid of morality and law, individuals had been driven to the brink by a harsh environment. At such a juncture, one could only assume that any human might resort to unspeakable actions. Thus, it was prudent to regard anyone encountered in the survival world as a potential adversary. Nearby, the girls and a deer also took notice of the raft on the water. Yifeng, that person is coming towards us, Nami remarked. Yifeng exchanged a knowing glance with Nami and the others. They immediately adopted a combat-ready stance. Robin crossed her arms, Nami readied her weather staff, Marianne emerged from the cabin wielding her paintbrush, and Chopper transformed into a bulky furball, likely having utilized his fur enhancement. Yifeng retrieved Usopp's slingshot from his inventory. With the vast ocean separating the two vessels, the ranged slingshot held a distinct advantage over close combat knives. Moreover, the slingshot possessed an aiming assistance feature, ensuring a basic level of combat effectiveness. Lacking ammunition, Yi Feng resorted to using a handful of pea seeds from his inventory as makeshift projectiles. This slingshot was versatile, not particular about ammunition, with a fixed attack power unaffected by the type of projectile. Yi Feng prepped the pea seeds in the slingshot's pouch, tightening the rubber band slightly to minimize preparation time for a swift launch. The raft was drawing nearer to Yi Feng's ship, allowing him to gradually discern the two figures. The more robust individual was a young man with dark skin, clad in camouflage fatigues, exuding a military presence. It appeared that Blue Star individuals bore no outward differences from Earthlings. Both were frantically adjusting a small mast, apparently attempting to steer the raft. The sturdier man was clearly on edge, frequently glancing towards Yi Feng's direction. Upon witnessing the number of individuals aboard the large ship, all seemingly formidable, his anxiety escalated. The rickety raft should be steerable, yet he struggled to grasp its controls if they continued on this course. A collision with the larger ship was inevitable. He noticed the black flag fluttering from the mast of the grand vessel, a skull flag, the emblem of pirates. The skull serves as a harbinger of death, a symbol that instills fear and intimidation in other vessels. He harbored no desire to confront the individuals aboard this formidable ship. Emerging from the novice island with such a grand vessel suggests an alarming level of power. From any perspective, it would be wise to maintain a considerable distance from this colossal ship. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Having just acquired this raft, he had yet to thoroughly investigate the mechanics of sail control. Under the weight of urgency, his confusion only deepened, rendering him incapable of steering away from danger. Yi Feng discerned that their predicament stemmed from a mere inability to navigate correctly. The individuals accompanying Yi Feng momentarily relaxed. Yet their postures remained taut with readiness. Soon, the raft was on the verge of colliding with Yi Feng's ship. At that moment, a somewhat burly man aboard the raft lifted his gaze. Beads of sweat adorned his brow. And upon recognizing Yi Feng's visage, his expression abruptly froze. He must have identified Yi Feng, who had previously left a mark in the regional channel. By that time, Yi Feng had already gained considerable renown, and the channel displayed both names and likenesses, making recognition unsurprising. No longer preoccupied with the sails, the man cast another glance at Yi Feng, then stood upright, retrieving a folded cap from beneath his shoulder insignia. He meticulously placed the hat upon his head and adjusted his military attire. Subsequently, he rendered a salute towards Yi Feng. The followers mimicked his actions, standing straight and executing a military salute that mirrored his own. Their earlier awkwardness transformed into an atmosphere of solemnity. This gesture took Yi Feng by surprise. However, it was understandable, for he was keenly aware of the stature he held in the hearts of the people. Much like the young man aboard the raft, Him, Yi Feng was a savior, a beacon of hope for countless souls. Yi Feng was deserving of such a salute, similar to the inhabitants of Earth. Among the denizens of Blue Star, there existed those who understood gratitude. At that moment, the wind shifted slightly, and the raft, complete with its canopy, narrowly avoided a collision with Yi Feng's vessel, merely gliding past it. Throughout this encounter, both men maintained their saluting posture, striving to uphold the formality even as the raft rocked with the waves. Eventually, the raft drifted further away, becoming a mere speck on the horizon. Nami approached, gently tapping Yi Feng's arm. I must say, Captain, you command quite a bit of respect. Yi Feng chose to ignore her. Soon enough, the rain began to diminish, followed by a return to clear skies. The temperature rose once more, prompting everyone, including Yi Feng, to shed their coarse overcoats. Yi Feng found a relatively dry section of the deck and laid out several garments to dry before stowing them in his inventory. Nami, relishing the sea breeze and fresh air, remarked, "Sea conditions are mild. Temperature at 15 C. Wind force at 3-4, clear skies. We shall proceed at full speed." The ship sailed directly towards the direction of the permanent pointer. As noon approached, the temperature climbed further. Chopper lounged on the deck basking in the sun, while Robin engaged in a game of rock-paper-scissors with Chowchu. Marianne returned to the cabin, diligently managing the helm. Meanwhile, Nami remained perched on the railing, gazing downward. Curiosity piqued, Yi Feng approached Nami. "Nami, what are you observing?" "Fish," she replied, likely hoping to see if she could catch some electric fish. Yi Feng recalled that during their time on the Novice Island, Nami had been able to spot schools of fish at her fishing spot. He had specifically noted the small fish swimming beneath the coral. Did this imply that areas devoid of fish were unsuitable for electric fishing? Yifeng remained somewhat puzzled. Whether it would work or not, one could only ascertain through experimentation. "Do you see any schools of fish?" he inquired. Nami shook her head, stating that while occasional fish appeared, they swiftly darted away. If they were to catch fish electrically, it would be nearly impossible. Yifeng nodded, acknowledging the situation. It seemed they had no choice but to try their luck regardless of the presence of fish. "I want to give it a shot," he told Nami. That moment, he spotted something leaping from the water not far off. He wasn't certain if it was a school of fish, but if there were fish, it was worth attempting. Nami, without hesitation, summoned a thundercloud and directed it toward the area where the fish had leapt. After a thunderous clap, debris floated to the surface where the lightning had struck. At this juncture, Yifeng felt the familiar sensation of gaining experience. Electrocuted a wooden treasure chest, 5 experience points, ding. System currency 5. Yifeng instructed Nami to steer the ship closer. Among the debris were some tattered shoes, foul-smelling socks, and of course, a wooden treasure chest. Apart from these, there were no other items, nor any fish that had been electrocuted. Yifeng retrieved the damaged net from his inventory and cast it. In no time, he successfully fished the weathered wooden chest to the surface. Before opening it, he remembered to use the luck die from the Vine Tiger to enhance his chances of acquiring valuable items. 2 points. As long as the opponent rolls a 1, I win. Congratulations, you have obtained Instant Noodles 1. Congratulations, you have obtained Instant Noodles 1. Congratulations, you have obtained Follower Card 1. This time, not a single fish was caught. Yet a follower had emerged. Could it be a mermaid? Chapter 51. The terrifying alarm clock. Yifeng called Robin over, handing her 2 bags of instant noodles, and then took out a piece of crab meat, asking her to prepare lunch. He then retrieved the follower card from his inventory. The card bore the name The Listless Maid. Upon seeing this name, Yifeng's heart sank. A maid. Wasn't that synonymous with a mermaid? My white star. Did the world of One Piece even contain maids? Yifeng furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while. Could it be Baby 5? The only name that came to mind was hers. Baby 5, a member of the Don Quixote family, wielded the weapon fruit. While her personal strength was rather average, her fruit ability was formidable, allowing her to transform her entire body into weapons. It is worth noting that Yifeng's followers could not only level up but also ascend in rank. As long as a character possessed potential, they could be molded into a formidable force. For instance, if Baby 5 could transform into small missiles, could elevating her level and star rank high enough allow her to transform into a nuclear bomb? Yifeng shook his head, dispelling the nonsensical thought. He had yet to attain level 5, making it impossible to upgrade this follower into a pirate character, let alone pursue future upgrades and star ascensions. Elevating his own level remained paramount. At this point, Yifeng could reasonably conclude that this follower was indeed Baby 5, and he felt a twinge of anticipation. A maid with a cigarette in her mouth and a rocket launcher slung over her shoulder. Just then, he heard Nami's voice calling out, "Yifeng, look quickly, is that not a fish?" Yifeng stowed the Listless Maid card into his inventory and followed Nami's pointing finger. There appeared to be some ripples on the surface of the sea, likely from certain marine creatures. However, at such a distance, it was impossible to ascertain if they were fished. Yifeng realized he lacked binoculars or anything of the sort. After a moment's thought, he summoned Chopper, who was sunbathing on the deck. "Chopper, how's your eyesight? Can you make out what's on the surface of the sea?" Chopper shook his head. "I can't see clearly, but my sense of smell is incredibly sharp. Let me give it a try." Yifeng estimated that the disturbance on the surface was approximately 1,000 meters away. Were it not for the clear weather, he doubted he would have noticed it at all. Chopper wiggled his blue nose, concentrating on sniffing for a while. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of caution. He murmured, "On land. I could identify it even from a greater distance. However, in the water, the scent of the sea can obscure many things. I can only make an educated guess. I think it's a shark." Yifeng glanced back at the direction of the disturbance, which seemed to be receding further away. Soon, it vanished from sight entirely, moving in a direction that was not aligned with the permanent pointer. "Forget it. It's not worth deviating from our course for something so uncertain. We have at least 2 or 3 days ahead of us, and we are bound to encounter monsters that are both easy to defeat and yield ample experience. Let us not concern ourselves with that. We shall continue on our journey," Yifeng declared. To which Nami nodded in agreement. That moment, however, the regional channel buzzed with remarks regarding the mysterious entity. Damn it, I just spotted a shark in the water. Shark? Is it tasty? That's probably something the shark would be asking. Oh no, it's getting closer to my raft. The individual seemed to have only uttered half of their message before falling silent. Some curious survivors clicked on the person's profile, but their name appeared grayed out, signifying that they were deceased. That guy's dead. A silence enveloped the comment section. Everyone instinctively scrutinized their surroundings. Hadn't that person just mentioned that the shark was getting closer? How could they have ceased speaking so suddenly? The speed of the shark must have been astonishing. Damn, I just spotted it too. There are at least 7 or 8 triangular fins. Plus, I can hear a ticking sound. What ticking sound? After that, no further responses were forthcoming. People could surmise that the 2 deceased individuals must have been in close proximity, yet even at such a distance, they should not have been able to see one another. These sharks, within such a brief span of time, have claimed 2 lives. One can only imagine the speed at which they strike. At this moment, a palpable sense of dread hangs over everyone. Is this not utterly terrifying? Have we been dealt a royal flush right from the outset? You ponder whether they are too close to the edge of the raft, and if seeking refuge within the wooden shed might offer greater safety. As for those above, I fear the raft offers no defense against their onslaught. The moment those words left my lips, the channel fell into an eerie silence. The weight of fear had rendered the crowd speechless. Meanwhile, Yifeng and his companions had already begun their meal. Marian, utilizing the powers of her pinfruit, conjured a large pot and proceeded to cook 2 packets of instant noodles. Additionally, Yifeng unveiled a barbecue grill, placing fresh crab meat upon it to sear. The introduction of new ingredients brought immense joy to the group. Aside from Yifeng, who had encountered instant noodles before, the others were unfamiliar with this culinary delight. Initially, Marian frowned at the sight. It was only when the compact squares softened in the water, transforming into noodle shapes, that realization dawned upon them. These squares were indeed noodles. Yifeng had also included the seasoning packet, a delightful amalgamation of sugar, MSG, salt, spices, and chili. This concoction, while often inducing nausea from overconsumption, becomes a craving when absent for too long. Though Yifeng had only been in this survival world for a little over 3 days, he found himself yearning for it. Marian served everyone a bowl, and aside from Yifeng, the others displayed expressions of astonishment, pleasantly surprised by the flavor. As they relished the instant noodles, other survivors remained in a state of horror. Adrift in the regional channel, I observed a level 2 shark. I, too, am at level 2. Perhaps I stand a chance. Those above, can you maneuver that small sail? I advise you to run as swiftly as you can. Subsequently, the individual who had spotted the shark ceased to respond, his name now grayed out. A common survivor, in theory, cannot contend with a creature of equal standing. Both survivors and ordinary followers rely on their equipment. The individual who had just spoken likely believed he could challenge the creature due to his gear. Yet, let us not forget, it is not a singular shark, but a horde of them. Alas, I heard the sound of a ticking clock. Tick-tock. Previously, there was someone who fell victim to a shark who also seemed to have heard that ticking. The sound grew increasingly close, and I glimpsed a fin. Over an extended period, many who had heard the ticking succumbed one by one. This incessant ticking had morphed into the most terrifying sound imaginable. Could it be that the sharks are equipped with alarms? I remarked that it would be prudent to remain silent. I have discerned a pattern. Those who speak meet their demise. They perished upon hearing the alarm, yet I did not hear it. Is it truly so eerie? The dread bell of the sea? Enough of that. I am shivering now. The regional channel fell into an increasingly profound silence. Everyone strained to hear the clock's ominous ticking. The moment one perceives the sound, they must flee. Perhaps there is still time. Yet the truth is, amidst the vast ocean, a weary survivor sat upon his raft, with his follower on high alert. The sea lay tranquil, devoid of any sign of danger. Suddenly, a sound pierced the follower's ears. Tick-tock, the alarm. The follower promptly alerted the survivor. This survivor had prior experience with rafts. He understood how to manipulate the small sail. With minimal wind on the sea, he could slightly adjust his course. Upon spotting the triangular fin, he instinctively altered his direction, striving to distance himself from the shark. At this juncture, the shark remained a considerable distance away. However, the incessant ticking abruptly ceased. Then, the chilling sound of an alarm rang out, ding ding ding. This sound was akin to a death knell, sending shivers down one's spine. Subsequently, his raft could no longer progress away from danger. It was not that it could not move, but it could only advance towards the sharks. What on earth is happening? Must I draw closer rather than escape? Soon, the triangular fin approached, its speed increasing. A massive maw suddenly emerged before the raft. A mouth so vast it could swallow half the raft whole. The size of this shark was truly staggering, easily more than double that of the raft. Its enormous jaws clamped down, shattering a portion of the raft and flipping it into the ocean. The colossal shark turned and charged once more. The survivor beheld the blood-red jaws closing in on him. All that remained upon the surface of the sea was a fragment of the shattered raft. Chapter 52. At last, a monster to confront. After a considerable time, in the regional channel, I exclaimed, "Good heavens, I see the wreckage of half a raft. Surely this was the result of a shark's bite. Given the gaping hole, how massive must that shark be? Best of luck to you, for I can offer no assistance. I mused that I believe I shall keep my distance. Could this creature possibly be the boss of the second stage?" Speaking of bosses, many recalled Yifeng, hoping he would rid them of this menace. Yet I pondered, could Yifeng truly be its match? Have you forgotten that Yifeng has slain level 5 monsters? A level 2 shark could hardly pose a threat, could it? Who told you the shark was level 2? That deceased individual. There is more than one shark. Surely there must be a boss among them. Unbeknownst to Yifeng, others were discussing him while he continued to scan the ocean for monsters and schools of fish. "Nami, I see a fish leaping from the water." This time, Nami was quicker. The thundercloud descended upon the surface of the sea. A single strike of lightning caused a multitude of items to float to the surface, including fish. Witnessing this outcome, Yifeng and Nami exchanged triumphant high fives. Soon, Yifeng received notifications of experience gained. Electrocuted a sea base, 2 experience points. Electrocuted a sea base, 2 experience points. Obtained a wooden treasure chest X1, 5 experience points. Following that, there was a prompt for system currency. Ding! System currency 327. A sea base grants only 2 experience points, yet the system currency increased by 327. This indicates a total of merely 327 experience points acquired. It seems this haul is rather modest. The fish in the ocean are indeed challenging to electrocute, as they dart about with great speed. Furthermore, when fishing in the sea, there is an additional complication. Due to the swift movements of the fish, Nami must seize opportunities to strike. This renders it difficult for Yifeng to summon others to share in the experience. Typically, electrocuting fish is the best way to gain experience, yet it remains a considerable challenge at sea. For instance, this time, Robin, Marion, and Chopper were unable to accrue any experience. Yifeng utilized a fishing net to gather all the spoils from the electrified fish. The total haul included sea bass X56, wood X345, quality wood X75, wooden treasure chests X5. The sea bass represents a new type of fish. I wonder how its flavor compares to that of mackerel.as for the wood and quality wood. Yifeng felt indifferent. Even when he eventually reached an island, crafting the so-called defense system would only utilize a fraction of his current wood supplied. Yifeng's primary concern, of course, lay with the 5 wooden treasure chests. With treasure chests at hand, it was time to open them. Yifeng then retrieved the lucky dice from Fujitora and commenced the opening. Before long, he had opened all 5 treasure chests. The total rewards were instant noodles X2, small steak X2, fully ripe tomatoes X4, iron blocks X2, coarse hemp rope X2, Usopp's ammunition pouch X1, and beginner's armament hockey skill book X1. This time, the lucky dice yielded only 1 roll of 5 points. With the rest below 5, unexpectedly, there were some valuable items. The instant noodles aside, acquiring steak meant he could finally enjoy meat beyond seafood. And the tomatoes, what a delightful find. To discover a beginner's armament hockey skill book in this haul indicates that Yifeng must consider who will benefit from it. Armament hockey enhances both offensive and defensive capabilities. Yifeng leaned towards giving it to Chopper. After all, if Chopper were to engage in combat, he would rely heavily on close quarters fighting. The beginner's armament hockey would at least allow him to protect himself in battle. Thus, Yifeng promptly summoned Chopper. Chopper was unaware of what this item was. Yifeng, uninterested in lengthy explanations, urged Chopper to learn it directly. First acquire, then comprehend. Upon completing his study of Haki, Chopper quickly grasped the principles and activated his horn enhancement, channeling Haki into his antlers. Chopper emerged with a pair of sleek black metallic antlers, undeniably impressive. The specifics of their strength would only be revealed in combat. In any case, it is better to be prepared. And Yifeng felt increasingly assured of Chopper's capabilities. Now, only Usopp's ammunition pouch remained. Was this a precursor to assembling Usopp's ensemble? Initially, Yifeng had not intended to venture down the ranged combat path. However, the circumstances surrounding equipment acquisition compelled him to consider this direction. That said, close combat still requires a foundation of physical prowess. This pouch appeared to be made of leather, though Yifeng was uncertain. It featured a simple metal clasp for closure and a long strap for securing it to the waist. As he focused on the ammunition pouch, a panel appeared before him. Usopp's ammo bag, star rating, 2. Infinite space. Items of ammunition size. Regardless of quantity, will never fill it up. This bag, surprisingly, boasts a 2-star rating. Although it lacks attribute bonuses, it possesses a remarkable feature that allows it to hold an unlimited amount of ammunition. This is already quite impressive. Yifeng retrieved a stone from his inventory, attempting to place it into the ammo bag. This item does not meet the size requirement for slingshot ammunition and cannot be stored. As expected, only items of slingshot ammunition size are permissible. Yifeng, feeling somewhat helpless, glanced around and noticed Hui Hui lazily napping nearby. This fellow is particularly adept at breaking stones. Yifeng beckoned Hui Hui over, gesturing for it to break the stone into smaller pieces. Though Hui Hui could not speak, it surprisingly understood Yifeng's intention. With its large pincers, it grasped the stone and, still holding the hefty iron hammer given by Yifeng in its right claw, placed the stone on the deck. Gently, it began to strike it with the hammer, and after finishing, it proceeded to crush it further. In no time, a sizable stone the size of a brick was reduced to fragments the size of yellow beans. Impressive, Yifeng gave Hui Hui a thumbs up. He then collected these small stones into Usopp's ammo bag. Indeed, all were successfully stored. In terms of volume, it should not have been possible to fit so many fragments. Yifeng was thoroughly satisfied. He would no longer need to rely on pea seeds, as they were a renewable resource. Just as Yifeng fastened Usopp's ammo bag around his waist, Nami suddenly called out, "Yifeng, my observation Haki senses multiple dangers approaching our direction." Yifeng activated his own observation Haki and, indeed, sensed the same. He then spotted numerous triangular fins surfacing from the water. Sharks, presumably the same group Nami had encountered previously. It was difficult to ascertain their exact number, but they seemed plentiful. Moreover, they were much closer this time, only about 200 to 300 meters away. This distance was insufficient to access the sharks' panels, rendering their levels unknown. Yifeng was exhilarated. Finally, there were foes to engage. Everyone, stay alert. We shall feast on shark meat tonight. If it doesn't taste good, we can always have shark fin soup. Chapter 53. Fishing for sharks. As the group of sharks drew nearer, Yifeng's observation Haki began to provide clarity regarding the enemies. There were precisely 20 sharks, all of a relatively low level. As they approached, Yifeng could directly see their levels, level 2. This was even lower than the ordinary giant land crabs found on the islands. "Robin, can your powers control the sharks?" Yifeng inquired. He hoped to use Robin's abilities to draw the sharks aboard one by one for a proper bleed-out. Robin shook her head in response. The shark skin was too slick, and the portion of their bodies exposed above the water was minimal. Indeed, if they were on land, Robin's abilities could restrain opponents by increasing the contact area. However, in the sea, her hands could not be submerged. With so many devil fruit users on his team, it seemed they were ill-suited for combat on the water. At this moment, the shark pack had begun their assault on the vessel. Yifeng's ship boasted a defense of 20 points and a health of 200 points. It appeared the shark's attack power exceeded 20 points. After numerous battles, Yifeng had gained a rough understanding of the relationships among attack power. Defense and damaged. If attack power is lower than defense, the attack is rendered ineffective, commonly referred to as failing to breach defense. Conversely, if attack power exceeds defense, the damage can be calculated by subtracting defense from attack power. Nami's lightning was particularly formidable, as the attributes listed were purely damage values. With 20 sharks launching a collective assault, the ship's hull was already affected by their first strike. At that moment, Yifeng noticed a dialog box pop up on the ship's interface. If the ship is not completely destroyed, it can be repaired by consuming resources after combat. So, the ship is reparable. This alleviated Yifeng's concerns. Meanwhile, Nami's thundercloud had gathered above the sharks. Upon seeing the thundercloud in position, Nami hastily unleashed her lightning. A dense array of blue and white lightning bolts struck down upon the shark pack. The sharks reacted surprisingly quickly, instantly swimming away. Kill the hungry great white shark. Experience 9. Kill the hungry great white shark. Experience 9. Ding. System coins 9. Ding. System coins 9. 2 notifications chimed in. The lightning's attack power was high, and for these level 2 sharks, encountering it was fatal. Attack power truly reigned supreme. However, the sharks' reflexes were alarmingly swift. They seemed aware of the thundercloud above them. With this awareness, they anticipated the impending lightning strike and fled before it could descend. Luckily, Nami's lightning had a considerable range. As a result, 2 sharks failed to escape its reach. Yet, upon witnessing 2 of their own fall, their wariness heightened. They became more dispersed, attacking the ship in turns rather than all at once. After this initial clash, Yifeng gained insight into the adversaries. These hungry great white sharks, despite their low levels, possessed relatively high attack power and impressive speed. Most crucially, they appeared to exhibit a modicum of intelligence and a heightened sense of caution. Their alternating assaults resulted in minimal damage, allowing Yifeng's ship to endure longer. However, with any damage inflicted, it was only a matter of time before a significant breach occurred. Nami continued to manipulate the thundercloud, seeking an opportunity to unleash lightning, but the shark's vigilance enabled them to effectively evade her strikes. It became apparent that on land, they had faced level 3 giant land crabs without issue. But wait. On land, they had the benefit of Marianne's involvement. The battle strategy devised previously revolved around Marianne's abilities. They could similarly employ Marianne's talents at sea, though their thinking needed to be more agile. The effectiveness of color traps on humans depended on their susceptibility to psychological cues. However, with simpler-minded creatures such as animals, it became significantly easier to manipulate them. The primary distinction between the sea and land was the lack of surfaces for drawing color traps. Why not let the color traps float directly? The realization struck Yifeng it wasn't a lack of ability, but rather a deficiency in creative thinking. Marianne, Yifeng addressed her, can you draw a flying creature? Not a parrot, something larger. The flying creature would be pivotal in allowing the color traps to hover. Marianne nodded and promptly began to draw on the deck. Soon, she produced a large bird. Yifeng recognized it as a messenger seagull. Was it necessary to depict the satchel hanging from its neck as well? The messenger seagull detached itself from the deck, materializing as a real seagull. Unlike the seagulls on Earth, this one was considerably larger, with a wingspan of about 1.5 meters. Though Yifeng was not particularly fond of this creature, it should suffice. Marianne, draw a piece of wood, then depict a bullfighting red trap on it. Upon hearing this, Marianne grasped Yifeng's intention to have the bullfighting red trap flutter through the air, provided it did not come into contact with large quantities of seawater. Marianne's hands moved swiftly, and before long, she completed the wooden board and quickly illustrated the bullfighting red trap upon it. The foam messenger seagull grasped the board with its feet and flapped its wings, soaring towards the battle area. Yifeng instructed Nami to temporarily refrain from using lightning so as not to electrocute the seagull. The seagull flew directly towards a shark. As it approached the shark, it lowered its altitude, allowing the shark to see the board it clutched. The shark, upon spotting the design on the board, seemed to go mad, leaping up with its mouth wide open, intent on shattering the board. Yet the foam messenger seagull was no pushover. Witnessing the shark's leap, it ascended sharply. The shark thus missed its target. The foam messenger seagull, unable to fly low due to the shark's presence, circled above each shark, waiting for them to take the bait. At this moment, the vigilance of these level 2 sharks was cleverly exploited by the foam messenger seagull. They remained alert to the dangers above, but were captivated by the bullfighting red trap. Gradually, all the sharks were drawn towards the bullfighting red trap as if magnetized by a lodestone, closely following the board held by the seagull. The messenger seagull led the group of sharks in tight circles within a small area. Not a single shark attacked the ship thereafter. Observing this scene, Yifeng could not help but smile knowingly. There we go. No matter how cunning, they must obey. Nami, place the lightning where they will inevitably pass. Once the seagull flies over, unleash the lightning. Nami nodded. Then, an amusing scene unfolded. A single seagull led a pack of sharks in circles, striking lightning at every location they traversed. With each rotation, a shark fell victim to the lightning. Nami's lightning now boasted an attack power of up to 70 points, sufficient to annihilate these level 2 sharks. After just a few circles, the sharks lay belly up. Kill the hungry great white shark. Experience 9. Kill the hungry great white shark. Experience 9. Ding. System coins 171. Experience notifications and system coin alerts flooded in. Ye Feng gazed intently at the lifeless sharks floating on the surface of the sea, scrutinizing them for any signs of electrocution that might compromise their flavor. These shark carcasses had also revealed several treasure chests, and Yi Feng was poised to turn the boat around to salvage both the chests and the remains. At that moment, however, everyone aboard the vessel was startled by the sound of a ticking clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Yi Feng's observation haki informed him that this was no ordinary clock. A formidable foe lurked nearby. The distance was likely not too great, for otherwise, his observation haki would have been able to discern the approximate level of the creature. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Chapter 54. The clock shark. The ticking grew ever louder, and Yi Feng discerned the triangular fin of another shark emerging from the water. The distance was still too far to ascertain its level, but he activated his observation haki and confirmed that this was indeed a formidable opponent. Yet, regardless of its prowess, it remained an animal. The color trap would be unequivocally effective against such a creature. How about a level 5 female giant land crab leader? It too had succumbed to the influence of the green of friendship. Oblivious to its own identity, as the triangular fin approached, the ticking sound intensified. It appeared that the source of the sound was the enormous shark itself. As it drew closer, Yi Feng finally glimpsed its status panel. Clock Shark Leader, Level 6, Type Melee. This creature was a leader, likely a boss-level adversary, with a level that surpassed the crab boss he had previously faced. Its size was estimated to be at least twice that of an ordinary shark, measuring around 8 or 9 meters in length. Such a massive creature would weigh several tons, and an impact with Yi Feng's boat could potentially puncture it. It swam straight towards Yi Feng's vessel with an alarming velocity. Reminiscent of a colossal torpedo, its sheer size instilled a sense of dread. Yi Feng was acutely aware that caution was paramount. Within mere seconds, the shark was perilously close to the boat. Nami and the others had steadied the vessel, bracing for the impending collision. Meanwhile, the foe messenger seagull soared above the clock shark. The enormous creature exhibited a heightened sense of alertness compared to the smaller sharks, sensing a threat from above and glancing upward. At that moment, the color trap of the Red Bull took effect, inciting the creature's fury. It leaped from the water, reaching a height that surpassed what many would deem possible. Its massive jaws lunged at the messenger seagull and the wooden plank it clutched. The messenger seagull, taken aback by the shark's impressive leap and speed, instinctively attempted to ascend higher. However, it could not react as swiftly as the clock shark. Yi Feng observed the unfolding situation, realizing that the angle was such that the shark could easily engulf the plank. At this juncture, all he could do was rely on Marian. Nami's thunderclouds could not maneuver quickly enough to strike the clock shark in such a short time. Although Robin could attempt to restrain the shark, once it bit the plank, it would plunge into the sea, rendering Robin's efforts ineffective as her hands would be submerged. As for Chopper, being a melee fighter and a fruit user, he had no means to confront such a formidable foe. Moreover, with Chopper at level 3, directly facing a level 6 adversary posed considerable danger. At this moment, only Marian's color trap held potential. First, the speed of the color trap's attack was nearly instantaneous, far surpassing her painting speed with the pin fruit. Second, the Red Bull color trap required only that the opponent be able to see it to take effect, essentially functioning as a long-range control ability. If she could ensnare the clock shark with the color trap, they would be in a much more favorable position. Yi Feng lifted his gaze toward the triangular sail. How could they deprive the shark of its greatest advantage? They needed to coax it onto the boat. Since there was no shore, they had to invite it aboard. The most effective means of doing so was to paint the color trap onto the triangular sail. Time was of the essence, and Yi Feng issued a direct command to Marian. Marian, paint the Red Bull onto the triangular sail. Marian, now at level 4, was capable of painting the color trap from several meters away. The distance between her and the triangular sail was sufficient for her to remain in place and apply the color trap. With a flourish of her brush, the paint soared forth, landing upon the triangular sail. They could only hope it would have the desired effect. Yi Feng surmised that a single bite from the shark could easily sever the mast. But that was inconsequential. Repairs were always possible. Even if the vessel could not be mended, crafting a new ship posed no great challenge for Yi Feng. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At that moment, the clock shark had swallowed the plank along with the foam messenger seagull, its massive form plunging back into the depths, sending up a tremendous splash. However, as it submerged, it caught sight of the triangular sail, the Red Bull. Having just dispelled one color trap, it was now provoked further by the Red Bull's influence. This time, the Red Bull on the triangular sail was larger, inciting even greater fury within the shark. Upon entering the water, it swiftly maneuvered, propelling itself back to the surface with a powerful flick of its tail. Leaping even higher as it charged toward the triangular sail, Yi Feng and the others had to tilt their heads to behold the colossal shark. "Everyone, brace yourselves," Yi Feng shouted. The impact of such a massive creature landing on their small boat, scarcely over 10 meters in length, would undoubtedly create significant turbulence. The shark clamped its jaws onto the canvas, tearing it asunder, but fortunately, it did not collide with the mast. Marion reacted swiftly, unleashing another color trap. Color trap. Color tattoo. Yellow of laughter. Marion deftly wielded her brush, directly painting a color tattoo trap upon the back of the clock shark. This color tattoo was far more resilient than ordinary color traps. Impervious to being rubbed off by the shark, the clock shark, now unable to close its mouth, trembled incessantly. Could it be that a shark's laughter was silent? As it quivered, it plummeted onto Yi Feng's boat, causing it to sway violently. The vessel nearly capsized, with several wooden planks on the deck cracking under the weight of the behemoth. Due to the shark's massive size, it wreaked havoc upon the deck. The deck became overcrowded, and the splashes of water cascaded onto it. Thankfully, Yi Feng had instructed everyone to brace themselves in advance. Otherwise, such violent upheaval would have sent them all tumbling into the ocean. Robin, clutching the railing, quipped, "If we fall into the water, it would surely devour us." True to Robin's nature. Once the boat stabilized slightly, she crossed her arms and activated her fruit ability point 30 blossoms. Anchor. Instantly, 30 of Robin's arms sprouted from various parts of the shark's body, gripping its pectoral and tail fins while others latched onto the deck, effectively pinning the clock shark onto its back. Sweat beads had begun to form on Robin's forehead, even while the shark was under the influence of the yellow of laughter. If the clock shark were entirely free, Robin's strength would likely be insufficient to restrain it. "Chopper, it's your turn." Upon witnessing the shark ensnared on the boat, Yi Feng called out to Chopper, "Use your mind amplification to identify its weakness." Dealing with such a colossal creature left Yi Feng pondering how to deliver a fatal blow. Nami's lightning could potentially do the trick, but a single strike would likely ignite the deck in flames. First, identifying its weakness would provide a prime opportunity for a decisive strike. Mind amplification. Mind amplification was Chopper's unique animal transformation, and externally, one would notice no change in his appearance. However, at that moment, Chopper could discern the most vulnerable points on the creature's body through subtle, imperceptible cues. This ability drew upon his expertise as a doctor. He found it at the center of its lower abdomen, in the area where a navel would be. There. Chopper exclaimed that, of course, sharks do not possess navels. Chopper referred to the position where a navel would typically reside. Arm strengthening. Cherry blossom strike. Chopper's arms swelled to an impressive size, appearing disproportionately large for his frame. Armament hockey. His powerful arms transformed into a glossy, metallic black. Then he leaped onto the shark's abdomen, bringing his hands together to deliver a powerful strike to the center of the shark's lower abdomen. The clocked shark bore the imprint of a cherry blossom in that spot. At that moment, the shark's health bar manifested, plummeting to 2/3 of its total. For a level 3 chopper to inflict such damage on a level 6 creature was quite impressive, a testament to his keen observation of its weakness after using mind amplification. Who else has high attack power? "Ah, the Crab Sisters," Yi Feng shouted. "Sisters, give this big fish a taste of your strength." The two crabs, who had been enjoying the spectacle, sprang to attention at Yi Feng's call. One brandished a massive hammer, while the other wielded large pincers. They approached the shark with purpose, and Chopper pointed to the cherry blossom mark. The crabs understood immediately, one delivering 2 powerful pincers while the other struck with a pincer and a hammer. The clock shark's health bar was rapidly depleted by their combined assault. This moment, the enormous shark lay utterly lifeless. Robinson released his grip on the creature, wincing as he rubbed his aching wrist. This marked the first occasion for Yifeng's team to forego lightning as their ultimate offensive strategy, a feat made possible by Choba's inclusion. With enhanced cognitive and wrist strength, as long as there was control, the adversary became a lamb awaiting slaughter on the operating table. Choba proved to be exceptionally formidable. Yifeng recalled the manga, where characters often sought a worthy opponent for a duel. The pirates, each with their unique traits, truly excelled when collaborating. Suddenly, from the carcass of the alarm clock shark, a brass treasure chest sprang forth. Yifeng was elated. The moment of great reward had arrived. Chapter 55. The Marine 6 Styles. Shave. Before Yifeng could even examine the remains, a notification popped up, announcing his experience gain. Defeated alarm clock shark leader, 1250 experience points. Almost immediately, another system alert followed. Ding, system currency 1250. A single monster yielding over 1,000 experience points was indeed remarkable. Such an amount was warranted, given that this creature was the most challenging foe Yifeng had encountered thus far. The ship's hull, railings, deck, wooden cabins, and triangular sails all sustained varying degrees of damage. Notably, the railings on the sides and the triangular sails bore the brunt of the destruction. The shark, being of colossal size, had crashed onto the deck, obliterating the railings in its wake. Its thrashing nearly rendered every railing inoperative, while the triangular sail was decisively torn apart. Fortunately, it did not collide with the mast, or that two would have been compromised. In summary, the victory was rather chaotic. However, no one was injured, and Yifeng felt quite satisfied with his command abilities. What of intervening? Being a capable commander was of utmost importance. Curious about the spoils of this behemoth, Yifeng approached the brass chest, extending his hand to open it. Suddenly, the regional channel forcefully popped up again. Could it be another first kill? Indeed, regional channel was inundated with red-lettered announcements. Yifeng surmised that it must be due to his first kill of the boss. Survival World announcement. Survivor Yifeng has completed a boss first kill. Rewards for the first kill have been distributed. This notification repeated for a full 15 seconds. Well then, what rewards awaited him this time? In his inventory, Yifeng discovered a book. A book? Could it be a skill? He eagerly retrieved the tome. Intermediate Marine 6 Styles. Shave. Skill book. Upon seeing this, Yifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Marine 6 Styles comprised 6 special techniques: shave, iron block, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale foot, and finger gun. Among them, iron block was the most notorious, often likened to a moving sandbag. Activating iron block was a sure path to defeat, a sentiment echoed by pirate enthusiasts. Yet, the Marine 6 Styles also included some exceedingly practical techniques. For instance, the shave he had just acquired. This ability allowed the user to generate explosive counterforces through rapid footfalls upon the ground, enabling swift movement. To an untrained observer, it would appear as though the user had teleported. This ability, when upgraded, would enhance both speed and distance, and could even be combined with other Marine 6 Styles. For example, shave combined with moonwalk could facilitate instantaneous movement through the AIR. Yifeng was thoroughly pleased with this reward. As for who should receive it, the answer was obvious. Skill books of this nature were typically prioritized for himself, especially given that the shave ability leaned heavily towards self-preservation, a necessity unique to Yifeng and the team. Yifeng focused on the skill book, revealing its panel. Intermediate Marine 6 Styles. Shave. Skill book. Star rating 2. Teaches you to use intermediate shave. Learn. Without hesitation, Yifeng clicked Learn. In that instant, it felt as though a wealth of previously unknown knowledge flooded his mind. Simultaneously, his legs seemed to surge with newfound strength. It appeared he had indeed mastered it. Eager to test his ability, Yifeng activated shave. His legs propelled him swiftly against the deck, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself at the bow of the ship. Everything around him transformed into elongated streaks. Thankfully, with his observation hockey, he could still discern his surroundings. Otherwise, the environment would have been a blur. If he were to quantify the time taken to traverse from the shark to the bow, it might have been less than a second. Truly astonishing. And this was merely the intermediate shave. One could only imagine the speed achievable at the advanced level or beyond. Could it surpass the speed of sound? Or even multiple times that? However, the attention of others was fixated on the recently dropped brass treasure chest, oblivious to Yifeng's sudden appearance at the ship's bow. Why, Yifeng? Weren't you just by the treasure chest? Nami inquired. I've learned the shave from the Marine 6 styles, Yifeng responded. Nami, lacking familiarity with the concept, was puzzled. Although her current strength was on par with that of Judicial Island level, her memory did not encompass the knowledge of the Marine 6 styles. In contrast, Robin displayed a look of astonishment. The Marine 6 styles are incredibly powerful, she remarked. Both Robin and Nami had once roamed the seas. Yet Robin's exposure was broader, particularly given her interactions with high-ranking Marine officers, such as Saul. Thus, she was aware of the Marine 6 styles. This knowledge was only natural for her. At that moment, Robin appeared lost in thought. Suppressing the urge to shed tears, observing her state, Yifeng expressed concern. What's wrong, Robin? Robin quickly returned a smile, replying, I was reminded of an old acquaintance. Upon hearing this, Yifeng understood whom she referred to but refrained from mentioning it. He had no means to bring Saul back to her. Subsequently, Yifeng utilized shave once more, instantly returning to the side of the brass treasure chest. Employing the Marine 6 styles was indeed taxing on one's stamina. Upon initially acquiring this ability, Yifeng had envisioned employing it for effortless back-and-forth movements, thereby saving considerable time. However, it was becoming apparent that this would not be the case. It was quite exhausting. Now, he could finally open the chest in earnest. Just then, yet another notification from the regional channel materialized before him. Yifeng sighed. It was unnecessary to guess. The world first kill was being announced. As expected, the announcement flooded the screen with bold red letters. Survival World Announcement, Calculation Complete. Confirmed, Yifeng is not only the regional first kill but also the world first kill. Rewards for the region where Yifeng resides, Area 26666, are now being distributed. This message continued to scroll for 15 seconds. At this moment, the individuals in the regional channel erupted into fervor once more. When the first announcement had surfaced, many had speculated whether Yifeng had indeed slain the colossal shark. This time, the number of skeptics had significantly dwindled. Those harboring jealousy towards Yifeng remained silent in the regional channel. How strong can Yifeng be? I can hardly fathom it. Yet another first kill. How many more must he achieve before he is satisfied? Indeed, every time it's a global first kill. It truly is astonishing. Surely, we need not fear sharks any longer, right? Hold your horses, let me clarify. Sharks are categorized into ordinary and boss sharks. What Yifeng defeated must have been a boss shark. They marveled at the notion that only Yifeng could eradicate such threats to society. Moreover, this time he had claimed a world first kill. Based on previous experience, if it were a regional first kill, only Yifeng would receive rewards. However, for a world first kill, all survivors in Area 26666 would be eligible for rewards. Previously, all survivors had received apples as rewards, providing a lifeline to many teetering on the brink of existence. Numerous individuals in the regional channel owed their survival to those few apples. What would this round of rewards entail? Bro, the rewards have already been distributed. Simply check your inventory. Oh my, meat buns. They're enormous, larger than my fist, and there are 10 of them. I won't have to worry about food for quite some time. It's been ages since I last had a bun. Sobbed Yifeng, I adore you. I want to bear your children. Dream on. It won't ever be your turn. At that moment, the comments section was filled with exclamations of admiration. Yifeng, you're incredible. If I wish to survive, it seems reliant on the rewards bestowed by the Great One. Having spent over 3 days in the survival world, the only sustenance had been seafood. Occasionally, they might eat some fruit, albeit unripe. The last time they had savored ripe apples was thanks to Yifeng's previous global first kill reward. Now, receiving meat buns was an emotional experience. They expressed gratitude to Yifeng for repeatedly saving their lives. Not only the other survivors, but even Yifeng himself had not tasted meat buns since entering the survival world. He opened his inventory and indeed discovered 10 large meat buns. Excellent. Yifeng had been concerned that shark meat might be unpalatable. But now, if the shark meat proved distasteful, he could always enjoy buns for dinner. Yifeng pondered that this time, it should not be the world's unique first kill. This shark was not a creature of the Novice Island. It belonged to the open sea. Currently, at a lower level, he was unable to slay it, but upon advancing in level, returning to vanquish it would indeed be feasible. For now, he could quietly tidy the battlefield, Chapter 56. The Terrifying Alarm Clock. Next, Yifeng approached the carcass of the alarm clock shark leader. Congratulations, you have obtained fresh shark meat 50. Congratulations. You have obtained shark skin 20. Congratulations, you have obtained terrifying alarm clock 1. Ah, splendid. Such a large shark yields abundant spoils. The shark meat and skin were directly retrieved, 50 portions of meat and 20 pieces of skin. Yifeng marveled at the bounty. Wait a moment, there seems to be another drop. What is this terrifying alarm clock? At that moment, Yifeng recalled the ticking sound emitted by the shark during their battle. Could it be that this sound truly originated from a clock? He hastily retrieved the clock from his inventory. It was a stainless steel alarm clock, resembling an old-fashioned tabletop model, with a round dial topped with two bell-like ears. It featured a knob on the back for setting the alarm. This must have been something the shark consumed from a poor soul who happened to be wearing a clock, Yifeng mused. He focused on the clock to discern its true nature. Terrifying alarm clock, star rating 4. Before even delving deeper, the mere sight of the star rating caused Yifeng to gasp. What? A 4-star item? Surely, this was not something a hapless victim would possess. He then examined the clock's panel. Terrifying alarm clock, unique, star rating 4. Can set a 1-minute ringing time. After 1 minute, enemies on the battlefield will be unable to escape, ineffective against animals. Yifeng read the clock's description repeatedly. Essentially, it meant that once the designated time elapsed, enemies would be unable to flee. The latter note about animals being exempt was somewhat disappointing. Over the past 3 days, he had battled only animals. It was indeed a pity that it couldn't affect them. However, Yifeng reconsidered. The theme of this second phase revolved around conflict among humans. With over 20,000 individuals vying for 1,000 islands, encounters with human adversaries were inevitable. For others, this item might not hold significant value. After all, when the time came, who would escape was uncertain. Yet for Yifeng, it was immensely beneficial. He could utilize this clock to trap those he wished to eliminate, ensuring they remained on site. The item's star rating, though inferior to the fortune dice of Tang Hu, seemed to stem from its ineffectiveness against animals. Nevertheless, its potential impact on humans was paramount. Animals, being less cunning, were not much of a concern. This item was indeed a delightful surprise for Yifeng. He promptly stored the clock in his inventory. At that moment, he had not received any notification regarding a unique first kill. It appeared that this alarm clock shark was not the world's exclusive first kill. This indicated that survivors from before the 42nd phase had previously defeated this creature. Having collected the massive shark, Yifeng prepared to salvage the sharks that Nami had electrocuted in the ocean. This task differed from the previous encounter with the electric fish. For the electric fish, all that was required was to retrieve dead fish and supplies. This time, he needed not only to salvage supplies but also to recover the bodies of the sharks from the water. Only then could he loot them for their meat and skin. Since these sharks swam relatively fast, the duration during which they could be electrocuted was shorter, and none had been thoroughly zapped. Yifeng had no intention of casting the net himself. He called upon Chopper to do so. Chopper, enhanced with strength, transformed into a muscular figure. Thus, even if the fishing net was heavy, he could effortlessly spread it. Having additional followers was beneficial. At night, Yifeng would reward Chopper with an extra bun. Thanks to Chopper's strength, the netting was easily accomplished in less than an hour. Chopper had successfully retrieved 20 sharks along with all the supplies. Total obtained, quality wood 20, wooden treasure chests 9, iron treasure chests 2. The quantity of treasure chests was decent, but Yifeng noticed an issue. Each shark had drop quality wood. This shark was merely at level 2, indeed lower than the crabs found on the Novice Island, yet it yielded quality wood. Quite remarkable. Subsequently, Yifeng examined the bodies of these level 2 sharks one by one. Total obtained. Ripe shark meat 200. Shark skin 30. All the shark carcasses had been cleared away. Now, only the treasure chest remained. First, he opened the wooden treasure chests, employing Tang Hu's fortune dice. The results were acceptable. He never rolled a 1. Yet neither did he achieve a 6. Was the probability of rolling a 6 truly that low? Yifeng finally understood why Tang Hu was perpetually losing. Ultimately, after the enhancement of Tang Hu's dice, he opened 9 wooden treasure chests and acquired the following items. Large black bread 5, 1000 ml drinking water 3, 500 g granulated sugar 1, ripe apples 2, oranges 4, ripe tomatoes 2, King S Continent brand cigarettes 1, thick coarse cloth 4, adult mackerel 4, Blueprint for Basic Compost Bin 1. This haul included not only black bread and fruits, but also granulated sugar. Yifeng typically did not have a penchant for sugar. However, sugar proved useful in many contexts. For instance, during cooking, sugar acts as a universal seasoning. When a dish seems to lack flavor, it often merely needs a touch of sugar to enhance its taste. The materials acquired were typically only obtainable from iron treasure chests. Aside from the materials and food, he had also uncovered cigarettes. Were they intended for Baby 5? Well, he would have to wait until he leveled up to acquire Baby 5. Nevertheless, the most intriguing item from the wooden treasure chests was the blueprint for Basic Compost Bin. What purpose does this serve? Yifeng, intrigued, retrieved the blueprint from his inventory. Blueprint for Basic Compost Bin. Crafting item star rating. 1. Can craft a basic compost bin. The basic compost bin can convert useless items such as fish bones, rotten vegetable leaves, and excrement into fertilizer, which significantly reduces crop maturation time. Excellent! It indeed reduces the maturation time of crops. Previously, he had obtained various fruit saplings and seeds. Yifeng had been wondering when these would mature. Hoping it wouldn't take half a year to a year. It seems the survival world genuinely possesses items that hasten maturation. This item, when utilized alongside planting boxes, would facilitate his agricultural endeavors. Yifeng carefully stored these items and continued to open treasure chests. Remaining were 2 iron treasure chests and 1 brass treasure chest. He proceeded to use Tang Hu's fortune dice once more. The outcomes this time were not favorable. One rolled a 4 and the other a 3. As long as they were better than the basic iron treasure chests, he would be content. Ultimately, he opened the following items. Instant noodles 2, small beef steak 2, exquisite iron hammer 1, blueprint for basic shark skin belt 1. Chapter 57. Blueprint for large wooden houseboat. 1 piece of equipment and 1 blueprint. The contents from the 2 iron treasure chests were already quite commendable. Yifeng took out the exquisite iron hammer. This hammer was slightly smaller than the one held by Hui but was crafted with greater finesse. Even the side of the hammer was intricately engraved with octopus patterns. The handle, surprisingly, was also made of iron and bore oceanic designs. Overall, it was indeed more refined. Yifeng focused on the exquisite iron hammer, which displayed its panel. Exquisite iron hammer, star rating, 1, attack power 12, crafted product, world drop. Yifeng recalled that Hui's hammer had an attack power of merely 5. Initially, the intention behind giving Hui that hammer was not to enhance attack power, but rather to break stones on the mountain for materials. This exquisite iron hammer boasted an attack power of 1-2. Yifeng contemplated that such a tool was not particularly suitable for his current followers. It was better suited for crabs. He decided to gift it to Qian Qian, sparing it the embarrassment of consistently losing at rock paper scissors against Robin. He summoned Qian Qian, which, being large and long-legged, approached him in just a few strides. Yifeng waved the hammer, and Qian Qian, seeing this, was instantly excited and eagerly accepted it. Scuttled off to challenge Robin to a game. Crabs will be crabs, completely oblivious to their surroundings, still in the mood for games. Next, he examined the blueprint for the shark skin belt. Having defeated sharks, he had acquired shark skin. Yifeng surmised that the shark skin would be used as material for crafting equipment. He retrieved the blueprint and focused on it, revealing its panel. Blueprint for basic shark skin belt. Crafting item star rating, 1. Defense 8. Required materials, shark skin 2, hemp rope 2, coarse cloth 2. Yifeng noted that armor-type items required relatively few materials. This shark skin belt, boasting a defense of 8, only required 2 of each material, with the auxiliary materials, hemp rope and coarse cloth, being basic materials. He immediately learned the blueprint, intending to craft the belt after he finished opening the treasure chests and repairing the ship. Finally, he moved on to the brass treasure chest. Yifeng tossed Tang Hu's fortune dice once more. The dice rolled across the deck, spun around, and finally landed on 6 dots facing upward. Excellent! Tang Hu's luck with this dice was indeed rare. At 6 o'clock, I felt as if I were a god of gambling. The dice spoke with an audacious voice. However, Yifeng found it quite advantageous. He opened the lid of the brass treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained blueprint for upgrading to a large wooden-hulled sailboat 1. Congratulations, you have obtained blueprint for basic crab shell bracers 1. Congratulations, you have obtained Robin's defensive cowboy hat 1. Congratulations, you have obtained Jared Pickles 1. The brass treasure chest was something that should not have appeared at this stage. Coupled with the good fortune of the Vine Tiger's dice, not only did it yield 4 items, but each one was also exceedingly useful. This time, Yifeng was utterly delighted, especially upon seeing the blueprint for upgrading the sailboat. Having just set sail not long ago, he could upgrade his vessel once more. Meanwhile, the other survivors, who were still suffering the jarring discomfort on their thatched rafts, would undoubtedly be envious. After the items entered his inventory, Yifeng examined them one by one. First, he focused on the blueprint for the sailboat upgrade, which bore no significant difference in appearance from other blueprints. Yifeng directed his attention to it and opened its panel. Blueprint for upgrading to a large wooden-hulled sailboat. Item crafting star rating: 1 star. Upgrade a medium wooden-hulled sailboat to a large wooden-hulled sailboat, capable of sailing. Can withstand moderate sea conditions. Materials required: wood 5,200, hemp rope 150, thick hemp rope 12, iron plates 150, coarse cloth 100, tar 30. Requires medium wooden-hulled sailboat. The required materials were not excessive, and Yifeng found them entirely acceptable. He promptly learned the blueprint, eager to try it out immediately. However, just as he was about to do so, he encountered a significant issue. He lacked the complete materials necessary for the upgrade. Yifeng meticulously checked his inventory and discovered he had only 4 units of tar. Tar was something that was consumed in large quantities each time, yet it was exceedingly difficult to gather. Yifeng sighed, recalling a fellow he had encountered on the Novice Island who had a multitude of ways to acquire tar. He wondered if that individual had survived the submergence of the Novice Island. Putting that matter aside for the moment, he continued to examine the remaining items. He took out the next item. Blueprint for basic crabshell bracers. Item crafting star rating: 1 star. Defense 5. Materials required: crabshell 2, hemp rope 2. Another blueprint for defensive equipment. Yifeng did not mind the lack of special attributes, as any defense was better than none. Furthermore, the required materials were similarly minimal. Previously, Yifeng had obtained a coarse cloth bracer that only provided 2 points of defense. He learned this blueprint as well, planning to craft it later. Yifeng directly learned the blueprint, then proceeded to take out the third item: Robin's defensive cowboy hat. This hat resembled a suede cowboy hat and was of a brown color akin to leather. Having previously acquired Usopp's slingshot and ammunition pouch without a hint of surprise, he felt somewhat perplexed upon obtaining Robin's hat today. Focusing his gaze on the hat, its panel immediately appeared. Robin's defensive cowboy hat, unique, star rating: 3, defense 30. When utilizing the abilities of the Hana Hana Anomi, additional 20 defense. This turned out to be a 3-star item. Yifeng had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable hat from the brass treasure chest would be the highest-rated item. With a direct defense boost of 30, this meant that most non-boss level monsters at this stage would be unable to breach the defense of the wearer. Moreover, the item possessed an additional attribute, indicating that defense would increase even further when using fruit abilities, a total of 50 defense. It was truly formidable. Perhaps even boss-level monsters could be withstood. The description of the hat did not specify that it was exclusive to Robin, but its attribute related to the Hana Hana Nomi made it clear that it should be given to her, especially since Robin looked particularly stunning in a cowboy hat. Yifeng tossed the hat to Robin as if it were a flying disc, but his aim was off. Robin's hand extended from the deck to catch the hat. Then, he tossed it back to Robin in a similar fashion. Holding the hat, Robin examined it closely and expressed her delight. She removed her original white cowboy hat and tossed it to Yifeng like a flying disc. She then donned the new cowboy hat, twirled around, and showcased it to Yifeng. The women had all stuffed their discarded clothing and hats into Yifeng's hands, leaving him no choice but to store Robin's hat in his inventory. The final item was a jar of pickles. Yifeng examined it closely. It was a glass jar with a metal lid, labeled 250G, resembling the pickles sold in supermarkets. Yifeng's culinary repertoire was expanding, and to discover unique items and ingredients, he realized he needed to open more chests. With the spoils from this shark encounter all gathered, Yifeng observed the disheveled state of the ship and decided it was time to address the vessel's issues. He found a dry patch of deck and sat down to search for tar. From his private chat records, he located the person who had exchanged tar with him before, Yang Hongming. His name had not turned gray, signifying that he had survived and left the Novice Island. Yifeng opened his private chat interface. "Do you still have any tar?" he inquired directly. Yang Hongming did not respond to Yifeng's question but sent him an image instead. Seawater tar filter. Yifeng opened the item and saw its panel. Seawater tar filter. Star rating, 2. Through filtration, it can extract tar impurities from seawater. Requires manual cranking for power during use. Efficiency. 10 minutes bottle. Description. This sea is not clean, mixed with various impurities, with tar being the most prevalent. Then, Yang Hongming quickly informed Yifeng, "Boss Yi, I was incredibly lucky. Before leaving the Novice Island, I managed to fish out this great item." Yifeng couldn't help but smile at the sight of this item. It was a 2-star item, undoubtedly a valuable find, capable of producing tar continuously. However, it required constant manual cranking to yield a bottle every 10 minutes. This seemed rather torturous. If it were Yifeng, he could assign Robin to handle such repetitive labor. But for an ordinary person, they would have to remain by the machine, cranking the handle incessantly. However, Yang Hongming did not share this sentiment. He believed this was a reward for his diligent efforts in the survival world. "Boss Yi, with this item, I won't have to rely on luck to produce tar anymore." Yifeng nodded in agreement. However, it must be noted that tar was not only rare but also essential for crafting ships. At the current stage, people were still using thatched rafts. Once they began upgrading to proper vessels, they would come to understand the significance of tar. Yang Hongming, in his eagerness, had become quite the hustler. Yifeng shook his head in exasperation. "How much tar do you have now?" he asked. "I have managed to gather 50 bottles of tar." "That's excellent. I want them all," Yifeng replied. The quantity of tar in his possession was just enough for Yifeng's needs. If he were to sell it to others, it would indeed fall short for Yifeng's requirements. However, at this moment, people were still unaware of the true value of tar. Who would trade 12 bottles of tar for 2 jin of crab meat? Yifeng set his price. "I'll give you a total of 5 jin of crab meat." Yifeng couldn't afford to be too stingy. As the saying goes, whoever has the supply has the pricing power. Currently, the supply was food, but once the value of tar became apparent, the supply would shift to tar, granting the other party the power to set prices. Thus, it was essential to maintain a good relationship with this individual. The other party was very pleased with the price. For him, 4.5 jin of crab meat could last several days if he conserved it. Moreover, if the tar production remained steady, he could even use the crab meat obtained from Yifeng to barter for other survival supplies. Establishing his survival cycle. Regardless of the area of hustle, everyone had the opportunity to fight for their life, but of course, there was also the chance to lose it. Chapter 58. Someone obtains the team leader badge. Yifeng placed 5 jin of crab meat into the private chat's trading panel. The trade was completed. Thus, Yifeng acquired tar 50. "Thank you for your continued support, Boss Yi." Yang Hongming expressed his gratitude. Yifeng found it perplexing why he was so well-liked at the moment. He simply acted according to his needs and did what was beneficial for himself. Now, he could use the blueprint for upgrading to a large wooden-hulled sailboat. To upgrade his vessel, Yifeng checked the required items. Wood 5200, hemp rope 150, thick hemp rope 12, iron plates 150, coarse cloth 100, tar 30. All materials were sufficient. He was ready to upgrade. Just then, a dialog box suddenly appeared. Detected that the medium wooden-hulled sailboat is damaged. Please repair it before upgrading. Yifeng had considered this issue before. Upon attempting it, he found he could not use a damaged ship as material. Reluctantly, he decided to repair the vessel first. Damaged ships could indeed be repaired with materials. Yifeng directed his gaze to the ship beneath him. A brand new panel has appeared. Medium-sized wooden house sailboat. Completion level 80. Reparable. Materials required for repair. Wood 400. Hemp rope 10. Iron piece 10. Coarse cloth 8. Tar 3. Repair now. Observing that the required materials are not particularly numerous, it seems to amount to approximately 20 of what was originally needed to construct the vessel. Quite reasonable. Yifeng placed the necessary materials onto the deck, forming a towering mound. Wood and hemp rope were stacked together. Yifeng clicked on Repair Now. Subsequently, the ship beneath his feet was enveloped in a cloud of white smoke. The 4 followers aboard, along with 2 crabs, were momentarily startled by this sudden mist. Looking down, it felt as if they were standing atop a fluffy cloud. Yifeng could even vaguely perceive the sea beneath them. However, all remained in their original positions, standing firmly without any descent. This was merely the process of ship repair. At this moment, Yifeng felt a tinge of trepidation. Had the white smoke failed to support this large group of individuals, Robin, Chopper, and Marianne, those possessing fruit abilities, would surely have drowned. Soon, the white smoke gradually dissipated. The railing, deck, wooden house, and triangular sail were all restored to their former glory. Everyone and everything on the ship remained perfectly in place. "It's like being in hell," Robin remarked. "Isn't a place with clouds more reminiscent of paradise?" Nami countered. Yifeng, "What just happened?" Nami turned to ask him. Yifeng explained to everyone the recent events surrounding the ship's repair. Now, he felt more assured. Upgrading the vessel should follow a similar procedure. The individuals and items on board should remain unaffected. It was time for an upgrade. Yifeng addressed the group. "Everyone, I am now going to upgrade our ship. It should be akin to what just transpired." After reminding everyone, Yifeng retrieved the materials necessary for the ship's upgrade from his inventory. This time, the materials not only formed a high mound but also occupied a significant area, nearly covering the entire deck. If the required materials increased further, it was uncertain whether the upgrade could still be conducted while afloat. Yifeng then initiated the operation in crafting. Instant upgrade. Once again, the ship beneath them was enveloped in white smoke. The situation mirrored that of the previous repair. With the experience from their earlier encounter and Yifeng's reminder, everyone no longer panicked. Gradually, the area of white smoke expanded before slowly dissipating. The materials that had filled the deck vanished, replaced by a wide, flat surface. Standing on the deck, Yifeng admired the grand vessel. Chopper bounced with excitement, eager to explore every corner. The ship remained a single-masted triangular sailboat, though its size had notably increased. The width of the hull reached around 10 meters, while its length approached 20 meters. Although neither dimension had doubled from the original, the overall appearance conveyed a sense of being more than twice as large. The ship now featured 2 sets of ladders leading up to the roof of the wooden house on the deck. Atop the wooden house was a small lookout platform. The helm now had a designated space, resembling a rudimentary control room. Additionally, a substantial area was reserved at the rear of the wooden house. Yifeng envisioned utilizing this space for planting boxes. Having a vegetable garden aboard the ship was certainly an appealing prospect. Nami cheered, "This is fantastic. Our ship is even larger now." Yifeng's gaze shifted to the deck, revealing the basic information of the vessel. Large wooden house sailboat. Ship star level. 1 star. Seaworthy, capable of withstanding moderate waves. Health, 400. Defense, 40. Attack, 0. Speed, 8. The ship had not only grown significantly, but all its attributes, apart from its lack of attack power, had doubled. The vessel's defense had reached an impressive 40, ensuring that even a swarm of sharks could not breach its defenses. At that moment, Yifeng noticed a small empty space at the bow of the ship. If only there were a main cannon installed here, it would be perfect. Suddenly, Yifeng recalled having acquired 2 blueprints for main cannons earlier. With the ship now larger, it was time to utilize them. He retrieved the 2 blueprints from his inventory. Stone Ship Cannon Blueprint and Upgrade to Rough Iron Ship Cannon Blueprint. Yifeng examined the contents of both blueprints. Stone Ship Cannon Blueprint. Crafting item star level, 1 star. A shipboard stone cannon prone to jamming. Materials required. Wood 5, stone 10, iron piece 2. The second blueprint was indeed for upgrading the stone cannon into a rough iron cannon. Upgrade to rough iron ship cannon blueprint. Crafting item star level, 1 star. Upgrade stone ship cannon to rough iron ship cannon. Common main cannon for small vessels. Materials required. Wood 5, stone 5, iron block 4, iron piece 2. Materials required. Stone ship cannon blueprint. The second blueprint could indeed upgrade the stone cannon crafted from the first blueprint. Yifeng did not need to check the required materials. He was certain he had enough. He selected a spot near the bow of the deck. With only 1 main cannon, this location was both practical and aesthetically pleasing. Imagining a large cannon at the front of the ship exuded an air of majesty. Yifeng proceeded with the crafting operation, first creating the stone ship cannon, which he then used as material to craft the rough iron ship cannon. A series of operations ensued, accompanied by rising and dissipating white smoke. Finally, a formidable rough iron ship cannon was produced. The cannon bore a striking resemblance to the iconic red cannons often seen on television. However, its base lacked wheels, rendering it immobile. Yet, the upper part of the cannon featured a swivel, allowing it to rotate as a main cannon. The ability to pivot was crucial. Yifeng stepped back to admire the imposing sight. Now this looks like a pirate ship, befitting of the black skull flag atop the mast. Chopper's eyes sparkled with wonder at the cannon. So cool, he exclaimed, rushing over to examine it closely. Nami exclaimed, now this truly resembles a pirate vessel. Robin smiled as she watched them act silly. The two crabs curiously tapped the rough iron cannon with their claws. Yi Feng quickly intervened. I must insist you refrain from damaging this. It's merely a basic model. Yi Feng wished to utilize all the blueprints he had previously acquired. He recalled having another blueprint for cannonballs as well. He located it. Basic Iron Ship Cannonball Blueprint. Crafting Item Star Level. 1 star. Universal Cannonball for Basic Ship Cannons 2. Materials required. Iron Block 1. It appeared that 1 iron block could yield 2 cannonballs. However, these were consumables and quite wasteful of iron blocks. Yi Feng examined his inventory, which contained only 14 iron blocks left. The remaining quantity was somewhat limited. Crafting 2 cannonballs from a single iron block felt a bit painful. After some contemplation, he decided to give it a try. Yi Feng learned the blueprint and proceeded to the crafting section, consuming 1 iron block to produce 2 cannonballs, shiny and round. The cannonballs were described as follows. Basic Ship Cannonball. Attack power varies significantly based on the angle and point of impact. This meant that the actual attack power was uncertain. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. These gravity-dependent cannonballs were primarily intended to puncture the enemy's hull. Yi Feng asked Marianne to draw a cannonball box to store the 2 round projectiles. Placing the box beside the main cannon for potential use. These are consumables. I can draw them in the future, Marianne remarked, promptly gathering her drawing supplies and squatting on the deck to begin illustrating the iron balls. Marianne was correct. For consumables like these, it was best to have her handle them. However, if her cannonballs were to fall into the water, they would lose all efficacy. True cannonballs, on the other hand, might still damage the enemy ship's hull upon impact, creating leaks. Thus, the 2 genuine cannonballs were not entirely useless. Finally, Yi Feng marked the cannonballs drawn by Marianne and placed them into the cannonball box. Next, Yi Feng was excited to work on establishing the planting area on the ship. Now that the vessel was sufficiently spacious, there was ample room behind the wooden house on the deck for a garden. Just then, the regional channel abruptly popped up. This time, Yi Feng had done nothing to trigger it. A dialogue box appeared seemingly unrelated to him. Indeed, it was unrelated. The regional channel was flooded with bold red text. Congratulations to player Chang Haokuin for being the first to obtain the captain's badge in the entire region. This is an official announcement. Congratulations to player Chang Haokuin for being the first to obtain the captain's badge in the entire region. This is an official announcement. The announcement flooded the screen for 10 seconds before concluding. My goodness, someone has acquired the captain's badge. Indeed, is the era of great ship crews about to commence? Chapter 59. Chang Haokuin, where did one obtain the captain's badge? Why have I not received one? It must be dropped by monsters, right? Apart from the esteemed Yi Feng, who else possesses the capability to vanquish monsters? Are they incapable of defeating even ordinary creatures, let alone bosses? Currently, I remain at level 1, armed solely with a stone axe, which suffices for merely scratching the surface of these beasts. Those who are able to acquire the captain's badge must undoubtedly be formidable individuals. Not only are they influential, but they are also likely to be the elite, as evidenced by the fact that one of them was the first to achieve this feat, which was announced across the entire region. The captain's badge is presumably not an exceedingly rare item. What sets this individual apart is that they were the first to obtain it. Discussions in the regional channel are fervent. The captain's badge is an item that concerns everyone. Those who hold the captain's badge possess the authority to actively recruit others to form a team. At this juncture, a particular message captured the attention of all. Chang Haokuin. Recruiting team members. Those with capability may contact me privately. This statement was broadcasted twice, yet all took notice, for the name that graced the announcement was none other than Chang Haokuin. Esteemed Chang Haokuin, may I join your team? Chang Haokuin responded, message me privately. You must demonstrate your level, skills, and inventory. Upon hearing this, some expressed their discontent. Who do you think you are, as if you're the one doing the hiring? Indeed, demanding an inventory check. By what right? Chang Haokuin, unfazed, continued, I seek individuals of certain caliber. Those who cannot even accumulate a modicum of resources need not apply. At this moment, one individual retorted directly. Those with capability can survive on their own. Why should they become your team members? Chang Haokuin then posed a question. Have you heard of the devil fruit? Upon uttering this, the regional channel fell into an immediate hush. The devil fruit is unlike ordinary materials, blueprints, or even equipment. Its drop rate is exceedingly low. Among tens of thousands, only a handful may have encountered a devil fruit. These elite individuals typically refrain from speaking in the regional channel. Observing the silence, Chang Haokuan pressed on. Once you consume a devil fruit, you will gain superhuman abilities that I possess such powers. Do you doubt my right to select team members? Superpowers? Who are you trying to fool? My devil fruit is the bomb fruit. My entire being is now a walking bomb. Defeating a monster is child's play. What? There truly are superpowers. Some remain skeptical, he added. The captain's badge dropped from a level 2 shark. Who among you can slay a level 2 shark? I shall say no more. Those interested in joining my team may message me privately. My speaking privileges are limited. In truth, if one cannot survive, joining a team is the only viable option. Naturally, one would prefer to join a team of the strong. Chang Haokuan possesses superhuman abilities. Although no one has witnessed their full extent, the capacity to slay a level 2 great white shark is beyond the reach of most. Consequently, many began to message Chang Haokuan. His private messages overflowed. An applicant stated, Esteemed one, I am currently at level 1, just 10 away from leveling up. Chang Haokuan replied, What resources do you have in your inventory? The applicant retorted, Must I disclose that? Following this, Chang Haokuan ceased his replies. Another applicant chimed in, I have in my inventory. Your stock is passable, Chang Haokuan remarked. Team members are required to submit resources equivalent to 500 milliliters of water daily. Is there an issue with that? Upon hearing this, the individual hesitated and asked, Esteemed Chang Haokuan, what will I receive in return for my resources? Chang Haokuan replied, You may accompany me to the island. In exchange for a bottle of water daily, you gain the chance to survive. How advantageous! With Chang Haokuan's superpowers, the likelihood of reaching the island alongside him is far greater than going solo. With 26,000 individuals vying for 1,000 islands, without joining a team, the share per individual would be less than 4. After much deliberation, the individual finally responded, Very well. It's just drinking water. After all, it's better than being swallowed by the sea in 5 days. Thus, this individual joined Chang Haokuan's team at the cost of daily resource submission. Gradually, more individuals began to join Chang Haokuan's ranks. At this moment, in the regional channel, one queried, Has anyone applied to join his team? I did, but I am reluctant to go. Why? He dares to demand daily resource submissions from his team members. I can barely support myself. Then what will you do in 5 days? I do not know. The resources he requests are sufficient for survival. He demands resources equivalent to 500 milliliters of drinking water daily. Joining his team spells death, just as much as not joining. In the regional channel, an individual already part of Chang Haokuan's team remarked that the captain's badge could teleport team members, along with their vessels, directly to his side. Such a feature implies that being part of a team is far better than struggling for survival alone. If they can truly stay together, the safety would be significantly enhanced. At the very least, one need no longer fear the sharks. I shall join as well. Perhaps the esteemed Chang Haokuan might show some leniency. At this moment, Yifeng was observing the regional channel. Indeed, among the survivors, there were already individuals with the powers of the devil fruit. Back in the novice village, Yifeng felt a twinge of nervousness upon first discovering the devil fruit. However, now he felt no such trepidation. This was likely due to his own growing strength. Yifeng shook his head, closed the regional channel, and returned to his task. He decided to prioritize preparing the planting box. Yifeng retrieved the basic wooden gardening box blueprint. Since acquiring this blueprint, he had scarcely studied it. Basic wooden gardening box blueprint. Crafting item star level, 1 star, can plant any crop and reduce the maturation time by 50. Required materials. Wood X60. Iron sheet X15. Upon viewing its panel, Yifeng realized he had initially underestimated it. He once thought it was merely a wooden box, but to his surprise, it possessed attributes. Reducing maturation time by 50 means that a crop typically requiring 3 months to mature would only take 1.5 months in this gardening box. Yifeng promptly learned the blueprint and gathered the necessary materials. Crafting. A plume of white smoke dispersed, revealing a large, low wooden box before Yifeng. The box was secured with iron hoops and occupied a considerable area. Measuring 3 meters in both length and width, one could liken it to a grand wooden flower pot. He then took out the planting soil, which also had a panel. Planting soil, when paired with the gardening box, it yields better results. This indeed needed to be paired with the gardening box. Yi Feng poured a bag of soil into the gardening box, but soon realized that one bag was insufficient. He continued to pour until he had added a total of 45 bags, finally filling the gardening box adequately. Excellent. At this juncture, Yi Feng checked the gardening box's panel again, and to his astonishment, it had changed. Basic wooden gardening box, with planting soil, can plant any crop and reduce maturation time by 60. With the addition of soil, the time reduction increased to 60, the faster, the better. Chapter 60. Planting saplings. Yi Feng then learned the basic compost bin blueprint. To craft this item, it required tar. Required materials: wood X20, hemp rope X5, iron sheet X5, tar X1. It seems that items necessitating waterproofing are invariably reliant on tar. Basic compost bin, star level, 1. Can transform useless items such as fish bones, rotten vegetable leaves, and manure into fertilizer, which significantly benefits the reduction of crop maturation time. Currently, Yi Feng had no fish bones or similar items. He would experiment once he acquired some. He placed the compost bin beside the gardening box. Now, it was time to plant something. Yi Feng retrieved all the saplings from his inventory. Fruit-bearing plants take longer to mature, so they should be planted first. 1 orange sapling, 2 apple saplings, and 1 pear sapling, a total of 4 trees. Each sapling stood tall, nearly reaching his height and already as thick as his wrist. Yi Feng was elated. Such thickness indicates that these saplings are several years old. They can hardly even be termed saplings anymore. Yi Feng called for Marian to craft 2 shovels for him. The two then began to allocate spaces for the trees within the gardening box. Once the spaces were arranged, Yi Feng planted all 4 saplings. With that, the trees occupied the majority of the area. He decided to plant some tomatoes and peas in the remaining space. He retrieved 25 pea seeds and 10 tomato seeds and planted them among the trees. Yi Feng then summoned Nami, asking her to water the saplings with the weather stick. Nami, upon seeing one of the orange saplings, joyfully hugged it and celebrated for a while. After watering, the task was accomplished. Now, it was left to the passage of time. Once he acquires fish bones, manure, and similar items, he can remember to use the compost bin. Applying fertilizer should also reduce maturation time. The next step is to craft some equipment. The blueprints he just obtained can be put to good use to enhance his capabilities. Yi Feng retrieved the basic crab shell chest armor blueprint. Prior to this, he had also studied the blueprints for the shark skin belt and basic crab shell bracers. During the voyage on the sea, there were no significant events to report. Finally, he found the time to forge some equipment to enhance the defensive capabilities of his team. He began by studying the chest armor blueprint, then examined the materials required for each item. Basic crab shell chest armor blueprint. Required materials: crab shell 3, hemp rope 2, basic shark skin belt blueprint. Required materials: shark skin 2, hemp rope 2, coarse fabric 2, basic crab shell bracer blueprint. Required materials: crab shell 2, hemp rope 2. When forging the chest armor, he still needed to select the size and gender specifications. However, having crafted similar items before, he could refer to the previous records, saving him the effort of memorization. He intended to create 5 pieces of each item, ensuring that he and his 4 followers each had one. Yi Feng placed all the materials on the workbench, while those that could not fit were set aside on the deck adjacent to the workstation. In total, he required crab shell 25, hemp rope 30, shark skin 10, and coarse fabric 10. Upon entering the second phase of survival, it was evident that the monsters had become more active and aggressive. Although the crabs on the novice island were only level 3, they tended to remain hidden within the woods. However, this maritime area posed potential dangers of various kinds. With the growing number of members in Yi Feng's team, equipping everyone with these items would significantly enhance their overall durability. Defensive capabilities essentially equate to a margin for error. Thus, during combat, Yi Feng would be able to command his team with greater composure. He instructed Robin to remain at the workbench using her fruit abilities, while he checked the regional channel for any pertinent information. Regional channel. At that moment, the channel was flooded with messages related to the team. Chang Haokuan. Team members, assume your positions. Maintain a safe distance between the rafts. It appeared that the team had grown considerably. Indeed, people have an innate tendency to band together for warmth. There were discussions regarding team functionalities. The leader's summoning ability. Wasn't that akin to a teleportation skill? If utilized properly, it could be immensely powerful. Hey, don't get your hopes up. Each person can only be summoned once. A second time is off the table. This skill is essentially for gathering purposes. Chang's chosen titles were quite amusing. Member, Supervisor, Director, Manager, Team Leader. Heh, I'm a supervisor, not the lowest rank. I've seen your team. It's quite the spectacle. How many people are there? Our team is a full 50 members. Chang has stated that no more will be recruited. I want to be joining. The fees are exorbitant. Who can afford that? Don't regret it later. If you encounter sharks at sea, don't come crying to us. Where's your group headed? Have you found an island? Not yet. We're reportedly sailing in one direction and are bound to encounter something eventually. According to the announcement, there are 1,000 islands scattered throughout this SE8, and no matter how vast the ocean, there should be islands in every direction. Continuing in one direction should yield results. Yi Feng gazed out at the sea. The surface was remarkably calm, indicating a significant decrease in sea conditions. Not a single ship was in sight, suggesting that the large fleet was quite distant. This group relied heavily on their leader's fruit abilities. However, should they encounter slightly stronger monsters, even having a fruit user may not guarantee their protection. Yi Feng had witnessed level 6 monsters before and wondered what other formidable creatures lurked in these waters. A large number of people does not necessarily equate to strength. Perhaps it merely increases the number of targets. Sharks again. Where? The leader is truly impressive. He managed to kill a level 2 shark. Is this the power of the devil fruit? It's utterly astonishing. That shark was obliterated by the leader. The leader had thrown 5 or 6 bombs, ultimately bringing the creature down. Yi Feng recalled a character from the manga, Mr. 5 from the Alabasta arc, affectionately dubbed the Nosebleed Man. The bomb fruit granted him the ability to create explosives all over his body, but for ranged attacks, he was limited to using unpleasant methods such as nasal mucus or saliva. It seemed that Chang Haokuin was employing a similar method to launch explosives using his fruit abilities. At that moment, Yi Feng heard Robin S. voiced, Yi Feng. The equipment has been completed. Yi Feng hurried into the deck cabin to take a look. His workbench was situated within the cabin. 5 shark skin belts, defense 8. 5 crab shell chest armors, defense 8. 5 crab shell bracers, defense 5. The shark skin belt resembled an ordinary black belt. Yi Feng focused on the belt, displaying its panel. Basic shark skin belt, star level, 1, defense 8, crafted item. Yi Feng called everyone over, distributing 1 piece to each. Next, he examined the basic crab shell bracer, star level, 1, defense 5, crafted item. This item was a golden hue, radiating a pearl-like luster. The bracer had a rigid armor style, resembling a wide bracelet when worn. Yi Feng removed his coarse fabric bracer and placed it back into his inventory, donning the crab shell bracer instead. It felt smooth against his skin, and surprisingly, it was lighter than he had anticipated. After all, it was not made of iron, so its lightness was to be expected. Its defensive power exceeded that of the coarse fabric bracer by 3 points, which was an improvement. Yi Feng distributed the remaining crab shell bracers among his companions. The last item was particularly intriguing. The men's version resembled a hard-shell vest, adorned with a similar pearlescent sheen. In contrast, the women's version appeared as a bikini-style piece, suggesting that it could be worn both underneath and as outerwear. Yi Feng picked up his piece and put it on. It was incredibly lightweight, even more so than an ordinary jacket, and did not appear bulky. With the rising temperatures, wearing heavy winter gear would be rather uncomfortable. It was indeed excellent. This chest armor could be worn at any time. Given the potential dangers of the sea, having equipment that could be worn readily was quite advantageous. The chest armor varied in size for each individual, and Yi Feng distributed them according to their dimensions, 1 for each person. Alright, now everyone's defense has been enhanced. Each of you has gained several points. Chapter 61. Flying Fish and Scarecrows. Name, Yi Feng. Level, 4, 30.82. Health, 31. Defense, 27. Crab Shell Chest Armor 8. Crab Shell Bracer 5. Shark Skin Belt 8. Attack, 20. Fine Iron Dagger 11. Range Attack, 24. Usopp's Short-Handled Slingshot 15. Speed, 16. Followers, 4. Hockey. Basic Observation Hockey, Intermediate Armament Hockey. Providing bonuses to basic attack and defense, temporarily increasing attack 30, defense 30 upon activation. 6 styles. Intermediate Sorrow. His defense had reached 27, rendering him nearly impervious to attacks from ordinary level 2 monsters. Presently, Yi Feng could engage low-level monsters without undue concern for his safety. Nami, Robin, and Chopper immediately donned their new gear, while only Marion took her clothing into the deck cabin to change. Yi Feng asked her to come out once she was dressed, as he wished to see everyone's status panels. After Marian emerged, everyone had suited up. Nami appeared the most delighted. Yi Feng, look, it still has that pearlescent sheen. Nami wore the bikini-style crab shell chest armor on the outside, twirling to showcase it to Yi Feng. It looks fantastic, she exclaimed. Admiring her reflection in the armor, Yi Feng turned his attention to Nami. Nami, Judicial Island, Star Level, 2 Level, 4, 30.82, Health, 36, Defense, 26. Crab Shell Chest Armor 8, Crab Shell Bracer 5, Shark Skin Belt 8, Attack, 26, Speed, 20, Skills, Navigation, Weather Forecasting, Climate Baton Manipulation, Hockey, Basic Observation Hockey, Equipment, Complete version of the Climate Baton, Complete version of the Climate Baton. Followers Unique Equipment, Unique, Star Level, 3, Attack Power 2, Defense 1. Possesses a special ability to manipulate localized weather, limited to Nami. Note: lightning can inflict random damage between 10 to 70 points per second. As a ranged damage dealer, Nami's defense had also reached 26, with the potential for damage up to 70 points. Even boss-level monsters would struggle to withstand her lightning strikes for several seconds at this stage. Therefore, she served as the core of the team's damage output. Enhanced defense was of significant importance to her and the entire team. Next, Yi Feng shifted his gaze to Marian. The girl seemed rather modest, having chosen to wear the crab shell chest armor beneath her short-sleeved t-shirt, rendering it entirely invisible from the outside. Yi Feng imagined how it would appear if Marian wore it like Nami. Shaking his head, he quickly dispelled that image. Perhaps it was best she wore it this way after all. Miss Golden Week, Star Rating, 1, Level, 4, 21.66, Health, 29, Defense, 25, Crab Shell Chestplate 8, Crab Shell Bracers 5, Shark Skin Belt 8, Attack, 4, Speed, 16, Skills, Painting, Color Suggestion, Devil Fruit, Pin Fruit. Marianne's defense has also reached 25, not much different from Nami. At this stage, she can be considered quite resilient. Up until now, Yi Feng has still preferred to use Marianne as the core for tactical arrangements. After all, her abilities are somewhat extraordinary. She still lacks any hockey. But once he finds the skill book for hockey, he will hasten to have her learn it as long as she can exert her influence on the battlefield. Yi Feng's team will be able to challenge more formidable monsters. Marianne, have you finished? I need to take the helm. Yi Feng smiled. This little girl is quite responsible for her duties. Having finished, go ahead, he replied. Marianne promptly returned to the wheelhouse. Next was Robin. This moment. Robin was not wearing her black leather short coat. She merely held it in her hand, perhaps intending for Yi Feng to see it first before donning it. She wore a constant smile. In this state, Robin appeared truly beautiful. Indeed, it looks splendid, Yi Feng remarked, feeling the need to express his opinion. These girls are quite particular about how their equipment looks. I knew your taste would align with mine. Robin said. Yi Feng frowned. This was a matter of occasional shared tastes, not a permanent alignment, mind you. After Yi Feng had taken a look, Robin finally donned her short coat. Nico Robin, Alabasta, Star Rating, 1, Level, 4, 29. 77, Health, 30, Defense, 55, Defense Cowboy Hat 30, Crab Shell Chestplate 8, Crab Shell Bracers 5, Shark Skin Belt 8, Attack, 25, Speed, 25, Hockey, Primary Observation Hockey, Skills, Reading Ancient Texts, Devil Fruit, Flower Fruit, Defense Cowboy Hat. Defense 20. Yi Feng was taken aback when he glanced at her panel. Her defense astonishingly reached 55 points. This was without the enhancement from the Flower Fruit. In combat, her defense would soar to 75 points. At this stage, ordinary monsters could hardly breach her defenses. Even if a boss could, the damage inflicted would be minimal. Yi Feng even contemplated using Robin as a meat shield. Such high defense would make it exceedingly difficult to interrupt her during hard control. The overall safety of the team would be further enhanced. Yi Feng then turned his gaze to Chopper, who was persistently tapping the crab shell chest plate with his hoofed hands. It seemed a bit mismatched on Chopper. Yi Feng inquired, Chopper, how do you feel? Chopper appeared quite pleased, exclaiming, it's so light. I didn't expect it to be this light. I should be much safer now, right? Yi Feng nodded. Tony Chopper Alabasta, Level, 3, 71. 5, Health, 25, Defense, 41, Crab Shell Chest Plate 8, Crab Shell Bracers 5, Shark Skin Belt 8, Attack 15, Speed 15, Hockey, Primary Armament Hockey, Skills, Master Level Medical Skills, 7 Transformations, Equipment, Medical Backpack, Devil Fruit, Human Fruit. Chopper is the lowest leveled among them. He arrived the latest and missed the early monster farming. Despite being the lowest level, he naturally possesses a higher defense. His defensive growth is also quite significant. Currently, his defense has reached 41 points. With the enhancement from his fur, he should be able to withstand bosses fairly well, and of course, Yifeng relies on Marianne's Red Bull to withstand bosses for the time being. Yifeng adheres to the principle of minimizing personnel injuries. However, having Chopper around certainly provides more peace of mind. Observing their status, Yifeng felt exceedingly satisfied. The team has indeed become significantly stronger. Now, the tasks at hand have finally been completed. Yifeng glanced at the sky and then at the time in the system. It was 4:30 in the afternoon. This day was drawing to a close. Nami, how's the wind strength? Yifeng inquired. 3-4 level. Nami felt the wind and replied, "At this speed. When can we reach the island?" Yifeng pointed at the permanent pointer on Nami's wrist. Nami looked at the permanent pointer and said, "Probably in about 2.5 days, it's not that precise." Nami gauges the distance to the target island by evaluating the tension and relaxation of the permanent pointer. It indeed won't be so accurate. The survival world has granted the survivors 5 days. Today is only the first day. There is still plenty of time to level up. This survival world seems intent on ensuring that people can survive, devising various dangers to threaten their lives. Etc. Beyond increasing the sea condition level, there are also various sea beasts. Sea beasts equate to experience. Sea beasts equate to system currency. There will be maids. And there will be level 2 systems. Regional channel. Have you seen the flying fish? I have. The schools of flying fish are like flocks of birds, right next to me. Those fish are quite large. It seems there is more than one school of flying fish. I can see several around here. Don't touch them yet. What if they are formidable? Formidable. This school of flying fish is very close to me. I can see their panels clearly. They have no levels. They are not monsters at all. Hurry and catch them. These fish are so large. They must be meaty. At this moment, many survivors have encountered large schools of flying fish in their vicinity. This should be a benefit provided by the survival world to prevent us from starving. The school of flying fish has flown right beside me. This fish is estimated to be about a meter long. Wait, my sail. Hey upstairs, what happened to your sail? I intended to catch a flying fish, but unexpectedly, its wings were so hard that it cut my hand, and it also damaged the sail on my raft. How can I sail without a sail? Damn. My sail has also been torn by these creatures. My mast has been broken as well. This creature's wings are razor sharp. Everyone be cautious. Do not get cut by the wings of these fish. People initially thought these flying fish were delivering food to them, but unexpectedly, they ended up with damaged sails and masts instead. This survival world seems intent on making things difficult for me. I do not wish to expend resources repairing the sails anymore. I caught one. Ah, my sail. Hey upstairs, you aren't at a loss. One sail in exchange for one fish. At this moment, a similar school of flying fish has also appeared near Yifeng's vessel. Yifeng, look, Nami excitedly pointed into the distance. A school of flying fish. Yifeng, Nami, and Robin, all possessing observation hockey, could sense that these flying fish were not monsters, merely fish. So many fish represent experience, and they must not be allowed to escape. Currently, these flying fish are still quite distant from Yifeng. Moreover, they are flying towards other directions, avoiding Yifeng's vicinity. If they do not wish to miss them, they must be lured over. Marianne, think of a way to bring that school of flying fish over here. Upon hearing Yifeng call her, Marianne hurriedly ran out from the wheelhouse. Upon spotting the school of flying fish, she exclaimed, "I have eaten flying fish before. They taste delightful." Although Marianne is young, her experiences are quite extensive. She was a high-ranking agent of the former Baroque works. After pondering for a moment, she crouched down and began to draw. Soon, a massive eagle appeared on the deck. The eagle's drawing separated from the deck, materializing into a real eagle. This eagle resembles an eagle on Earth, but is considerably larger. It spread its wings, flapping them a couple of times, and soared to the roof of the wooden cabin on the deck. With wings spanning 3 to 4 meters, using an eagle to drive away the flying fish is a clever strategy. Presumably, Marianne thought the size of those flying fish was too large, necessitating the depiction of a larger eagle to effectively drive them away. Yifeng felt a hint of skepticism and turned to glance at the two crabs on the deck, Qian Qian and Hui Hui. The two crabs were basking in the sun. Didn't Marianne mention that such combat-capable creatures could only summon two? Isn't this the third one that has been summoned as well? It seems Marianne was aware of Yifeng's doubts and directly clarified. This large bird is merely for show. It lacks any combat capabilities. Yifeng was left speechless. Isn't this akin to a scarecrow? Marianne nodded. While Yifeng and Marianne were conversing, the large bird had already flown towards the school of flying fish. Soon, it reached the vicinity of the flying fish. Yifeng, Nami, and Marianne watched from afar. Robin and Chopper also joined in. Upon seeing the enormous eagle, the flying fish panicked. The eagle changed direction, attempting to herd them towards Yifeng, much like a shepherd dog rounding up sheep. Chapter 62. Once aboard a pirate ship, do not expect to leave. A smile crept across Yifeng's lips. Experience is on its way. The school of flying fish is drawing ever closer, at this moment. Yifeng realized that their numbers were quite staggering. He opened the regional channel. The discussion regarding the flying fish was still ongoing. Yifeng perused the messages, discovering that the flying fish seemed to be a menace. Their wings sharp enough to damage vessels. Many survivors have lost their sails and masts. The comments were filled with grievances. The capture of flying fish is a rarity, and those who succeed often bear the marks of their struggle, having been injured to varying degrees by these creatures. Though these fish are not monstrous in nature, they can certainly be deemed a calamity, akin to the locust plagues that ravage the earth. Who would fear a solitary locust? Yet, when they swarm, the landscape changes dramatically, leaving no blade of grass untouched. Similarly, while flying fish do not gnaw at vessels, their passage through the air leaves ships marred and cut. Some survivors have found their rafts coverings shredded to pieces. Yifeng understood the immense benefits of observing the regional channel. While flying fish may not be monsters, they are still animals, and utilizing the color of bullfighting red should prove effective. If only they could be concentrated, manipulating them would not be a daunting task. Marianne, paint a trap of bullfighting red on our sail. Marianne comprehended immediately and deftly began to depict the bullfighting red. The crimson pigment swiftly adorned the triangular sail, forming a striking pattern. It would be prudent to replace the sail afterward, lest some unforeseen monster be summoned. Flying fish are, after all, fish, with such a significant number. Nets are essential for their capture. While ordinary fish are caught beneath the waves, flying fish are ensnared in the air, reminiscent of childhood days spent erecting nets in wheat fields to trap sparrows. This net need not be submerged. Marianne could create one to perfection. Marianne, draw a large net, preferably made of wire. Yifeng was concerned that the wings of these fish were excessively sharp, and he had no desire to end up like other survivors whose sails had been severed. Marianne hastily knelt to sketch. Her hands moved with remarkable speed, as she was accustomed to drawing before the commencement of battle, and there was still time. However, this occasion bore a difference. The speed of the flying fish was astonishing. They were swiftly approaching Yifeng, and should they catch sight of the bullfighting red, they would charge forward and tear through the sail, ultimately escaping in that fleeting moment when the flying fish spotted the design on the sail. The great net was completed and materialized into existence. Robin promptly activated her fruit ability, suspending the net between the sail and the flying fish. In less than a second, a flying fish collided with the net. What followed was a breathtaking spectacle, as countless flying fish hurled themselves against the net, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks as they struck. Despite their sharp wings, they made impact with their heads. Oblivious to the net before them, their focus solely on the bullfighting red pattern beyond. They were intent on battling the design to the bitter end. Upon colliding with the net, they lost their balance and plummeted onto the deck. In an instant, a swarm of flying fish obscured the sky above Yifeng, casting a shadow that darkened the surroundings. One by one, the fish descended from the air, their substantial size producing deep thuds as they struck the deck. The resonating sounds melded into a continuous rhythm. Even with their high defensive capabilities, Yifeng and his companions were reluctant to be struck by these hefty fish, and they scrambled to evade the falling bodies. After a tense interval of several seconds, the chaos subsided, and no further fish plummeted. Some flying fish that had struck the net did not lose their balance and continued their relentless charge toward the bullfighting red. Separated by the net, they persisted in their flight, pressing against it. Yi Feng looked up to see numerous fish still pushing against the net. The fish that had landed on the deck struggled. Yearning to take flight once more, Yi Feng could not allow that. Once aboard his pirate ship, there was no escape. "Everyone, catch the fish," he bellowed. He retrieved Usopp's short slingshot from his inventory with one hand, while the other grasped a small stone from the ammunition pouch. The slingshot was aimed at the flying fish. Yi Feng's ranged attack power stood at 24, insufficient to instantly vanquish moderately powerful foes. However, these flying fish clearly did not possess formidable vitality. Upon being struck by a stone, a fish writhed twice before becoming still. Thanks to the slingshot's assisted targeting, Yi Feng was virtually infallible, dispatching each fish with precision. Nami seized the weather stick and invoked her technique, Thundercloud Lightning Gun. Initially, Yi Feng had hesitated to let Nami engage, fearing her might would pierce the ship's hull. Yet, witnessing her method at that moment alleviated his concerns. The Thundercloud Lightning Gun did not summon clouds to unleash a bolt of lightning. Instead, it shot a direct lightning strike from the weather stick, which struck the flying fish. It resembled Nami wielding a firearm to shoot down the fish. Nami's repertoire of abilities was truly impressive. Chopper activated his antler enhancement, using his large horns to impale the flying fish. A successful strike meant instant death for the fish. Marianne did not participate in the battle. She assessed the scene and retreated to the helm, feeling her lack of offensive prowess rendered her unhelpful. Meanwhile, two giant crabs reveled in the chaos, pinching and hammering away with glee. Robin was the most ruthless of all. Her fruit's ability allowed her arms to bloom across the deck. Upon seizing a flying fish, several arms restrained its body and wings, while two others gripped its head and tail, twisting forcefully until, with a resounding crack, the fish's spine was snapped. Yi Feng gasped at the brutality of her attack. Before long, the deck was strewn with the remains of the flying fish, all dispatched by Yi Feng and his companions. What remained were the unyielding fish caught in the net, refusing to concede defeat. Yi Feng and Nami took turns, one firing stones from the slingshot, the other unleashing lightning, gradually bringing down the remaining fish. Subsequently, Yi Feng received notifications of experience gained. Caught a flying fish, 5 experience points. Caught a flying fish, 5 experience points. As flying fish continued to fall, the deck gradually fell into a serene quietude. "How is everyone? Is anyone injured?" Yi Feng inquired. The fins of the flying fish were exceedingly sharp. Despite the overwhelming success of the capture, carelessness could still result in injury. Upon hearing that everyone was unharmed, Yi Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. His followers could not afford to sustain injuries. They could not lose combat strength over a mere fishing expedition. The immediate concern for injuries touched Nami, Robin, and Chopper. "Does anyone require medical attention?" Chopper asked. During the process of dispatching the flying fish, several treasure chests had emerged, including a few iron chests. Just then, Yi Feng received a notification regarding his system currency. Ding, system currency 2,105. Quite a substantial amount. With this, it was likely that he had caught around 421 flying fish, resulting in considerable gains. As Yi Feng prepared to clear the battlefield and collect the chests, he was suddenly overshadowed by another dark mass above. Glancing up, he spotted yet another wave of flying fish descending. The large eagle perched atop the mast seemed to revel in its triumph, proudly showcasing its accomplishment. Indeed, flying fish were plentiful during this period, and not just witnessed by a few survivors. Well, no matter. Another wave is welcome. Yi Feng hurriedly began to gather the fallen fish into his inventory to avoid clutter on the deck. Just as he was about to finish, another wave of flying fish descended. Once more, Yi Feng secured 1945 experience points and system currency, estimating that this batch comprised approximately 389 flying fish. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. Yi Feng surveyed the remaining fish corpses and the wooden and iron treasure chests yet to be collected, feeling elated. Each day was marked by acquisition, whether in the form of spoils or the promise of future gains. The system currency had now reached 9275, a few more hundred, and he would ascend to a level 2 system, enabling the summoning of 2-star pirate characters. Yi Feng eagerly anticipated who the new 2-star characters would be. Following the capture of the flying fish, Chopper had directly leveled up to 4. Now, Yi Feng's entire crew had reached level 4. "Chopper, you've leveled up, haven't you?" Yi Feng remarked. Chopper beamed with delight. His mouth stretched into a broad grin. he was quite concerned about being the lowest level among them. Tony Chopper, Alabasta, level 4, 38. 66, health, 30, defense, 46, crab shell chest 8, crab shell bracers 5, shark skin belt 8, attack, 20, speed, 20, hockey, basic armament, skills, master level medicine, 7 transformations, equipment, medical backpack, devil fruit, human fruit. Chopper was growing stronger. Notably, his defense had reached 4-6. Yi Feng gazed out, searching for any remaining schools of flying fish. The experience gained was exhilarating. How wonderful it would be to have a few more waves at that moment. The deck was still littered with many fish corpses awaiting collection. Yi Feng meticulously gathered these remains. Upon touching a fish corpse, he received the notification. Congratulations, you have obtained Adult Flying Fish 1. In total, he had acquired 810 flying fish. Observing the size of a single fish, approximately 40 pounds, he noted that its elongated form did not heavily weigh down the total. Nevertheless, at 40 pounds, one fish would suffice for several meals for Yi Feng's entire crew. Due to the size of the fish, they would need to be cut into smaller portions for sale at the trading hall. This capture of flying fish had also yielded 6 wooden chests and 2 iron chests. Yi Feng produced the luck dice from the Tontata tribe to open the chests. Ultimately, 6 wooden treasure chests yielded the following: 2 large loaves of black bread, 2 ripe apples, 2 adult mackerels, 6 iron blocks, 4 coarse ropes, 1 crude iron short sword, and 1 beginner freshwater machine blueprint. This time, aside from food and materials, there was nothing that Yi Feng particularly desired. The crude iron short sword, being a low-end item, had lost its appeal to him. His dagger possessed far superior offensive capabilities. The beginner freshwater machine blueprint was of little use to Yi Feng, as he already held a medium seawater desalination device blueprint, which he regarded as more valuable. After all, with Nami's weather rod, he could create water effortlessly. The bread and apples, however, were his favorites. Yi Feng stored these items away and proceeded to open 2 iron treasure chests. Rolling the dice twice resulted in both times showing a 2. The contents revealed were 2 packets of instant noodles, 2 thick, coarse fabrics, 1 blueprint for upgrading to intermediate island defense system, and 1 fine iron dagger. Initially, he held little hope, yet unexpectedly, he had uncovered something worthwhile. Yi Feng recalled that he possessed a beginner island defense system blueprint, which perfectly matched the upgrade blueprint. Upgrade to intermediate island defense system blueprint. Crafting item star level 1. Can construct physical defenses around the island. It includes higher and sturdier stone walls surrounding the island, iron spikes atop the walls, and a wooden early warning tower at the island center. Required materials: 40,000 wood, 12 quality wood, 40,000 stones, 300 iron sheets, 30 tar. This item would indeed be a significant consumer of resources. However, fortunately, the consumed materials were primarily low-level resources. Tar, for instance, now had a more stable source. There was little point in pondering these matters now. They would be addressed upon reaching the island. Yi Feng carefully stored the blueprint and took out the fine iron dagger. This dagger was identical to the one he currently wore at his waist. Yi Feng intended to give this to Marian, who presently lacked any means of self-defense. Previously encountered creatures had all been various animals, such as crabs and sharks. These creatures, lacking intelligence, could not discern Marian's significance. However, this round would inevitably escalate into conflict among humans vying for the island. Against human adversaries, the current tactical advantages would diminish greatly. They would soon realize Marian's importance, potentially making her a primary target for attack. With a close combat weapon, she would have a chance to maintain an advantage in such circumstances. Yi Feng made his way to the helm. At this moment, Marian was gripping the ship's wheel, intently observing the periscope. "Marian, here is a weapon for you," Yi Feng said as he handed the fine iron dagger to her. Marian turned her head. "For me?" Her expression remained utterly impassive. Yi Feng nodded affirmatively. Marian accepted the dagger, scrutinizing it for a considerable time before meticulously attaching it to her waist. At that moment, her attack power reached 11 points. This level of attack would likely not be sufficient to eliminate an enemy in most scenarios. Yet having it was certainly better than having none. It endowed her with the capability for close-quarters combat. Yi Feng prepared for any eventuality. Once she had donned the dagger, Marian smiled and said, "Thank you." This girl, clearly capable of smiling, should do so more often. Yi Feng left her with a parting remark and exited the helm. At this juncture, the sun had descended in the west, casting a warm orange hue across the sky, which reflected beautifully upon the sea. It was breathtaking. In this harsh world of survival, such stunning scenery still existed. One could only wonder how many people were in the mood to appreciate this twilight glow. While catching flying fish earlier, a few planks on the deck had been charred by Nami's lightning, prompting Yi Feng to conduct repairs on the ship, utilizing merely 6 pieces of wood. Such minor repairs only enveloped the damaged areas in white smoke, while the rest remained unaffected. To his surprise, even the triangular sail exhibited white smoke. When the smoke dissipated, the color traps on the triangular sail astonishingly vanished. Yi Feng had previously contemplated finding a piece of cloth to craft a new sail. Replacing the crimson one. It turned out that ship repairs possessed this functionality as well. After a long day of labor, Yi Feng felt somewhat fatigued. On the Novice Island, Marian had drawn a lounge chair for Robin, which Yi Feng had stored in his inventory. He retrieved the chair and placed it on the deck to bask in the setting sun while checking the regional channel. Is anyone interested in joining the Wild Wolf fleet? If so, please message me privately. The captain possesses the powers of a devil fruit, allowing him to transform into a formidable giant wolf. As soon as he opened the regional channel, he noticed the fleet was recruiting. Yi Feng realized he had never seen anyone in the channel claim to have acquired a devil fruit before. With the formation of groups, these fruit users had suddenly emerged. At times, one must conceal their strength. At others, one must showcase their prowess. People seemed quite adept at assessing situations. In the regional channel, aside from the Wild Wolf fleet, there were numerous other fleets, each led by captains who were either devil fruit users, possessed a unique haki, or practiced one of the 6 marine techniques. Not a single captain was ordinary. Yi Feng opened his panel, and under the fleet section, he discovered an extensive list of fleets, at least 2 pages worth. He was astonished by how many fleets had been formed in such a short time. It seemed imminent that a battle for the island among survivors would soon erupt. Yi Feng glanced up at his crew, each of whom was capable of taking on 100 foes alone. Chapter 64. The first night at sea. As night approached, Yi Feng took out a small piece of shark meat, a small piece of flying fish meat, some meat buns, and pickles, handing them to Robin to prepare dinner. With a greater variety of ingredients, the recipes for Yi Feng and his companions gradually expanded. The shark meat, cooked by Nami's lightning, merely required a bit of warming and seasoning with salt to be edible. The flying fish, however, posed a challenge due to its exceptionally tough fins. To deal with the fins, Robin borrowed a dagger from Marian. Yi Feng discarded the scales, entrails, and hard bones of the flying fish into the compost bin. According to Marian, flying fish tastes best when steamed, which ultimately requires a sauce. Yi Feng discovered that aside from salt and sugar, he had no other seasonings. He wondered about the variety of seasonings available in the survival world. Opening the trading hall, he began to browse, hoping to find some seasonings. Upon entering the trading hall, a dialogue box popped up, notifying him that the items he had sold previously were ready for collection. Yi Feng slapped his forehead, recalling that he had sold a batch of wood before leaving the island. At that time, the price of wood had been inflated by a group of unscrupulous merchants. Yi Feng had intended to profit from the situation, but because the price was relatively reasonable, the survivors viewed him as their savior. This act would be remembered by others, yet he had completely forgotten about it. Previously, Yi Feng had sold a total of 3,000 pieces of wood. When piled together, it could form 2 large mountains. The returned goods amounted to a substantial collection of items. Fortunately, the inventory space was unlimited. Otherwise, Yi Feng would have struggled to find a place for all these materials. In total, he received 921 iron sheets, 945 ropes, 237 loaves of black bread, 135 pears, 207 unripe apples, 117 oranges, 282 fine salt, 45 bottles of rum, 2 packs of cigarettes, and 175 berries. This time, Yi Feng had truly witnessed a bounty of resources. In the future, they would never lack for fruits. Moreover, this time, he also acquired 175 berries, allowing him to open several iron treasure chests and beyond. As for the rum, Yi Feng directly handed a bottle to Nami. Knowing that pirates adored their alcohol, Nami cheered joyfully, while Robin smiled at her. Marian frowned slightly. Her tolerance for alcohol was limited, yet Nami persistently urged her to drink. Chopper declared that alcohol was harmful to one's health and resolutely abstained. Yifeng observed their playful banter with a smile, feeling content. Continuing his work, he sought out seasonings. After flipping through several pages, one item caught his eye. Meat seasoning pack, seeking to exchange for 20 pieces of wood. There were several others listed by the same individual, likely believing that splitting them up would make them easier to sell. One seasoning pack in exchange for 20 pieces of wood was indeed rather steep. Wood is the most fundamental material in the survival world, indispensable for crafting many initial items. 20 pieces of wood could already be used to create small items. After entering the survival world, most people were simply grateful to have something to eat, let alone pursue flavor, especially at the cost of 20 pieces of wood. However, Yifeng was the least concerned about wood, possessing over 200,000 pieces, far more than he could ever use. If the other party sought wood, it mattered not whether it was 20 or 30 pieces. He would simply purchase it. Yifeng directly spent 80 pieces of wood to acquire 4 meat seasoning packs. Upon opening a seasoning pack, it appeared to be a sauce package sealed with oiled paper. Curiously, he opened it to find a rich, reddish-brown sauce that smelled incredibly aromatic, albeit with a hint of spice. It seemed promising. Yifeng handed the seasoning pack to Robin, instructing her to use it for the steamed flying fish. This dinner was exceptionally sumptuous, and everyone was in high spirits. The 3 girls all became quite tipsy, with Nami and Marian engaged in a debate over something. Yifeng listened in and discerned that it revolved around the color of nail polish. He found himself puzzled. Did they have nail polish? Where did it come from? Robin, blushing, observed their quarrel with a smile, choosing not to interject. Chopper, meanwhile, was still gnawing on a piece of shark meat. In comparison, the flying fish meat was indeed more delectable, enhanced by the steaming method and the newly acquired seasonings. The flavors are exquisite, devoid of any fishy scent. The shark meat here surpasses that found on Earth by a considerable margin, albeit it is slightly inferior to flying fish. Yifeng made the decision to retain all the flying fish. The shark meat could be sold off. He retrieved 5 well-cooked pieces of shark meat, totaling 100 pounds. This time, he intended to exchange them for something a bit rarer. Many survivors have begun to develop, and they might occasionally come across slightly uncommon items. He instructed Robin to cut the meat into 5-pound portions. In total, she sliced it into 20 pieces, which he then hung in the trading hall. Although Robin's face flushed from drinking, her hands remained remarkably steady as she used the power of the flower fruit to slice the meat. Yifeng set up 20 portions of shark meat, awaiting bids, anticipating the harvest of the following day. After everyone finished their meal, Yifeng disposed of the leftover scraps into the compost bin. It was uncertain when the compost bin would finish producing fertilizer. As Yifeng focused his gaze on the compost bin, a panel popped up. 5 hours remaining. How swiftly time passes. The items crafted in this survival world differ significantly from those in reality. This marked Yifeng's first night at sea. Back on Earth, he had sailed on boats, yet he had never spent a night adrift in the ocean. Meanwhile, the 3 young women returned to the wooden cabin on the deck to rest. Chopper expressed a desire to stand watch at the helm. Yifeng consented. This little fellow had always shown interest in the circular helm. That moment, a permanent pointer, gifted by Nami, adorned his wrist. Yifeng advised him that should any issues arise, he should seek out Nami in the cabin and rouse her. Chopper nodded in agreement. Yifeng climbed onto a small platform atop the wooden cabin. Gazing out at the sea, the night had fully enveloped the sky, with stars twinkling abundantly, appearing denser than those visible on Earth. Whether this realm existed within the same universe as Earth remained a mystery. Simultaneously, in the waters inhabited by a large fleet, dozens of rafts were interconnected, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Upon 2 adjacent rafts with canopies, a young man wearing glasses remarked, "Our leader must have learned from Chang Haokuan, collecting our supplies daily. Who could blame him for being skilled with a spear? Did you notice? His fingers can pierce through skin effortlessly. I have no regard for such trivial abilities. My concern lies in the absence of islands to land upon. I wonder if our leader can defeat that level 2 shark. If he cannot, our future alongside him appears bleak. 2 Massive, slimy tentacles stealthily crept up their raft. Oblivious to the impending danger, the 2 continued their idle chatter. As the tentacles approached them, they suddenly surged upward, swiftly ensnaring the duo. What is this? Let go of me. In an instant, With two resounding splashes, the enormous tentacles dragged them beneath the waves, their cries drowned by the sound of the surf. The next day, sunlight bathed Yifeng's ship's deck, while the sea breeze propelled the vessel smoothly across the water. Nami carried the sleeping chopper, who had dozed off beside the helm, into the cabin, gently removing the permanent pointer from his wrist. Thankfully, they had not deviated from their course. Nami muttered to herself, while Yifeng stretched lazily as he emerged from the cabin, noticing Marianne leading Robin in morning exercises. The two formed a striking contrast, one tall and the other petite. A customary morning routine involved reviewing the previous day's regional announcements. Yifeng opened the regional channel. The pinned announcement read, "Regional notice. As of now, approximately 86,000 individuals have perished in this area, with the original population being 100,000. Over the course of the previous day, over 10,000 had lost their lives, likely linked to the shark attacks. Subsequently, they had formed a large fleet, which would presumably reduce the death toll. Currently, only 14,000 remained in the entire region. Following this, the number of fatalities should decrease. Those who survive do so for a reason. Survival itself is a testament to strength." Yifeng pondered that had he been unable to summon Nami and Marianne, he might have found himself among that grim statistic. By the way, have you heard of the Han Yongping fleet? One survivor inquired. Yes, I saw them recruiting yesterday. Initially, there were at least 40 members. It is said they charge a lower fee for joining, which is why they have so many people. What is happening? Check the fleet panel and see how many are left. How is it only down to 9 members? Did they leave the fleet? Just last night, there were still over 40. Rumor has it they perished. What? Did they encounter a school of sharks? They didn't face a shark school. We only discovered the decrease in numbers this morning. Yifeng clicked on the name of the individual who had just spoken. The name was followed by the title of their fleet, Han Yongping Fleet. Indeed, they were involved in the incident. Such a significant loss in a single night, seemingly unnoticed. It couldn't have been sharks. The commotion from a shark attack would be too loud to go unheard, even in sleep. There must be another explanation. Chapter 65. The intrusion of experience. Yifeng found it hard to believe that the survival world would indiscriminately erase individuals without reason. It must be the work of some ambush-prone monster. Yifeng felt as though experience was beckoning him. Just then, he sensed the presence of people using his observation hockey. They were likely quite distant, so he couldn't be certain. Peering into the distance, he noticed a small boat accompanied by several rafts, all navigating toward him with the wind. We are encountering other survivors, Yifeng noted. There are 9 boats. Marianne remarked beside him. Yifeng turned to Marianne and noticed she was holding a monocular. He smacked his forehead, realizing that after a day at sea, he had forgotten to ask her to draw him a telescope. Marianne handed the telescope to Yifeng. Look. This telescope was the classic single-lens type frequently used by pirates. Marianne had drawn everything from her imagination. Through the telescope, he could clearly see a total of 9 vessels, 1 small boat and 8 rafts with canopies. The small boat was even smaller than the first one Yifeng had crafted on the novice island, lacking a deck and featuring only a fabric canopy and a small mast. With 2 oars on either side, it was a modest double-oared sailboat, perhaps a level higher than the rafts. As time passed, Yifeng and the opposing fleet drew ever closer, allowing him to discern the details of the other ships. Captain, look at that substantial vessel. They must be formidable, a young man wearing glasses on one of the rafts remarked, addressing those aboard the double-oared sailboat. The individual aboard the double-oared sailboat was none other than Han Yongping. He gazed at the large ship, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Surely, its owner must be powerful. How else would they acquire such a fine vessel? Scanning the vicinity, he noted the absence of other ships or rafts nearby. Shouldn't the powerful be forming large fleets? Why were there no companions around this ship? The young man with glasses leaned closer and said, Captain, there are no other ships around. This big shot is all alone. He cast a glance upward at the ship's railing, spotting a girl with orange hair standing there, a female. He had never heard of any female big shots. She must just be lucky. Han Yongping approached the ship's edge and playfully slapped the back of the glasses wearer's head. Stay away from me. I fear you'll lead me astray with your foolishness. Do you think this ship was obtained through mere luck? Han Yongping had expended considerable effort crafting this double-oared boat. Just acquiring the blueprints had consumed most of his resources. With the blueprint in hand, he still needed materials. The requirements for this small vessel far exceeded those for the rafts. Each component necessitated strength to procure. He had managed to gather enough resources only by fortuitously slaying a few level 2 sharks with his spear techniques, one of the 6 Navy styles. Moreover, the vessel's quality was evidently superior. From his experience, it was at least 2 levels higher than his own. If low-tier shipbuilding blueprints could be obtained through luck, how could one acquire blueprints for higher-tier vessels? Moreover, the materials required for this ship would be astronomical for him. The more he contemplated, the more he deemed the glasses wearer foolish. Had he heeded that advice, he would surely have perished by now. With that thought, he playfully slapped the glasses wearer again. You fool, don't lead me into a pitfall. At that moment, their fleet approached the larger ship. Just then, a head appeared over the railing of the grand vessel. It was Yifeng. Han Yongpeng squinted, recognizing the familiar face but unable to place it. Had he seen this person on Blue Star before? My friend, we are from the Han Yongpeng fleet. I am the captain. Han Yongpeng. You seem familiar. Have we met on Blue Star? Even if they had not met, it was vital to establish a connection with such a formidable figure. Yifeng directed his gaze toward Han Yongpeng, and a panel popped up. Ordinary survivor. This was not Yifeng's first encounter with other survivors. Shortly after embarking on the sea, he had met a survivor who had saluted him. At that time, Yifeng had not paid much attention, but he had been moved by the gesture. He had not thought to check the other person's panel then. This marked his second encounter with a survivor, and he was surprised to see the survivor's panel was so uninformative. Monsters, at the very least, had names and levels, yet survivors provided no information whatsoever. Yifeng harbored suspicions that this was a deliberate act orchestrated by the survival world. In the absence of transparent information, both parties were compelled to take action to ascertain each other's strengths and weaknesses. At this juncture, discovering that the opponent was superior would be too late. This was presumably a setup by the survival world to incite mutual slaughter among the survivors. This fellow, while seemingly courteous, was merely attempting to associate himself with Yifeng, a mere earthling who could not possibly know a denizen of the Blue Star. Yifeng mused, if my vessel obstructs your path, you may pause briefly. My ship is swift. Before the other party could respond, Yifeng noticed a tentacle-like appendage emerging from beneath the water, extending toward the leg of his glasses. Watch your step, Yifeng shouted. At that moment, the tentacle had already ensnared the glasses. Yifeng was not the type to meddle unnecessarily. Rather, he was simply curious about the nature of this mysterious appendage. With the two ships so closely positioned, any incidents aboard the opposing vessel could not help but affect him. Yifeng retrieved Usopp's slingshot and procured a pebble from his ammunition pouch. He drew the slingshot back and fired the stone. Utilizing the assisted aiming feature, the pebble struck the tentacle squarely. Though it was merely a stone, it possessed an attack power of 2 forward in that brief moment of impact. The adversary recoiled in pain, releasing the glasses. Just then, another tentacle emerged from the depths, swiftly seizing the glasses and dragging them beneath the waves. Yifeng was unable to retaliate in time. After all, a slingshot was not a rapid-fire weapon. Nevertheless, this attack had already revealed the opponent's health bar. A single shot from the slingshot, delivering 24 points of damage, had inflicted approximately a quarter of its health. This creature was likely of a considerable level. At that moment, Yifeng's observation haki subtly sensed its strength. It was certainly not as formidable as the shark boss, suggesting it was not a boss-level monster. Gaining confidence from this realization, Yifeng recognized this as an opportunity for invaluable experience in the depths of the sea. Nearby, Han Yongpeng, who was closely positioned to the glasses raft, witnessed the unfolding events. Their followers were left dumbstruck, astonished by the sheer size of the tentacle. "What is that thing?" he exclaimed, his gaze fixed anxiously upon the water. His right index finger tensed, ready to unleash a finger gun. However, the tentacle did not resurface. The other 7 members of his team were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. They delegated the task of vigilance to their followers, retreating into the shelter of the raft. "Captain, we lost so many people overnight because of that thing, right? It won't follow us indefinitely, will it?" Han Yongpeng waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to cease his frantic exclamations. Misunderstanding Han Yongxin's intent, the man shouted, "What? Captain, what did you say?" At that moment, a tentacle surged from beneath the surface, lunging toward him. Yifeng seized the opportunity and fired another shot from his slingshot. The projectile found its mark once more. And this time, due to the favorable point of impact, the tentacle severed cleanly. The underwater creature writhed in pain before submerging again. As it flipped, Yifeng caught a glimpse of its massive form, a multi-tentacled creature. He surmised it must be some colossal octopus. At that moment, Yifeng began to contemplate a breakfast of grilled octopus. Suddenly, the waters beneath their 9 vessels began to roil ominously. It seemed there were numerous entities swimming below, and their numbers were considerable. The surging current rushed toward Yifeng's ship with alarming speed. Observing this scene, Yifeng understood that experience was drawing near. With 24 points of attack power capable of inflicting a quarter of health, he realized this would be a straightforward foe to dispatch, yielding substantial experience as well. Marion, prepare your bullfighter red. Await my command, he instructed. Chapter 66. The deck is the right battlefield at this moment. The occupants of the 8 rafts and 1 small boat were in disarray, caught off guard and bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Han Yongpeng, as the captain, was equally flustered. The rapidity of what had transpired was overwhelming. He had merely witnessed the glasses being dragged into the sea by the creature's tentacle, followed by the sudden appearance of more tentacles from the depths. The speed of their underwater assault left no opportunity for counterattack, and he remained ignorant of the creature's level and number. Everything was beyond his control. In such a precarious situation, his only thought was to flee. Yet, with the meager speed of his small vessel, escape seemed futile. Amidst the panic, Han Yongpeng also noticed the underwater creatures surging away from his ship toward the larger vessel. He glanced up at the young man by the railing on the larger ship, who appeared to wield a slingshot. Could this formidable individual be coming to his rescue? Han Yongpeng pondered. Thank goodness he intervened. Otherwise, I might not make it out of here today. He surveyed the surging creatures below. Uncertain of their numbers, the powerful figure aboard the larger ship seemed to be taking a considerable risk. Even if the individual on board was exceptionally skilled, facing such a multitude of terrifying creatures would be daunting. The level 2 great white shark he had once slain was of an entirely different caliber compared to this creature. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he resolved to leave before those monsters inevitably turned their attention to his crew. We must retreat, he shouted to his remaining subordinates. The 7 individuals, still reeling from shock, snapped back to reality at Han Yongpeng's command. Adjust the sails. Flee as swiftly as you can. On the open sea, vessels without power relied solely on the wind for propulsion. Despite their urgency, they could only depart in accordance with the rhythm of the sea breeze, gradually distancing themselves. Han Yongpeng steered the small boat. Glancing back at Yifeng's larger ship, esteemed individual, it's not that I lack the will to assist. I am utterly powerless in this situation. Please do not hold it against me, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Yifeng was peering over the rail, observing the tumult beneath the surface of the water, which was rapidly encroaching upon his vessel. It appeared that these creatures had been incited by Yifeng's actions, abandoning the rafts to launch an attack on his ship. This was precisely Yifeng's objective. The creatures, resembling octopuses, possessed a significant advantage underwater, drawing from his previous experience in vanquishing the shark boss. Yifeng knew that the fundamental strategy for dealing with such sea monsters was to lure them onto the deck. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that had he been aboard one of those 9 vessels, he too would have found himself unable to act due to the enemy lurking beneath the waves, placing him in a perilous predicament. The deck was the rightful battlefield. Yifeng was adept at combat on the deck, particularly with his bullfighter red technique. The height of his ship's railing was approximately 5 to 6 meters above the water's surface, and he was uncertain whether the tentacles could reach the deck from below. For safety's sake, he instructed everyone to converge toward the center of the deck, forming a protective circle. Yifeng and his 5 companions, along with 2 large crabs, huddled together in readiness. Marion had already sketched a parrot to scout the situation on the other side of the ship. Upon its return, the parrot repeatedly squawked one word: climb, climb. They were indeed ascending. It seemed that their tentacles were not long enough to reach the deck. The defensive power of the large sailing vessel equipped with a wooden cabin had reached 40. They should be unable to breach its defenses. Therefore, if they sought revenge, they would need to come onto the deck. Yifeng nodded at Marion, signaling her to set traps. Marion understood and promptly retrieved her brush and palette. Color trap, bullfighter red. Now, Marion's color traps could be deployed at distances of 5 to 6 meters. The paint shot forth, imprinting red patterns on the deck beyond that distance. The speed at which she set the color traps was astonishing. Within a single breath, she had laid 4 or 5 bullfighter red traps, each situated 5 to 6 meters away, encircling Yifeng and his companions. Just then, a tentacle coiled upward from the ship's hull. Reaching the deck, this tentacle, with its slick skin and numerous large suckers, was unmistakably that of an octopus. It seemed Yifeng's desire for grilled octopus would soon be fulfilled, as he focused on the tentacle. A panel materialized before him, massive tentacled octopus, level 4, type. Melee, a level 4 creature, which aligned with Yifeng's observation haki. Judging by its name, it appeared to be a common monster. Boss monsters typically bore the title leader in their names, which this creature did not. Yifeng had easily handled level 5 bosses on the Novice Island, so this level 4 common monster would be child's play for him. Following this, more tentacles breached the deck, and soon a colossal head emerged before Yifeng and his companions. The sheer size of this head was comparable to that of a pig, with 2 enormous eyes featuring square pupils that glimmered with a haunting blue light. Before long, it fully emerged onto the deck, its 4 tentacles writhing while the other 4 lashed out toward Yifeng. It seemed to be possessed, launching a fierce assault on the deck. This was the effect of the bullfighter red color traps. Marion's color traps did not require direct line of sight to function. As long as one was within a certain range, they would activate. In the comic, Marion had controlled Luffy in a small garden by placing the laughing yellow color trap behind him. A position Luffy would undoubtedly be oblivious to, however, it continues to function normally. Thus, even if the Matador's crimson painting is displayed on the deck, it will still attract the octopus to attack. With its 4 limbs, it relentlessly assaults the deck, attacking without fatigue. Yet, the deck remains utterly unyielding. It is evident that the creature's attack power is below 40 points, which is insufficient to breach the defenses of the deck. Boasting a defense value of 40. Witnessing this scene, Yifeng felt a significant sense of relief. At the very least, if any of his team members were unfortunate enough to be targeted by the colossal octopus, they would not be instantly eliminated. Subsequently, the number of octopuses climbing onto the deck began to multiply, and Yifeng estimated that at least 20 or more had emerged. Marion, quick to react, promptly retrieved her brush and added several traps painted in Matador crimson. Once the octopuses ascended onto the deck, they immediately charged towards the traps. They attacked whichever trap was nearest, with some of the Matador crimson traps surrounded by 2 or 3 giant octopuses. The situation was swiftly brought under control, and no octopus was left idle, nor did any others attempt to climb onto the deck. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to take aim," Yifeng announced. Upon hearing these words, Nami's spirits soared. With her weather staff in hand, she unleashed a lightning bolt, striking one of the octopuses, which then collapsed to the ground, motionless, a swift kill. Nami herself was somewhat taken aback. Her lightning attack and the thunderclap shared the same damage range of 10-70. The distinction lay in the fact that the lightning attack was a single target assault and could not maintain continuous strikes, delivering only one shock at a time. Hence, its power could not rival that of the thunderclap. The instant Nami dispatched the creature, it only confirmed one thing. The colossal octopus had a life total of less than 70 points. Seeing Nami achieve the first kill ignited Chopper's excitement. He cast aside his usual shyness, shouting, "I am a man." Transforming into his reindeer form and activating his armament haki, he charged forward. With his attack power augmented by the armament haki, he swiftly dispatched a giant octopus in just 2 or 3 blows. However, by the second strike, the octopus had already perished. Following this, the situation devolved into a one-sided slaughter orchestrated by Yifeng and his companions. Nami utilized electricity, Chopper relied on his antlers, and Yifeng wielded his slingshot. In no more than 3 or 4 strikes, they could eliminate an octopus. Yet, Robin appeared to struggle against these creatures, as her combat style revolved around close-quarters techniques aimed at breaking the bones of her foes to inflict damage. However, the giant octopuses possessed neither bones nor a solid grip, their skin exceedingly slippery and slimy. Robin's arms, augmented by the flower fruit, failed to grasp them effectively after several attempts. Observing Robin's predicament, Yifeng reassured her. "Do not worry, we have more than enough firepower." Reluctantly, Robin acquiesced. Meanwhile, Marion remained busy. The colorful traps painted upon the deck were subjected to prolonged assaults from the level 4 giant octopuses, gradually losing their vibrancy. Marion diligently monitored the state of each trap, promptly applying a fresh coat whenever she noticed deterioration. Although she did not directly engage the giant octopuses, she bore the greatest burden of the entire team. In a mere 7 or 8 minutes, Yifeng and the others eradicated all the giant octopuses. The battle possessed little technical complexity, with Yifeng continuously receiving notifications of gained experience. Defeated the colossal octopus. 88 experience points. Subsequently, Yifeng received a level-up notification. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 5. Eagerly, Yifeng checked his personal information. Name, Yifeng. Level, 5, 0.58. Health, 36. Defense, 27. Crab shell chest plate 8. Crab shell wrist guards 5. Sharkskin belt 8. Attack, 21. Fine iron dagger 11. Ranged attack, 25. Usopp's short-handled slingshot 15. Speed, 20. Followers, 4. Hockey. Basic observation hockey. Intermediate armament hockey, providing bonuses to basic offense and defense, temporarily increasing attack and defense by 30 when activated. 6 styles. Intermediate shave. His health had risen to 26 points, and his speed reached 20. Yifeng recalled that at speeds in the low teens, he had already felt remarkably fast, akin to the level of elite athletes on Earth. Now, however, he sensed that his speed had surpassed human limits, as evidenced by the numerical values. Although his health had reached 26 points, it remained insufficient. Without his current equipment, monsters of the same level could deplete his health bar in just 1 or 2 hits. Unfortunately, his growth in various attributes was fixed, compelling Yifeng to rely on his gear. To survive in this perilous world, upgrading equipment was an essential endeavor. Additionally, this time Yifeng had acquired 2,288 system coins, bringing his total to 11,563 coins. He had finally surpassed the 10,000 mark. With 10,000 system coins, he could upgrade his system to level 2, enabling the summoning of new pirate characters to be directly 2-star characters. At that moment, Yifeng received a system notification. Ding! The system has detected that the host possesses a common follower. Would you like to upgrade them to a pirate character? With each level up, a common follower could be promoted to a pirate character. This was a function of Yifeng's system, and the prompt appeared because he had an idle follower card, Listless Mate. Now that he had just reached level 5, he could have 5 pirate characters. Just as Yifeng was about to proceed with the upgrade, he suddenly felt it prudent to first upgrade the system. With 10,000 system coins in hand, he should prioritize enhancing the system. Yifeng entered the system interface, expended 10,000 system coins, and clicked to upgrade the system. Ding! Your system has been upgraded to level 2. New followers can now directly become 2-star pirate characters. All SET'd. Yifeng immediately retrieved Listless Maid from his inventory. A plume of white smoke dispersed, revealing a maid clad in a dark blue gown standing before Yifeng. She greeted him lethargically, her face gaunt, as if she hadn't slept in days. Her appearance was startling enough to provoke a fright if encountered at night. Yifeng shivered. Could it be that this maid, summoned, was not Baby 5 but rather Sindri? The disparity between previous followers before and after their upgrades had been significant, and this should be no exception. Surely, they would not present him with a zombie. Yifeng chose to upgrade before him. The listless woman was enveloped in white smoke, gradually vanishing. In his inventory, a maid card materialized. Upon seeing the card's front, Yifeng felt reassured, confirming that it was indeed Baby 5. Baby 5, a woman adorned with an array of weapons. Yifeng believed she would be exceptionally suited for a charge. Her fruit ability fostered a combat style that seamlessly integrated ranged and close combat. As a charging specialist, she seemed most fitting. However, these were merely Yifeng's speculations. The actual situation would dictate her effectiveness. Yifeng withdrew the card from his inventory and summoned Baby 5 directly. As the white smoke dissipated, a tall woman clad in a deep purple maid outfit appeared before Yifeng. She wore a maid's cap and held a cigarette in her mouth, her eyes reflecting a hint of allure. Another striking beauty had joined Yifeng's team, which already included a charming neighbor girl, a fashionable loli, and a caring older sister. This time, they added a captivating maid. This was not Yifeng's intention. The follower cards were acquired randomly, and the character that emerged from the upgrade was also random. Baby 5 initially surveyed her surroundings before her gaze fixated on Yifeng. Master, do you have any needs of me? Chapter 68. Protect the master with this blade, this figure, this beauty, this maid attire. It was indeed delightful. Yifeng replied, "From this day forth, you shall join my team. Let us get to know one another." Baby Five's gaze finally settled on Yifeng. This man would be her master from now on? He was rather handsome. Surely he had needs of her, right? She quickly extended her hand to grasp Yifeng's. Yifeng introduced her to Nami and the others, and they quickly became familiar with one another. As Baby Five conversed with them, she would occasionally interject, "Am I needed?" This left Yifeng somewhat exasperated. "Baby Five, let me clarify," he began. Upon hearing her name, she displayed a sweet smile. "Master, what do you need me to do?" Yifeng cleared his throat and stated earnestly, "In the future, only those within the team may express their needs of you. You must disregard the requests of outsiders altogether." Baby Five was momentarily taken aback. "Otherwise, it would be considered a betrayal of my trust," Yifeng added. Blushing, Baby Five murmured, "I can feel my master's need for me. It makes me very happy." Her eyes nearly transformed into heart shapes. Yifeng was speechless. In the manga, Baby Five exuded an imposing aura, often referring to herself with bravado. Yet here, in front of Yifeng, she had transformed into this. Was this a result of Baby Five's personality and her ingrained thoughts? By the way, she was summoned after Yifeng upgraded the system. He decided to check her information panel. Baby Five, star rating, 2, level 1, 0.00, health points, 20, defense, 1, attack power, 15, speed, 8, devil fruit, weapon fruit, maximum attack power 25 points. At level 1, her health points are already at 20, and her attack power stands at 15. The initial values of a 2-star follower are slightly elevated. However, the most crucial aspect of a 2-star follower lies not in these initial stats, which can be enhanced through equipment, but rather in the development of their abilities. For those who possess fruit powers, it pertains to the degree of mastery over their abilities, which may manifest as either the diversity of their techniques or the potency of their powers. There is no doubt regarding the versatility of Baby Five's abilities. Transforming into a mortar or a Gatling gun, she can do it all. Her fruit ability's attack power has already reached 25 points. And after leveling up, it can be imagined how formidable she will become. Currently, aboard this ship, Yifeng cannot allow Baby Five to showcase her capabilities. Such matters will be addressed during actual combat. Having a charge-type follower would undoubtedly provide Yifeng with greater tactical flexibility. As for her maid attributes, they add an extra layer of excitement. Yifeng is exceedingly pleased with this follower. It seems Nami has also reached level 5, and the lightning damage from her weather staff has escalated to between 10 and 80 points. Each level gained increases her damage by 10 points, which is significantly superior to Yifeng's own increment of merely 1 point per level. At this moment, Baby Five has integrated well with several others. Her amiable personality is endearing, though only she knows the painful experiences that have shaped such a demeanor. Yifeng, undistracted by them, busies himself with examining the octopus carcasses and treasure chests. This time, a total of 26 giant octopuses have been slain, yielding 5 iron treasure chests. The drop rate is quite favorable. Yifeng first places the 5 iron treasure chests into his inventory, planning to open them after collecting the octopus remains. The size of these octopuses suggests they should provide a considerable amount of meat. Congratulations, you have obtained octopus tentacle meat 4. Congratulations, you have obtained octopus body meat 4. Merely touching one octopus carcass yields 2 distinctly different types of meat: octopus tentacle meat and octopus body meat. The flavors of these two meats are likely to differ. Yifeng meticulously examines all the octopus remains, ultimately acquiring octopus tentacle meat 104, octopus body meat 104. Both types of meat are guaranteed drops. Yifeng retrieves both the octopus tentacle meat and the octopus body meat. One is a massive cylindrical piece adorned with suckers, while the other is a thick, large slab. Each weighs approximately 30 jan. Each monster slain guarantees meat, and larger monsters yield even more. At this moment, a notification appears beside the octopus tentacle meat. There is a chance to increase hunger resistance for 6 hours. What? The meat has attributes? Although this attribute seems rather inconsequential, it holds no significance for Yifeng. His inventory is already brimming with various food items, so he is certainly not lacking sustenance, let alone hunger resistance. However, this attribute could be meaningful for other survivors. It remains uncertain whether hunger resistance truly means the body no longer requires food, or if it merely alleviates the sensation of hunger. Nevertheless, for other survivors who constantly teeter on the brink of starvation, such a trait would be immensely valuable. Regardless, he must first sample the taste of this octopus in the morning. Just as Yifeng is inspecting the 2 large pieces of octopus meat, 2 crabs scuttle over, their 16 legs performing a little dance on the spot. So, you enjoy octopus as well? Yifeng shakes his head and tosses the 2 massive pieces of meat to them. The crabs grasp the meat with their pincers and dash to the opposite side of the deck, as if fearing someone might snatch it away. Marion, were they not just illustrations? Do they also require sustenance? Yifeng inquires. Although they are essentially drawings, their lifelike quality necessitates nourishment. What happens if they don't eat? Yifeng continues. They will starve to death, Marion replies. Yifeng, perplexed, questions, how can a drawing starve? Noticing Yifeng's confusion, Marion elaborates. The ability of the pin fruit has another vital function. To deceive enemies. If the creatures depicted cannot starve, how can they be considered lifelike? Yifeng is left speechless. Is such realism truly necessary? Observing their adorable antics, he cannot help but feel charmed. The 2 creatures set down their hammers. One pincers a chunk of meat while the other tears off small pieces to consume. All right, seeing how cute you are, you can have some. After all, you did contribute to the monster hunt. It is now time to open the treasure chests. Rolling the dice, he prepares to unveil the contents. This time, a total of 5 dice roll reveals a 6th. The familiar, resounding voice of supremacy echoes across the ship. The 5 iron treasure chests yield fresh spinach 3, ripe apples 2, pickled cucumbers 1, iron blocks 4, rapeseed 20, Usopp's goggles 1, exquisite iron longsword 1, berries 126. Once again, new ingredients emerge, spinach among them. Moreover, aside from the berries, he has acquired 2 pieces of equipment. Yifeng examines each item in turn. Exquisite iron longsword, star rating 1. Attack power 12. Crafted item, world drop. This is a slender straight sword, with a notably broad blade edge. It comes with a leather sheath adorned with wave patterns. With an attack power of 12, this sword matches the hammer wielded by Moneyed. Yifeng tests the sword, finding it somewhat unwieldy. This is likely due to his lack of formal swordsmanship training. He decides it is best to remain a diligent ranged shooter. Yifeng asks several followers, who among you knows how to wield a sword? Baby 5 steps forward, declaring, I do. As a wielder of the weapon fruit, she can transform into a sword herself. Is it redundant to provide her with another? No. Yifeng slaps his forehead, realizing his mistake. Any weapon can enhance attack power. He hands the sword to Baby 5, saying, you may use this. Baby 5 takes the sword and asks, do you wish for me to wield this sword to protect my master? Yifeng nods reluctantly. Only then does Baby 5 gleefully accept the sword. The second piece of equipment is Usopp's goggles. Chapter 69. How could there be sacrifice? Usopp's goggles are yet another item bearing his name. Yifeng notices a pattern. Equipment with the names of characters from One Piece often possess intriguing attributes. These goggles, which Usopp frequently wore 2 years ago, can adjust in height. In terms of appearance, they do seem somewhat retro, a style Yifeng does not particularly favor. Let us check their properties. Usopp's goggles, unique, star rating, 3, ranged attack power 5, aiming assistance, helps the user aim, increasing accuracy by 30-50, long sight, can serve as binoculars, increasing visibility by 300 meters, another 3-star piece of equipment. Remarkably, these goggles can enhance attack power, albeit slightly. However, they are merely a pair of goggles. Additionally, this item boasts 2 attributes. Much like Usopp's slingshot, they assist in aiming and possess an accuracy enhancement, with one item providing an accuracy increase of 70-100 and the other offering 30-50. Equipping both simultaneously guarantees a minimum accuracy of 100, effectively ensuring a hit every time. Will there be Usopp's suspenders or oversized shoes in the future? Imagining a full ensemble with special set attributes is amusing. Yifeng promptly dons the goggles. At this moment, his ranged attack power has risen to 30. This value should be sufficient to dispatch monsters below level 3, assuming their defense is not overly high. Marion, could you draw a mirror for me to see? Yifeng calls out, halting Marion as she heads to the helm. She squats on the deck, draws a mirror, and hands it to Yifeng. Yifeng gazes into the mirror for some time, surprised at how dashing he appears. The same goggles on Usopp seem rather shabby, yet on Yifeng, they appear quite fitting. Marian, do I look good? Yifeng queries. Very unattractive, Marian responds without hesitation. Why Yifeng then brings Robin over. Robin, do I look good? Robin smiles brightly and replies, you look great. Very handsome. Why Yifeng remains skeptical. I think I shall store it in my inventory for now and wear it during battle. It is one thing to be mocked by my own followers, but quite another to be ridiculed by outsiders. Why Yifeng hands a piece of octopus body meat and a piece of octopus tentacle meat to Robin, requesting her assistance in preparing breakfast. At this moment, Baby 5 approaches, asking, do you no longer need me? Yifeng, exasperated, replies, you may join her. He prefers Robin due to her efficiency, as she can multitask and read simultaneously. Baby 5, however, seems to seek validation. He decides to let her be. Yifeng calls out to Baby 5, I have some other ingredients for you. We cannot subsist solely on octopus. He hands her 6 unripe apples and 6 pieces of black bread. Soon, the two individuals called everyone to dine. Marianne continued to brew tea for the group. This time, the tea had a different flavor, reminiscent of pu'er. Baby 5 surprisingly turned the apples into cooked ones, boiled to perfection, lending them a unique taste. As for the octopus, its flavor was quite delightful. Whether it was the torso meat or the tentacle flesh, both offered a distinctive and savory taste. The difference lay in the texture. The torso meat was notably tender, while the tentacle meat had a chewier consistency. However, consuming such fare was truly filling. Yifeng suspected he had triggered a special effect from the octopus tentacle meat, leaving him feeling rather stuffed. It was the first time he had overeaten so early in the morning. You all enjoy. I'm full, Yifeng remarked. Chopper looked at him with a perplexed expression. But you hardly ate anything. Did you? Chopper inquired. Yifeng waved his hand, indicating he was indeed quite satiated. Chopper resumed gnawing on his octopus meat, clearly relishing it, likely to the point of excess as well. Opening the trading hall, Yifeng began to check his inventory. The shark meat he had previously listed should have sold out by now. He had posted 100 pounds of cooked shark meat, divided into 20 pieces, each weighing 5 pounds. The hassle of waiting for bids required him to sift through them one by one. This time, Yifeng discovered some high-quality materials, such as premium wood. Indeed, everyone had managed to gather quite a few valuable items with that ordinary sea rod and the occasional kill of a level 2 shark. Unlike during his time on the Novice Island, when selling fish yielded hardly any buyers. Naturally, the price of meat had decreased significantly this time, and many people's demand for food in the trading hall had also diminished. A drop in prices was inconsequential. Yifeng decided he would no longer collect some lower-tier materials. This time, he obtained a total of coarse cloth 1,200, thick coarse cloth 45, premium wood 60, iron scraps 1540, iron blocks 35, hemp rope 1725, coarse hemp rope 40, plant growth soil 40. Not a single blueprint or piece of equipment was acquired. The greatest gain this time was the collection of high-quality materials. It seemed that in the future, trading for these meats would suffice for exchanging for berries and high-grade materials. His stock of lower-tier materials was simply overwhelming. Yifeng took out a piece of octopus tentacle meat and had Robin cut it into 6 portions. He listed these 6 pieces for sale, now only accepting high-quality materials, berries, blueprints, and equipment. After everyone finished breakfast, they each returned to their respective duties. Nami observed the sea's conditions and wind direction. Chopper and Robin managed the ropes. Marianne steered the ship, and Baby 5 tidied the deck and cabin. Yifeng, on the other hand, found himself with little to do. With the ship's size, it indeed required more hands for maintenance. Yifeng opened the regional channel. At that moment, he noticed someone posting a lengthy message in the regional channel. There is a limit to the length of messages. Exceeding 40 characters incurs additional penalties. Thus, it was rare for anyone to post lengthy texts. However, this individual not only posted a long message but had done so twice. Han Yongpong. At that moment, I didn't recognize him. It was only after escaping that I realized it was the great Yifeng. He sacrificed himself to save me, a true hero. Such a pity, such a pity. There must have been more to the previous message, but Yifeng had not seen it likely concerned the giant coarse arm octopus. This Han Yongpeng had probably exhausted his speaking quota for the day. Surviving a calamity must have left him quite exhilarated. What was that Han fellow saying? Look, the name of Yifeng is still shining bright. How could he possibly have perished? Han Yongxin clearly had not noticed whether Yifeng's name had turned gray. He simply recalled the terrifying scene when dozens of monstrous creatures attacked Yifeng's ship. No matter how formidable Yifeng was, having slain a boss, he too could succumb to death. He hurriedly clicked on the name in the channel to find Yifeng, whose name remained brightly lit. Astonishingly, he was unharmed. Han Yongxin's worldview shattered. How could this be? Those monsters were the very culprits that nearly annihilated his team, and there were so many of them. I say, Han, perhaps you haven't encountered the great Yifeng before and are merely trying to attach yourself to him? If those monsters were angered, they would surely spill blood on the spot. Even the great Yifeng would be in peril. I've heard that teams who encountered those monsters suffered total annihilation. Han Yongxin should have realized that too many people in his team was likely the reason they barely escaped, as the monsters had their fill. Han Yongxin was oblivious to when his team had been attacked. It was likely that the monsters had gorged themselves and needed time to digest before they could have wiped them out immediately. However, he knew those monsters indeed lurked near his team. Had they not encountered Yifeng's ship, he surely would have perished as well. In his final message of the day, he expressed, "Great Yifeng, it is truly wonderful that you are still alive." Chapter 70. What the Han said is true. If the great Yifeng knew you were cursing him, you would not fare well. Han Yongpong was momentarily confused. Could it be that his vision had deceived him? And the great figure on that ship was not Yifeng? He clicked on Yifeng's name, comparing avatars, and they were indistinguishable from one another. Indeed, it was him. Unwilling to concede, he continued to post in the regional channel. If it weren't for the great Yifeng, who else could possibly command such a large vessel? That ship was at least 20 meters long. After stating this, he had exhausted his speaking quota. What? A 20-meter-long ship? Could it be a prominent figure from the survival world? Indeed, our captain's ship is merely a few meters long, and I am utterly envious. I believe what the Han said cannot refer to the great Yifeng. He must have panicked after his team was wiped out. Yes, I have heard of several incidents where giant octopuses attacked. One captain, a fruit user, was easily annihilated. Naturally, there were many dissenting voices regarding this matter in the regional channel. What do those captains of large ships matter, even if they possess fruit abilities? Did they achieve a world-first kill? Do you know the level of the shark that the great Yifeng previously achieved a first kill on? This statement ignited a fervor among the crowd. After all, following their journey at sea, the specific levels of the bosses announced for first kills remained unknown to the public. People merely speculated that it was likely much higher than that level 2 great white shark. Let me tell you, when that boss claimed a victim, I was trading items with the victim. He informed me that it was a level 6 boss. What? Level 6? Initially, people were astonished, but upon reflection, they recalled that Yifeng had previously slain a level 5 boss on the Novice Island. Thus, their surprise diminished, and no matter how powerful a boss may be, if it encountered the great Yifeng, being slain would not be surprising. Now that the great Yifeng was still alive, it meant he had survived the onslaught of dozens of level 4 monsters. People remained incredulous. At that moment, someone suddenly said, "Quickly check the trading hall. Yifeng has listed octopus tentacle meat." What is octopus tentacle meat? As the crowd gazed at the image of the meat, they wondered what kind of octopus could possess such gigantic suckers. Although the octopus tentacle meat had been cut into several pieces, the characteristics of the suckers were still recognizable. One sucker was the size of a rice bowl. There was no doubt that this octopus was capable of annihilating teams. The conclusion was drawn. Not only had the great Yifeng encountered that group of team-wiping octopuses, but he had also vanquished them. Thus, the earlier claim by Han that the great Yifeng had intervened to save him was indeed true. At this point, people began to inquire of Han Yongpong about the specifics of that day's events. Unfortunately, Han Yongpong had already exhausted his speaking quota and could no longer respond. What remained were various speculations in the regional channel. Yifeng's style was to lend a helping hand to fellow survivors. His willingness to place himself in danger for a stranger was truly admirable, the most touching figure in the survival world. Subsequently, a multitude sang praises of Yifeng's actions. Indeed, they sang praises. Many of these individuals had gathered timber at the very moment they were leaving the island. Without Yifeng, they would have been forced into a dire situation by the exorbitant prices of unscrupulous merchants. Yifeng gazed at the regional channel, feeling quite helpless. He had merely sought the experience from those octopuses. He had no absolute confidence. Without these pirate figures, how could he possibly risk himself? It was only after evaluating both his strength and that of the monsters and formulating a preliminary combat plan that he acted. Without taking action, where would the level 2 system come from? Where would Baby 5 at level 2 come from? Without taking action, where would the octopus meat come from? How had his actions transformed into selfless heroism in the mouths of these people? He discovered that the octopus meat bore a specific effect. It appeared to enhance one's resistance to hunger. Really? I must buy it quickly. With this piece of meat, I won't have to worry about food for a while. Upon reading this comment, Yifeng's mood instantly brightened. That was precisely the effect he desired. Let them compete for it. The eventual bids would surely be more valuable. Yifeng's ship continued its voyage across the sea. Although the waters still bore winds at levels 3-4, the weather seemed to be growing increasingly hot. The weather in the survival world was utterly unpredictable. Yifeng glanced at Nami, who appeared remarkably composed. Her abilities should allow her to discern the patterns of weather changes in the survival world. Her previous weather forecasts had always been remarkably accurate. The sweltering heat of the day weighed heavily upon Yifeng's mind as he recalled the saplings and seeds he had previously sown in the gardening box. In a hurry, he rushed over to inspect them. At that moment, he was delighted to find that all the seeds had sprouted, and the saplings had grown taller than before. Indeed, the rate of growth here was unlike anything in the real world. In reality, it took at least a month for a sapling to show any signs of change after being planted. Even so, Yifeng could not shake off his curiosity regarding when the fruit-bearing trees would finally yield their harvest. He glanced at the compost bin he had prepared earlier and discovered that the fertilizer had fully fermented. To his surprise, it resembled soil, with no particularly foul odor. As Yifeng focused on the fertilizer, an informational box appeared before him. Fermented fertilizer can reduce plant maturation time by 20. Cumulatively, this meant a potential reduction of 80 in maturation time for the plants. Without delay, Yifeng applied the fertilizer to the gardening box. For instance, if a tomato seed typically took 7 months to grow into a ripe fruit, with the current rate of growth, he could expect to harvest mature tomatoes in approximately 40 days. Although this time frame was significantly shorter than usual, it still did not satisfy Yifeng. In the world of survival, danger lurked at every turn. Since Yifeng's arrival, he had only experienced a little over 4 days. Yet so much had transpired, he could hardly imagine what might unfold in the next 40 days. It seemed evident that he required something that would expedite crop maturation even further. The sun blazed relentlessly in the sky, causing the newly sprouted leaves to wilt slightly under its harsh rays. Yifeng called upon Nami to assist him in watering the plants. This task was a mere trifle for her. Despite the arid air, moisture still lingered. Nami's weather rod could effectively gather water from the atmosphere. Soon enough, she unleashed a fountain of water, nourishing both the plants and the soil in the gardening box. While others viewed water as a precious resource, to Yifeng, it was freely utilized, be it for washing his face, watering flowers, or even bathing. In the early days, water had been quite valuable, and Yifeng had contemplated having Nami use her weather rod to produce water for sale. However, he eventually dismissed that notion, realizing that selling water would require bottles, of which he had very few. As time passed, his collection of bottles increased, and the price of water dropped. Yifeng had also observed the prices of water resources in the trading hall, which were surprisingly low, likely due to the widespread access to desalination devices that produce distilled water from seawater. The root cause of this, after all, stemmed from Yifeng's efforts to acquire a common sea rod for the people. At that moment, an exclamation echoed through the regional channel. "I see a large ship." "So do I." That vessel must belong to the esteemed Yifeng. Although Yifeng was not currently monitoring the regional channel, he did notice an innumerable array of rafts appearing in his line of sight. In Chapter 71, titled Forming a Fleet, it became evident that Yifeng had encountered a substantial group of survivors. This was not surprising, as although Yifeng's ship was faster, some survivors were naturally positioned ahead of him. Additionally, the prevailing winds at sea were relatively consistent. If individuals lacked a specific destination and merely sought an island, they would likely choose to sail with the wind, thus achieving a slightly faster speed. While Yifeng's ship did not strictly follow the wind, the angle deviation was minimal. Therefore, encountering other survivors at this juncture was entirely normal. The multitude of vessels on the water suggested the presence of more than one fleet. Survivors were buzzing with excitement in the regional channel as they discussed spotting Yifeng's grand ship. It must indeed belong to the respected Yifeng. Yes, it matches the description provided by that person surnamed Han. Some rafts gradually approached Yifeng's vessel. He noticed individuals waving at him. To many, Yifeng was regarded as a heroic figure, which was not unexpected that moment. A small boat deliberately maneuvered closer to Yifeng's larger ship. As it drew nearer, Yifeng discerned 3 individuals aboard. One appeared to be a survivor, while the other 2 seemed to be his followers. I am Su Bin, the leader of the Su Bin fleet, and I possess the power of the cat fruit in its lynx form. He paused, likely wanting Yifeng to clearly hear about his devil fruit ability. My fleet comprises 35 members, 2 of whom possess the abilities of the 6 styles. He continued with his introduction. I hope to join your fleet. If you are willing, I can disband my fleet immediately and join your team as a whole. Su Bin noticed that there were no other ships adjacent to Yifeng's, but he speculated that Yifeng's fleet might be operating at a distance. Moreover, he observed the presence of numerous women aboard Yifeng's ship. Although he could not ascertain their exact number from his position, their demeanor suggested they were survivors rather than mere followers. He surmised that Yifeng had likely invited these women aboard to assist him. Had he been closer, he would have been able to see their panels indicating they were followers rather than survivors. However, Su Bin was still too distant to make that distinction. Yifeng was acutely aware of his strength, which far surpassed that of any followers he might acquire. Thus, it was not surprising that someone wished to join him. However, he had no intention of accepting at this time. Each of his followers could easily match the strength of 1,000 soldiers, rendering additional manpower unnecessary. Furthermore, these newcomers would likely be more of a burden than an asset. Of course, under the current structure of the fleet, ordinary individuals were required to pay fees to the leader. Yifeng did not place much importance on these fees, as he felt that the resources offered by these individuals paled in comparison to the responsibility of protecting them. He preferred to maintain a sense of freedom. Additionally, after forming a fleet, Yifeng would need to allow these individuals access to islands, which required organizational skills. Yifeng believed that organizing a group of obedient followers was manageable, but coordinating ordinary people was an entirely different matter. Naturally, whether he would need additional manpower in the future was a consideration for another time, and Yifeng chose not to dwell on it now. He was confident that even if he were to reject them, they would not dare to turn against him. Thus, he directly responded, I do not wish to form a fleet at this time. Yifeng's reply left Su Bin somewhat taken aback. He had not made any specific requests of Yifeng, and he had been quite clear about his intention to dissolve his fleet and join Yifeng's. Surely, no one would refuse the opportunity for additional manpower. Moreover, at this stage, the crew of a typical fleet was still required to pay fees to their leader. The prospect of free assistance was one that few would turn down. His first instinct was to think that Yifeng must have some conditions he intended to propose. Eager to align himself with Yifeng, he thought that as long as the conditions were not too demanding, he could easily comply. Yifeng, if you have any conditions, please do not hesitate to share them. I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Yifeng, feeling somewhat helpless, realized that Su Bin had misconstrued his intentions. There were no conditions to propose. He genuinely did not wish to form a fleet. After being rejected once more, Su Bin chose not to press further. However, he could not comprehend why Yifeng would not want more crew members. At that moment, another survivor aboard a nearby raft called out to him, Captain, I just checked the fleet directory, and it does not list Yifeng's fleet. What? What did you say? This revelation completely contradicted his initial assumptions. He had thought that Yifeng's crew must be stationed elsewhere. Upon verifying himself, he indeed found no evidence of it. Could it be that Yifeng was a lone survivor? Then where had the crew aboard his ship come from? Without forming a fleet, those individuals could potentially attack one another. Did Yifeng not fear this? The more he pondered, the more illogical it seemed. He shouted across the water, Yifeng, if you lack a fleet leader's badge, preventing you from forming a fleet, I can offer you one. In the trading hall, fleet leader badges were available for sale. Some individuals who had obtained a badge but felt their strength was insufficient sought to sell it. At present, the price of a fleet leader's badge remained quite high. Su Bin believed that offering Yifeng a badge demonstrated considerable sincerity. Nevertheless, Yifeng politely declined, saying, Thank you for your kindness, but I still do not wish to establish a fleet. Subsequently, in a gesture of goodwill, Yifeng took the initiative to add Su Bin as a friend. Upon seeing Yifeng's invitation, Su Bin understood his intentions and ceased to press the matter. Due to the great height of Yifeng's ship compared to Su Bin's smaller vessel, Su Bin had been looking up to converse with Yifeng. At that moment, he suddenly felt a massive shadow looming above him. Looking up, he saw a large bird circling in the sky. Yifeng, watch out above! Su Bin shouted loudly. Yifeng also noticed the unusual occurrence overhead and looked up. The size of the bird suggested it was not a messenger seagull, yet its posture resembled that of one, albeit a significantly larger version. This enormous seagull cast a vast shadow even from a considerable height above the water. Yifeng assessed that the wingspan of this creature must have been at least several meters long. Another formidable presence had arrived. Yifeng called out, "Everyone, prepare for battle. We have another visitor." He was not inclined to think that this large creature would exhibit the same amiable nature as a messenger seagull. In this perilous world of survival, anything substantial poses a threat to human life. At this moment, the surface of the sea has descended into chaos, resembling a boiling pot of porridge. The individuals aboard the rafts and small boats find themselves in varying degrees of bewilderment. Even though some of those in the small boats may possess the abilities of paramecia or mastery of one of the 6 forms, they are still facing an unprecedented aerial threat. Furthermore, this formidable creature appears to be quite menacing. Chapter 72. Yifeng, taste better this avian beast, reminiscent of both a scavenging gull and an albatross, continues to descend in altitude. At this juncture, the occupants of the rafts finally discern its true nature. Man-eating seagull, level 5, type aerial, close combat. Upon seeing its designation, a shiver runs through the hearts of the onlookers. Eating, devouring since their arrival in this survival realm, which monster has not been a man-eater? When confronted by any creature, there are but 2 possible outcomes: to feast or be feasted upon. Whether it be crabs on land or octopuses beneath the waves, their sole aim is to satiate their hunger. The crabs on land are the most predictable. While they are at least level 3, their presence in the novice village is justified, as they tend to dwell within the forests. However, once individuals venture into the ocean, these monsters abandon all semblance of decorum, and no matter your location, they will invariably track you down, treating you as a delightful snack, an afternoon treat, or a late-night bite. The man-eating seagull first appears above Yifeng's vessel. Its ship is oversized, making it the most conspicuous target, thus becoming the primary focus of the man-eating seagull's assault. Yet, as the seagull lowers its flight to assess who might be the more delectable option, it quickly realizes that the crew aboard the large ship poses a significant threat. After detecting the aura of danger emanating from Yifeng and his companions, it veers off towards another destination. Su Bin, being in close proximity to Yifeng, finds himself relatively safe, yet he nervously transforms into his beast-human form. A mere ordinary person who has only recently acquired a devil fruit, he possesses limited mastery over its capabilities. Even someone as naturally gifted as Su Bin has not fully comprehended its potential. Knowing that the beast-human form significantly enhances his attributes is already a noteworthy achievement. The man-eating seagull bypasses Yifeng's ship and heads straight for an ordinary canopied raft. Although it is already level 5, the seagull is shrewd enough to seek maximum benefit. The taste of flesh from high-level survivors is no different from that of lower-level ones. Only a fool would target a capable survivor. With countless ordinary survivors available, it makes perfect sense to feast upon them instead. Without pausing above the canopied raft, the seagull dives swiftly, its beak wide open, snatching a survivor from the vessel. This leaves one onlooker dazed and unsure of what to do. The individual, still alive in the clutches of the man-eating seagull, emits a long, anguished scream. The seagull ascends to a slightly higher altitude, tossing the unfortunate soul into the air with a flick of its head. The individual flails helplessly, believing they have been released. However, the man-eating seagull swiftly gulps down the airborne figure, as effortlessly as one might catch a peanut tossed into the air. The scream abruptly ceases. Witnessing this spectacle, many are struck with terror, some even losing control of their bladders eye in the sky. There is but one of these level 5 avian giants, yet its sheer presence has left the crowd in shock. Those who have previously faced the clock shark or the robust octopus are now deceased. The survivors have only heard terrifying tales of these 2 monsters. Now, it is their turn to confront a creature of horror. The singular thought that occupies their minds is a fervent prayer. May this creature soon be satiated. Once it is full, they will be relatively safe. This notion spreads not only among ordinary survivors, but also within the hearts of the leaders of the various large fleets. Please, do not consume me. Feast upon others instead. On the sea, there are at least several hundred individuals among multiple large fleets. None are inclined to challenge this formidable bird. Many survivors, capable of swimming, leap into the ocean, disregarding the waves in hopes that the seagull will overlook them. However, this bird is, after all, a seagull. Accustomed to fishing, it can spot fish beneath the surface with ease, let alone those floating atop the water. It continues to feast unabated. Earlier, when the large bird flew low, Yifeng also discerned that it was a level 5 monster, comparable to his own level. The difference lies in the innate superiority of monsters versus Yifeng's acquired advantage through equipment. Yet, the most significant advantage Yifeng possesses is that of his followers. The great bird continues to dive downward, each plunge allowing it to snatch a hapless survivor from the rafts, consuming them with relish. Seizing the opportunity, Yifeng instructs Marianne to paint a massive bullfighting red on the triangular sail. This shade is most effective against monsters. Concerned that the creature might damage his mast, he directs Robin to hang the previously utilized iron net in front of the triangular sail. Hoping for a smooth operation similar to that against the flying fish, Marianne, create a megaphone, Yifeng commands. Marianne, perplexed, does not comprehend what a megaphone is. Just as she contemplates this, another 3 or 4 survivors fall victim to the man-eating seagull. Yifeng is unwilling to forego the opportunity to gain experience and potentially acquire a treasure chest. Marianne, devise a way to summon that creature. This translates to a request for Marianne to draw something that will attract the seagull's attention. The battleground should always be their own deck. After a moment of contemplation, Marianne picks up her brush and begins to paint directly on the deck. She crafts a broadcast snail, the equivalent of a megaphone in the pirate world. Without a megaphone, she utilizes the broadcast snail's microphone and calls out in her youthful voice. The seagull pays her no heed, continuing to gorge itself among the rafts, treating the entire group as its buffet. Yifeng seizes the microphone from the broadcast snail and bellows, "You foolish bird, I, Yifeng, am far more delectable." Clearly, the man-eating seagull cannot comprehend Yifeng's words, nor can it discern who might be tastier. It is capable of making its own judgment. Yet, Yifeng's booming voice, filled with vigor, captures its attention. Meanwhile, the ordinary survivors, gripped by terror, perceive Yifeng's words as an act of selflessness, a noble spirit of sacrifice. Previously, he had disregarded his own safety to rescue the unfamiliar Han Yongping. Moreover, it is understood that Yifeng never sought any favors from Han Yongping afterward. Now, he is willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of saving more survivors. And it is only natural for people to feel this way. The great bird is not dim-witted. It glances at Yifeng, remembering the aura it sensed when it descended. It recognizes that Yifeng is not an easy target. Initially, it intended to continue its feast, but its gaze is drawn to the vibrant red upon the sail. This color resembles a flower blooming upon the ocean, yet the bird finds it utterly distasteful. It yearns to tear this flower to shreds. The bullfighting red has taken effect. Unlike other color traps that require the target to step upon or be marked by the color, bullfighting red does not depend on a specific range. It simply requires visibility to activate. The enraged bird soars towards Yifeng's ship, its frustration palpable, though it cannot quite fathom why it feels this way. Chapter 73. Robin's endeavors. It has worked. Yifeng observes the effectiveness of the color trap after the bullfighting red has been applied. He quickly gathers everyone to prepare for battle. Marianne paints a massive laughing yellow upon the deck. The crew readies themselves according to the strategy devised for capturing the clock shark. Once the man-eating seagull is ensnared by the iron net, it will plummet directly onto the laughing yellow, which typically renders monsters defenseless. As the colossal bird takes flight from the sea, it merely flaps its enormous wings, toppling several canopied rafts in its wake. The survivors and their followers tumble into the water, creating a scene of utter pandemonium. However, those who have fallen into the sea breathe a sigh of relief. Grasping onto the overturned rafts amidst the waves, they vaguely sense that salvation might be within reach. The seagull's appetite surpasses their expectations. It has relentlessly consumed over a dozen survivors. Furthermore, it seems indifferent to the followers, consistently targeting the survivors with precision. Is the flesh of the followers less palatable? The survivors do not believe that Yifeng desires the man-eating seagull to consume him in a bid to save them all. Rather, they instinctively feel that Yifeng possesses the capability to vanquish this avian menace. Is a level 5 boss on the Novice Island formidable? Yifeng has already achieved its first kill is the level 6 clock shark fearsome. Yifeng has also claimed its first kill. This level 5 man-eating seagull, however, is not a boss-level creature, and no matter how powerful it may be, can it rival the level 6 clock shark? Yifeng will undoubtedly slay this monster and rescue everyone. Yifeng's motivations are not purely altruistic. Every action he takes is driven by the desire to acquire experience and treasure from the monster. At this moment, the colossal bird soared into the sky, approaching Yifeng at a remarkable speed. The ordinary survivors on the wooden rafts, along with their ship captains, were all anxiously concerned for Yifeng. Although they had faith in his victory, witnessing this event firsthand inevitably stirred a sense of worry. Observing the situation, Yifeng felt an unsettling tension. His tactics, previously effective against sharks, relied on the water's reaction force when they leapt from the surface, lacking such velocity in the air. Furthermore, his iron net had been employed against flying fish, which, while swift, weighed only 30 to 40 pounds, lacking substantial inertia. This man-eating seagull possessed both the weight of a shark and the flight speed of a flying fish. If this continued, their plan was destined to fail. Nami, prepare the thunderclouds. If it isn't ensnared by the iron net, strike it down with lightning, Yifeng commanded. Nami nodded solemnly, recognizing that Yifeng lacked absolute confidence this time. She activated the weather stick, summoning thunderclouds and attempting to keep them suspended at a greater altitude, hoping for a moment of opportunity to strike. At that moment, Yifeng heard Robin's melodious voice, rich with magnetism. Why, Yifeng? I can attempt to pull it down from the sky. Yifeng turned to Robin, aware that this girl often engaged in exceedingly strenuous tasks. Her fruit ability made mundane activities effortless, yet in combat, it demanded her physical strength to manifest. Thus, each time she acted, she emerged drenched in sweat, visibly pained. Wai Yifeng observed her efforts with concern. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he nodded in acknowledgement. Robin was reliable, and if she wished to try, he would trust her to this juncture. The gigantic bird collided violently with the iron net Yifeng had set. The survivors cheered, believing Yifeng had captured the avian beast. We are saved. It's wonderful to be alive. However, the ensuing events silenced their jubilations. Although the iron net had not been breached, it failed to restrain the bird. The man-eating seagull easily tore apart Yifeng's triangular sail with a fierce snap of its beak. The mast remained intact, yet the ship rocked violently. Witnessing this, despair enveloped the survivors once more, stunned by the formidable strength of a level 5 monster. Why, Yifeng? You can do it. You have defeated a level 6 boss before. Their worries extended beyond Yifeng. They feared that if he faltered, their own lives would be in peril. It became clear that dealing with flying monsters posed greater challenges than those lurking in the depths. For their aerial advantage was an 8.1 survivor analyzed the situation calmly. Flying grants air superiority. Even if it possesses only half the strength of a clock shark, that is inconsequential. Clock sharks lose much of their power when removed from the sea. Yifeng had successfully lured it out previously, relying on the deck for combat. However, this level 5 man-eating seagull does not share that disadvantage. Its aerial dominance compensates for its inferior strength. At that moment, the crimson trap of the bullfighting technique had become ineffective against it. The bird flapped its wings vigorously, attempting to ascend. It had not intended to provoke someone of Yifeng's caliber, but in its eyes, Yifeng was merely another survivor. It had never encountered a peer capable of overpowering it. Why Yifeng's use of the color trap heightened its wariness. If it wished to enjoy its feast, it must first eliminate the disturbance. The bird's ascent was clear to Yifeng. This creature was preparing to launch a top-down assault. At that moment, Robin was ready. 30 petals bloom, bone break. She crossed her arms and exerted her fruit ability. The seagull, intending to gain altitude, suddenly felt its wings grow heavy as 30 of Robin's arms sprouted from its body, each gripping tightly onto the bird's wings. The greatest strength of a bird lies in its wings. Despite employing grappling techniques, Robin found it challenging to contend with such a large creature and its powerful appendages. Once she secured the wings, all 30 arms exerted force, yanking back toward the bird's back. A resounding crack echoed, the sound of bones fracturing. The bird shrieked in agony, thrashing wildly in the air. Its wings became unmanageable, and despite its desperate efforts to fly, each attempt was accompanied by intense pain. Soon, the massive body of the man-eating seagull plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the deck, causing Yifeng's ship to sway violently once more. At this point, Robin had retracted her fruit ability. Utterly exhausted from her exertion, as the ship rocked violently, she lost her balance and fell onto the deck, her dark hair soaked by the seawater. The immersion only drained her further of energy. However, she noticed that the man-eating seagull had not landed in the laughing yellow trap. It had come to rest beside it. The bird rose to its feet, roaring defiantly at Yifeng and his companions. Meanwhile, Nami prepared to unleash a bolt of lightning. A mere strike would suffice to eliminate such a level 5 creature, yet it risked leaving a gaping hole in Yifeng's ship. 30 petals bloom. Bind? Remarkably, Robin stood again, employing her fruit ability to ensnare the massive bird with her 30 arms. The seagull stumbled under the strain, collapsing to the ground, landing precisely within the confines of the laughing yellow trap. Finally, the man-eating seagull found itself immobilized, its wings still racked with pain. It could not comprehend why, despite its suffering, it continued to laugh. Its laughter was sharp and terrifying, sending chills down the spines of those on the rafts below. Yifeng signaled to Nami with a glance, indicating that she should refrain from using lightning, lest Robin's arms be harmed. Instead, he drew his bow, using Usopp's weapon to strike precisely at the bird's vulnerable points. Baby 5 wielded her long sword in one hand, transforming the other into a sword as well, adopting a dual-wielding stance against the creature. Chopper, meanwhile, activated his brain enhancement, preparing to deliver the final blow. Chapter 74. The Blade Maintenance Manual. Due to the height of Yifeng's ship, the other survivors on the lower rafts and small boats were unable to discern the events unfolding on the deck. All they could see was the terrifying bird ascending, suddenly encountering an issue, before crashing down onto the deck. The ship stabilized thereafter, no longer rocking violently. The onlookers grew increasingly anxious, having witnessed the bird's unexpected fall. Initially believing Yifeng had everything under control. However, after the bird's descent, the prolonged silence left them uncertain about what had transpired on the deck. What is happening now? Who knows? Do you have the courage to climb aboard the boss's ship and find out? Why don't you go take a look? Am I foolish enough to risk my life? Among the crowd, some clasped their hands in prayer for Yifeng, simultaneously hoping for their own safety. What are you all worried about? Did you not see the man-eating seagull fall onto the deck thanks to Yifeng? Are you implying that Yifeng caused the seagull to fall? Only Su Bin, standing close enough, noticed the sudden emergence of arms from the bird's body. He speculated that it must be the result of a fruit ability at work, yet he could not discern which one. The survivor world starkly contrasted with the pirate world. For survivors, the realm was unfamiliar, and knowledge of devil fruits was scant. The existence of a devil fruit encyclopedia was merely a fantasy. Even many who had acquired devil fruits remained oblivious to their myriad forms and peculiarities. Indeed, Blue Star lacked a pirate king. Hence, even Su Bin, a devil fruit user, could only observe the spectacle without grasping its intricacies. Naturally, he could not fathom that this extraordinary capability was unrelated to Yifeng himself, but rather the ability of his follower. Ordinary survivors, lacking Su Bin's insight, were even less able to comprehend the situation. Captain Su, am I seeing things? Did that bird just sprout a multitude of arms? Su Bin remained silent, fixated on the grand ship before him. Yifeng had always conveyed an impression of strength, yet today, as people beheld him, they realized he was not only powerful but also shrouded in mystery. On Yifeng's deck, Chopper's mind raced, keenly observing the form and posture of the man-eating seagull. He pinpointed its spine, confirming it as the creature's weakness. Subsequently, Chopper transformed, enhancing his strength, becoming a muscular powerhouse focused solely on the upper body. He leapt gracefully into the air, his hooves forming a cross as he targeted the recently discovered weak spot. Carving hoof cross, Chopper exclaimed, striking heavily at the spine of the giant bird just below its neck. A resounding crack echoed, and the bird's spine snapped cleanly. The man-eating seagull collapsed lifelessly onto the deck, devoid of any vitality. This 5th-level monster was merely an ordinary FOE die. In contrast, the previous 6th-level boss, the shark, had survived Chopper's assault, only succumbing later to the relentless attacks of 2 crabs. This time, however, Chopper's lethal strike on the weakness was enough to vanquish the monstrous bird. Meanwhile, The other survivors on the sea remained oblivious to the turmoil occurring on the ship's deck, quietly awaiting the final outcome, which would be announced either by the man-eating seagull or by Yifeng. At that moment, Yifeng had just let out a sigh of relief, realizing he had underestimated the man-eating seagull, believing it to be just another ordinary fifth-level monster, which had made the situation so tense. Suddenly, he received a notification indicating he had gained experience. Kill the man-eating seagull, 260 experience, ding. System coins 260. Subsequently, he noticed a prompt indicating Robin had leveled up as well. Robin had reached level 5. Among the one-star followers, her growth was relatively impressive, with each level up yielding significant results. However, Yifeng's attention was elsewhere at that moment. In a swift motion, he approached Robin, who was on the verge of collapsing, and embraced her. Her head rested on his shoulder, her arms hanging limply at her sides. I did it. Yifeng, Robin said, her exhaustion evident, yet a smile graced her lips. Yifeng gently patted her back, assuring her that she need not push herself so hard and that doing her best was sufficient. Just then, he heard a nervous and helpless voice calling out, "It was Chopper. Is there a doctor? Is there a doctor?" Realization struck him. He was the doctor. With this epiphany, he dashed towards Robin and Yifeng. Chopper transformed into his human form, allowing him to support the tall Robin. Together, Yifeng and Chopper assisted Robin into the wooden cabin on the deck and helped her onto the bed. "Chopper, how is she?" Yifeng inquired. After a hurried examination, Chopper replied, "She's just extremely fatigued and somewhat depleted. She'll be fine. Leave it to me." Hearing this, Yifeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. After instructing Robin to rest well, he returned to the deck. There, aside from the massive corpse of the man-eating seagull, lay a chest that had just dropped, a brass chest. Yifeng stored the brass chest in his inventory and then examined the giant seagull's body. "Congratulations, you have obtained seagull meat 15. Another type of meat had been added to his collection. This time, it was not seafood. At least it was bird meat." Yifeng inspected the seagull meat. Finding no special attributes, it seemed that meat with unique traits, like octopus tentacle meat, was rather rare. Whenever he obtained a treasure chest, Yifeng eagerly opened it once the battle was completely over. He first used the luck die from the Vine Tiger, rolling a 3, averaged. He opened the chest. "Congratulations, you have obtained the Knife Maintenance Manual by Bin Song 1. Congratulations, you have obtained Hatchable Eggs 5. Congratulations. You have obtained Quest Item 1. The brass chest, combined with the luck die, yielded an array of peculiar items. This time, there were neither equipment nor blueprints. However, upon reviewing the list of items acquired, Yifeng's eyes lit up at the sight of 2 entirely unfamiliar items and a quest item. He hastily examined the first item, the Knife Maintenance Manual by Bin Song. The name struck him as oddly familiar, reminiscent of something he had encountered before, yet he could not recall where. The maintenance manual appeared as a bound book, the characters Bin Song handwritten on the cover. Upon seeing the name, Yifeng suddenly remembered who Bin Song was, the owner of the knife shop in Rogue Town, the very shop where Zoro had wagered his arm for the Sandai Kitetsu, the shop that had entrusted the Snow Walk to Zoro. What was this maintenance manual for? Chapter 75. What is a ship in a bottle? Yifeng quickly examined the description box for the item. The Knife Maintenance Manual by Bin Song. Upgrade item level. 1 star. Permanently increases the attack power of any 1-star weapon by 10 points, limited to 1 weapon. Required materials. Iron block 1, coarse cloth 10. This manual could enhance a 1-star weapon's attack power by a significant margin of 10 points. Wound tea that effectively double the attack power of the dagger or long sword he possessed. The required materials were simple enough. He had plenty of coarse cloth, and though iron blocks were slightly more advanced materials, he was not lacking in that either. Excellent. Eagerly, Yifeng retrieved his fine iron dagger. Fine iron dagger, star level, 1. Attack power 11. Crafted product, world drop. This dagger boasted an attack power of 11. If it could indeed gain an additional 10 points as indicated in the Knife Maintenance Manual, it would effectively enhance this ordinary 1-star equipment to a remarkable degree. Yifeng quickly learned the Maintenance Manual, discovering it was operated through crafting. He was keen to test its effects. Yifeng spent 1 iron block and 10 coarse cloth, then clicked on his fine iron dagger. A dazzling white light flickered around the dagger. Upon inspecting the dagger again, there was no visible change in its appearance. Yifeng, puzzled, glanced at the dagger's parameter box. Fine iron dagger, maintained, star level, 1. Attack power 21, 1110. Crafted product, world drop. Yifeng checked his personal panel. His melee attack power had surged to 31 points, now even surpassing his ranged attack power. This Ibin Song truly was a treasure. Yifeng recalled the shopkeeper's appearance from Rogue Town, feeling he looked even more dashing than when he had entrusted the snow walk to Zoro. Overjoyed, Yifeng called out, "Marian, Baby 5, Qianqian, Huahui, gather around." The others on the deck were puzzled by Yifeng's summons, unsure of the connection between them. What was he planning? Baby 5 was the most eager, racing directly towards Yifeng. Her long legs propelled her swiftly to his side. "Master, do you need me now?" Baby 5 asked, her cheeks flushed. Yifeng extended his hand, requesting, "Please, hand me your long sword." Baby 5's long sword was typically strapped to her back. But to Yifeng's surprise, she extended her leg, placing her foot in his hand. "Master, it can be a long sword, an iron rod, or even a machine jiuan." Yifeng sighed. "I meant the sword on your back." Only then did Baby 5 hand him the sword from her back. The exquisite iron long sword had an attack power of 1/2. Yifeng spent 1 iron block and 10 coarse cloth to upgrade this weapon. Exquisite iron long sword, maintained, star level, 1. Attack power 22, 1210. Crafted product, world drop. After the maintenance, Yifeng returned the long sword to Baby 5. Delighted, she embraced him, exclaiming, "Master, you are so good to me." This girl, though beautiful, carried a scent of smoke, unlike Robin, who always smelled of flowers. At that moment, Marian approached, voluntarily removing her dagger from her waist and offering it to Yifeng. This dagger was identical to Yifeng's. With an attack power of 1/1, Yifeng upgraded Marian's dagger, enhancing its attack power by 10 points before returning it to her. "Thank you," Marian said, reattaching the dagger to her waist as she expressed her gratitude. She was quite intelligent, yet Yifeng felt an inexplicable distance from her. He recognized that Marian's cleverness was essential for her role as a combat core. Next, it was the crab's turn. Huahui readily handed over the battered hammer. This hammer was a crude iron hammer with an attack power of only 5. Its cost less than that of a single iron block. Logically, upgrading this hammer with 1 iron block and 10 coarse cloth would be a loss. However, Yifeng was unconcerned. After all, it was just a small amount of materials. He prioritized enhancing the team's overall attack power, knowing that a better hammer could be obtained later, at which point he could upgrade it again and add another 10 points. He wasn't worried about the materials. This crude iron hammer was upgraded from 5 to 15 attack power. Finally, it was Qianqian's turn. This fellow seemed particularly attached to her hammer, refusing to let go. Yifeng, at a loss, called Marian back. "Marian, have your crab give me the hammer." After a lengthy negotiation, Qianqian finally relinquished the hammer to Yifeng. The hammer in Qianqian's pincers had an attack power of 12. With Yifeng's upgrade, it rose to 22 attack power. Now, the entire team had significantly boosted their attack power. In total, the 5 weapons upgraded collectively increased their attack power by 50 points. The cost is merely the consumption of 5 iron blocks and 50 pieces of coarse cloth. An unbelievably advantageous deal. Yifeng once again marveled at the manual for the maintenance of Ibin Song tools, which is simply exquisite. This is tantamount to directly exchanging for 5 superior weapons. Moreover, should new 1-star weaponry become available in the future, another round of upgrades awaits. However, this manual does have its limitations, as it cannot be utilized on weapons above the 2-star grade. Regrettably, Yifeng's own slingshot cannot be upgraded with this manual, which is somewhat disappointing. Next, let us examine the following item. Hatchable eggs 5. Yifeng gazed at its description panel. Hatchable eggs, it can hatch into domestic chickens, can be raised and bred. This item resembles living entities such as orange saplings. The items acquired previously were all seeds and saplings, and now it is time for poultry. The cycle of chicken laying eggs and eggs hatching into chickens is endless in the foreseeable future. There should be both chicken meat and eggs to consume. A delightful find indeed. One wonders if it will be possible to obtain calves in the future. If so, creating a complete survival farm would indeed be feasible. The final item is quest item. Yifeng produced this quest item, which astonishingly resembled a piece of paper. Quest, accept the challenge. Description, do not cower in the face of others' challenges. Quest objective, defeat any fleet that challenges you. Eliminate the leader and slay over 60 of the crew. Recommended level, none. Quest reward, a random bottle ship. Star level also random. Yifeng was captivated by the quest reward. What exactly is a bottle ship? Focusing on the words bottle ship, an explanatory panel immediately appeared. A bottle ship is a vessel. When stored, it appears in the form of a bottle ship, typically a special type of ship. This implies that upon completion of this quest, a ship will be directly rewarded. Chapter 76. Educating the fleet leaders. The explanatory box did not clarify what constitutes a challenge. Yifeng scrutinized his personal panel, which contained no information regarding challenges. It seems that a challenge is not governed by any specific rules, but rather is based on actual confrontations. For instance, if someone launches an attack on Yifeng, or if there is an assault on his vessel or followers, these scenarios likely qualify as challenges. This appears to be akin to the so-called PvP quests in online games. Furthermore, the allure of this reward is significant for Yifeng. Although the nature of the bottle ship remains unspecified, he is quite fond of the thrill of blind box rewards. It is certain that it is not an ordinary vessel. Having gained experience from his first quest and tasted the sweetness of accomplishing tasks, this quest is a definite must. Survivors and fleets abound in the vicinity, do they not? Yifeng approached the railing, surveying the sea, which was densely populated with thatched rafts. Marianne, bring that fellow over here. Yifeng commanded. Marianne instantly comprehended that the fellow referred to the broadcast phone worm. With her petite frame, she struggled to carry the broadcast phone worm to Yifeng's side. Yifeng seized the microphone and shouted, "Is there any fleet willing to challenge me?" With a naturally loud voice, reminiscent of when Marianne shouted to disregard the man-eating seagull, Yifeng's call resonated across the area. His voice bewildered those present. The prevailing knowledge among the crowd was still about the man-eating seagull that had plummeted from the sky, after which there had been no further news. Yifeng, standing at the railing, signified his victory. Initially, when people saw Yifeng, they intended to cheer. However, it was unexpected that the formidable Yifeng was actually soliciting challenges. Who would dare challenge Yifeng? Were they truly seeking their own demise? After a brief pause, it became evident that no one responded. It was unsurprising. During the recent assault by the man-eating seagull, not a single soul had the courage to stand and confront it, indicating that none among the nearby fleets possessed that capability. With a resigned shake of his head, Yifeng acknowledged that he was merely testing the waters, not harboring any substantial expectations. Well, perhaps another time. He mused, upon reaching the island, there may be challengers. Alternatively, while on the island, it is quite possible that someone would attempt to seize it. He could tackle this quest then, as there are no time constraints attached. Yifeng proceeded to repair his vessel, expending 30 pieces of wood and 20 pieces of coarse cloth. The damaged deck and other components were swiftly restored. All the colorful traps painted by Marianne were also eliminated. The entire ship was rejuvenated. "Nami, let us set sail at full speed," Yifeng commanded. Upon hearing this, Marianne promptly returned to her post. As Yifeng's ship surged forward, all the survivors present were thrown into a state of panic. Su Bin shouted, "Everyone, stay close to Yifeng." The other survivors, urged by him, started to maneuver their vessels to keep pace. Su Bin's exclamation reminded the other fleets of the safety that accompanied Yifeng. Indeed, following Yifeng was the wisest choice. Fortunately, they were by Yifeng's side. Otherwise, they would surely face dire consequences. Yifeng's ship is so fast. How can my rickety raft keep up? The survivors struggled to propel their rafts in an effort to follow Yifeng. However, his ship was significantly swifter than their flimsy rafts, making it impossible for them to keep up. Yifeng, take us with you, bellowed a loud-voiced survivor. At that moment, Yifeng's vessel had already distanced itself from the cluster of rafts. This loud shout did not capture Yifeng's attention. However, other survivors began to follow the sound, creating a resonant echo. Yifeng, take us with you. Yifeng, take us with you. The chorus grew louder and more harmonious, reverberating throughout the skies. At this point, if Yifeng could not hear them, he might as well be deaf. These fellows, are they not concerned about attracting other monsters? Yifeng grumbled. The recent man-eating seagull was merely a common creature. Yet it still occupied Yifeng's thoughts. Common creatures possess their own advantages, particularly in numbers. The seagull had entered the crowd alone, akin to the first giant land crab Yifeng encountered. Although Yifeng was not a coastal dweller, he had watched the animal world. Seagulls, while not highly social, do tend to gather in small flocks. This raucous outcry could easily lead to trouble. Did Blue Star not experience a World War Z? It was simply too noisy. Nevertheless, Yifeng could not allow himself to be morally coerced by these individuals. This era was imbued with a sense of time-sensitive competition. Aside from slaying monsters, Yifeng needed to advance at full speed. There was no time to linger with these sluggish rafts. Seizing the microphone of the broadcast phone worm, Yifeng shouted, "You all need to quiet down, if you don't want to attract seagulls. Then silence yourselves." Yet, the collective clamor of the crowd did not abate. Yifeng, feeling exasperated, contemplated alternative strategies. Yes, to instill some order, he must negotiate with their leaders. Yifeng then bellowed, "Summon your fleet leaders to come aboard my ship for a discussion." This declaration finally quelled the shouts of the crowd. The area between the rafts descended into a cacophony. Almost everyone belonged to a specific fleet, each with their own captain, bound by the contracts of their respective fleets. In most cases, actions were dictated by the captain's stance. At this moment, Yifeng's request to speak with their captains rendered them obedient. Soon, several vessels, not rafts, began to glide toward Yifeng's ship. After a cursory glance, Yifeng noted about 7 ships, including the nearest Su Bin. There should be 8 fleets present. Yifeng wiped the sweat from his brow. The earlier outcry had caused him some anxiety. If a dozen man-eating seagulls were to arrive, he would have little assurance of emerging unscathed. Moreover, with Robin currently incapacitated, lacking one combatant, they would have to rely on Nami's lightning to defend the ship. When faced with numerous colossal flying monsters, the potential for uncontrollable elements was exceedingly high. It was crucial to negotiate with the fleet leaders and depart swiftly. After a considerable wait, the leaders of the various fleets gradually boarded Yifeng's ship. A total of 8 individuals graced his presence, a motley assortment of genders and ages. Among them was a petite girl, reminiscent of Marianne. Compared to ordinary survivors, they were already formidable. However, in the survival world, one could not access the profiles of other survivors, and all their panels simply read, "Ordinary Survivor." With no information available, Yifeng had no means of discerning their capabilities. Nevertheless, his intent in summoning them aboard was not to familiarize himself with them, but rather to impart some education. Chapter 77. She can be upgraded. Yifeng regarded them and inquired, "Do you truly wish to remain with my ship?" The 8 individuals nodded in unison. "Are you all fools?" Upon hearing Yifeng's reprimand, they exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Acknowledging Yifeng's prowess, they dared not express dissatisfaction. Yifeng ignored their apprehension and continued, "Have you forgotten what the core objective of this stage is?" At that moment, the 8 individuals began to whisper among themselves. Only by locating an island could they hope to survive. Indeed, these past few days, the sea monsters have caused us to lose sight of our ultimate goal. Yifeng elaborated. "What do you think is the likelihood of encountering several islands in the same location while sailing alongside me? Including you all, there are a total of 9 individuals, necessitating 9 islands. Who among you is willing to share an island with another?" Yifeng's words ignited the selfish desires within the crowd. Each person present was a formidable individual, who would willingly share an island with anyone else. Moreover, as everyone sailed in the same direction, it was likely that only one island would be encountered. In the event that only one island appeared, it would undoubtedly belong to Yifeng, he continued, stating, "I certainly would not wish to share an island with any of you." Upon uttering this, his gaze suddenly became piercingly sharp. This simple shift in expression was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the onlookers. It was not that Yifeng possessed an extraordinary command of his gaze, but rather that the others could draw inferences. They were already aware of Yifeng's formidable strength, and upon witnessing such an expression, they could not help but feel intimidated. An ordinary person displaying such a gaze would only invite ridicule. Although they had previously benefited from Yifeng's fishing rod, they were not mere survivors. They understood that the struggle among the strong was for the islands. Consequently, they had no illusions about a person of Yifeng's caliber sharing an island with them. "You all witnessed that large bird earlier?" Yifeng continued. "To speak frankly, I did not find it easy to kill. Flying monsters indeed pose a significant challenge. When the large bird first appeared, everyone shrank back like turtles retreating into their shells. At that moment, they had completely forgotten their own identities as strong individuals. Yifeng's admission of difficulty in slaying the creature was something they could easily imagine, if it were they themselves. Not only would they struggle to kill it, but merely escaping would be an extraordinary feat. Do not forget, that creature is a seagull. Seagulls are not solitary animals. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd suddenly realized the implication. They had never considered this aspect. Everyone thought the ocean was perilous, and that following Yifeng would afford them greater safety. However, they had not contemplated whether the man-eating seagulls were social creatures. You all have dealt with the level 2 great white shark before, Haven TU? With their numbers, who could possibly survive? Yifeng continued, the principle remains the same. While I can kill one man-eating seagull, I cannot simultaneously kill several. If that is the case, I too might become prey. What good would it do you to follow me? At this moment, Su Bin suddenly blurted out, moreover, our 8-member fleet is too large a target. Yifeng's gaze turned towards Su Bin, who quickly nodded in understanding. Do you comprehend? To survive, not only must you avoid following me, but you must also disperse among yourselves. Only thus can you minimize the danger and strive to find your own islands. Remember, we are over 10,000 people competing for 1,000 islands. After delivering this statement, Yifeng ceased to speak further. Eager to depart from this dismal place, he remained concerned about the threat posed by the man-eating seagulls. If you understand, make haste and leave. I must also continue my journey, Yifeng added. The 8 individuals, hearing Yifeng's dismissal, felt it inappropriate to linger and promptly disembarked from his vessel. Just before leaving, Su Bin turned back to inquire once more, Yifeng, if you have the time, please reconsider my proposal, specifically, the suggestion to join your team. Why Yifeng waved him off, signaling him to leave the ship. Once everyone had disembarked, Nami immediately organized full speed ahead. At this moment, Yifeng was preoccupied with the question of how to deal with a potential increase in man-eating seagulls. He harbored a persistent sense of foreboding. The current threat relied on Marion's trap and Robin's fruit abilities. As for offensive capabilities, Yifeng was not overly concerned. Chopper swiftly dealt with the situation, indicating that the man-eating seagulls did not possess excessively high health points. The troublesome aspect of the man-eating seagulls lay in their ability to fly. The previous combat strategy involved luring the large bird down using the Red Bull from the triangular sail, then utilizing the deck as the battleground. This reliance on Robin was somewhat excessive. Marion, Yifeng murmured her name, realizing that all combat strategies had to be based on Marion. I in the wheelhouse, Marion, upon hearing her name, felt her already flushed face grow even warmer. At that moment, she heard Yifeng call out to her loudly, Marion, come out for a moment. I need to discuss tactics with you. Taking a deep breath, Marion emerged from the wheelhouse. Upon seeing her, Yifeng grasped her arms. Marion, can you draw something with a certain level of defense? Something that can withstand the large bird's attacks as well as Nami's 80 electric damage? Marion paused, contemplating before shaking her head. I believe I do not possess that capability at the moment. Why Yifeng felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to have Marion draw a substantial shield on the deck to serve as armor. This way, they could paint the Red Bull on the shield and rely on Nami's lightning to swiftly eliminate the large bird. If they could dispatch several man-eating seagulls in quick succession, the danger would significantly diminish. However, Marion's conclusion was that it was not feasible. Wai Yifeng shook his head, pondering how, with such an extraordinary team, they could be hindered by aerial threats. No. What do you mean you do not have that capability now? After you level up, you should be able to, right? Marion, puzzled, explained, I cannot clarify it precisely. I just have a feeling that I will be able to create powerful items in the future. Wai Yifeng glanced at Marion's status panel. At present, she was only level 4, yet she was at 94.97 of that level, suggesting that with a few hundred more experience points, she would reach level 5. Wai Yifeng looked up at the sky. If they were to encounter a swarm of man-eating seagulls shortly, it would pose a considerable danger. Wait a moment. Yifeng glanced at his own system panel. He currently possessed 1823 system coins. That's right, he could directly upgrade Marion's star level. Although Marion had advanced from level 1 to level 4, her activation range and time had improved. The quality of the items she could create had not changed significantly. However, upgrading her star level was a different matter entirely. It was something he had to try at that moment. Several dark spots appeared in the sky. As they grew larger, they slowly took the shape of seagulls. From such a distance, it was impossible to discern whether they were ordinary seagulls or man-eating ones. Wai Yifeng could confirm that there were a total of 9. Area Channel. Having just survived a life-and-death crisis, I was terrified. I nearly became a meal. I could feel the wind from its flapping wings. Upstairs, That is nothing. I was closer and could smell its foul breath. What are you all talking about? The survivors present had gradually recovered from their shock and began to vent their fears in the area channel. We just went through a catastrophe. We were nearly turned into snacks by the man-eating seagulls. Weren't you part of the large fleet? Did the captain not intervene? A level 5 giant bird can snatch a person up in a single bite. Which captain would dare to intervene? Intervene! Our captain is on the ship right next to me, cowering in the cabin and not daring to show his face. Even though our captain has reached level 3, he is still just a snack for that giant bird, no different from us. In an instant, the area channel became lively. In the eyes of most, the man-eating seagulls bore only one image, that of a creature that devoured humans. It continuously ate, never seeming to be satiated. Run quickly! Have you lost your mind? I see you've lost your mind. They can fly. How can my flimsy wooden raft outrun them? Isn't it just that we survived? You lot are simply scared. This statement was met with opposition from many. If you had seen that giant bird treating people like peanuts, you wouldn't say that. You wouldn't even be enough to fill its gaps. One person countered, I doubt it's as terrifying as you all claim. The fact that we're still alive is proof. We're alive not because it's full, but because Yifeng took down that giant bird. For those who had not experienced the event, upon hearing it was Yifeng who had intervened, everything suddenly made sense. Of course, it had to be Yifeng. At this stage, who else could contend with a level 5 monster? Seeing that we faced a crisis, Yifeng stepped in to draw the creature away, allowing us to escape with our lives. I know, this is just Yifeng's style. Since entering this survival world, he has saved my life 3 times. I do not know how to repay him. You all are truly fortunate to have encountered Yifeng. Even facing that monster, I would wish to meet him. You wouldn't be thinking of following Yifeng indefinitely, would you? That is not feasible. Why Yifeng has instructed our captain not to let us follow him. This doesn't seem like Yifeng's style. Perhaps he has encountered some troubles? What troubles? I believe Yifeng simply doesn't want you to burden him, hence his reluctance to let you follow. That is impossible. Yifeng is not that kind of person. You all think too highly of Yifeng. He is merely a powerful individual, not a philanthropist. Remember, this is a survival world. This statement instantly altered the mood of the people. Many who supported Yifeng initially intended to refute the claim. However, the truth remains that Yifeng explicitly forbade anyone from following him. He even called the captain over and sternly emphasized the importance of not allowing anyone to accompany him. The captain returned to inform everyone that it was for their safety. Yet, as an ordinary survivor, one might feel that only by following the esteemed Yifeng could they ensure their safety. Drifting in the vast ocean, what difference does it make even with the captain of a large fleet providing cover? Encountering a level 2 shark, one might still survive, but against those level 5 man-eating seagulls, one could only await their demise. I believe otherwise. I am convinced that Yifeng's insistence on not allowing us to follow him is rooted in genuine concern for our well-being. To those upstairs, do not be foolish. This is merely self-deception. At this moment, Yifeng, gazing intently at the horizon, furrowed his brow, feeling an unprecedented tension. There were 9 of them, and if they were indeed man-eating seagulls, it posed a tremendous challenge. This situation was far more perilous than a typical boss battle. Currently, the monsters held air superiority, which was indeed quite troublesome. Regardless of what birds they might be, they could be treated as man-eating seagulls without hesitation. We must prepare with utmost diligence. These birds were still some distance from Yifeng's vessel. To him, they appeared as mere silhouettes against the sky. The birds, in turn, likely saw Yifeng's ship as just a vague outline on the water's surface. Even if they were flying directly towards them, it would take 3 to 4 minutes to reach them. Yifeng promptly opened his system panel and purchased a follower upgrade stone. He then quickly applied it to Marian. At this moment, Marian also felt a bit anxious. She was not afraid of the large birds. Since being summoned by Yifeng, she had not truly feared anything. Rather, her fear stemmed from the possibility of disappointing Yifeng. Although she often appeared expressionless and seemed to desire rest rather than work, deep down, she yearned for Yifeng's acknowledgement. Throughout these days, she had been exerting her utmost efforts to assist the team. After using the upgrade stone, Marian had transformed into a 2-star follower. Now, there were 3 2-star followers in Yifeng's team. They included Nami, whose terrifying attack power had reached an astonishing 80 points. She was the team's damage dealer, but once they entered the ocean, her output had been severely restricted. Wei Yifeng felt that her extraordinarily high damage output could potentially inflict significant harm upon the ship and threaten the fruit users on board. The second 2-star follower was the recently joined Baby 5. She was a hybrid character capable of both melee and range combat, able to somewhat compensate for Nami's output deficit. However, due to her limited participation in battles, her level remained relatively low, and her damage output was not particularly impressive. The third 2-star follower was Marion, who had just been upgraded. Now, she wished to observe the differences between her 2-star self and her previous 1-star self. Miss Golden Week, star level, 2 level, 4, 94.97, health, 36, defense, 28, crab shell chestplate 8, crab shell bracers 5, shark skin belt 8, attack, 28, fine iron dagger 21, 1110, speed, 23, skills, drawing, color trap, devil fruit, pin fruit. From her data panel, it appeared that her upgrade to 2 stars only slightly enhanced her various parameters. The specific changes would ultimately depend on her abilities while drawing. As Marion was not a combat-oriented character, she retrieved her paintbrush and palette, immediately sketching a stone upon the ground. At this moment, Yifeng was filled with anticipation, wondering if it would achieve the effect Marion had described. Upon seeing her draw a stone, he was quick to take a look. What? The stone actually has attributes. Drawn stone, Defense 15, Chapter 79. The esteemed one is often misunderstood upon seeing the attributes of the stone. Both Yifeng and Marion breathed a sigh of relief. If that were the case, they would indeed be saved. As expected, a 2-star character was indeed different from a 1-star character. Even for a support-type character like Marion, there existed a unique growth path. Marion, Yifeng pointed towards the few bird-like creatures resembling seagulls on the horizon. Let's prepare, I just counted. There are a total of 9, Wei Yifeng instructed. The stone Marion drew appeared to be about 10 centimeters thick, yet it provided 15 points of defense. If they stacked 6 stones, they could achieve a total of 90 points of defense. Marion hurriedly waved her paintbrush, crafting a massive stone in the center of the deck. She aimed to make the stone as large as possible, its width nearly matching that of the ship, occupying most of the deck space. A small area was left for everyone to position themselves when attacking the enemy. After drawing 1 stone, Marion rushed to the ship's railing, peering down to assess the impact of such a large stone on the ship's draft. This was something Yifeng had not considered. Marion, this girl, not only possessed a sharp mind and quick reflexes but also demonstrated remarkable foresight. After observing, she concluded that if they added 6 stones, the ship's draft would likely be too deep. If necessary, they could settle for stacking only 5 stones, resulting in a total defense of merely 75 points. Wei Yifeng. Marion expressed some urgency, seeking his approval. Wei Yifeng quickly approached her, inquiring, "Is it not feasible? Are the stones too heavy? Is there nothing else we could use instead?" In truth, iron objects would be lighter under the same defensive conditions, so there should be no issue. However, Marion refrained from mentioning iron plates to Yifeng, as they needed to utilize lightning, and Nami's lightning posed a risk due to its high-pressure short-circuit logic. She shook her head and replied, "I was thinking of stacking 5 layers. That way, the defense would only be 75. What do you think?" Yifeng pondered briefly before agreeing with Marion's decision. The ship itself also possessed 40 points of defense. If the stone were pierced by lightning, they could rely on the ship's inherent defense. At that point, it would solely depend on Nami's control over the attack's intensity. As long as she did not unleash lightning for more than a second, they should not encounter significant issues. They had already slain 1 man-eating seagull, and Yifeng estimated that the creature's health would not exceed 90 points. By coordinating attacks with others, they should be able to eliminate these monsters without difficulty. Upon receiving Yifeng's approval, Marion resumed her drawing. She intended to depict stones atop the previously drawn stone, stacking a total of 5 layers. Marion's painting speed had improved compared to her 1-star days. Although she still could not draw as swiftly as when creating color traps, completing these large stones before the birds reached them should pose no problem. Had it been the speed of Marion before her upgrade, she might not have managed it in time. At this moment, the birds were drawing ever closer to Yifeng's ship. Wei Yifeng also sensed their unusually large size. Judging from the distance, they did not appear to be ordinary seagulls. Meanwhile, behind Yifeng's ship, the individuals on the wooden raft formation were preparing to leave the area. None of them anticipated contending with others for the islands. Therefore, several fleet leaders, including Su Bin, convened to discuss their next course of action after departing from Yifeng's ship. deciding to head in different directions. Just as they were nearly organized and ready to set sail, one person shouted loudly, "Look towards Yifeng's direction." Curious, the others turned to see several seagulls visibly growing larger at an alarming rate. This meant they were rapidly approaching Yifeng's vessel. Why do I feel that those seagulls are not ordinary? I feel the same. Judging by their size, they must be enormous, a total of 9. Could they be 9 man-eating seagulls? This thought mirrored that of the majority present. Among the 8 fleets, now comprising several hundred individuals, panic ensued. They had nearly organized themselves for a smooth departure when they spotted the 9 large birds approaching, causing everyone to falter in their movements. The wooden rafts collided once again. The speed of their departure was noticeably hindered. "Captain, we need to get everyone out of here." One person, close to the captain, shouted, "Do you think I want to stay here? Your rafts are blocking my ship." In an instant, the previously orderly wooden raft assembly descended into chaos once more. It was reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Under normal circumstances, people could jostle and gradually reach their desired destinations. However, if someone were to suddenly shout that there was a bomb in the market, everyone would frantically attempt to escape, resulting in a bottleneck. This was precisely when stampedes were most likely to occur. Although the survivors were separated by wooden rafts and would not experience a true stampede, their rafts interweaving slowed their departure significantly. As time ticked by, people gradually untangled themselves, realigning the bows of their rafts, and began to sail off in various directions. At this moment, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of the onlookers. I questioned why the esteemed Yifeng did not permit us to accompany him. It turned out that Yifeng had long foreseen the arrival of more man-eating seagulls to this location. In truth, he had been selflessly sacrificing himself to save others, and I had just harbored doubts about his intentions. How foolish of me, indeed. Had Yifeng been confident, he would not have insisted on our departure. Just moments ago, did he not express to our leader that he found it somewhat taxing to defeat a single man-eating seagull? Now, there were 9 of them. Why Yifeng must have felt uncertain about the situation. He had urged us to stay away for our own safety. At this juncture, some individuals were moved to tears. Why Yifeng was genuinely risking his life to protect us. The sense of gratitude among the crowd grew increasingly profound and fervent. They were finally able to grasp the terror posed by 9 man-eating seagulls and truly appreciate Yifeng's heartfelt intentions, even though he had not initially envisioned it that way. While he suspected that there were more than just one man-eating seagull, he merely speculated that the first one was lost. Even if he encountered another, it would not necessarily be at that very moment. To his astonishment, just after vanquishing the first, 9 more swooped in. Yifeng deduced that the initial seagull was likely not lost but rather scouting the area. He had merely wanted the ordinary survivors to keep their distance, believing they could not match his speed and did not wish to hinder their search for an island. Yifeng had not anticipated that the seagulls would approach from his direction. Their positioning gave the ordinary people the impression that Yifeng stood as a barrier between them and the seagulls, portraying him as a valiant protector of the masses. Once again, Yifeng was misunderstood. In the regional channel, someone lamented, "You ungrateful creatures, why do you not assist Yifeng?" Indeed, just moments ago, they had claimed that Yifeng had saved their lives 3 times. Now, as he faced peril, they spoke of fleeing without hesitation. Those who were not present began to criticize those who were, calling their accusations unjust. They declared that Yifeng had sacrificed himself for their safety. It was evident that their lack of understanding led them to create chaos. Yes, I believe that my survival would be the greatest comfort to Yifeng. Both those present and absent shared the sentiment that Yifeng's fate appeared dire. The sunlight grew increasingly blinding. The 9 seagulls, obscured by the glaring rays, had already flown nearby. Why Yifeng squinted at the sky, where the massive forms of the seagulls became unmistakable. Given their size, they could only be man-eating seagulls. Yifeng then glanced at the towering stack of square stone slabs, neatly piled to a height of 50 centimeters. Marion was painting a vibrant red bullfighting trap upon them. At that moment, Nami had summoned a thundercloud. The density and intensity of the cloud bore no difference from before. However, its coverage had significantly expanded. Nami had intentionally thickened the cloud in preparation for the impending battle. Should she desire it, with just a little more time, the area of the thundercloud could double. And of course, this was not without limits, as it related to Nami's personal level and the capacity of her weather staff. If we were to consider the attack power, The limit should be 80 points, and moreover, it disregarded the defensive damage, making it more substantial than the average 80 points. If she could directly deal 80 points of damage, it would likely be sufficient to obliterate a man-eating seagull. Yifeng was not concerned about Nami's lightning damage. Rather, he worried whether the stone slabs could withstand the onslaught. Additionally, if all 9 seagulls were to attack the bullfighting red on the slabs simultaneously, the slabs might very well breach under the pressure, leading to unforeseen complications. Thus, he had to rely on Nami's quick reflexes. Despite being well prepared, there remained the possibility of issues arising. Meanwhile, behind Yifeng's grand vessel, the crowd retreating in various directions had also taken note of the immense thundercloud looming above. What is that? A dark cloud. Could it be conjured by the man-eating seagulls? Someone speculated. That cannot be. Look, the seagulls are still a distance away from Yifeng. I suspect it is the result of Yifeng's abilities. These words reached Su Bin's ears. He had witnessed Yifeng's powers firsthand. The seagulls had grown multiple arms, and he turned to glance at the terrifying thundercloud that enveloped the ship. Occasionally, flashes of lightning pierced through the heavy clouds, a harbinger of the terrifying destructive force that awaited should the lightning discharge from the cloud. Could this also be a manifestation of Yifeng's power? Yet, Su Bin pondered a troubling thought. Such potent lightning, even if it were indeed Yifeng's ability, was not a promising sign. The lightning could obliterate Yifeng's ship. There had been no reports of a wooden vessel surviving a direct lightning strike unscathed. With this realization, he understood something crucial. Was Yifeng intending to perish alongside the man-eating seagulls? He shook his head, unwilling to delve further into that thought. Although Yifeng was not a close acquaintance, his presence represented hope for the ordinary survivors. He was akin to a totem for the people, embodying their chance of survival. Should Yifeng truly fall, the ordinary survivors would have nothing left to cling to in this world. At this moment, Nami's thundercloud had completely shrouded Yifeng's ship. The blinding sunlight had been obscured by the dark mass. Not only Nami, but also Chopper, Baby 5, Marian, and Yifeng himself stood poised for action. Yifeng had not summoned Robin. Firstly, her body required recovery, and secondly, the battle plan relied predominantly on Marian's color traps and the reinforced defense of the deck. Naturally, Nami's output was also essential. Robin's abilities would not serve much purpose in this strategy. This time, the massive seagulls had already flown directly above Yifeng's vessel. Yifeng looked up at them, whereupon he noticed their panels all inscribed with the words man-eating seagull. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged the perilous nature of the sea. Even a formidable team like Yifeng's could not approach every danger with absolute certainty. This proximity not only allowed Yifeng to observe the seagulls' panels, but also enabled them to see the intricate patterns on the stacked stone slabs. Upon initially spotting the humans aboard the grand vessel, the seagulls instinctively hesitated to engage. However, upon catching sight of the color traps, their demeanor shifted completely. The vivid red, enormous circular patterns beckoned the 9 naive creatures. Initially, the 9 seagulls maintained a certain distance in the air. But upon beholding the massive red design, they dove frantically toward the deck point. One could only hope that their descent would not capsize the ship. With the addition of 5 stone slabs, the ship's draft had nearly reached its limit. If the vessel swayed too violently, it could very well lead to a capsizing incident. Yifeng couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. Soon, several seagulls jostled against one another as they charged toward the slabs. Their wings collided in a frenzied race to strike the deck in no time. Their enormous beaks slammed against the stone slabs, specifically targeting the bullfighting red. This time, the ship experienced less violent rocking than before. The massive slabs not only brought the vessel to its draft limit, but surprisingly also stabilized it further. At least 6 or 7 seagulls had congregated above the central slab on the deck. Their colossal forms pressed against one another, heads touching, their eyes fixated solely on the color trap before them. They attacked the pattern in a frenzy. The strength of the slabs remained formidable, holding firm against the assault. The bullfighting red design showed no signs of cracking or damage. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Yifeng shouted, "Nami, unleash your attack." At this moment, although 2 birds remained above the slabs, they were unable to squeeze in and were frantically screeching in the sky. Regardless of whether they hovered above the slabs or below, they were all within the range of the lightning. With a thunderous shout, Nami released the lightning from the thundercloud. The lightning roared forth. emitting a blinding light that struck the slabs directly. At that instant, the health bars of the 9 large birds became visible, and they rapidly drained to empty before the onlookers' eyes. Yi Feng readied his slingshot. Releasing as much as he could, Baby 5 transformed her arms into 2 Gatling guns, unleashing a torrential barrage. She appeared particularly entranced by the spiraling bullets, her expression even more frenzied than when wielding a blade. Chopper, hesitant to engage in close combat beneath the lightning, transformed to enhance his antlers, remaining poised for action at the side. Just as Yi Feng had imagined, the health bars of the man-eating seagulls swiftly diminished. By the time Yi Feng fired his second stone, most of the seagulls had already turned blackened and charred, lying motionless on the ground. Upon witnessing this, Nami quickly withdrew the lightning, concerned about the possibility of perforating the ship. However, the vessel remained unscathed. Not only was the deck unharmed, but even the slabs were intact. This plan had proven to be remarkably successful. Though the lightning had ceased, Nami retained the thundercloud overhead. She was concerned that some of the larger birds were not entirely dead. Chapter 81. I still need to pour a bottle of wine for Nami. The heap of corpses not only emitted smoke, but was also slightly ablaze. It appeared that the electric charge had been a bit excessive this time. Igniting the bodies, Yi Feng and the others dared not let their guard down, keeping a vigilant watch over the charred remains. After a considerable amount of time, the white smoke dissipated and the flames gradually extinguished. Allowing Yi Feng to finally relax, he cautiously approached the corpses of the large birds, struggling to discern one from another. They were said to be 9 in total, but it was impossible to tell, as they were all shrouded in darkness. From this inky blackness emerged 2 brass treasure chests. At that moment, Yi Feng received a notification indicating that he had gained experience. Kill the man-eating seagull. 260 experience points. Kill the man-eating seagull. 260 experience points. Ding. Yi Feng was then notified of his acquisition of system coins. System coins 2340. Subsequently, Yi Feng picked up the 2 brass treasure chests. As a result of this battle, Marion leveled up to level 5, and Baby 5 reached level 3. While Marion's various attributes were not particularly significant, the enhancement of her abilities was what truly mattered. She had just advanced in star level and now reached level 5. Yi Feng inquired about Marion's thoughts, and she expressed that after leveling up, the attributes she could depict in her drawings would indeed be slightly improved. Indeed, Baby 5 was an output character, making her attributes considerably more critical. Yi Feng glanced at her status panel. Baby 5 star level 2, level 3, 70.00, health 30, defense 3, attack 47, exquisite iron longsword 22, 1210, speed 16, devil fruit, weapon fruit. Her attack power had reached 47. Yi Feng asked Baby 5, "How do you feel your abilities have changed after leveling up?" Baby 5 replied, "Master, are you asking about my abilities because you truly need me?" Yi Feng nodded helplessly, and Baby 5 beamed with a joyful smile. According to her explanation, when wielding melee weapons with diligence, her attack power would indeed be 47. However, if she did not apply herself fully, it would likely be lower. For ranged weapons, it depended on the type. For instance, weapons relying on firing speed, like a Gatling gun, would have each bullet's attack power falling below 47, with some bullets being significantly weaker. Yet, for explosive ranged weapons, the single explosion's power could peak at 47. Beyond single explosions, there was also splash damage. If fortune favored her, a single explosion might combine with splash damage, potentially exceeding 47. Conversely, if directly struck by splash damage, the power could fall far below 47. After listening for a while, Yi Feng felt perplexed, furrowing his brow as he contemplated the matter for an extended period. It seemed the maximum attack power was indeed 47, but varied significantly depending on the attack type. Regardless of the attack type, it was contingent upon the spatial relationship between her and the enemy. This was something Yi Feng did not need to clarify excessively, nor did he expect Baby 5 to deal maximum damage every time. Doing so would not only exhaust him but also tire Baby 5, and he certainly did not wish to burden such a lovely girl. Noticing Yi Feng tapping his head, Baby 5 asked with concern, "Master, do you need me to massage your head?" Before Yi Feng could respond, she began to gently massage his scalp with her delicate, somewhat cool fingers. Remarkably, despite her fierce appearance, her massage was far gentler than Robin's. Each had their merits. One was softer but bore an irritating scent, while the other was more forceful yet exuded a delightful floral fragrance. At that moment, Yifeng remembered that since Baby Five's arrival, he had yet to craft any defensive equipment for her. With her current defense, she would surely sustain injuries if she charged into a crowd of enemies. Prompted by this thought, he hurried to the wooden cabin on the deck, realizing it would be unwise to place her in danger when she was needed to advance. Upon entering the cabin, he first glanced at Robin, who was seated by the bed, casually flipping through a book. Her complexion was still not quite well, but upon seeing Yifeng, she mustered a smile. "Why, Yifeng, are you crafting equipment?" "Let me help you," Robin offered, noticing Yifeng approaching the workbench, eager to assist with her fruit abilities. "Why, Yifeng," called out by Robin, quickly halted his steps and turned to her bedside. He crouched before her. And with her face elevated compared to his, Yifeng looked up, stating, "I only need you to rest. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to showcase your talents in the future." Robin smiled and nodded in agreement. Yifeng then approached the workbench, retrieving the materials needed for the crabshell breastplate, crabshell bracers, and sharkskin belt, 5 crab shells, 6 hemp ropes, 2 shark skins, and 2 coarse cloths. He then proceeded with the crafting process. Soon, he had successfully fashioned the 3 pieces of equipment. With the 3 items in hand, Yifeng returned to the deck and presented them to Baby Five. "These are for you. Please wear them." Baby Five stood frozen in place. Her character, which found immense happiness in being needed by others, had long been recognized by those around her, i.e. the Don Quixote family. She was the most unique among the clan members. Her nature was both exceedingly useful yet posed a significant risk. Doflamingo was certainly aware of this. She did not know whether they truly regarded the exceptionally unique Baby Five as family. What she understood was that those so-called family members only sought to take from her. Robin had never repaid Baby Five for anything. This was the first time Baby Five had received a gift. Leaving her somewhat astonished, she struggled to express her gratitude, merely asking, "Master, do you truly need me to put them on?" Yifeng nodded. She then began to change right before Yifeng's eyes. What a remarkably generous girl she was. It seemed that all the girls in Yifeng's team shared this trait of generosity. Why, Yifeng shot a glance at Marian, thinking, "Is this a rule in our team?" Marian turned her head away, somewhat dissatisfied. All right, now it was time to inspect the corpses of the monsters. After waiting for a considerable time and feeling the temperature of the corpses drop, he attempted to collect the remains of the man-eating seagulls. "Congratulations, you have obtained charred bird meat." "Congratulations, you have obtained charred bird meat." Indeed, it was charred. Yifeng examined the description of the charred bird meat, which indicated that it was inedible and classified as trash. With a resigned shake of his head, he reflected on the significant risks taken to slay the 9 man-eating seagulls. It was unreasonable to expect Nami to monitor the cooking process. The fact that Nami could electrocute all 9 seagulls in one go was already quite impressive. When it came time to eat, he would need to pour Nami an extra bottle of wine. The credit for this accomplishment belonged to both Marian and Nami. Both shared a common trait. They were both 2-star followers. Yifeng then checked his system panel. With the additional 2,340 system coins he had just acquired, he now had system coins 3163. Currently, Yifeng had 2 1-star followers remaining, Chopper and Robin. After upgrading them to 2-star followers, there would still be some coins left. He promptly exchanged for 2-star upstones from the system panel. Chapter 82. Like an angel, he directly used 1-star upstone on Chopper, who, caught off guard, was upgraded to 2-star. Chopper looked bewildered, unsure of what changes had taken place. Unlike Nami, who underwent visible changes in appearance upon leveling up, Chopper's exterior remained unaffected. Yifeng shifted his attention to Chopper's status panel. Tony Chopper, Judicial Island, Star Level, 2, Level 4, 92.97, Health, 37, Defense, 53, Crabshell Breastplate 8, Crabshell Bracers 5, Sharkskin Belt 8, Attack, 27, Speed, 26, Hockey, Basic Armament Hockey, Skills, Master Level Medical, 7 Transformations, Equipment, Medical Backpack, Devil Fruit, Human Fruit. Similarly, all parameters had increased, but to truly understand the extent of his strength, one had to ask Chopper himself. "Chopper, how do you feel?" Yifeng quickly inquired. After some thought, Chopper replied, "I believe there are 2 changes. First, during the Arm Strength Enhanced transformation, combined with the basic level of Armament Hockey, I can achieve a higher attack power." Chopper estimated at least 50 attack points. Yifeng nodded. Under such circumstances, with the enhancement of Brain Boost, Chopper could almost certainly eliminate typical boss-level monsters of the same tier in one blow. Secondly, I can now possess the abilities of Brain Boost without needing to activate it. What does that mean? Yifeng asked, intrigued. Chopper's face flushed suddenly as he explained. It means I've become smarter. You don't need to praise me. I won't be pleased. Yifeng could only compliment, our Chopper is amazing. I'm truly envious. Chopper's excitement transformed him into a noodle-like shape. He elaborated, now, I am always in a brain boost state. Just by observing a monster, I can instantly discern its weaknesses. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was filled with delight. Indeed, an elevation in star level would lead to a transformative enhancement. Just moments ago, he had remarked that Chopper's strengthening of arm strength, when combined with an enhancement of intellect, could annihilate a boss of the same caliber. Now, they were directly employing intellect enhancement throughout the entire process. This was nothing short of an epic augmentation. Yifeng lifted Chopper high into the air, who squinted his eyes in joy and exclaimed loudly, "Ha ha! Ha ha! All right, the next goal for star elevation is my dear Robin." Yifeng produced the second star enhancement stone and made his way towards the wooden cabin on the deck. Just as he reached the threshold of the cabin, he collided directly into Robin's embrace. Neither of them had noticed, and the impact was rather substantial. Fortunately, Robin's embrace was soft and offered some cushioning. Yifeng, I apologize, Robin quickly said, wrapping her arms around his back to prevent him from falling backward. Once Yifeng steadied himself, he remarked, Robin, your recovery is impressively swift. I am here to enhance your star level. Having spent several days in the survival world, Robin had familiarized herself with many of its rules. Upon hearing about the star enhancement, she became exceedingly joyful and hastily tugged Yifeng towards the deck, eager for everyone to witness her improvement. Typically quiet, Robin was often found engrossed in books or engaging in games of rock, paper, scissors with the two crabs. It was unexpected that she was so willing to share her happiness with others. As a plume of white smoke dissipated, Robin's star enhancement was complete. That moment, she had transformed into a 2-star follower. To date, all of Yifeng's followers had achieved 2-star status. After her enhancement, Robin's attire also underwent a transformation. The white coat and black dress she had been holding were now in her hands, while her outfit had changed into a purple dress, complemented by fishnet stockings. While reading comics, Yifeng usually paid little attention to the character's clothing. He only knew that Nami was daringly revealing, and Robin was alluring. He had likely seen fishnet stockings in the comics before, but the details were vague. To his surprise, the tall Robin looked quite enticing in them. Yifeng couldn't recall which era Robin's outfit was from, but he was aware that she had a fondness for purple. With a beaming smile, Robin handed her white coat and black dress to Yifeng, wishing for him to keep them safe. Yifeng accepted the fragrant garments and stored them in his item pouch. He then turned his gaze back to Robin. Nico Robin, terror of the three-dimensional sailing ship, star level, 2 level, 5, 12, 98, health, 42, defense, 59, defense cowboy hat 30, crab shell chest armor 8, crab shell bracers 5, shark skin belt 8, attack, 37, speed, 36, hockey, basic observation hockey, skill, reading ancient texts, devil fruit, flower fruit, defense cowboy hat, defense 20. Robin's parameters were already the most impressive among this group, and now that she had enhanced her star level, her attributes had become even more formidable. With no equipment, her attack power stood at 37 points. While her speed soared to 36, her defense was truly astounding, and with the bonuses from her hat, her defense value could reach an astonishing 79 during combat. This implied that typical bosses of the same level, who did not possess excessively high attack power, would struggle to breach her defenses. However, this aspect also concerned Yifeng, for Robin's defensive growth was quite limited. Her current high defense was primarily reliant on her accumulated equipment. Thus, Yifeng had no intention of nurturing her towards a high defense build. Nevertheless, at this stage, he could leverage her impressive defense to withstand monsters when absolutely necessary. As her level increased, her current defensive equipment would lose much of its advantage. Yifeng was curious if she had experienced any other enhancements apart from the numerical improvements. Robin, do you feel any other changes within yourself? Yifeng inquired. Robin pondered for a moment before responding. I have developed some new techniques with my fruit abilities. Though the flower fruit appeared rather flamboyant, its potential when developed was incredibly potent, a fact Yifeng was well aware of. However, previously, her star level had likely stifled her abilities. As many techniques Yifeng had seen in the comics had not been employed by Robin, Wei Yifeng watched her with eager anticipation. Seeing Yifeng's expectant gaze, Robin smiled at him. Then, crossing her arms, she prepared to demonstrate her fruit ability, Floral Flourish, Illusory Wings. Upon hearing the name, Yifeng recognized that this was going to be interesting. Techniques from the Floral Flourish series typically involve the summoning of numerous arms or legs, which converge to form gigantic limbs. Such techniques represented a significant advancement in both attack strength and versatility of application. With these techniques at her disposal, many combat strategies could be reimagined around Robin's capabilities. However, the name Floral Flourish, Illusory Wings felt oddly familiar to Yifeng, though he could not recall its specific function. At that moment, two arms gradually sprouted from Robin's back, followed by another pair of arms beside them. The arms intertwined closely, and then, countless arms blossomed outward like petals, transforming into two enormous wings on either side of her body. As the petals scattered, the wings took the form of angelic appendages. Composed entirely of numerous arms, Wei Yifeng stood opposite Robin, witnessing the magnificent wings made of countless arms. In that instant, his fear of clusters was triggered. With a graceful leap, Robin flapped her enormous wings, soaring into the sky. Her figure and the colossal wings behind her obscured the blinding sunlight, casting her silhouette in stark black against the brilliance. Thus, Yifeng could no longer discern that the wings were formed from arms. In that moment, her presence in the sky resembled that of a genuine angel. Truly beautiful, Yifeng marveled. Within moments, her strength waned, and she gracefully descended back to the deck, retracting her magnificent wings. Robin's display of flight not only astonished Yifeng but also captured Nami's attention. She grasped Robin's arm and exclaimed, "How stunning! A beauty like you is perfectly complemented by those wings." Nami's focus had always been on aesthetics. Wei Yifeng then inquired, "Surely, you can also form enormous arms with your own?" Robin was slightly taken aback by Yifeng's insight. How did he know she could create gigantic arms? However, she quickly reasoned that it was Yifeng. After all, Robin nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 83, Yifeng. The unfathomable Colossus characters leveling up to 2 stars undergo tremendous evolution. Indeed, star elevation bears far greater significance than mere level advancement. At this moment, within the regional channel, comments flowed. I truly witnessed it. Above Yifeng's ship, massive storm clouds appeared, and then lightning struck down. Could Yifeng's ship be reduced to ruins by that lightning? Most who had not seen it were skeptical. What kind of storm clouds and lightning are we talking about? The clouds nearly enveloped Yifeng's grand vessel entirely, while the lightning was so dense that its form was indiscernible. Not only would Yifeng's ship be obliterated, but it could also be charred to a crisp. Doubters pondered the nature of those storm clouds. What could possibly manifest above Yifeng's ship? Perhaps it's a punishment for always saving us in the survival world. Truly, it seemed that heaven was envious of his talents. At this juncture, the comments within the regional channel veered off course. Who told you Yifeng is dead? I assert that the lightning above his ship serves as a testament to his prowess. No, I mean, come on. He got struck by such lightning. How could he possibly survive? At this, the survivors present erupted in laughter. The imagination upstairs is truly remarkable. Is it possible that the lightning was conjured by Yifeng himself to deal with the man-eating seagulls? Once this suggestion was made, those survivors who were not present fell silent, unable to fathom what such a scenario would entail. How could anyone summon colossal lightning, let alone one that enveloped an entire ship? Could this be a manifestation of Yifeng's devil fruit powers? That seemed improbable, for they had witnessed the powers of the captains of those large ships, and none could achieve such formidable effects. Otherwise, those devil fruit users would have no trouble vanquishing high-level monsters. In reality, most captains could only manage to slay a level 2 great white shark, and even that was contingent on not encountering too many at once. Just moments ago, the attendees had clearly stated that Yifeng had faced several man-eating seagulls. Wasn't it said that even a single one posed a significant challenge for him? In the span of mere minutes, Yifeng had become unafraid of those seagulls, even if he leveled up on sight. Such a drastic change seemed implausible. One was aware of how intricate and powerful Yifeng's team truly was. Any shift in a variable could lead to a monumental alteration in combat dynamics and strategies. Moreover, whether it was ordinary survivors or the captains of those large ships, None recognized that all of this was orchestrated by his followers. Their followers are merely engaged in trivial tasks. While adrift at sea, the majority of the survivors simply exploit these followers for fishing and other such activities. Although the survivors present have already fled in various directions, the distance between them and Yifeng's grand vessel is no longer as close as it once was. Nevertheless, the immense thunderclouds and lightning surrounding Yifeng's ship, along with the sight of the man-eating seagulls struck by lightning, remain visible to them. After all, both the size of the lightning and the monstrous seagulls are remarkably large. While they may not comprehend the intricacies of the battle, they at the very least understand that Yifeng's ship has not been shattered by the lightning, and the man-eating seagulls have perished. In the regional channel, they fervently engage in lively discussions, excitement palpable in their exchanges. It seems that this must be the manifestation of Yifeng's devil fruit powers, presumably a fruit related to lightning. I concur. Without such formidable abilities, who could consistently achieve world-first kills against bosses? Please, stop talking. When the first man-eating seagull appeared, I was quite close to Yifeng's ship and witnessed the creature sprouting numerous arms. This is undoubtedly Yifeng's devil fruit power. Does he possess 2 devil fruit abilities? In an instant, speculation ensued. Is it not common knowledge that one can only consume a single devil fruit? Has no one informed them? Consuming 2 devil fruits leads to death. Those familiar with One Piece on Earth are oblivious to this fact in the survival world. After all, everyone here hails from Blue Star, not Earth. The individual making such claims must have witnessed someone perish from consuming 2 devil fruits, likely their Grand Fleet leader. I noticed that there are many women aboard Yifeng's vessel. Could it be that these women possess special abilities? This remark came from a Grand Fleet leader who had previously sailed with Yifeng, a teenager bearing a resemblance to Marianne. Upon boarding Yifeng's ship, she immediately noticed Nami, and Baby 5.1 was scantily clad, while the other donned a maid outfit. Both women exuded an alluring presence, clearly not to be underestimated. Of course, she dared not scrutinize them too closely. As Yifeng's reputation as an extraordinary powerhouse preceded him, she could not afford to provoke such a formidable individual. The leader upstairs has sailed with Yifeng. I can attest to that, stated a crew member of the young girl. Thus, the group accepted this assertion. Previously, it had been mentioned in the regional channel that Yifeng invited the leaders of 8 grand fleets aboard his ship for training. All these details aligned. What? So Yifeng is a lecher, surrounded by women. Upstairs, do you not grasp the meaning? The focus is not merely on the women, but rather that these women may also possess unique abilities. No wonder Yifeng refrains from forming a grand fleet. It appears he already has devil fruit users aboard. The group dared not speculate further. If every subordinate aboard Yifeng's ship possesses a devil fruit ability, then Yifeng himself must be unfathomably powerful. While they recognized Yifeng's strength, they had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. Now, witnessing the colossal thunderclouds and lightning surrounding Yifeng's ship, which not only failed to damage the vessel but also eliminated the man-eating seagulls, it was clear that there must be additional secrets at play. Clearly, Yifeng's mysteries are beyond our comprehension. At this moment, Yifeng was not observing the regional channel. His focus lay on the 2 brass chests before him. Having arranged for Chopper and Robin's star upgrades, and previously enhancing Baby 5's equipment, it was now time for Yifeng's favorite activity, opening chests. For the first chest, he rolled the dice. His luck was rather poor, scoring only a 2. As long as the opponent rolls a 1, I win. The words of Fujitora regarding luck brought Yifeng considerable solace. Anything other than a 1 was already a stroke of good fortune. Subsequently, Yifeng opened the chest. Congratulations, you have obtained unopened East Blue Strong Liquor 1. Congratulations. You have obtained Large Black Bread 1. Congratulations, you have obtained Low Power Steam Engine for Ships 1. Chapter 84. For Emergency Acceleration. Just earlier, he had mentioned giving Nami a bottle of liquor. And lo and behold, the liquor had arrived. However, this time it was strong liquor. He wondered if Nami would like it. This time, the brass chest yielded a large piece of black bread, significantly larger than the smaller varieties. This was just the right amount for Yifeng and his companions to share for a meal. Why? Yifeng glanced at the time. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. They had missed lunch. There was no choice. They had encountered numerous troublesome matters since morning. Letting go of the concept of time, whether it was lunch or dinner, hunger dictated that they should eat. Simple as that. The last item from the brass chest caught Yifeng's attention. A steam engine? Yifeng quickly focused on this item. Although it was a ship's engine, it was not excessively large, only slightly larger than a typical diesel engine found in a truck. Low-power steam engine for ships, can provide power to vessels, consumes coal or wood, power unspecified, e-note, cannot be used for extended periods. With risks of wear and damage, would you like to install it on the current ship? Upon reading the final query, Yifeng did not hesitate and clicked to install. Immediately, a plume of white smoke emanated from his ship. This smoke was considerably smaller than that produced during the ship's upgrade and dissipated more swiftly. Suddenly, Marianne exclaimed, "Yifeng, come see what happened to the deck of the wheelhouse." Upon hearing Marianne's call, Yifeng realized this must be the result of installing the engine. He hurried to the wheelhouse, where he found Marianne holding onto the massive wooden steering wheel with one hand while pointing at a square door on the deck with the other. This door was a square opening with a flat handle installed above it. Yifeng approached and pulled the handle, revealing a small door that could only accommodate one person at a time. Behind this door was a ladder leading down into the ship's hull. Yifeng asked Marianne for something to illuminate the space. Lacking any other options, she took out a paintbrush and palette. Squatting down to draw a kerosene lamp, if Yifeng had drawn it himself, he would have opted for a flashlight. However, being an artist, Marianne had never seen a flashlight and thus did not know how to depict one. Yifeng raised the kerosene lamp and prepared to descend the ladder to at that moment. Robin entered the wheelhouse as well at Yifeng. "I'll accompany you." Yifeng nodded in agreement. It would be helpful to have Robin hold the kerosene lamp. Before he could speak, a slender arm sprouted from his shoulder, accompanied by a fragrant waft of gardenia. He handed the kerosene lamp to the arm on his shoulder and continued down the ladder. With Robin following closely behind, it turned out that the ship's hull was merely a hollow cavity. After all, Yifeng's vessel was a single-masted sailboat, and it was entirely normal for it not to feature a designated engine room. Taking a few steps forward, Yifeng and Robin soon discovered the engine, was securely fastened to a wooden engine frame with screws. The engine was oriented vertically, meaning a drive shaft extended directly from within the engine. Connecting to the rear of the vessel, Yifeng could not inspect the rear underwater but surmised it likely connected to a propeller. The waterproofing on the connection points was beyond Yifeng's understanding. Next to the engine, there was an area resembling a feed inlet. Yifeng read the inscriptions on the engine's nameplate. It indicated that the engine could not operate continuously. After a certain duration, it required cooling and rest. However, this certain duration was not explicitly defined. Yifeng then noted the feed inlet also included instructions to it and cautioned that the type of fuel added must be combustible materials such as bamboo, wood, or coal. Lacking bamboo and coal, Yifeng retrieved over 30 pieces of wood from his inventory. He was uncertain how long this wood would last when burned. Following the instructions on the nameplate, Yifeng gradually added the wood, piece by piece, to the feed inlet of the engine. After inserting 10 pieces, the inlet could hold no more the engine than emitted white steam. This steam was collected by a funnel resembling a chimney and expelled directly outside the vessel. At this juncture, a control panel appeared before Yifeng. Power output active. Every 20 minutes, wood must be added to the feed inlet. Different materials will have varying consumption times. E-note. Avoid prolonged use of the engine. There was no indication of how long constituted prolonged use. Nevertheless, Yifeng gleaned the essence of this steam engine from the text. It was not intended for continuous propulsion of the ship, but rather for emergency acceleration during critical situations. Well, having it was certainly better than not having it at all. Just then, Yifeng felt the ship lurch forward suddenly. Prior to the steam engine's installation, the vessel had been propelled solely by wind. If the sea breeze remained consistent, the ship should have been moving at a steady pace. Now, feeling the sudden movement indicated that the steam engine was indeed operational. Yifeng glanced at the operational status of the steam engine before departing the engine compartment with Robin. At this moment, Nami hurriedly entered the wheelhouse, a cramped little room accommodating 4 individuals. "Yifeng, what on earth is happening with our ship?" Nami appeared exceedingly anxious. Asked the navigator. She bore the responsibility for the vessel's operation. "Just moments ago, our ship had unexpectedly accelerated, now moving at least 1/3 faster than usual." Understanding the situation, Yifeng quickly replied, "It's nothing to worry about. That steam engine we just activated is at work." Earlier on the deck, when Yifeng removed the steam engine, Nami had also caught sight of it, though she was initially unaware of its purpose. "A steam engine?" Nami furrowed her brows, pondering for a moment before realization dawned upon her. In the world of One Piece, While sailing ships predominated, there were indeed rare steam-powered vessels. As a navigator, Nami had heard of such things to some extent. After grasping the situation, Nami insisted on entering the engine room to take a closer look. Reluctantly, Robin placed the hand she had on Yeffing's shoulder back onto Nami's shoulder. Yeffing handed the kerosene lamp to Nami's shoulder-mounted arm and departed the wheelhouse with Robin. There remained one brass treasure chest yet to be opened. The light on the deck was significantly brighter than that in the cabin, so Yeffing preferred to engage in opening treasure chests above deck. He spent another 15 berry to continue opening the last brass chest. Chapter 85. The importance of paint. Fujitori's luck die fell from the sky, rolling twice before coming to a halt. A 5.5 points. Great fortune. I'll treat tonight. The luck die emitted an excited sound. This time, the result was rather favorable, and Yeffing hoped for something valuable. He prayed silently as he lifted the lid of the brass chest. 3 items lay before him. Oily paint, primary colors 1000 milliliters 4. Exquisite Western sword 1, mask of water 7-1. Indeed, 5 points yielded an array of unfamiliar items. Absent were ordinary materials or common food. Yeffing examined each item, curious about their purposes. The oily paint primary colors came in 4 substantial barrels, each containing a different hue: white, red, yellow, and blue, the fundamental colors for painting or ink. What is this for? Yeffing wondered, deciding to inspect the label on one of the barrels. Oily red paint 1000 milliliters. Can be used as a paint base or for artistic color. It bore a simple description. Marianne should know what this is for. Marianne, Yeffing called out. Soon, he heard Marianne's response from the wheelhouse. What's the matter? I'm steering the ship. The vessel could manage for a moment without anyone at the helm. The girl was simply seizing an opportunity to slack off. Marianne, Nami is in the wheelhouse, right? Have her keep watch while you come over. Moments later, Yeffing saw Marianne emerge from the wheelhouse. Marianne, look, what is this for? Yeffing pointed to the 4 large barrels of paint on the deck. Initially, Marianne seemed puzzled by the sight of the barrels, but as she picked one up to examine, her eyes lit up. Yeffing, this is fantastic, we have paint. She excitedly opened her arms and embraced Yeffing tightly. This was the first time Marianne had taken the initiative to hug him, all while still holding the blue paint barrel. What do you mean we have paint? Yeffing inquired. Marianne released him and began fiddling with the barrels again. This is wonderful. We have all 3 colors plus white. It's enough for painting. After her moment of excitement, she remembered to respond to Yeffing's question. Actually, my backpack is running low on paint. If we engage in battle one more time, we will completely run out. Yeffing felt a cold sweat break out. He had always relied on Marianne as the core for tactical arrangements, unaware that the paint could deplete. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Yeffing exclaimed. There's still time. We can use it one more time. Unhappy, Yeffing pressed his thumb and index finger against Marianne's forehead. She clearly understood his intention and closed her eyes, bracing for the playful tap. This girl was amusing, standing her ground while waiting for Yeffing to lightly flick her forehead. In contrast, Nami would either plead for mercy or attempt to evade. Finding Marianne's closed eyes adorable, Yeffing relaxed his fingers and gently tapped her forehead. Marianne, remember to tell me about such matters sooner. It would give me more time to prepare. Marianne listened attentively. Yeffing continued. Paint is likely difficult to acquire. Thankfully, we stumbled upon it in this brass chest. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take to find some in the trading hall. Marianne nodded earnestly. You are now the core of the entire crew. For me, your matters are of utmost importance. Understood, Marianne replied, nodding vigorously. She then began to refill her personal containers with paint. Once done, Yeffing took the leftover paint to store in his inventory. Marianne happily returned to the wheelhouse. The discovery of paint surprised Yeffing, for it had become his most crucial resource for battle preparations, even more so than the ammunition modern soldiers carried into combat. He had previously lacked a proper understanding of its significance, but now recognized its importance and vowed to keep a closer eye on it. Next, Yeffing retrieved the second item. Exquisite Western Sword Wand. This was a narrow-bladed sword with a guard, a quintessentially Western design. Although the blade was slender, it bore intricate carvings resembling seaweed. The guard was brass-colored, adorned with an octopus motif, and it came with a leather sheath edged with metal. The items named exquisite were all decorated with oceanic patterns, suggesting a maritime civilization aesthetic. Yeffing examined the sword further. Exquisite Western Sword, Star Rating, 1. Attack Power 12, Crafted Item, World Drop, This weapon boasted an attack power of 12, equivalent to Baby Five's iron long knife. After contemplation, Yefeng decided this weapon should be given to Robin. Although she primarily utilized her devil fruit powers for offense, enhancing her attributes with weaponry would bolster her capabilities. As a proficient close combat fighter, Yefeng wanted all his comrades equipped with weapons. He believed Robin's demeanor suited the Western sword perfectly. Subsequently, he utilized a maintenance manual for wooden tools to enhance the sword's attack power by 10 points, bringing it to a total of 2-2 to a T that moment. Robin was beside Yefeng. He turned and handed her the sword directly. Robin, you should wield this. Robin accepted the Western sword, inspecting it closely before securing it at her waist. Thank you, Yefeng. I really like it. Robin responded, ever gracious. At this point, her attack power had reached an impressive 59, making her formidable against ordinary foes of her level, capable of dispatching them with just 2 strikes. Next, Yefeng unveiled the final item from the brass chest. Mask of Water 7. The name alone offered no insight into its purpose. In the One Piece manga, when the Straw Hat Pirates arrived at Water 7, they coincidentally stumbled upon the annual masquerade ball, where CP9 mingled among the crowd wearing masks. Even the superhero Sniper King benefited from this grand event. What could this item possibly do? Yefeng scrutinized the mask. Mask of Water 7, star rating, 1. Can effectively conceal 1's identity and create misconceptions about 1's abilities. Upon reading the description, Yefeng understood its utility. Concealing 1's strength, generally speaking. This item held little value for him, however. He currently had a challenge quest that might be aided by this mask. Given his notoriety and strength, donning a mask could potentially draw challengers to him. Yefeng reassured himself. Chapter 86. Women's long boots. Yefeng donned the mask upon his face and glanced at Robin. Robin, he called her name. Initially, Robin didn't register his presence, but upon looking back, she suddenly exclaimed, "Who are you?" This statement caught the attention of Nami, Chopper, and Baby Five, who all turned to stare at Robin in confusion. Yefeng? Robin tentatively inquired. Yefeng nodded. Yes, can't you recognize me? Robin gently lifted the mask from Yefeng's face, letting out a sigh of relief. Yefeng, what is going on? Robin scrutinized the mask for a while. Once Yefeng's face was visible again, the others returned to their activities. Nami resumed peering through her telescope at the distant sea, while Chopper continued to hold the rope, awaiting Nami's orders. Baby Five diligently tended to every piece of wood aboard the ship with a mop in hand. Robin curiously donned a mask, and in an instant, Yifeng noticed the presence of an unfamiliar woman before him. The mask sat comfortably on Robin's face, devoid of any sense of incongruity. Moreover, Yifeng was unconcerned about whether she wore a mask or not. He merely felt that this tall woman was someone he had never encountered before. Logically, he understood the function of the mask, yet emotionally, he found this woman to be quite strange. After wearing it for a brief moment, Robin removed the mask. How about that? You can't recognize me now, can you? She inquired. Yifeng nodded, acknowledging the impressive effect of the mask. He accepted the mask she handed him and stored it in his inventory. All done, he declared. Yifeng realized that since Marianne had gone to the wheelhouse, no one had reminded the crew to eat. He found it hard to believe that everyone was not hungry. Marianne, could you come out for a moment? Yifeng called out. Marianne replied from within the wheelhouse. What is it? With a sigh, Yifeng made his way to the wheelhouse. Marianne, under normal sailing conditions, we don't need to keep a constant watch on the wheel, he explained. Upon hearing this, Marianne let out a sigh of relief. Why, Yifeng, aren't you hungry? Just look at the time. Is everyone skipping meals? She said. Yifeng chuckled at her words, realizing this was the Marianne he knew. He patted her head and said, Marianne, please prepare the meal. Marianne wrinkled her nose and evaded Yifeng's hand, picking up her sun hat from the side and placing it on her head. After this, Yifeng retrieved some items from his inventory, including the large piece of black bread he had just obtained, along with pickles, seagull meat, some salt, and a meat seasoning pack. He also took out the East Sea liquor he had recently acquired. Everyone's quite tired today. Let us all unwind a bit. Just as Yifeng was about to leave, he reconsidered and handed Marianne a bag of sugar. We're having braised seagull meat today. Can you make it? He asked. There was only this one bag of sugar in his inventory, but he had come to realize that once resources were consumed, there was motivation to gather more. With his inventory now plentiful, Yifeng was too lazy to trade food or wood in the trading hall. Although Marianne had some knowledge of food, It was her first encounter with the concept of braising, a method from Chinese cuisine. Yifeng, with a hint of resignation, suggested, let Robin and Baby 5 come up with a plan. He then explained that braising involved caramelizing sugar until it turned a deep charred color. Marianne understood and nodded, sketching a large basket to collect all the items Yifeng had given her. Her petite figure struggled to lift the heavy basket as she made her way out of the wheelhouse. On Yifeng's ship, there was no kitchen. Cooking was done on deck. Cooking inside the cabin would only result in a smoky mess. After arranging the cooking, Yifeng opened the trading hall to check on the 6 octopus tentacles he had previously listed for sale. This time, he was merely waiting for bids. However, with only 6 trades, it would not take much time. Soon, Yifeng selected the best rewards. Congratulations, you have received Berries X231, Tar X20, Iron Blocks X20, Ground Lantern Blueprint X1, Exquisite Hammer X1, Sharkskin Boots X1. Waiting for bids, to some extent, reflected the market situation within the trading hall. Yifeng had sold meat with hunger-resisting attributes. The quantity of materials exchanged was less than before. Yet the quality and level of the blueprints and equipment received were higher. This indirectly proved that ordinary survivors like Yifeng were gradually adapting to the survival world. They had begun to acquire a diverse array of resources through various channels. Materials were becoming increasingly useful to them, hence the rising prices. As the demand for food began to wane, the prices of high-end items correspondingly decreased. Furthermore, Yifeng noted that the individual bidding for tar was not Yang Hongming, indicating that others had also acquired tar and had some left over. Additionally, the production of berries had noticeably increased, as he directly collected over 200 berries this time. Yifeng stored all these items in his inventory and began to organize them. First, he took out the Ground Lantern Blueprint. From its name, it seemed intended for future use on an island once obtained. It would be beneficial to have some streetlights on the island. Yifeng curiously examined its panel. Ground Lantern Blueprint. Crafting item star level 1. Can construct tall ground lanterns, providing basic illumination for islands. Materials required: lumber X80, quality lumber X2, stone X20, iron sheets X10, glass X2, kerosene X5. This time, 2 materials Yifeng had never encountered before appeared in the required materials: glass and kerosene. He was not in a rush. By the time he needed them, he might already have them. Based on current trends, high-level materials appeared to become more accessible as time passed. He stored the blueprint in his inventory and then took out the exquisite hammer. This hammer was identical to the one in Qianqian's pincers. Yifeng intended to replace the rough hammer on Huahuai's pincers with this one. He quickly used the Pine Tool maintenance manual, spending iron blocks and coarse cloth to enhance the exquisite hammer's attack power by 10. After the maintenance was complete, Yifeng called Huahuai over. Upon seeing the hammer in Yifeng's hand, Huahuai joyfully dashed over to it. Had long envied Qianqian, wondering why its hammer's attack power was so low compared to Qianqian's. Yifeng handed the hammer to it, and it immediately dropped the rough iron hammer onto the ground. It happily swung the exquisite hammer for a while before running off to show off to Qianqian. Now both crabs wielded weapons with an attack power of 22, considering their inherent attack power equivalent to that of a level 4 creature. Yifeng estimated their total attack power to be over 40 points, which was quite impressive. Finally, Yifeng took out the sharkskin boots, which surprisingly had a feminine design. The sleek, knee-high black boots featured a 10-centimeter heel and a very alluring design that wrapped around the legs. This left Yifeng feeling somewhat disappointed. He wished it were a blueprint instead. With a blueprint, he could choose whether to craft a men's or women's version. Since these boots were feminine, he could not wear them himself. As he observed Robin, Nami, and Baby 5, all busy preparing lunch or dinner, he noted their tall figures, especially Robin and Baby 5, both standing over 1.8 meters tall. Each of them would look stunning in knee-high boots. Yifeng unconsciously dismissed Marianne from consideration, as she did not fit that aesthetic. Influenced by Nami, Yifeng found himself allocating equipment based on appearance rather than practicality. Chapter 87. 3 women. Yifeng directed his gaze back to the sharkskin boots and examined their panel. Sharkskin boots, star level 1, defense 9, crafted item, world drop. It remained a defensive piece of equipment, offering no other attributes besides defense. However, its defense value was quite high, surpassing that of crab shell armor. As Yifeng pondered whom to give the boots to, Nami, with her keen eye, spotted them. Yifeng, those boots are gorgeous, she exclaimed, quickly approaching. Before Yifeng could respond, she seized the boots. The height of these heels is my favorite. Oh? They also increase defense? Nami examined the boots closely and then set off to find Robin. Seeing Nami's delight, Yifeng chose not to intervene. After all, such defensive gear would be useful for anyone who wore it. Nami's short skirt paired with knee-high boots would surely look wonderful. Robin, Marianne, Baby 5, come over and take a look at these boots. Nami called out loudly. Robin approached with a smile, while Baby 5 hurried over, believing someone needed her assistance. Marianne, busy tinkering with a cooking stove, lost interest upon seeing Nami holding the stylish boots. Nami, you all can look at them. Those boots aren't my type, she remarked loudly. Nami waved her hand in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Marianne shook her head and resumed her work on the stove, which she had evidently just sketched. Yifeng observed everything, realizing that women indeed placed greater importance on aesthetics. Marianne did not inquire about the attributes or defense value. She immediately lost interest upon seeing the knee-high style. Her usual fashion leaned toward individuality and trendiness, suggesting she would not favor such a sensual style. Had they been a pair of combat boots or canvas shoes, Marianne might have shown interest. By the time Robin and Baby 5 gathered around Nami, Nami had already removed her sandals, revealing her fair little feet. She grasped the knee-high leather boots with both hands, lifting them with exuberance. Robin observed Nami as she donned the boots on her legs and remarked, "They look splendid, truly befitting you." Baby 5 interjected, "Are you hoping I might assist you in determining their appeal?" "They are quite attractive." Soon, Nami had slipped on both boots. One could not deny that her short skirt paired with the over-the-knee boots accentuated her leg shape beautifully, creating an illusion of elongated limbs. Nami twirled in the boots, admiring herself for quite some time. Subsequently, she seated herself and removed the boots, standing barefoot on the deck, holding the pair in her hands. "Robin, you should try them. I believe they would suit you even better." Yifeng, witnessing this